Chapter 334, The Constellations Auction. 1-1. Right after slaying a constellation. Let's talk about something else for a moment. I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring this up, but what does it matter? I had the right to ramble on as I pleased. So, a long, long time ago, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth and tobacco sales targeting them were quite profitable, it is said that every stationery store had a 101 gacha machine in front of it. During this period, gacha enthralled children. Of course, I wasn't even born during that era, so I know little about the gacha craze. However, I have always harbored a very rational level of suspicion that perhaps my seniors were captivated by it, leading to the era after dinosaurs went extinct when gacha games were rampant on mobile phones, even from the distant days of my childhood. Why suddenly talk about gacha? Of course, there is a perfectly rational reason. The presence of the eye living in the labyrinth fades. The moment I slice through the massive serpent in a straight line, kick! From between the segments of the snake's body, that is, inside the body cut into left and right parts, a very small snake, almost indistinguishable from a worm, popped out with a snap. Cutting through the giant snake resulted in a much smaller snake springing out. At that moment, I recalled the gacha that popped open to reveal a toy inside. What? Why? Just because. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests. The snake that crawled out from the serpent's corpse was small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. Sorry to keep comparing it to a worm, but honestly, it looked like it could be bullied by a slightly larger worm. Yet, its scales resembled the waves of the sea. Its distinct inverse eyes shone brightly with color, even from its tiny body. Ultimately, based on logical reasoning, I could only mutter the following. Could you possibly be the true body of Hishmith-Kritz? The worm-sized snake cried sorrowfully. The snake living in the labyrinth cannot hide its crying out of frustration. The snake, bending its body, repeatedly struck my palm with its upper body, seemingly trying to express its injustice to the fullest extent possible. Had I seen this scene alone, I might have felt a bit of pity. Wow, what's this? Really? This real-life worm is the eye living in the labyrinth? Amazing. However, wrapped around my neck, a natural for attracting aggro from constellations, was the fox nymph curled up and sitting. What do we do with this guy, huh? What should we do? If you go in front of the followers in this form and shout, I am the constellation that governs all secrets. The eye living in the labyrinth. Not only will you not gather faith, but the faith you have gathered so far will fly away like wild birds, won't it? This bastard, you say bastard? You still haven't come to your senses. Maybe we should quickly call the apostles and have them professionally nourish this divine body. Calling the apostles shouldn't be too hard, right? If I press this, will the emergency alert activate and communication open? This deity, the real snake on my palm, shed tears drop by drop. It seemed quite upset. Please don't reveal this form to the followers, please, I beg you. I scratched my cheek. Hey, Kim Zombie. Meanwhile, Baehuryong spoke softly. Calm down your anger. When did I get angry? I'm the same as usual. The same? What do you mean the same? You're heated because your friend was insulted. Don't try to fool me. Fool a ghost instead. Though I am a ghost. Baehuryong sighed. Really now, if you look closely, there's no one as emotional as this guy. Really. People don't know that. He just lives by his emotions and dies by them, sigh. Right. Although I hate to admit it, Baehuryong's jest had its effect. A lot. I gently touched the handkerchief. The heightened emotions, the desire for revenge, various flames of anger I felt during the recent fight calmed down in an instant. By the time I was nodding my head, I had completely returned to my usual calm. Thank you. I've calmed down. That's right. Yes. Now that I'm fine. Let's see. The war horse of the eternal plains laughs uproariously at this scene. The lone seeker of truth is shocked by the scene in front of him and repeatedly hits the desk. The incarnation of love and lust laughs, saying it's the first time in 10 years they've laughed like this. First, I need to deal with them. Excuse me, but from now on, I wish to speak only with Hishmith-Kritz, just the two of us. Discussions may include strategies for conquering stages and other military secrets. I am very thankful for the interest from all the constellations, but I kindly ask you to step back for today. Fortunately, the constellations immediately agreed to my polite request. the war horse of the eternal plains, withdraws. The incarnation of love and lust asks to please record this scene on video as they withdraw. The lone seeker of truth disappears, unable to stop laughing no matter what. Good, I've dealt with the outsiders, now it's really time to get to the main topic. Hishmith Crits C. With a voice devoid of any emotion, I respectfully bowed my head towards the small snake in my palm. The snake seemed a bit startled too. If a real snake could have a facial expression, it would be awkwardness. The real snake spoke. Hi, Hishmith Crits. My authority lies in secrets and revelations, labyrinths and mazes. O Death King, the sky that gathers screams. Yes, I nodded. As you said, my name is Kim Gongja. I'm a newbie who has just caught the tail end of becoming a constellation. I have a few questions to ask, if you have the time. Of course it's fine. Speak. On my right palm, Hishmith Crits curled up, visibly tense. I sighed once more and said, Why did you try to attack me? Even going so far as to team up with Mutia for a surprise operation. For a reason similar to that bastard. Because of you, that guy can no longer grant the wishes of humans in reincarnation without conditions. She has become a power that requires your permission, which is utterly ridiculous. That's not even a constellation anymore, let alone a god. The small snake god's lament, of course, was also directed at itself. The two most common wishes my followers pray for are these. Please let me know that guy's secret. Please ensure that no one knows my secret. From my point of view, both wishes are equally important. 99% of the reason my followers rely on me and send their faith is because of those wishes. So, there was a problem? Exactly. All because of you. The real snake cried out. Again, it was a real snake. No matter how loudly the real snake cried, it had no force, and it only caused an effect less significant than a breeze brushing through my hair. Kook. Realizing this, the snake began to recite in a low voice, with a look of injustice on its face. I provided my followers with the highest level of security. Except for me, Hishmith Crits, no one else could handle the secrets of a follower. But then, I realized, the trauma penalty? Don't tell me that because of that, a security flaw has emerged? Yes, that's correct. The real snake buried its head in my palm. Thump, thump. It wasn't apologizing to me, but was punishing itself for its foolish judgment by self-inflicted headbutting. Thanks to you, you've essentially made it possible to uncover everyone's past. Any secret is merely a treasure chest that requires a bit of effort in front of you, and in your hands you might as well hold the golden key that can unlock any chest. Indeed, I've become unable to guarantee perfect secrecy. My apostle on the 50th floor had his entire past exposed through trauma, while none of the security barriers and system structures I had set up worked at all. They were utterly useless. I see, I nodded. It seems your authority has suffered irreversible damage. Yes, and let me say again, it was all your doing. I've said this to Mutia as well. Originally, the Returner's clockwork watch was designed by you folks with the thought that it would be fun, wasn't it? It's karma. You were arrogant and careless, living without knowing how your actions would come back to you, and finally, the arrow returned to pierce the back of your heads. It was a staple of mythological themes. Consider it a relief that you were defeated by such a divine cliché. It was fate from the beginning. Keek. It was when I was stroking the body of the constellation that had become a real snake with my finger. Is the story roughly settled? Thump. It's been quite a while since I've seen the egg of a serpent god. Or rather, not the egg, but the inside of an egg. So the inside of a completely closed metamorphosis dust looks like this. Heh? One of the only 6 pillars in the tower. Magician. Yep, I was the arbiter of this duel, so it's only right that I distinguish between the winner and the loser. Congratulations. The winner is the Death King. The loser is the eye living in the labyrinth. This is an irreversible result that has been engraved in the tower. The victory and defeat of the two are guaranteed by me, a pillar. However, the magician winked one eye. Also, because I'm in charge up to the 70th floor. Within the 70th floor, a somewhat free stage arrangement is possible. A slightly ominous premonition hit me. Excuse me, by free arrangement, you mean? It's simple. Tenants can choose to leave the house with or without taking their deposit back, and landlords don't stop tenants from leaving or new tenants from coming if they wish. Thump. The magician tapped the air with his wand, and a hologram unfolded. A cartoonishly drawn map from the 61st to the 70th floor. On the 61st, 62nd, and 63rd floors, my face was drawn. Additionally, the fox nim wrapped around my neck. Our faces were depicted somewhat comically like caricatures. The 64th, 65th, 66th, 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th floors were different. Faces I had never seen before were reigning as the masters of the stages. Now, the magician danced a little shoulder dance while holding the wand. For exactly 6 minutes from now, from the 64th to the 70th floor, free trading is allowed. The magician's somewhat playful words were filtered through an emotionless message and echoed throughout the tower again. Free trading is now available from the 64th to the 70th floor. The time limit is 6 o'clock. Tenants and those wishing to rent, please trade freely. What in the world is happening? As I stared blankly at the hologram the magician had drawn, failing to grasp the situation, a message appeared. The 64th floor stage is listed for sale. The manager of the 64th floor, the righteous nine-tailed fox, promises to hand over the stage management rights to anyone interested, regardless of the deposit, monthly rent, or anything else. Huh? I'm not sure how transactions among constellations work, but from my human perspective, that offer seems absurdly unreasonable. The next in line after the 63rd floor is the 64th floor. However, the very next moment, I realize the cause of this phenomenon. The righteous nine-tailed fox screams that if they can escape the path of this Death King, they wouldn't mind giving away the stage management rights for free. The 65th floor stage is listed for sale. The manager of the 65th floor, a goose is still a goose when flipped, flaps away into the distance. The 66th and 67th floor stages are listed for sale. The managers of the 66th and 67th floors, the rubber duck that oversees the ocean, deflate themselves and sink deep into the sea. The cause of this unprecedented stage tenancy auction race was none other than me, Kim Gongja. Chapter 335, The Constellations Auction. 2. The 68th floor stage is now up for auction. The 69th floor stage is now up for auction. I blankly listened to the messages ringing one after another in my head, becoming so bewildered that my face almost turned into a fish face, like a carp bread. Face like this. No. This pun isn't quite right. Let's just keep staring blankly. The 70th floor stage is now up for auction. Stop. Finally, the last floor among the stages that could participate in the auction was put up for sale. The pillar of the tower, the Wand of Ages, announced the end of the listings. Beyond this point is not the territory I oversee. If you want to escape from the Death King, you should look for another pillar. There might be constellations who don't know who I am, or even constellations hearing about the existence of a pillar for the first time, but consider this a special case. The message cut off and silence ensued all around. Now, since the items have been listed, shall we look for a buyer? It wasn't long. I will explain the gist of the auction. Click. The Wand of Ages tapped the air with the end of the staff. As you know, the Death King is a hunter, in other words, a challenger climbing the tower towards the 100th floor, sky's extreme point. He is also a constellation who has received the name the sky that gathers screams, though not fully blossomed yet. Indeed, hunter is also a term used in the tower for those who climb it. So, from now on, it's not a fight between a teacher giving a test and a student taking it, but a fair duel between warriors. The magician's voice was low in tone and temperature, like the sound of a piano softly playing outdoors on a winter day. Constellations dwelling above in the tower momentarily became spectators, listening to the magician's song. I believe every warrior has the right to flee from a duel. The magician's eyes were silver. A sword should only be wielded by those who wish to use it in a duel. Eyes resembling the color of a blade looked at me. So, who willingly wants to duel with the Death King? Among the countless constellations, which beast hasn't forgotten the joy of victory? Who is the snake that, even after ascending to the sky, cannot shed the pleasure of its scales scraping against the ground? Which star, even after being embraced by the Tower Master, refuses to serve as its master? What light is it scattering now? Click with that. The magician rolled his tongue inside his mouth. 64th floor. Auction starts. The bird that burns fire. As soon as the magician finished speaking, someone sent out a message. The bird that burns fire warns not to bid higher than itself unless one wishes to die. The magician tilted his head. Well, using that tone might just invite more people eager to jump in, you know? The bird that burns fire advises to participate in the auction from the next stage onwards if one does not wish to die. Good, much better. I found it hard to spot the difference between the two sentences, but it seemed the magician heard a significant distinction. An unknown constellation continuously sent out messages. The bird that burns fire suggests a method for the auction. The bird that burns fire states that it is logical to auction off the next floor every time the Death King defeats a stage, rather than deciding the administrator for up to the 70th floor all at once. The bird that burns fire argues very logically that this is because if the Death King is defeated at the 64th floor, only the constellation that bid for the 65th floor would end up becoming the fool. The magician closed his left eye. That makes sense. The bird that burns fire reminds everyone that it always speaks the truth. Let's assume that's the case, but the most important thing remains. The magician looked up at the sky. The bid. How much do you want to pay for the rights to manage? The bird that burns fire. Everything it has. The magician nodded. There's no reason not to accept. The administrator for the 64th floor will be changed from the righteous nine-tailed fox to the bird that burns fire. And with that, it was over. The magician turned his head and looked at me. Death King, step onto the next stage. The fox wrapped around my neck chirped softly. Fox was flicking its tail, asking for my decision. Yes, I see no reason not to accept. I put the snake Hishmith-Kritz that was on my palm into my pocket. Then I lightly ignored the low hiss it made as I nodded my head. Honestly, this snake was not satisfying enough to slice. Please, God, I ask of you, peep. Upon my words, Fox did not hesitate and immediately declared. Quest cleared. The 63rd floor stage has been cleared. A music box only for you will assign you the same quest from the 64th to the 69th floor as the previous stages. You will be immediately transferred to the 64th floor as per your request. Sandstorms enveloped my vision. 3. Zombie. While the scent that crossed the desert wrapped around my nose and swirled through my body, in that brief moment, Behuryong spoke directly to my consciousness. I climbed up to the 99th floor, but didn't know about the pillars. Thinking about it, it's not like I never encountered a pillar. I must have met one and forgotten about it. To those pillar folks, there must be the authority to erase memories related to themselves. That's right, it must be so. Maybe after all this is over, that is, after you climb up to the 70th floor, the memories might all disappear. It's possible. But the likelihood of that happening is low. Behuryong said, You met the Tower Master. No matter how great those pillars are, they can't erase the time marked with meaning by the Tower Master. His voice was calm, yet filled with regret. You and I walked different paths. The Sword Emperor said, Follow that path. Finally, the sandstorm completely obscured my vision. Now, there's no one who would dare look down on you as weak. And then I opened my eyes. You have entered the 64th stage. Upon opening my eyes, there was only gray. Only ash stretched endlessly to the horizon. The bird that burns fire manifests. In the middle of that world, a phoenix, a bird entirely engulfed in flames, was fluttering its vast wings, for it was regrettable. An intense smell clung to the mucous membrane of my nose. It was the smell of burning. The bird, engulfed in flames, could easily wrap the world with its two wings. The wings traversed between heaven and earth, and due to the burning wings, there was no distinction between up and down. Looking up or down, everything was burned to ashes. When the Sword Emperor ascended the tower with overwhelming momentum, I ignored him. I scorned him. Thus, I lost the opportunity to contend with the highest-reaching warrior since the tower was erected. It was regrettable, deeply regrettable. I gripped the hilt of my sword. I understand why you participated in the auction. The eyes of the phoenix looked down at me. In fact, it was unclear whether it even had eyes. The phoenix was constantly burning, and there was no part that the flames did not engulf. So probably the phoenix was glaring at me not with the eyes of the flesh, but with the eyes of the soul. You are said to be a successor of the Sword Emperor. Is that true? Even with ears burning in fire, you only pick the correct words to hear? Good. It's a good opportunity. I cannot allow myself to bear two regrets. The phoenix fluttered its wings. The ash that settled on the world stirred, swept up by the wing beats. The gray snowflakes fluttered, brushing against my cheeks. I am the burning fire, a calamity and an ominous bird. I wish to be the last fire left in the world. I am the Death King. I wiped the ash off my cheek. My mouth felt gritty. Ash had swept into my throat, filling it. Willingly chewing and swallowing the remnants left by the fire, I showed my respect for the duel. I am the sword that wishes to break other swords. Further conversation was pointless. In no time, the adjudicator who had followed me onto the stage, the Wand of Ages, stood between us. The magician lifted his long staff and tapped the ground lightly. Taking that subtle signal as my cue, I charged across the ash heap. Hishmith crits, fulfill your promise. The loser from the previous stage responded to my command. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its power. Wriggle. The thread-like snake crawled out of my pocket and coiled around my wrist like a bracelet. The snake had sworn to assist me in conquering the tower, thus fulfilling its promise. The eye living in the labyrinth exposes the enemy's information. Within the flow of aura, time slowed, and in the sluggish current, characters were etched before my eyes. I could see the enemy's true name, the bird that burns fire. Dokshol. Following that, the origin of the phoenix were embroidered in the void, in one stroke. The writing of Hishmith crits was as twisted as his own body, yet as clear as the gleam in a hermit's eye, making it easy to read. Plus Dokshol is fire. If water represents the righteous path as it flows downward, fire is the rebellious heart going against it. Dokshul's fire symbolizes emotion. Fire consumes others to grow itself. It has no eyes to see the world. Therefore, Dokshul governs the realm of emotion, specifically the blinded ones, hatred, loathing, and most of all, the pleasure that melts away in self-display. It screams as if about to die immediately, but never dies. In fact, it only kills others. If I was lost in the pleasure of observing others, Dokshul is addicted to displaying himself, demanding to be the sole focus. Its reality is such that without anything around to burn, it cannot burn itself. Its names are the fire that burns fire, the self that consumes itself, blindness, merely a fire that has gone blind. Plus, indeed, I instantly pierced through the identity of the phoenix. It wasn't just a grudge for not being able to fight the Sword Emperor. The constellation's wings fluttered. In other words, the phoenix squinted its eyes. Despite having an appearance far removed from humans, I was confident in my ability to read the expression of fire more than anyone. I saw its psychology through the angle at which the flames wrapped around the constellation bent, the way the flames split, and the signs of embers burning. You were merely vexed for not participating in the event known as the Sword Emperor. A duel between warriors wasn't your interest. I fought with the Sword Emperor once. I have exchanged swords with him. You're just longing for that title, envious of the constellations who had it in the past, jealous of those who lost to me, and envious of the genuine constellations who could truly compete against me. You too wanted to join in. I swung my sword while transmitting my voice. Right now, in your head, you're not contemplating how to defeat me, but rather how to stage the most plausible scene to engrave yourself in the memories of other constellations. The phoenix couldn't refute my words. Not that it chose not to, but it couldn't. It wasn't for lack of a rebuttal, but for lack of time to do so. The phoenix couldn't keep up with the accelerated pace of time I had invoked with my aura. When it attempted to utter a single word, I had already spilled a dozen, leaving it no turn to counter. If that was the case with its voice, imagine the speed of the sword. Perhaps it was you who bestowed the flame skill upon Yusuha. Sword Emperor had once appraised, saying that Estelle, the Devil King of Fall Rain, was a D-class constellation. Even if we purely consider the power they possessed, this Firebird would also be about that level, between D+ and C grade. I have no time to entertain someone who has no intention of fighting me. A flash, I declared with dual meanings. Be extinguished, and I cut down the constellation that could have become Yusuha's deity. Screams followed. If it took years to cut down the Devil King of Fall Rain, this time not even seconds were needed. The 64th floor. Duel concluded. The victor is the Death King. The Wand of Ages, having observed the entire fight, declared. The voice quietly settled in the midst of the ash swirling in the air. Then, let's immediately start the auction for the 65th floor. Chapter 336. The Constellations Auction. 3.5. I have many constellations. It sounds like a sentence that could become a novel title. Something like, my constellations are infinite, or I have 999,999,909 constellations. That's how many constellations I have. Peep. Firstly, around my neck is Fox Nim. A music box only for you is coiled around tightly. Instead of seizing the world's time, God has grasped my time. The proof? Fox Nim always uses its tail as a scarf, gently tightening around my breath. Its ability is perfect interference immunity. No one can deny my time, nor can they distort it. Just that alone, but through it I gained immunity to incomprehensible causal changes. Key. And on my wrist is a thread snake. The eye living in the labyrinth hangs like a bracelet. The snake came out of the egg it had made and now must look out at the world outside. It's time not to know the world through the head, but to awaken to it with the body. Perhaps the fortunate part is that the knowledge known in the head is the most extensive. Its ability is complete secret disclosure. No formidable opponent can hide their secrets in front of me. Birth, origin, source, even strengths and weaknesses. There may be formidable opponents lacking in information, but there are no longer any without any secrets. Heh? Just living the dream, aren't we, Kim Zombie? Immunity to status abnormalities, and now you've even got a monster encyclopedia that allows real-time viewing. Behind me is constellation is there. Let's just skip over this, gentlemen. Goddess of Protection feels it's about time to sort out the hierarchy. Lastly, there's Shiny. Goddess of Protection points out that everything in the world is lined up in a senior-junior relationship. The first constellation to join the hero was herself, and the one that entered through the most proper route was herself, so rightly, the fox and the snake should respectfully refer to her as senior. Goddess of Protection openly declares that she is generous and lenient towards humans, but strict towards constellations. Shiny is... what exactly? Really, what is it? How did it manage not to reveal its quirks while with Kim Yule? Or did its quirks start to blossom after meeting me? Kim Zombie, they say a sword resembles its master. When it was Constellation Killer's sword, it was as heavy as Constellation Killer, but after becoming your sword, it's as light as rabbit fur. Whose fault could that possibly be? I couldn't possibly know. A mystery indeed. No bids? From a distance, the Wand of Ages spoke. Perhaps my voice was too soft? Let me say it again. The 64th floor has been cleared. Now it's time for the 65th floor. If there are any constellations wanting to bid for the stage, please participate. We can't wait forever. That's right, there's a reason I started bragging about my constellations, because nobody was participating in the auction. I felt like an auction item that was too expensive to sell. Sigh. Even after 3 minutes, the auction did not proceed. The magicians sighed in disappointment. Everyone's scared. They're terrified. After the Phoenix got knocked out by the Death King in one hit, they're completely scared stiff. This is why the constellations these days are said to lack willpower. In the past, it was a bit more on and on. Meanwhile, the hierarchy war between Fox, the Thread Snake, and Shiny was fiercely accelerating. A music box only for you politely asks about the well-being of the intelligence inside the skulls of B-grade constellations, wondering where they got the nerve. The eye living in the labyrinth points out as a mere objective fact that it may have been defeated by the Death King, but not by you nobodies. Goddess of Protection says that speaking of B-grade, being an actual B-grade is truly the strongest, citing Earth's comics as evidence. A music box only for you snorts at using comic writers as a basis for argument. The eye living in the labyrinth threatens to expose your ages. Goddess of Protection says that if they do so, it will reveal that she is the youngest and tells them to go ahead. Peep? Keek! Noisy. They're so noisy. With 3 constellations gathered in one place, there's never a moment of silence. Goddess of Protection suggests a brilliant idea to the hero. What is it? Goddess of Protection mentions the very obvious fact that she is also a constellation. Ah, right, so? Then she suggests that she could also bid in the auction and win the stage. Huh? I blinked my eyes. Wait, is that even possible? Goddess of Protection assures that there is no violation of the rules and unsheathes her blade. Ah, don't unsheath it. I got cut. I'm bleeding now. Anyway, my mind raced. Swish. Fiddling with the handle of the sword, I estimated one thing after another. But to win the bid, you need something in exchange, right? Like devotion or something. Isn't that considered currency for constellations? Do you have money? Goddess of Protection smiles triumphantly. Shiny explained as follows. 1. Originally, she was a high-ranking constellation governing protection and immortality. 2. Meanwhile, Constellation Killer founded the Agem Empire. She established herself as the de facto guardian deity of the Agem Empire. It was as if she had secured a lifetime pension. 3. But at that exact moment, Kim Yul sealed her. 4. Her followers kept sending their faith, but she couldn't use it because she was sealed. It was like a savings account where deposits kept coming in without any withdrawals, so the faith just accumulated. 5. After a long time, I unsealed it. When she finally checked her neglected account, oh my. Shiny sparkled brightly. Goddess of Protection is confident there is no other constellation with such financial power as herself. In short, Shiny had become a deposit millionaire. Indeed, being sealed was a blessing in disguise in some sense. Goddess of Protection declares she will show her status. It seemed more like flaunting wealth than showing status, but I couldn't quite point that out. In any case, Shiny did what she could and wanted to do. Goddess of Protection places a bid. The Wand of Ages, who had been urging other constellations to participate in the auction, looked this way. Even in the magician's eyes, which seemed carefree about everything, there was a slight trace of astonishment. If I were to translate that subtle expression into human language, it would be something like, "Really? Are you really going to do something so petty? Death King, are you really going to do something so petty?" My translation skills weren't dead yet. Oh, it wasn't me. It was my sword. Pickpockets also say it was their hand that did it. No, it's different. I'm the nominal owner, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have free will. If it wants to do it, how can I stop it? But still, there's something called ethics in humanity. A music box only for you breaks its savings account. Fox Nim growled around my neck. A music box only for you places a bid. The magician fell silent. I argued. It wasn't me. It was my scarf. The eye living in the labyrinth places a bid. My bracelet just... Oh, really now? The magician pinched his forehead. These damn balsamic sauce-like creatures. Fine. When has life ever gone as I intended? If there's no violation of the rules, do as you please. Goddess of Protection doesn't care anymore, only asking who placed the highest bid. Sigh. The magician sighed. I'll change the manager of the 65th floor to Goddess of Protection. A music box only for you protests that this can't be happening. The eye living in the labyrinth is astonished, asking how much was spent. Without me doing anything, the sheath of the holy sword clattered. Goddess of Protection casts a truly sympathetic glance at the junior's loose purse strings. And then the expected chaos ensued. Quest cleared. The 64th floor stage has been cleared. The 65th floor manager issues you a quest. Plus, difficulty. B. Mission objective. The ruler of the 65th floor, Protection Wea, demands that you strike a pose of swordsmanship. Note, if the Goddess of Protection finds the pose unsatisfactory, you must strike the pose once more. I held the sword at an angle, like how a transforming robot draws its sword to aim at the enemy in the climax scene. Appropriately, the moment I angled the grip, flash, a radiant light burst forth from the blade. Quest cleared. The 65th floor stage has been cleared. That's amazing, I shuddered. This is incredibly underhanded. You're the one being underhanded. But the disgrace didn't end there. Goddess of Protection demands the juniors to call her senior. A music box only for you immediately jumps into the auction for the 66th floor stage. As if refusing to accept this, Fox cried out sharply, and the thread snake also wailed. A music box only for you places a bid. The eye living in the labyrinth places a bid. Goddess of Protection sighs with a look of pity. Goddess of Protection places a bid. What could it be? What exactly are they fighting for? Naturally, deciding on a mascot is bound to get heated. Beihuriang chuckled. He perfectly played the part of a local brother enjoying the spectacle. Leave them be. They're sorting out their hierarchy among themselves. This, too, is a kind of loyalty competition. I never wished for such loyalty, though. Even if you do nothing, they're willing to clear stages for you. Then what else is loyalty? Be happy and suck the honey. It was a very subtle kind of honey. Meanwhile, the chaos intensified. A music box only for you pours in its wealth. The eye living in the labyrinth reveals its hidden secret savings account. Goddess of protection doubles the bid amount. The magician pinched his forehead. I'll change the manager of the 66th floor to Goddess of Protection. For a moment, the fox and the snake cried out as if the sky was tearing apart. Difficulty B. Mission objective. The ruler of the 66th floor, Goddess of Protection, demands that you perform a sword dance. Note, if the Goddess of Protection finds the performance unsatisfactory, you must dance once more. The 66th floor was an ancient plain. The time was night, with a full moon hanging in the sky. In this unexpected moonlit night, I began to dance with a sword in hand. Even to me, it seemed like I might appear quite mad. The 66th floor stage has been cleared. It was incredible. Congratulations. Death King, you're the first hunter to break through stages in this manner since the tower was established. I wish I'd be the last as well. Let's decide that after seeing the next floor's auction. The magician rolled his eyes. All right, let's start the auction for the 67th floor. A music box only for you places a bid. The eye living in the labyrinth places a bid. Goddess of Protection places a bid. Just then, the most crimson sommelier places a bid. Finally, a new participant appeared. The magician's eyes sparkled. He immediately raised his staff high. Sold. The manager of the 67th floor will be changed to the most crimson sommelier. Peep! Keek! Keek! I won't accept complaints. I'm both the host and the judge. The bid amounts are naturally confidential, so I can't disclose them. That's the rule I've set. The magician shouted, Hey, Death King, hurry up and go, before he changes his mind. And so I did. 6. You've entered the 67th stage. The most crimson sommelier manifests. Have you ever heard of crocodile tears? It's said that crocodiles shed tears when they crunch down on their prey, becoming synonymous with insincere sorrow. What's the point of appearing sorrowful after killing, if killing is killing and sorrow is sorrow? They argue. Sniff, sob. But the crocodile tears falling before me now seemed genuinely heartfelt. Sob, huck, sob. It was a crocodile wearing a cloak. This crocodile, designed to walk on 2 legs rather than 4, pounded the ground with its hands, not its front legs. Dressed in a fine suit all over, not just a cloak on its shoulders, it would have passed for a respectable gentleman if not for its crocodile head. Why, oh why, does this happen to me? The crocodile gentleman was sobbing miserably. How despicable, Death King. Despicable. How could you resort to such underhanded tactics? You should have quietly waited for the other constellations to enter the auction, maybe for 100 or 200 years. Why? Couldn't you wait for that moment and hoard the stages? So you were planning such a nefarious delay tactic, huh? Despicable creature. Never have I seen someone as vile, venomous, and despicable as you. It's not like I did anything, and yet here we are. Chapter 337, Blood and Alcohol, 1. So what are you going to do? I flicked the holy sword. The crocodile gentleman, who was already sobbing miserably, swallowed a scream upon seeing the tip of my blade. Hike! What do I do? What do you mean? Regardless of the circumstances, you've placed a bid, and you've won it. Now, whether it turns out to be poison or food, we need to determine who has the right to become the constellation of humans. That. You appeared before me because you don't want to lose that faith, don't you? A duel, 1-on-1, a fair and square fight? The crocodile gentleman looked at my sword. Gulp. His massive crocodile neck covered in scaly skin bobbed. Deal? Wait a moment. I didn't come here to fight you 1-on-1. Despite appearances, I am a gentleman. Then what did you come here for? Even if I have to surrender, my man, we should at least talk first, shouldn't we? After knowing who we are, then we can decide whether to turn it into poison or food, right? I lowered one eyebrow. You might not know because you've blasted through from the 50th floor to here in no time. Eh? Among the constellations dwelling in the upper floors, there's this thing called connections. It's just different in form and degree, similar to where humans live. Similar. After all, didn't the ox that harvests ruins collaborate with the eye living in the labyrinth to attack you? The crocodile gentleman pulled out a handkerchief from his suit pocket and kept wiping his forehead. Though being a crocodile, he shouldn't be sweating. In short, you're saying you're scared to fight me? That's not it. Yeah, damn it. Scared. I'm scared. Are we done now? Where did such a person suddenly pop out from? Why are you getting angry at me? If possible, let's solve this with words. With words. Do you know how many divine powers you've consumed by now? Keep eating like that, and you'll get indigestion, young man. The regression of Moot, the information of Hishmith Crits, and what was it? All sorts of constellations I can hardly remember. Eating you won't make me more indigested than I already am. Of course, that's a damn truth. The crocodile shed tears drop by drop. He was an honest gentleman. But when I look at you, young man, you seem quite transparent, at least someone who tries to be transparent. You are. Then shouldn't we first try to resolve this through dialogue, as it's the usual way? It was the moment I took on a thoughtful pose. The eye living in the labyrinth cautiously speaks to you. I looked down at my wrist. There, coiled up like a wristwatch, was a thread snake. Shh! The thread snake raised its tiny head high, fretting whether I might hit it. It was quite cute, though in reality, it was none other than the notorious villain who turned countless humans into life-size dolls for display. The eye living in the labyrinth says it might be unnecessary meddling, but why? What is it? Everything that Crocodile Gentleman has said so far, without a single exception, has been a lie. The eye living in the labyrinth secretly tips you off. I slowly shifted my gaze. In front of me, the crocodile was still wiping his non-sweaty leather skin with a handkerchief. Both my eyes and the snake's eyes were watching him side by side. The eye living in the labyrinth makes a judgment. Of course, I don't expect us to understand each other through conversation from the get-go. Conversation, communication, it's not just about exchanging words. It's a kind of great achievement, isn't it? It's a lie. Perhaps the essence of a conversation is sharing time with each other. Time. Giving time to each other. Talking for 30 minutes now to someone who has lived 30 years without the other means nothing. But what about after a year? It's a lie. After starting a conversation, then talking again after a year, 10 years, 20 years, the time between people overlaps for almost 20 years. Then, a new life continues, comparable to the past 30 years. I don't think I can earn your trust right from the start. However, I wish to be a constellation worth your time, worth getting to know slowly. How about it, Death King? The crocodile blinked. Would you allow me the opportunity to have a conversation with you? And the snake blinked as well. It's a lie. I slowly smiled. Interesting. I gently stroked the head of the still trembling thread snake with my index finger. The thread snake cried softly, as if it would sink into the ground at any moment. Even the last statement was a lie. Asking for the opportunity to have a conversation was mixed with lies. No need to think about it. Starting from the word conversation, it's all a lie, isn't it? That's right. He's not asking for an opportunity to talk to me, but an opportunity to ensnare me. That's his true intention. That would be the case. Literally, crocodile tears? I smiled at the crocodile gentleman. Very well. I saw the crocodile gentleman's eyes light up. Please arrange it. A place for conversation. 2. It was soon revealed that the conversation the crocodile gentleman spoke of was not a one-on-one conversation. It was a gathering including constellations whose powers were threatened by me, constellations whose territories overlapped with the domain I would manage. In short, constellations currently in dire straits. The most crimson sommelier has won the auction for the 67th floor manager rights. The Eternal Dance of the Twins has won the auction for the 68th floor manager rights. The Noble with Dry Handprints has won the auction for the 69th floor manager rights. Several constellations were waiting for me, sitting at a long table. Not just a long table, but excessively long. The table stretched endlessly, converging towards the vanishing point on both sides. The space arranged for the conversation followed the table, elongating. We could sit facing each other, but that was all. To get to the other side, one would have to use their body, not just words. Come sit down, Death King, welcome. The crocodile gentleman greeted me warmly. We all wish to have a conversation with you. Despite appearances, everyone here is quite shy, so they only came out because I led the gathering. Haha. People, big or small, are naturally shy. It's a lie. I already know. I looked around at the faces introduced by the crocodile gentleman without losing my smile. It's an honor to introduce you to the eternal dance of the twins, a very rare pair of twin constellations among the stars. The twins sitting across the table nodded their heads at the same time, in the exact same moment, at the same angle. Nice to meet you. This is our first encounter. Even the timing of their speech overlapped. One had a high pitch while the other had a low pitch, yet they harmoniously created a chord just by speaking ordinarily. The twins were expressionlessly interlocking fingers with each other. Isn't it peculiar? The crocodile gentleman laughed heartily. It's not that each of them is a constellation on their own, but together they form a constellation. Perhaps they're actually one person, just appearing to be two on the outside. Who knows? Now next is... I am the noble with dry handprints, little one. A constellation in flamboyant attire spoke up. The constellation looked at me with eyes full of hatred, eyebrows furrowed, forehead wrinkled, and the corners of the mouth twisted grotesquely. I expect nothing from you, but... It probably wasn't just me that was hated. That expression was aimed at the masses in general. The anger must have solidified at some point and turned into skin. It was a face that hated something rather than someone, and to the question of what that something was, it could only answer with its own life. Only one thing. The noble glared at me. I only hope you understand my circumstances. Come on, let's save such talks for later. The crocodile clapped his hands urgently, his short arms making the applause look clumsy. In honor of this meeting being successfully convened, let's bring out the alcohol. With the sound of clapping, boom, the doors of the meeting room opened. From there, butlers dressed in evening wear walked out in a line. The butlers were carrying bottles of what appeared to be wine. Very, very precious wine. The crocodile smacked his lips. As my alias, the Most Crimson Sommelier, suggests, I'm quite picky about alcohol. Brewing human emotions into alcohol, that is my blessed power. However, there was one flaw in the butlers who otherwise appeared perfect. Their chests were hollow. It reminded me of Swiss cheese from a famous mouse cartoon. The butlers had holes right in the middle of their chests. The more desperate the heart, the more life's emotions are embedded, the fresher the aroma and the richer the taste when brewed into alcohol. There was no blood dripping or intestines showing from the hollow spots of the butlers. It was cleanly cut out, just like in cartoons. One of the butlers approached me and tilted the bottle. I always wander in search of humans' condensed emotions, their so-called sincerity. So you might as well call me the constellation of sincerity. What do you think, Death King? Drip, drop. My glass filled up with a red liquid. Don't you think we have something in common? Cheers! The crocodile gentleman opened his jaws wide. His short arms couldn't hold a glass for him to drink by himself. The gentleman just opened his mouth, and a butler poured the wine into it for him. Gulp! The thick crocodile skin vibrated as the throat gulped. Gulp! Red wine leaked through the teeth, staining the gentleman's neck and white shirt. Delicious! That single word must be the truth, not a lie. Humph, the smell is foul. The noble elegantly tilted his glass with a scrunched-up face. The twins didn't use a butler to drink, nor did they lift their glasses. They sipped the wine through each other's lips while keeping their fingers interlocked. Not a single drop of the red wine spilled. The timing of swallowing and the gulping of their throats were perfectly synchronized. Perhaps the twins even breathe in and out at the same rhythm? The twins weren't so much drinking as they were ensuring they didn't lose hold of each other. Not just now, but in everything they do. To them, everything that passes by is merely a white background, and the only thing they always prove, the only fact they seek to demonstrate, is that they haven't lost each other. So, indeed. I set down the glass. The level of red liquid inside the glass hadn't decreased at all. Slowly, I looked over the constellations seated across the table. Indeed, you are similar to me, the crocodile gentleman in a suit, the Most Crimson Sommelier, one who takes others' hearts, indulging in emotions. The more secure my position as a constellation becomes, the more trouble it spells for you. I understand that well. The noble dressed flamboyantly. The noble with dry handprints. One who feeds on hatred with anger as his backbone. That's why I'm pleased. The two with interlocked fingers. The eternal dance of the twins. One who needs nothing but your acknowledgement. I'm pleased because it's not someone else but I who will bring about your downfall. The constellation stopped moving. The noble stared at me quietly with his lips touching the glass. The twins, with their lips still pressed together, rolled their eyes simultaneously to look at me. The crocodile gentleman slowly closed his jaws. Then he wiped the wine that had flowed between his teeth with a handkerchief. It wasn't sweat he was wiping off, but alcohol. Not his own body heat, but the blood of others that he had to clean with that handkerchief. Why is that? The crocodile looked at me with eyes full of cracks. If you were going to be hostile from the start, there was no need to have a conversation. There's no reason to be invited here, to come in like this and bear the misfortune of facing 3 constellations at once. The butlers moved away from the table. More precisely, they backed away a considerable distance from my spot. They began to surround me, drawing weapons like knives from within their clothes. Why? Why show your fangs to us here and now? This meeting wasn't created for talking, was it? I poured the wine from my glass. The red light embroidered beneath the chandelier. However, the wine did not spill over the table and overturn onto the crocodile's head. Splash! Blocked by an invisible barrier, the wine flowed down. Between where I sat and where they sat, a kind of curtain had been drawn over the table. You intended to fight from the beginning, and since you intended to fight, the Wand of Ages must have allowed the bidding. Since you were going to fight, you lure me to fight all 3 of you here. The crocodile gentleman blinked. That's troublesome. This was merely a precaution, a device prepared just in case. Death King, you're misunderstanding. It's a lie. It was a fact that didn't need to be pointed out. However, if that's what you think, it raises even more questions. Knowing it's a lure and a trap, why did you accept my invitation and come here? I wanted to see. I shrugged my shoulders. What kind of measures you had taken, what kind of strategies you had deployed. Above all, what you looked like. If there were talks, what kind of talks would there be? I wanted to leisurely observe it for once. So, you've seen, what do you think? I gripped the sword. There was a reason the Sword Emperor treated constellations like delicacies. Please come at me all at once. The crocodile gentleman's gaze hardened. You're underestimating us. Eyes slit like a cat's locked on me. Mutia only formed an alliance with Hishmith Kritz. It wasn't that the two attacked simultaneously. You don't understand what it means to face 3 constellations at once. You will pay the price for that. Unfortunately, I grasped the hilt of my sword. That statement will soon become a lie. The constellations, all at once, leaped towards me. Chapter 338, Blood and Alcohol, 2-3. Just before the crocodile gentleman charged at me, he opened his long snout. O tower, fulfill the promise. Behind the crocodile, dozens of butlers were lined up. Clang! The wine bottles they were holding dropped. Clang! Shattered glass burst into pieces, dyed in wine. The fragments bloomed like royal azalea petals. Most Crimson Sommelier requests an oath to the tower. Sanctuary designation approved. The crocodile gentleman's authority was manifested. From this moment on, this place belongs to most Crimson Sommelier. He who drinks blood and spits it out, worship him. It was a dense fog. The glass fragments sparkled and scattered in all directions. Red. Where they passed, a bright red haze remained. A red mist bloomed in the world. I am strong to the weak, the crocodile gentleman chuckled deeply. That was the sound of a crocodile's laughter. And stronger to the strong. And then we collided. Bang! The crocodile's staff and my holy sword clashed. Of course, I intended to slice through him at once by infusing my aura. However, the crocodile, engulfed in the red mist, seemed unharmed. I frowned. You didn't seem like a martial artist. To be honest, you don't look much like a martial artist either, young man. You'd suit being a butler more than a swordsman. How about it? I'm recruiting butlers? Have you thought about changing jobs? I've already decided to become a ghost for the Avancia ducal family. What a pity. I'll prepare a new house for you in the graveyard. I increased my speed a bit more. I divided my sword strikes into 3 paths and poured them out. Bang! Surprisingly, the crocodile gentleman caught up with my speed. With one hand, he adjusted his tie, and with the other, he swung his staff to block my sword. I was honestly surprised. Was he skilled enough to attack me? His realm seemed low. Just when I wondered if I had misjudged my opponent's skill, the bracelet on my wrist vibrated. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its authority. Your opponent's authority is revealed to you. Hishmith crits. The constellation in charge of information, and now my subordinate, Jörmungandr, exposed the enemy's true nature. Letters appeared in front of me, wriggling like a snake. Evil parasitizes on goodness. Owner, most Crimson Sommelier effect, the authority of a vampire disguised as a crocodile. When the opponent uses their strength, that strength becomes his own, a truly simple yet troublesome authority. He collects the life, emotions, and souls of his opponents. If you sincerely connect with him and feel you are equals, it's merely a delusion. He sweetly savors the look in your eyes, caught in the illusion. His true nature is a parasite. Most Crim Sommelier is a parasite among parasites, and no one can withstand his authority alone. I laughed lightly. So it wasn't that his martial skills were high. Ah, ha! Oh, Hishmith crits, is it? The crocodile gentleman clicked his tongue as if it were troublesome. So it wasn't just being captured, you're actually delivering information to this young man. Oh, greatest of snakes, aren't you embarrassed? I've always admired you, yet instead of seeking revenge on the one who brought you low, you've become subservient, disappointing. That's a lie. The bracelet hissed sharply. The eye living in the labyrinth points out particularly that I've always admired you is a lie and hisses at it. There was a reason why constellations found it difficult to cooperate with each other. Twins! What are you doing? It's your turn. That difficult cooperation was, at least here, happening. Don't order us around. From the back, the twins kissed. The angle of the lips and the direction of their heads were exactly the same, causing their small noses to press against each other slightly. But without caring at all, the twins slowly parted their lips, looking into each other's gradually distancing eyes. Oh, Tower, promise. For the first time, the twins let go of each other's hands. The eternal dance of the twins request an oath to the Tower. Rustle. The twins' hair, which had been holding shades of gray, changed. One turned stark white and the other pitch black. The distinction between the white one and the black one was clear, such sharp contrast between black and white, as if the world itself had split in two between them. Sanctuary designation. Good. Someone moved upon confirming this scene. It was the crocodile gentleman. The crocodile leaped backward in an instant. Swish! I launched a chasing strike, but it was blocked by the staff. The crocodile swirled. Useless effort, Death King. Your realm is now my realm. The crocodile chuckled deeply. As the master of this place, I generously acknowledged the twins' intervention. The crocodile stepped back and one of the twins, taking the vacated spot, rushed in. It was a substitution. The white twin, the white one, swung a punch at me with an expressionless face. From this moment on, this place belongs to the eternal dance of the twins. Joint ownership is recognized. I thrust my sword forward. He who inflicts and suffers wounds, worship him. Cleanly, the tip of my sword pierced the white one's shoulder. Ah! The white one clutched his shoulder and screamed. Unlike the crocodile gentleman, the white one did not display any skill to simply fend off my attack. One half of the constellation writhed in pain, shedding tears, wondering why they recklessly charged in at that moment. It's okay. Far across the table, standing quietly, the black one smiled broadly. His jet-black hair seemed to absorb all gaze, whispering flowed, "You're not hurt." Blood returned to the white one's eyes. "I'm not hurt." It was madness deeper than pain. The white one swung his fist, as if he had forgotten the fact that his shoulder was pierced. I naturally extended my sword to deflect the punch, and in doing so I cut off the enemy's arm. Ah! And right after I cut off the arm, I realized, it's okay. The wound I had opened on the shoulder was, before long, completely healed. You haven't been damaged. I unleashed a series of sword strikes. Left, right, uppercut, with a speed that the opponent couldn't possibly follow, I launched a relentless attack. The enemy's limbs were torn apart. Each time, the white one screamed, and each time, from afar, the black one softly whispered, "You haven't been wounded, right?" Yes. Where an arm fell off, another grew. Crushed knees stood up again. I didn't hesitate to strike the opponent's neck, but it was futile. That neck shed its layer and grew anew. The black one chuckled. You are noble. No one can wound you. Except for you. Ah, right, except for me. The black screams and the white whispers intertwined, muddying the air. We are complete. I narrowed my brows. Troublesome. No matter how fatal the wounds inflicted, they seemed meaningless. Even at this very moment, the white one, turned into a wreck, swung his fists. I turned the wreck into even more of a rag, but the enemy quickly recovered. You're not hurt. You are nothing. Nothing at all. The black one, with madness flowing in his eyes, kept charging relentlessly. While pondering what strategy might work, new letters were engraved in front of my eyes by the bracelet snake. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its authority. Your opponent's authority is revealed to you, and the power of the twins was laid bare. Owner, the eternal dance of the twins. Effect, the authority to complete the world. If I interpret the world you are looking at, and you interpret the world I am looking at, then the world is complete just by that. A sorcery that closes the world. If I collect everything to match my size to the width of the world, the twins adjust the width of the world to fit their size by collecting nothing. If one of the twins is attacked while the other is unharmed, the attack is nullified. This applies to both physical and mental attacks. Plus, so if the vampire parasitizes, the twins symbiotically coexist. The former being DPS and the latter tank. No choice then. In that case, the solution was to strike both the white one and the black one simultaneously. I instantly extended the shadow of my holy sword. The 4 swords unfolded were the authority of Goddess of Protection, the sister swords. Swish! While I was dealing with the white one, I leisurely sent the remaining swords with shadow sword techniques towards the black one. Ah! The white one's eyes widened. Even if the wound was nullified, the white one's martial skills were not impressive. He couldn't stop my shadow swords crossing through the air. No. Seeing the 4 swords coming towards him, the black one didn't move an inch. He just watched with a grin. There was a reason for that. O-Tower. The last remaining member of the enemy party, the noble with dry handprints, closed his fan. Keep the promise. A voice imbued with aura echoed for a moment. The noble with dry handprints requests an oath to the tower. Sanctuary designation. From this moment on, this place belongs to the noble with dry handprints. The crocodile gentleman urgently shouted through telepathy, I have nothing to do with this. Joint ownership is recognized. A curtain spread over the table blocked my attack for a moment. Chang! One of the 4 swords was repelled. 3 remained. The sister swords flew through the gap created by the repelled companion. That was the moment the noble's authority was activated. He who is resented and despised, worship him. My swords sliced through the black one's body. Clearly they cut. Hick! Yeah! But the one who screamed wasn't the black one. Ah! Ah! It was the white one. The white one who had been swinging his fist in front of me suddenly knelt down, clutching his arms. Drip. Blood flowed from a wound I hadn't inflicted. I realized that all those wounds were supposed to have been inflicted on the black one. Indeed. I took a step back. There's no need to ask Hishmith crits for an exposure. And I raised my hand to retrieve the sister swords. Is it damage transference? That's right. The noble with dry handprints spread his fan. I can transfer the wounds someone suffers to another person, if it's justified. That's interesting. There's no way transferring wounds could be justified. I see it differently. The noble glared at the white one. Black. The white one was still moaning, clutching his wounds. However, the noble's eyes, while looking at the white one, were filled with nothing but hatred, just as they were when he looked at me. It's your fault. You're to blame. Ah. If you had stopped the Death King, your other half wouldn't have been attacked. There would have been no danger to your other half. It's because you're powerless, because you're weak. Wretched thing, lowly thing, lacking from birth. Thus, everything is your fault. If blood must flow here, it must only be yours. The sharp words mercilessly pierced the white one. With a stunned face, the white one looked up at his other half. It's okay. The black one was smiling gently. It's not your fault. It's all the fault of this Death King attacking us. You just tried to protect me. You wanted to protect us. You're fine." A few words healed the wounds. New flesh grew and swallowed the blood. The White One stood up, as if he'd never fallen, harboring quiet hostility in his eyes. I looked around. Maternal dance of the twins, the noble with dry handprints, a complete dealer, a complete tanker, and a perfect supporter. "Oh, didn't I say so, young man?" The crocodile gentleman spun his staff like a clown on stage. "What it means to take on 3 constellations at once. Remember? You must have realized by now, but it's too late. Just fall from the night sky and hate your foolish past self." "Certainly," I nodded. "When constellations set their minds to a combined attack, it's indeed formidable. I'm a bit impressed." "That's good to hear. Better to be defeated in admiration than to fall in despair. It will at least give you some self-satisfaction. However, you're wrong about there being 3 constellations." The crocodile gentleman blinked. "What do you mean? You don't know me well, sommelier. Dueling isn't my fort." I gripped the holy sword. Since the days of hunting demon kings, I've excelled in brawls. Light flowed from the blade. Goddess of protection requests an oath to the tower. The crocodile gentleman opened his mouth in shock, but that brief moan was of no use in stopping me. More precisely, it was of no use in stopping us. Sanctuary disapproved. The voice of the tower echoed. "From this moment, this place belongs to Goddess of Protection." Chapter 339. Blood and Alcohol. 3. 4. The Goddess of Protection is made up of 5 fragments. Those pieces are now emitting light around me. He is the one who is worshipped, idol sword. The goddess is always respected by people. Born, he is an entity of expectations. An entity that must meet expectations. A being that must proudly raise its head until the end of the world, because he is a monarch. He is the compassionate one. Compassion sword. The goddess always understands the wounds of people. Transplanted. Even if one does not suffer physical wounds, the heart is sown with scars transferred from others, harboring nameless screams in the heart. Because he is a monarch, he is the one who tests. Prayer sword. The goddess always makes judgments. Selected. Whether those who beseech her are sincere, or if they whisper lies to deceive. She tests whether a genuine plea will never be buried under false accusations. Because he is a monarch. He, the one who sacrifices, sacrifice sword. The goddess always suffers, offers herself. As his time is eroded, the time of others blossoms, and as his pain deepens, the lives of others become radiant. Meaningless suffering is not allowed for him, because he is a monarch. He is the one who saves salvation's sword. The goddess always saves others, abandons herself. She places her own parts that she wanted to protect, preferences, pleasures, tastes, aesthetics, on the cold scales. On the other side of that scale are others, other people. To elevate others to that extent, he constantly must lower himself. Therefore, worship. He is the monarch. The goddess of protection manifest. My sword shone brightly. Someone screamed. It was the crocodile gentleman. 5? The promised aphorisms are more than 4? The gentleman opened his eyes wide, looking at me in disbelief. It can't be. That's nonsense. The goddess of protection, surely it must have been the constellation that Constellation Killer first tore apart. It must have been divided into 5 pieces. A cry of astonishment came through the large teeth of the crocodile. Even if you somehow collected and assembled the pieces, the last fragment, the final piece is still in possession of Constellation Killer. How exactly Constellation Killer's sword? Indeed, Kim Yule had already kneeled before me long ago, yet the crocodile gentleman was completely unaware of this fact. Perhaps it was to be expected. The only constellations that could know this would be the ox that harvests ruins, who had pierced through my past, and the eye living in the labyrinth, who had read my information. Deception. Yes, it's a trick. Death King, you are not only the king of death, but also the king of sorcery. But with such tricks you cannot. I have never played with nor allowed such play with my existence. A voice cut off the crocodile gentleman's words. It wasn't my voice. It's been a long time. The light leaking from the holy sword twisted into form, brilliantly. Somehow, the light was not dazzling, as if one could keep looking at it forever. Crackle. Crunch. The cluster of light intensified. Not only the holy sword I held, but also the compassion, prayer, sacrifice, and salvation. The 4 shadow swords broke apart and were sucked into the light. To manifest completely in one body, truly it has been a long time. And then, huge wings spread. Death King, there were 5 pairs of wings. My warrior. A thunderous sound echoed. As one pair of wings spread, it blew away the table. Boom! When the second wing spread, the walls of the hall were destroyed. The third wing spread, splitting the ceiling. The fourth wing caused a gale, and the fifth, the last wing, covered the sky of this world. The goddess of protection exerts her authority. The angel covered the sun, and 5 shadows were cast upon the earth. I will fight alongside you. Those shadows were the authority of the goddess. The territory cast by the goddess of protection. The world of shadows where only the white wings reign as the sole light, having pushed aside the sun and struck the sky, has descended here. I refuse! The crocodile gentleman screamed, as if vomiting blood. Huia, the one who became light as a shadow. The owner of the 67th floor is not you. It's me. It's us. The eternal dance of the twins and the noble with dry handprints, and we, the most crimson sommelier, are the true masters of this place. Your sanctuary will lose its light here. The crocodile's outcry was not just a struggle in vain. The administrator refuses co-ownership. The goddess of protection does not own this place. The sky turned blood red. The sun that illuminated this 67th world twisted from the form I knew well. The sphere that emitted white light suddenly turned black. As if a child had colored it with crayons, line by line, black was drawn. The most crimson sommelier manifests his authority. A black hole. Suddenly, where the sun was, only an abyss had been pierced. Overflow! From the hole, as vast as a massive well, gush! A liquid thicker than water and stickier than alcohol leaked out. Gush! Gush! It was blood. Red blood endlessly flowed from the well in the sky. Look! Every single drop forming this torrent of blood is entirely collected souls of mine, my lovely followers. The crocodile gentleman raised his arms. Drip, blood poured from the sky. Blood pooled in the crocodile's small palm, overflowing through the thick webbed fingers. This place is my temple, my sanctuary. No one can deny me. That's so. The goddess of protection folded her wings, then spread them horizontally. Light burst forth. White wings cast shadows like a sword's crossguard, and her straightened body like a blade. The flickering sword, the goddess of protection, Wea, said, "If so, I will cut you down." The goddess of protection manifests her authority. The goddess of protection is the administrator of the 65th and 66th floors. Wea extended her hand. Her fingers, curled like hooks, pointed towards the crocodile gentleman. The goddess of protection invades the 67th floor. And then 5 rays of light burst from each of her fingernails, striking the crocodile gentleman. 5. This world is not subject to beginner protection. Battle for floor conquest begins. Currently, a battle for floor conquest is happening between the Lion World, Silver White World, Moon Knight World, and Banquet World, Tagak World, Demon Realm World. Arrgh! The crocodile screamed. The 5 rays of light engraved on his body like cracks in the earth spewing lava were squeezing out blood-red wine from the crocodile's body without cease. The souls are dense. The goddess of protection said, "Only a being that can suck the essence of the heart without hesitation can squeeze out such blood. Even a beast that eats flesh would feel compassion towards hairless cubs if it has fur, and even a scaly beast would stop hunting when full. The most crimson sommelier's existence fades. You are less than a beast, an insect. The most crimson sommelier's existence fades. Damn you. You got betrayed and utterly defeated by the very human you chose, a trash that couldn't even handle a lower-class constellation. Yes, I was such an existence. Huia calmly accepted and let the crocodile's screams pass, just as a master swordsman deflects the opponent's sword strike. But before that, I was the founding monarch who established an empire. The blade that deflected the strike whirled around like a butterfly, spinning to strike the crocodile's shoulder 3 times. Arr! The most crimson sommelier's existence fades, existence fades. Stop! In the face of the audacious situation, the allies of the most crimson sommelier stepped forward after being momentarily stunned. The noble with dry handprints shouted at the twins. It's your fault. Why are you frozen? If you had properly played your role, the most crimson sommelier wouldn't have been injured like. Is that really the case? Of course not. The goddess of protection also has allies. Swoosh! There's a well-known weakness to skills that require a target to activate. The constellations blinked in surprise. In the blink of an eye, my fist was already surging through the air. Well then, try to collect out the rainwater with both hands. Meaning something along the lines that you will be able to collect some water, however little it might be, it's still water. My fist plunged directly into the crocodile's abdomen. Boom. The vibration pierced through the crocodile's body and spread like waves through the surrounding air. Drops of blood were mixed in with the intangible waves. Huck. Your abdomen is sturdy. No hole has been made. I swung my fist again. This won't do, it's embarrassing. Thud. The same blood that was scattered around stuck to my knuckles. It's only proper that I, as Huia's master, should at least be able to do as much as Huia. Once again, I drove my fist in. Crake! A hole was made in the crocodile's abdomen. Thus, even if the noble with dry handprints transferred the damage dealt by Huia's sword strike to the twins, the amount of wine bursting from the crocodile did not decrease. The existence of the most crimson sommelier fades. The existence of the most crimson sommelier fades. The existence of the most crimson sommelier fades. Ah! The sky opened. As more wine burst from the crocodile's abdomen, blood gushed from the hole in the sky. Like a broken sewer during the monsoon season, blood gushed endlessly. The most crimson sommelier can no longer maintain authority. A baby crocodile, caught in the crimson flood and swept away, was probably the dismal end of the sommelier. Initiating rank adjustment. The most crimson sommelier's title is revoked. The quest of the 67th floor has been cleared, updating the results of the floor conquest. The 67th floor is now under the management of the Goddess of Protection. Good. I turned my head. There the goddess floated. We exchanged glances over the fallen crocodile's remains. Huia. Yes, warrior. That was the end of our conversation. I ran towards the left. Huia flew to the right. Only the crocodile's remains were left in the middle, swallowed by the blood-red flood, swept somewhere. Ah! At the end of Huia's flight, there stood a figure in white. At the end of my path, there stood a figure in black. If attacking one side makes no difference, I threw my fist towards the figure in black. Then attack both sides simultaneously. Huia swung her wings at the figure in white. The noble with dry handprint manifests his authority. But just as the crocodile attempted and failed to block the simultaneous strike with damage transfer, the administrator refuses co-ownership. The noble with dry handprint does not own this place. The goddess of protection, now the administrator of this floor, deflected the authority just as the crocodile had. Damn it! The noble with dry handprint invades the 67th floor. Too late. The conflict erupted on both sides of the battlefield first. It was a fight that was disadvantageous to the twins from the start. The twins were only ever meant to play the role of tanks. Their martial prowess was not remarkable. On my opposite side, Huia swung her several pairs of wings simultaneously. Struck down. The figure in white was shattered to pieces. It's okay. The figure in black, now facing me, said to the figure in white, "You're okay." Even as I approached right up to him, the figure in black did not resist. Perhaps he lacked the ability to resist. The figure in black's concern was solely directed towards his other half. It's okay, as long as I am here. You are, yes. I swung my fist. As long as you are here, that is. A storm of punches ensued. The figure in black was fully exposed to my attack. So much so that he couldn't continue saying he was okay. His shoulder was hit and his jaw was attacked. With the figure in black's words gone, there was no one left to negate the damage to the figure in white. Ah! The first to fall was the figure in white. Unable to deny the accumulating damage any longer, the figure in white eventually broke. Splash! Into the blood-filled surface of the horizon, the figure in white collapsed powerlessly. The fate of the figure in black was no different. Ah! The figure in black fell to the ground, onto a rock, his body shattered by my punch. It's a remarkable thing to grit your teeth and stand up again. I looked down at the figure in black. In contrast, the figure in black's gaze was not on me. Below the fluttering wings of Huia, he only stared intently at the figure in white, who was dimly submerged in the water's surface. If each time you became a little stronger, today I wouldn't have claimed victory. But instead of chewing, you spat it out. That's all. The figure in black smiled with his eyes. Finally, he turned his head, looking up with unfocused, pupilless eyes filled with nothing but darkness. There are people in the world who cannot become stronger. I nodded, silently. A moment later, the figure in black spoke. You guys can become stronger. His lips held a smile. Die, all of you. That was the curse left by the constellation of the twins to the world. The existence of the eternal dance of the twins fades, initiating rank adjustment. The title of the eternal dance of the twins is revoked. The bodies of the figure in black and the figure in white disintegrated simultaneously into ash. Where the figure in black had lain, a parrot with only one wing raised its head. The quest of the 68th floor has been cleared. Updating the results of the floor conquest. Yes! I turned to look at the last remaining constellation. You bastards! The noble with dry handprint was furious. But it was a futile rage. As proven in old games, a lone supporter left alone can only quietly take the portal. A supporter who refuses to take the portal will only have their name displayed on the scoreboard. The noble must have understood such a fate. Yet the noble still glared at me with eyes burning with hatred. Splish, splash. The sound of blood splattering as I approached, and Huya flying after me, everything reflected in his eyes seemed hateful. Now, there is no constellation left for you to transfer the damage to. The noble looked at Huya. The noble with dry handprint manifests his authority. The goddess of protection refuses. The authority is nullified. Probably the noble tried to transfer the damage he was about to receive to Huya. But such a procedure would have required the consent of the other party. Naturally, Huya refused. The noble glared at me. The noble with dry handprint manifests his authority. The noble with dry handprint has chosen you to bear the damage he is about to receive in his stead. Do you accept the choice? I shook my head. The authority is nullified. The noble gritted his teeth. You must understand me. It's not my fault, not a wrongdoing. It's your fault, all of yours, the tower's mistake. Everything is rightfully so. Therefore, you must understand my situation. I extended my hand. Gradually, Huya disintegrated. The 5 pairs of wings fell apart, turning into 5 swords. The 5 swords then merged together, forming into a single holy sword. No. I grasped the hilt of the holy sword. Your presence in the tower is already proof that you have been understood by the tower master. You mean me? Fully. More than enough. The sword traced an arc. With a splash, something heavy fell into the crimson surface. The existence of the noble with dry handprint fades. Initiating rank adjustment. The title of the noble with dry handprint is revoked. A chicken fluttered up from the surface. It was a chicken with a red comb. The chicken, its white feathers dyed red, swam past my feet. Thus, the quest of the 69th floor has been cleared. Updating the results of the floor conquest. The alliance of the 3 constellations fell under my blade. You have earned the right to challenge the 70th floor. The path to the 70th stage was opened. Chapter 340. Absolute Music Part 1-1. You will be immediately transported to the 70th floor as per your request. I was enveloped in a whirlwind without hesitation. You have entered the 70th stage. The scent of sand, heated by the sun since time immemorial, lingered at the tip of my nose. The smell of the sun. In my childhood, there was a lazy fragrance that wafted when I suddenly looked at my palm while playing in the modest playground. Fragrant loam. My body and mind, which had been heated up from the battle just moments ago, settled down. There was also a message I heard after a long time. The lady who walks the mirage blesses your ascent. Had she been watching my fight from somewhere? Imagining the lady lounging on a sofa, tearing into a bag of potato chips while watching, made me smile. You look relaxed. Even your expression is different. Another pillar stood before me. The Wand of Ages was sitting there. It's been quite a while since a challenger has appeared in the lobby I manage. The one who stood behind you, even the Sword Emperor, when he came up here, had a calm expression like you. The magician narrowed his eyebrows. No, he had an even more relaxed expression. Perhaps it's those with such demeanor who succeed in ascending. I'm curious, what kind of face did he have? He had a face that said, "Aren't you going to offer a drink to your guest?" He actually said that too. Of course, he included some quite novel swear words when he spoke, but I won't tell you those. I clicked my tongue and looked back at Beihuriang. Beihuriang showed a what look. I don't remember doing that. Of course, as soon as I entered here, I thought that this place was so shitty, thinking there wouldn't be anything to gain, almost to the point of feeling like a beggar. But anyway, I don't remember that. Of course, the Sword Emperor himself wouldn't be able to recall. The magician spoke as if he had heard Behuryong's grumbling. He probably hadn't actually heard it. He just possessed the intelligence to predict things not heard by the ears as if it were natural. It's not just the Sword Emperor whose memory has been peeled away. All those who met us pillars for the first time in the tower lose their memory. Even the memory that there was just a stage auction happening is quickly fading. Yes, Death King, except for you. The magician leaned on his long staff. The 70th floor was a white world without mountains, rivers, or plants. However, it was different from the pure white waiting room where the lady had stayed. Large and small cubes moved as if they were Rubik's cubes. Some cubes were as huge as the moon. Another cube was smaller than a fist. The cubes moved incessantly, like cogs in a never-ending motion. The cubes blended with the white background, then protruded out to form sharp edges and disappeared into whiteness again. That, just gathering for a moment before returning. The simple cycle that repeats for eternity was the celestial body and object of this world. What do you wish from me? The one who wished for oblivion was the Tower Master. The magician prodded the question that rushed from the east, starting from the west. The Tower Master, Amethyst, wanted the tower to be entirely yours. At least, she wanted you to be under that illusion. The less visible the administrator's trail, the better. And yet, every time we ascend a stage, she gives us a message to bless us. The magician smirked bitterly. Selfish, isn't it? Because the Duchess can't stand not letting you know that someone is there with you. Such is the nature of a god who only wants to exist when you need him. Cubes moved slowly behind the magician. I cannot save the Tower Master. Everyone chosen as a pillar is the same. In a way, to the Tower Master, we are like the constellation killer is to you. We owe a debt. We depended on her for our lives. All we can do is just help the Tower Master. Everyone born in Zrakua, in the same world as the Tower Master, is bound by fate. The magician looked at me. But it's different for someone from the outside. I was guessing what the magician meant. Like the Sword Emperor, like me. Exactly. His silver eyes sank. Death King. It's not that I don't erase your memory. I can't erase it. You have earned that status and authority on your own. If you wait 1,000 years, 10,000 years, until 1,000,000 years pass and 10 million years fade, someone will come to climb to the 99th floor. Eventually. Someday, the 100th floor will be broken too, however many times it takes. But when another being will be granted a position like yours, who knows? You are a miracle. From a gap created by the lady through a seam spun with Mutia and Hishmith Krits, nourished by the rain Hamustra provided, you bloomed. You caught the loophole in the spiderweb spun by the Tower Master. And I have no intention of waiting once more for a miracle where life blooms in the universe. I asked again, what do you wish from me? Only what you will come to wish for. That moment, the magician raised his staff and touched the void. A corner of a cube that popped out from the white background was touched by the staff. Until now, you have fought in the specialized field. The cube was dyed with color. The cube turned yellow, its angular corners worn away. No, melted away. It was as if paint was flowing out of a balloon pricked by scales. Unlike the balloon, however, the capacity of the cube was infinite. From now on, you must struggle in the non-specialized fields. The yellow paint melted down, soaking the floor. First at the feet of the magician, next over my shadow. The places you haven't paid much attention to until now. And then the horizon. My feet were dyed a bright yellow. The yellow was gentler than gold and as soft as a wheat field. Being a martial constellation doesn't mean only warriors serve it. Stepping on the color of wheat grains, the magician looked down. Even a merchant who has lived a lifetime away from martial arts might get into a fight with a robber in some dark alley. A musician pursuing love might duel with a rival. Music, medicine, magic, academics, agriculture, commerce, navigation. In the yellow waves, human figures were reflected. Someone was striking the ground with a pickaxe, while another was steering a ship towards an unknown sea. Ting! A man was plucking the strings of an instrument resembling a violin. These are the fields you must be willing to reach out to if you want to become a constellation. Well, to put it grandly, simply put, these are non-specialized, amateur fields for you. The corners of the magician's mouth twitched like mimosa leaves. It took me a moment to realize that was a smile. So whether you've cleared the stage or not, we naturally have to call in an expert to judge, don't we? The magician struck the floor with his staff. Whoosh! Light burst forth, and within it a vague figure formed. It was the shape of a person. Perhaps he was in the middle of a meal. Someone summoned by the magician appeared in the same seated posture and crashed down with a clang, squashing his buttocks. Ayo! Oh, this, the Black Dragon Master? Or the Heretic Questioner? It's troublesome to summon me like this without an invitation. The impressive part was how stable the landing was. Despite being summoned abruptly and falling over from an entirely unprepared action, the person immediately rolled on the floor and stood up. And then our eyes met. Oh. Both of us knew each other all too well. What is it, Kim Gongja? Was it you who called me? I didn't know you had learned summoning magic. The polished armor shone brilliantly. As far as I knew, there was only one person in my life who went around wearing armor in everyday life. Patricia? That's right. I was worried for nothing. I thought some emergency had arisen and I was summoned in haste, so I was momentarily tense. It was indeed the Crusader. For your information, Kim Gongja, even after knowing my real name, you are the only friend who didn't make a Patrasha joke. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask in this situation, but what is that? What do you don't know Patrashe? The Crusader looked shocked. Are you in your right mind? I don't see why I should be treated like this. That's serious. It's a sign of the apocalypse. Kim Gongja, what exactly do you know? For what purpose were you born? And yet, can you call yourself a representative hunter of our tower? I recommend you deeply reflect on your life. After reflecting, go watch A Dog of Flanders and cry. The reason you have tear glands is precisely for that. Okay, I'm definitely sure now that this isn't the kind of conversation we should be having right now. One thing was clear. Despite not having seen each other for a long time, the fact that we didn't ask about each other's well-being, but instead questioned each other's sanity, meant our relationship was 360% friendship. Why exactly 360%? Well, because it's come full circle. Death King. While Patricia and I were bewildered, the Wand of Ages spoke up. I'll tell you the quest that needs to be solved from the 70th floor. We both turned to look at the magician. Make that person your follower. From the 71st to the 79th floor, one person per stage. In total, you must recruit at least 9 followers. That is the first mission you must accomplish as a constellation. The magician moved his lips. This time, it was a clear smile. A constellation without followers does not exist. 2. The room quietened down. Indeed. I've got it. I've understood everything perfectly. In other words, it was not the humans, but a ghost that was a bit noisy. Why I had people like the Sword Emperor's followers tagging along with me, I couldn't understand. So if a religion that worshipped me as a god were to form, I would have been the first to storm in and smash it to bits. Hey, why would you turn a perfectly alive person into a ghost for a memorial service? You are a ghost, you know. No, I'm not. I wasn't. Beihuri Young snorted. I thought it was strange. Just because I'm too great, I assumed followers naturally gathered to worship me. Tsk. Now it seems I also ran this quest as I cleared from the 70th to the 80th floors. Huh? Yes. That pillar or whatever said it erases memories. After clearing the stages, my memories were strangely distorted. As a result, I successfully created followers and the Sword Emperor's followers came into being, but I had slickly forgotten the process itself. It sounded plausible. As the origin story of the Sword Emperor's followers was unintentionally revealed, the Wand of Ages opened its lips. Normally, from the 70th to the 80th floor are extremely difficult challenges. Unless it's a special case, hunters from the same tower as the challenger are chosen as examiners, and usually the challenger doesn't get along with those hunters. They're hell-bent on making the challenger fail. Even the most skilled hunters usually fail here, or they wander around for hundreds of years. But maybe, for the Death King, the story might be different. Indeed, the magician also explained the gimmick of the stage to the crusader. Initially puzzled and tilting her head in confusion, the crusader quickly grasped the situation. So, in short, if I worship Kim Gongja as a god, then clearing the 71st floor is simple, she deduced. The magician nodded. That's right, my child. Is there any particular condition required to serve a constellation? For example, does one need to worship sincerely from the bottom of their heart or offer their soul for it to be considered as serving? No. If the Death King struggles on the 71st floor and you acknowledge that it's enough, then that's the end of it. Good. The crusader turned to look at me. Gongja. Yes. Take a good look at my face. Her expression was as serious as ever. My name is Patricia, the very person who will make you a god. I will gratefully acknowledge it. What is this? I don't expect anything from you. Go to the 71st floor and live as you wish. No, just breathing is fine too. If it's just breathing, anyone can succeed without fail. Don't worry, I will make you a god. Why is it that despite her expression and tone being so earnest, somehow it makes me want to poke at her heart and immediately start a petty quarrel? Even if you engage in foolish acts, I will still accept you as a god. After all, that too is a form of god. Looks like we really did become true friends, huh? The first candidate for followership was extraordinary indeed. Chapter 341, Absolute Music Part 2. Let's put the smock aside for now. A staff intervened between the crusader and me. Turning my head, I saw the Wand of Ages staring at me bluntly. Before you go up to the 71st floor, listen to the last explanation. Ah, yes. Death King. The world you are about to enter is already dominated by constellations, but it's different from before. You don't need to fight the constellations at all. I tilted my head in confusion. Why? Are they good constellations? Well, to be precise, it's more like there is no means to fight them. Until now, you've only met constellations with personalities, relatively speaking, constellations that are close to human form. However, from the 71st to the 79th floor, there are constellations without personality that reign. No personality. Then, are they like objects or plants? Something like that. You could also say they are the very laws of the world itself. The important thing is that you have no way to fight those constellations, unless you have reached the realm where you can freely use the heart sword. Not yet, anyway. The reason I specifically summoned this knight among your companions is simple. The 71st floor is, well, a world dominated by music. It's what you call a musical heaven. Oh ho. Patricia was the first to react to the word music. Then indeed, I might be the right person for this. Not to brag, but I am one of the finest musicians in our tower. My concert sold out all seats this time. An excellent selection. Patricia crossed her arms and looked at the Wand of Ages confidently. Why she looked so confident? I didn't quite understand myself. Since she started performing jazz again, Patricia had become somewhat much freer than before. Why are you bragging to me? Anyway, yes, Death King, you too will become a musician of the musical heaven and survive. Do I have to be a musician? There's no freedom of job choice. In the musical heaven, every being is a musician. Don't think that every world will be as free-spirited as your neighborhood. What a harsh world. I've learned a bit of piano from Patricia, but I'm still a complete beginner. Most hunters are like that. Outside their area of expertise, they're all amateurs. The magician looked as if wondering what the problem was. So that's why so many hunters despair in the 70-floor zone? Certainly, you have a point. Don't worry, Kim Gongja. Patricia patted my shoulder. Didn't I say, no matter how pathetic you look, I plan to stamp a pass without any conditions. Unless it's a fire painting play. It's impossible for you to move me with ordinary music anyway. Take it easy. That's oddly insulting. Hey, people should be humble about their talents. For instance, Kim Gongja. It can be said that you lack a bit in fashion talent. Your leather fetish is serious. I don't want to hear that from someone who wears armor 365 days a year. Besides, this style was chosen by Anastasia. Don't blame me. Indeed. The magician nodded deeply. You and your friend will endlessly gossip if left alone. I'll have to forcibly teleport you. Squish, the ground beneath me collapsed. The Wand of Ages is teleporting you. Looking down, my feet were sinking into a floor wobbling with yellow paint. Huh? What? Be gone already. I sank up to my waist in an instant. Just before my whole body was completely submerged, Patricia desperately shouted at me, "Kim Gongja, even if you lack talent in fashion, it's okay." Patricia, because in fact you also lack talent in looks either. Your fashion and face are a perfect match. Let's talk after I clear the 71st floor. Have a safe journey. And then I was swallowed up by the bottom. 3. You have entered stage 71. You have stepped into a place where you originally could not enter. A certain penalty will be given. I opened my eyes. The place seemed like a village straight out of a fairy tale, exactly what one might imagine when thinking of heaven, painted in watercolors, utterly quiet and deathly still. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its authority. General information about this stage is revealed to you. It was the first time I had set foot in this world, but there was no inconvenience in gathering information. After all, Hishmith-Kritz, a high-ranking constellation, had already submitted to me. Before I even took my second breath in this world, texts appeared. Musical heaven. Floor, 71st constellation, the maestro singing the heavens. Difficulty, BA+. Explanation. Everything in this world operates through music. If you want to buy something, you must play music for the seller. The better the music, the higher the price. The worse the music, the lower the price. The only nutrient consumed by the residents of this world is music. Waking up to music fills them with nourishment, and not listening to music for a week leads to starvation. Currency, food, power. Think of everything as being made of music. Everything is made of music. This is much more convenient than before. After taking Hishmith-Kritz as my subordinate, collecting information became hassle-free. Is this why constellations feared losing their powers so much? Even a newbie in the constellation realm like me is growing by leaps and bounds. Now, how should I strategize? I was plotting my route in my mind when it happened. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its authority. Expose. Another new message arrived. This time, it was a bit different. You have not met the conditions to acquire hidden information. The eye living in the labyrinth forcibly satisfies the conditions. Hidden information is revealed. Wriggle, wriggle. The letters floating in front of me suddenly disassembled and reassembled. Moving like black worms, the characters transformed into new meanings. 71st constellation, the maestro singing the heavens. Difficulty, BB+. Explanation, Luv.2. Not every hunter enjoys the fortune of living for hundreds of years. Some die. Many people die. Have you ever wondered where the souls of those who die in the tower go? This is heaven for the souls who die in the tower. The afterlife, the so-called underworld of the tower. Psy blinked. What? The afterlife? Astonishment sprang up, causing my tongue to stiffen. However, regardless of my shock, Hishmith-Kritz continued to embroider the texts. It felt like a serpent was wrapping around my wrist, its tail flickering gently. The torrent of information did not stop. Plus, the tower contains 9 levels of the underworld, known as the 9 heavens. Humans in the tower, even in death, if they wish not to vanish but to linger somewhere, they roam the 9 heavens. Which heaven under they wander is entirely up to the hunter's last wish. This is the 71st floor, the first heaven of 9 heavens, musical heaven. Just as the information continued to unfold, suddenly the texts churned. Wriggle, the snake flicked its tongue. Then it raised its head high and glared at the void. Hishmith-Kritz seemed stressed at a glance. I wondered why it suddenly started to bite at the empty air, but the reason soon became clear. You have not met the conditions to acquire hidden information. The eye living in the labyrinth forcibly satisfies the conditions. The eye living in the labyrinth forcibly satisfies the conditions. I grasped the situation. Something invisible was interfering with Hishmith-Kritz's power. Whether it was the system's interference or obstruction by the constellation governing this stage, I couldn't yet know, but Hishmith-Kritz was not at all diminished in spirit. It even bared its teeth, threatening whatever it was. The eye living in the labyrinth forcibly satisfies the conditions. You have gained the right to view hidden information. Hidden information is revealed. Finally, the letters calmed down. Hishmith-Kritz snorted, as if to say, "Who dares to block me in such a shabby manner?" Then it flaunted as if to boast, "Now you see my existence is much more valuable than something like goddess protection, right?" Displaying the letters. 71st constellation, the maestro singing the heavens. Difficulty B. Explanation: musical heaven, a heaven for souls tired of life, weary of language, and nauseated by conversation. Now, they do not believe in the language between people. They do not attempt to approach each other, and if they do, they only approach through music. Everything that lives and breathes here possesses a soul. The lowest dandelion crossing the lowest heaven, the daffodils hanging their heads, the sticklebacks soaking their feet in the shade of rocks by the stream. Every life is merely a reincarnated soul. They have forgotten the memories of their past lives. Sometimes, perhaps always, when they dream, memories of their past lives rise like dim fog, and they swim through it. In this 9 heavens, echoing with music, the weary souls will be soothed, if they wish, forever. Indeed, I looked around, it was eerily quiet. Under the serene sky, migratory birds did not form flocks, but scattered individually, each flying in the direction they desired. According to the information revealed by the eye living in the labyrinth, these too must be souls. My head throbbed. So the tower even arranged for a place after death. Reincarnations were everywhere. Flowers overlapped on both sides of the dirt road leading to the village. Chillingly white hydrangeas, skullcap flowers sat in meditation in a row, silently chanting sutras. The tower master doesn't intend to let a single person go, not a single one. There were many white flowers. White didn't choose seasons. The skullcap flowers folded their petals in prayer, and behind them, acacias hung their heads. The white safflowers plucked at the sky with their fingertips. Cherry trees, like grown nails, shaved off their petals and tossed them into the void. Those wishing to shed their color were erasing their past lives. But I can't hear any music. I suppressed the turmoil in my heart and thought differently. Isn't it too quiet? Since arriving on the 71st floor, I hadn't heard any sound at all. Oddly silent. Even when Hishmith Kritz had cried out earlier, only the vibration of silence had been transmitted through my wrist. Huh? Quiet? Behuryong tilted his head. What do you mean? It's almost too noisy for me. What? I stepped on the dirt road. Although the world was silent, where I needed to head was clear. Beyond the road, in the midst of the faintly spread village, a tree large enough to cover the sky was growing. Perhaps it could be called the world tree. Villages clung tightly to the massive trunk. It resembled layers of territorial mushrooms growing in tiers. When I enhanced my vision with aura, I could see people coming and going around a large staircase made of wood. Not just people, but animals like deer and giraffes were also freely mingling among them. Not all souls were reincarnated as plants. The birds chirping is one thing, but even the flowers are singing here. What? And if you look closely, the insects are whispering songs too. I admit, it's quite a chorus. Listening to it, it feels like my heart could be at peace. But personally, this stage isn't to my taste. Wait, hold on. Kim Zombie, can you really not hear anything? Nothing at all? Could it be? I opened my mouth. I moved my tongue and tried to emit a high note. No sound was heard. I moved my aura to supplement my hearing. I wrapped the organs responsible for human hearing in aura again, making sure there was no gap, perfectly supplementing my hearing. Then I made a sound with my mouth. Still, no sound was heard. It wasn't that my hearing was broken. Rather, it was as if my sense of hearing itself had been deleted. Damn it. I realized what the message, "a certain penalty will be given," meant, which appeared right after I landed on the 71st floor stage. Why the cries of Hishmith Kritz had sounded like, to me, I can't hear any sound here at all. Clearing a world made of music without any sound. And thus, to win over the musician Patricia's heart and make her a follower. This was the penalty given to me. Chapter 342, Absolute Music Part 3-4. It's really a stroke of luck. Behuryong clicked his tongue in disapproval. Imagine if you, zombie, hadn't maintained your connections usually. Think if things weren't great between you and the Crusader. Then you'd be out of this stage in no time, completely out. How could you succeed in the world of music when you can't even hear the sounds? Exactly. I trudged toward the World Tree Village. The village was incredibly beautiful. Having traveled through many worlds and seen all sorts of landscapes, the fairy tale-like scene of the tree village built around the World Tree was still a mystical sight to me. I encountered a villager along the way. The villager waved and smiled at me. Despite being a stranger, I felt no hostility from them, perhaps because in this heaven the concept of hostility towards each other seemed non-existent. Uh, hmm. The problem was that I couldn't hear a single word the person was saying. I opened my mouth to speak. Ah, hello? The villager tilted their head in confusion. What are they saying? I tried my best to enhance my perception to observe the movements of the villager's lips, the angles at which their tongue twisted. Maybe the villager was asking, "Your voice sounds strange. Do you have any discomfort?" Probably. I emphasize probably because something about their pronunciation was odd. "I'm sorry, I can't really hear well." The villager gave me a strange look, continuously tilting their head as if to say, "What a weirdo," then left without saying anything. Why? Why is that? Bei Huryong was the only one having a blast. I frowned deeply. Ah, what's so funny? Is it funny because I can't speak? Huh? You, who knows nothing but to swing that sword, you fiend. You might not have heard because of your condition just now. The villager who greeted you earlier, they were talking to you while singing like they were in a musical. That's why even when I tried lip reading, their pronunciation seemed strange. And you trying to talk back normally while they kept singing in soprano. Kakak, this stage seems worth watching. So, you're still a fiend, no change there. Forget it, I'm ignoring you. In short, this entire world was like a giant musical stage. Dandelions sang, white horses sang, and every villager I passed by in the village sang. Above all, the source of the grand chorus was the world tree. Goddess of protection admires the song of the world tree. A music box only for you acknowledges this as a magnificent sight. According to what the constellations described to me, each leaf of the world tree hums faintly, low pitches from the green leaves, high pitches from the white blossoms. Dozens of leaves and flowers come together to form a small harmony on one branch. Several branches come together to create a larger harmony, buzzing. Thus, as if hundreds of thousands of choirs were softly voicing out, the entire world tree sang quietly at times and magnificently at other times. Only I can't hear it. Of course, I had no means to enjoy that overwhelming fairy tale. If people talk to me, I should at least try lip reading, but I can't even hear them. What a waste. That can't be helped. What are you going to do now? Your companion said no matter what kind of spectacle you create, it'll still be considered a clear. Yes, so I just need to do something. At that moment, the snake bracelet wriggled around my wrist. The eye living in the labyrinth informs you that in musical heaven, the only meaningful actions are those related to music. The eye living in the labyrinth advises that engaging in musical activities, whatever they may be, could provide an opportunity for the judge to pass you. Whatever it may be. Music? Huh? I looked around. The village in musical heaven was sloped like the moon village where I had lived. Clinging to the world tree, it became higher in altitude, following the vast stairs, which also served as a plaza. People were going up and down the stair plaza. Their conversations, too, must have carried the melody of songs. However, whether it was because they found a real-time musical odd, or simply because some residents disliked talking to others, instruments were installed at various points along the stairs. If any action really doesn't matter. I looked at each instrument while climbing the grand staircase. Most were instruments I had never seen before. Instruments that humans from worlds I didn't know, civilizations unknown to me, had played before they died. Would it be enough to just play one simple piece of music? Fortunately, after looking around a bit, I found a piano. The instruments had no owners. Anyone could sit down and play them. A child was playing the piano, and several younger children gathered around, clapping their hands. The child noticed me and spoke. "Would you like to sit?" Probably what they said. The language of the child felt to me like Spanish or French. Maybe it was a completely different foreign language, but it was clear that it wasn't an alien language, but a foreign one. That child died in a tower where the piano was played, and therefore must have lived in the same world as me. Though a soul that has forgotten its past life would not remember. This place was meant for those who wanted to discard everything from their former lives, except for instruments. Yes, thanks for letting me have a turn. The children whispered to each other upon hearing my voice. It seems my voice really does sound strange to the people here. Raviel said she liked the sound I make. Indeed. I haven't seen Raviel for too long. I sat down at the piano bench. I will play something about longing. There was no way to tune the piano. I couldn't hear anything. Well, it's literally the heaven of music, so tuning should take care of itself. 6 children looked at me with wide eyes, sitting on the stairs. Excluding the fire painting play, this was my first concert. These kids were my first audience. I pressed the E note firmly. Sword Emperor, does it sound correctly as an E to you? Eh? How would I know? I'm a fool to have expected anything from you. It seemed the Sword Emperor had no intention of becoming my ears. Well, perhaps this stage was something I had to clear on my own. Slowly, I began to play. The children blinked. I didn't have time to read their lips while focusing on the play, but somehow the atmosphere conveyed their reactions. Probably something like, "He plays quite well unexpectedly." "Oh, not bad." It was a good response. But it didn't reach the level I wanted. It's hard without being able to adjust the tone with aura. Really. It felt like a knight who had forgotten his armor and rashly went to the battlefield. Whenever I thought a note was too soft, I used aura to amplify it, and if I wanted a note to sound more desperate, I would grasp and shake it. But now, I can't hear anything at all. Well, I've brought this upon myself. Up until now, what I played was more akin to musical martial arts than music. If you neglect basic swordsmanship and focus only on extracting aura, you'll eventually face a big setback, Behuryong had said. My playing was exactly that. Like a mercenary who became all brawn and no brains due to relying too much on tricks. As the light piece came to an end, the children clapped their hands. Judging by the atmosphere, it was like the feeling of unexpectedly having a good, cost-effective lunch in a restaurant you entered without any expectations. A modest debut. I smiled bitterly. It was impressive enough to get a nod of approval for being a cost-effective restaurant from children whose tastes had been refined by the World Tree's choir all day long. You have taken an action valid in this world. The judge chosen for you has granted approval. Patricia seemed not to expect more. Watching my day's work from the 70th floor lobby, she immediately stamped her approval. You have received recognition from your judge. You can declare stage clear at any time. It was a moment when the stage of the 70th floor, known as a challenge for top hunters, was easily overcome. Goddess of Protection says the path the hero has taken has led to today's easy victory. Perhaps that's true. Combining what I've heard from various places, it's rare for top-ranked hunters to get along well. It's just rare. There might be some close relationships, but a case where ranks 1 through 10 entirely build a fortress of trust like ours might be the first. So, in ordinary cases, it would be a difficult quest. Normally, there would be a mix of sticky grudges, slimy jealousy, contempt, and indescribable emotions sedimented together. Before I made an effort, it was like that with the Black Dragon Witch and the Sword Saint. Right, honestly, I get confused with ranks below second. Why waste my precious brain capacity on that? Who cares whether someone is third or fourth? I'm the best anyway. You're a first and last case of your kind. Would you like to declare clear? As I was about to shrug and say yes. The children clapped and shouted something. This time, I could easily decode it. It was an encore. I smiled awkwardly. Well, if it's just one more song, there was no need to rush and clear the stage right away. I had almost breached an impregnable stage in less than half a day. There was plenty of time. Rather than hurrying on, I wanted to spend more time with souls who had died in the same tower as me. Even if they didn't know why they died, at their last moment, they thought, if it's not music, I don't want to hear it. If it's not a song, I don't want to speak. I played again. I couldn't hear the piano sounds I was playing. I tried hard to regenerate my hearing with aura, but it seemed like soundproofing was done on a systemic level. Perhaps one of the constellations of this world had exerted some power. so I had no way of knowing whether my performance was good or bad, or even if it was going well, by myself. As I played the piano, I watched the children's expressions. Their faces were the only clue for me. When the children closed their eyes and gently nodded their heads, swaying left and right, it meant it was a good performance. If the children blinked in confusion, that meant I hit some notes wrong. At some point, instead of chasing the sounds in my head, I found myself tapping the keys while looking at the children's gestures, gazes, and faces. The children laughed as if they found it amusing. It meant I had made a fun mistake, unknown to me, or a playful humor had passed. Seeing the children laugh, I laughed too. And in the moment I looked into the children's eyes, seeking to deliver another impressive performance to know if I was doing well, I realized something. Right. It was a simple realization. I've always been like this. Suddenly, everything seemed to make sense. The current performance and all the things I had done before, which seemed unrelated on the surface, somehow connected in a straight line. I didn't learn swordsmanship because I was fascinated by the sword. It's because when I wielded a sword, the people around me reacted. I felt recognized and gradually started to grasp the sword more heavily. It was the same even now, playing without hearing anything. I wasn't particularly fascinated by the piano. It wasn't because I had a perfect score in my head that I wanted to replicate. Maybe some people do, but at least I didn't. I was gauging good performance and bad performance solely by the children's giggling breaths, their slightly moving eyebrows, the way their cheeks curled up at the edges of their mouths. I was just a human who had pushed this method to its limits. It doesn't matter if I can't hear the sounds. I surged aura throughout my body. This is rather a familiar method for me. I pulled up my aura, but not focusing it on myself as I did on the stage of the fire painting play. On the contrary, I enveloped the children with my aura. The children felt ticklish. It was harmless to them. I simply allowed my aura to permeate, letting the condition of their bodies be transmitted to me. Where their gazes were directed. Whether they were watching my fingers dance on the keyboard or looking around to chat with another child sitting next to them, the twitching reaction to the sounds, the children's heartbeat, the flow of their blood, the speed of their blood flow. Right. All of it reacted differently according to my performance. It was subtle, but the touch of aura was even more delicate. It wasn't just the expressions on the children's faces that provided my criteria. Everything has an expression. The issue is whether I have the means, the experience, the skill to read those expressions. I've always wanted to do this, and I had the skill to do so. Shall we try? I paid attention to when the children's gazes were fixed on my fingers as I played certain notes. I observed which sequences of notes caused the children's hearts to react most vigorously. The children couldn't hide their expressions, and they didn't. The children's whispering time grew shorter and shorter. At first, each child reacted strongly to different notes, which was challenging. But it was okay. There was an intersection. The children had a huge commonality beyond any differences. These children had once abandoned the world and wished for the same heaven. Thus, though I still couldn't hear any sound, I pressed the keys for the sounds that made all the children react most brightly. For a moment, the children's hearts resonated together. Chapter 343, Absolute Music, Part 4. I could feel the children's hearts slowing down. Why is this interesting? I moved my fingers busily over the keyboard, faster and faster. Why am I fascinated just by watching people's reactions, even when I can't hear any sound? In this world, breath was limited. The performers and the audience had already divided the total amount of breath among themselves. As my fingers sped up, the children's breathing slowed down, and as my fingers leisurely swam, the children finally let out their breath. How far? I hit the keys. Pedestrians going up and down the large staircase stopped 1 or 2 at a time. I expanded my aura. Not only the 6 children, but also the young man who had just stopped, and the woman with dark circles under her eyes. I sensed the rhythm of their heartbeats. How far can I go? Soon my thoughts became faint. The smell. I smelled the scent flowing beneath the world tree. Sniffing. Even though I couldn't hear, my sense of smell, enhanced by the aura, caught the most trivial scents and the most vulgar smells. The inside of my nostrils turned green. The smell of animals, the scent of beasts. Not only humans hesitated on the large staircase and began to listen to my performance, the beasts did too. On the low branches of the world tree, owls, robins, jackdaws, birds with long ears like goblins, birds with thick lips like hippos, birds with atrophied forelimbs like dinosaurs, and birds whose nationality I didn't know so I could only call them by their appearance, stretched their necks and drooped. I was performing right below where their beaks were about to drop. The scent of life. Not only the beasts blinked and stared at my piano from the world tree. The flowers did too. Rhododendrons, hydrangeas, lycoris, mountain hydrangeas, hibiscus, cherry blossoms, pear blossoms, flowers with eyes full of frost, children who bloomed their finely trimmed nails as petals, those who clenched their fingers to tightly hold a handful of sky, beings that had color before they had names looked down at me. The scent of aura. So this place was a paradise. Even a single petal that did not know how to hear had aura lingering on it. Who had given it as a gift? In the world of musical heaven, flowers knew how to drink rainwater as if they were born knowing how to listen to sounds through aura. Unknowingly, I used a skill. Salvation of a torn goddess. Salvation sword. A technique that temporarily amplifies my aura in exchange for losing my memories. I had resolved not to use this skill carelessly, but now it was activated unconsciously. However, I couldn't help it. More. Even I, who had reached the throne of constellations, lacked aura to sense all the children, passers-by, beasts, and flowers immersed in the shade of the world tree. I simply wanted the hearts of all those who listened to my performance. More. I missed the memory of the performance from 3 seconds ago, so I caught the next 3 seconds of the performance. Aura was, the more you abandon yourself, the more infinite it became. Even if I were born a performer who couldn't hear, a painter who couldn't see colors, a poet who didn't know what poetry was, I would surely have written songs that I couldn't hear, painted pictures that I couldn't see, and written poetry that I didn't know. That's how I would have lived. Good. Maybe that was, compared to someone who was given the sound from the beginning, who knew what harmony was and what music was and just wrote down the song as they knew it, a less fortunate life. But that was the only way I knew how to live. Yeah, and I liked being alive. Everyone is beautiful. If there was something I realized after throwing away my life more than 4,000 times, it was that I liked living. If it were a stone allowed only a life of breaking apart, I would have liked the breaking too. And if I were a flower that had to abandon the white nurtured from spring as winter comes, I would have loved the touch of shedding petals. The maestro singing the heavens opens its eyes. Blink. The maestro singing the heavens looks down at you. The wind stirred. It wasn't a wind that blew on its own. The branches gently wriggled and countless leaves moved like feathers on wings. The world tree. When the tree that covered the sky of this place nodded slightly, a benevolent wind blew. The maestro singing the heavens listens to your sound. And then I knew that the wind flowing through the tree rings was the heartbeat of that tree, and the rustling sound of the leaves colliding was the body temperature of the tree. The blooming flowers were the gaze of that tree. The maestro singing the heavens begins to sing along to your sound. Plunk. A flower whiter than the white keys of the piano fell onto it. Plunk. The petals fell from a far place. From somewhere up high, from the sky. The world tree shook its branches and dropped the flowers hanging from its fingertips. Plunk. With the speed of the sky blue and the gravity of green, the white flower fell, and as it fell, it pressed a key. Again, a flower fell. Each time a flower fell, it hit a key. It was a performance. As my body leaned to the left and I played from the left side of the piano, the flowers fell thickly on the right side. The world tree was accompanying with its flowers falling onto the piano keys. Petals scattered over the keys like raindrops. I moved my fingers. White mirrors bloomed with white flowers. Pressing the keys, I inadvertently crushed the flowers someone had already dropped there. It happened to be crushed. When I played the piano, fingerprints were left on the pedals, pressed between fingers and keys. The flowers were slightly crushed, squashed, smashed. Juice-like moisture flowed from the petals, just a bit. A hint of scent, a very slight scent. The crushed fragrance must have been the tears of that tree. On the white keys, white petals, and a whitish scent flowed, and if you noticed, it was a pile of flowers in full bloom everywhere. Before someone pressed them, the petals didn't know how to release moisture, and even when spewing water, they released not a stench but a fragrance of whiteness. There was such a tree blooming in heaven. Beautiful. What was the person who first planted this tree here thinking? The child, passers-by, and beasts opened their mouths. Probably they too sang along with the flowers. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear the world's chorus. It didn't matter. Really, it was of no concern. The maestro singing the heavens blesses you. In the midst of the falling pile of flowers, the maestro singing the heavens says you should not stay here long. Be transported to the 70th floor. The maestro singing the heavens sees you off. May luck be with you. I opened my eyes. 5. The place I opened my eyes was the 70th floor lobby. Patricia silently looked at me. Patricia opened and then closed her lips, pondering what to say first. Finally, after a long pause, Patricia spoke. Kim Gongja. Yes. Aura is a despicable trick, so I don't acknowledge it. Why were you even pondering what to say first, huh? It feels somewhat embarrassing to praise you. Should I bear the embarrassment to praise you? That would be your selfishness, arrogance, and conceit. I didn't say anything. Ha. Patricia sighed. There was no need to try that hard. Didn't I tell you? Even if you did nothing, I would willingly acknowledge your stage clear. In fact, when you disastrously messed up your first performance, I immediately granted you a clear. You really say some harsh things so casually, huh? Your last performance was, how should I put it? Patricia fell into thought and then slowly nodded. Until now, I thought it was good to live with a human like you. But, well, when I heard your last performance, I thought that dying together with you wouldn't be so bad. Ah, isn't that an overwhelmingly more embarrassing thing to say? Your subtle emotions, I just can't comprehend them, my friend. Yeah. As a task of undoing the first button, it was excellent. While I hesitated, not knowing how to react, the Wand of Ages interjected. It was a splendid act, even in a field not your own. Congratulations on gaining your first follower after becoming a constellation. You are seeking a follower. The Crusader becomes your follower. You currently have no blessings to bestow upon your followers. You currently have no powers to grant to your followers. Messages came one after another, but it still didn't feel real. Blessings or powers. Perhaps after defeating up to the 79th floor, and once my position as a constellation solidifies, only then something might become possible. Even if it becomes possible, I have no intention of exercising divinity over Patricia, let alone wanting to be treated as a deity. Then, take care. Kim Gongja, cheer up. Patricia's ankles were wrapped in white light. Her role as a judge ended, and she was about to return to the first floor. If you look closely, Patricia was wearing a bitter smile. I was told by this person, I won't remember anything about this incident. Memories are islands that each person possesses. It troubles me to leave you on a deserted island, but I believe you would swim across the sea at will and come and go as you please. Patricia. If you're planning to assassinate me, 17 plans won't be enough. Patricia looked taken aback. What happened next was as follows. In less than a second, Patricia realized she momentarily lost control over her expression, and for another split second, she pondered what to do next. It was only for a moment, but the deliberation was evident in her gaze, and she made her choice. Indeed. What Patricia chose was to leave her taken-aback expression as it was. Are you disappointed? No, I knew you were that kind of person. What else? I just understand you a bit better now. I'm sorry, but I have seen people change, witnessed it, experienced it. The Sword Saint, the Black Dragon Witch, and many hunters from the past who are now dead. I simply cannot believe in someone who never changes their heart forever. Therefore, just in case. Yes, I smiled. I understand what you meant by, I wouldn't mind dying together. It's an honor. Really? Patricia let out a hollow laugh. You're a creature without any cute qualities. You are. Splash. The ground beneath Patricia turned squishy and swallowed her up. She was teleported by a magician. In a space where cubic blocks like Rubik's Cubes continuously rotated, only the magician and I were left. So, shall we move directly to the next stage? Or would you like some time to rest? I'm fine with either. Then let's move on right away. The thin wand tapped the white floor. Musical heaven was somewhat a battlefield that worked in your favor. Even though music wasn't your specialty, it wasn't like you had no aptitude for it at all. But what about this time? Where Patricia had disappeared, light burst forth. The next place you must go is the world of money. Beyond the dazzling pillar, the shadow of a person flickered. And the top expert related to money in your tower seems to be this child, after all. It was a face familiar to me, just like Patricia. The judge newly summoned to the 70th floor blinked. Oh, what is this situation? A hunter deeply connected to the recently disappeared Patricia. How curious. Can you tell me where this is, Death King? The Merchant Union's leader. Count. Chapter 344, Full Moon Voyage, 1. Indeed. After hearing the reason for her summoning, the Count nodded her head. In short, it all ends if I just say you passed, doesn't it? Simple. Easier than adding a slice of cheese to a hamburger. Why is your analogy a hamburger of all things? I'm on a diet right now. The Count showed a slightly despairing expression. She looked like a hamster that had just heard a Supreme Court ruling that it's illegal to nibble on sunflower seeds from now on. Having never dieted in my life, I found it hard to understand, but it seemed like a very tough day was unfolding for her. Why not just simply burn the fat with aura? That kind of nonsense is something only a crazy aura fanatic like you could do, Death King. Keep in mind, not all hunters in the world can use aura as brilliantly as you do. What if I burn my insides while trying to burn fat? It's not that hard, though. Enjoy your trickery alone. Now, anyway, I have no reason to oppose. You pass, you pass. Send me back to the first floor already. The Count spoke as if she was done with the matter. However, the Wand of Ages shook its head. Sorry, but things won't go that way. You have a duty to observe the Death King as a judge. If I had to pick the worst word I've ever heard, it would be duty. It's oddly like the responsibility is being shifted not by the one who exercised the power, but to the one who was forced to accept it. The worst scammer is not a merchant like me, but the language itself. You have a point. Then let me rephrase. Observe. You have no choice but to follow my power. Damn it. The Count took out a fan and flicked it through the air. Tap, tap. Then a miraculous thing happened. Out of thin air, poof! A luxurious sofa appeared and settled down. The eye living in the labyrinth informs you that this is the divine power of the commerce god. The eye living in the labyrinth says that if you have enough money, you can buy almost anything from the commerce god. The god of commerce, huh? Like Patricia's skills were derived from Hishmith Crits, did the Count receive most of her skills from some unknown commerce god? Good, very good. Being forced by someone feels so ecstatic that it even makes my life happier. I just want to fulfill my duties while my body is comfortable. But that wouldn't be a problem, right? That's your freedom. The Count leaned back on the sofa. Sure. As the Count unfolded her fan, in addition to the sofa, a soft pillow, a cat plushie, potato chips, wet wipes, and cola were summoned. Moreover, the potato chip bag was already open, and the cola came with a straw in it. The Count looked at me while crunching on the potato chips. What now? Go ahead and run the quest or something. I'll consider it like watching a movie. This is amazing. Can't you use that skill to diet? Would you believe me if I said the money for diet items could be used to buy hair treatment products instead? It seems like there's a serious error in pricing. My skill is like that. Sometimes the product prices go crazy. I once bought a product called World Peace for only 100 gold, and a message popped up saying, "The world was peaceful all along. By realizing this fact, you have become a slightly better person than yesterday." Wow. If I wasn't sufficiently rational, I would have torn up the skill card at that moment. It's clear the character of the commerce god is not right. By the way, just asking out of curiosity before sending you off. Yes. I heard the stage you will be in charge of is the 72nd floor, so someone else was the judge for the 71st floor before me, right? Who was my predecessor? Ah, I replied without hesitation. It was Patricia. Who? The Count picked up a potato chip with the logo of a famous mustachioed man and crunch, bit into it. Pringles, I see. The Count's face showed no particular change in expression. This is just out of curiosity as well, just in case, you know. What happens if the judge does not stamp the pass? Right. What happens then, Mage? You'll just wander in that stage forever. Simple, the Wand of Ages said. That's why many hunters give up on challenging further and settle for the previous floors. Honestly, you, Death King, are the odd one out for challenging the upper floors without any worries. The Count wiped her fingers, which were covered in snack crumbs, with a wet wipe. And the judge? I understand that the challenger would be stuck in the stage, but what about the judge who has to watch over it? They also have to stay here as long as the challenger is trapped in the stage. Even if decades pass? Yes, even if decades pass. However, the flow of time is different for each. If a challenger has to endure 30 years as the full length of 30 years, a judge can use acceleration as much as they want. If a challenger is like a director making a movie, then a judge is a critic. A critic doesn't need to spend the same amount of time it takes to produce a movie just to watch it. So, they can only watch. I see. Got it. Crunch. I roughly understand the rules. As long as there are rules, there's a way. Did you say the world I'm going to is related to money? Yes. Then it's settled. Go forth with ease. If you find a part-time job and earn a wage, no, even a weekly wage, the results will soon show. The Count's words were not false. I naturally felt that way. The Wand of Ages is transporting you. The white ground squelched as it swallowed my feet. Until the altitude of my gaze matched the level of the ground, the Count stared blankly at my face. A soft curve formed on the Count's lips. You are a good friend, Death King. That was the last thing the Count said. 2. You have entered the 72nd stage. You set foot in a place you were originally not supposed to enter. A certain penalty is given. I opened my eyes. The place could be typically envisioned as a Mediterranean seaside village, the kind of village companies would prefer as a computer boot screen. Blue and white. A port of blue and white, as if colors forming the sky were drawn out with a dropper and then planted right onto the ground. Truly peaceful. Selling orange apples. Fresh and crisp orange apples. Try the sweet potato wine brought in from distant Basta Island. Have you heard of Dodiok pig barbecue? It's incredibly delicious. Okay. There, merely looking at it shaved off one's sanity, invoking an urge to immediately grab and slit open its belly, tearing out its entrails, was the grilled form of a monster that looked so wicked it made one wonder how it could possibly appear so vile. This world won't do. Let's escape. You have not cleared the stage. You cannot voluntarily leave this stage. Damn it! Snake, quickly explain what this situation is all about. The snake gently swayed its tail. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its power. General information about this stage is revealed to you. Amidst the bustling noise of street vendors in the port city, letters fluttered before my eyes. Hoping for an explanation of the unidentified food items laid out on the street stalls, I read the information with quite a desperate heart. Gold Heaven World. Floor, 72nd constellation. The cat that bit a gold coin. Difficulty B+, A+. Explanation 1. This is a world where everything revolves around bargaining. There are no freebies here. There is no such thing as a fixed price. If you want to purchase something, you must bargain with the seller, and the satisfaction you feel from this bargaining sustains you. The nutrients consumed by the residents of this world are satisfaction derived from transactions. The fulfillment of having successfully bargained, having sucked the life out of someone's back, or having given a sucker an experience of a lifetime, fattens them. Conversely, feelings of being duped, tricked, or stabbed in the back will leave you famished. There is no such thing as a fixed price. It's the fault of the one who is fooled. Think of it as everything being made through bargaining. What is this? Hell. Why is there a living hell instead of heaven? Try the orange apples. They're orange apples. Just one bite and the juice will burst onto your palate, sticking forever. The essence of wine lies in the sweetness that lingers on the tip of your tongue. For you, sweet potato grape wine offers the perfect experience. Hey, sir, drink it at ease. No, drink Dodiok pig. Definitely Dodiok pig. Upon closer inspection, the street vendor's eyes were bloodshot. They had the ferocity of soldiers who had fled from battle and starved for 2 days, seeing nothing. Scary. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its power. You have not met the conditions to acquire hidden information. The I living in the labyrinth forcibly satisfies the conditions. Hidden information is revealed. But fear stems from ignorance. Hishmith Kritz quickly updated the information, and secrets that a normal hunter could never access were revealed right from the start. Plus gold 72nd constellation, the cat that bit a gold coin. Difficulty B plus A. Explanation 2. This is one of the afterlives prepared in the tower. Explanation 3. Gold heaven. For those who do not want to believe there is anything in this world besides money. For those who fear that if there were, their entire life would be invalidated. For those who hope their life is not invalidated to the extent they wish to buy their place in the afterlife with money. Even for them, heaven is granted. Here, they need not ponder about the world. Everything is clear. You do not need to become a cold human being to deny morals. There is no reason to be criticized for refusing to understand others. As they wished, as they desired, only transactions exist here. Like all heavens, gold heaven welcomes you. Do not agonize. Do not worry. Die as you have lived. You have the right to do so. You will trade to be satisfied. All you need to worry about is your daily bread. You may tire of the daily grind, but if there's no other world beyond the wheel, then there's no reason to tire at all. May eternal labor comfort your soul. For a moment, a chill ran down my neck. A place that is heaven for some is hell for others, but this place is the opposite. It was not surprising that there were people who considered this place heaven. Not at all. The reason I felt chilled was the fact that a realm of the afterlife had been created for those who consider such a place heaven. Tower Master. Determined not to lose even a single soul. Such a nearly cursed determination was what I felt. What kind of heavens have been built on the remaining 7 floors? No. Focus. I shook my head to clear the distracting thoughts. Right now, it's important to receive the Count's pass stamp. Yes, that's the immediate task. I refreshed my mood. The condition set by the Count was to earn money, whether through part-time work or otherwise. The type of job didn't matter. Hey, you... It was when I was about to start looking for work. Among the street vendors, someone who had just spread out a mat called out to me. It was a message carried by aura, and the voice was so precisely targeted at my ears that there was no mistaking who it was intended for. Yes? Judging by your appearance, you're a challenger, aren't you? I'm right, aren't I? Your eyes are too bright, not like those of a soul that has forgotten its past life. The person was hiding their face with a hood. Before I could even respond, the hooded man said with a somewhat breathless voice, "How about it? I'm a challenger just like you. Would you buy advice from a senior who fell into this damned world 300 years before you, for a small amount of money?" Chapter 345, Full Moon Voyage 2. I blinked my eyes. Are you saying you came here 300 years early? That's right, Junior. The person with their face hidden under a hood nodded their head slowly, bowing it repeatedly. Suddenly, I had become the junior, and they had become the senior, but I wasn't particularly bothered by that. What caught my attention more was what the hooded man said. Whether it's musical heaven or golden heaven, everyone who comes here forgets their previous life. The fact that he guessed I was a challenger means there's a high chance this person really is a hunter. Didn't the Wand of Ages say? Unless recognized by judgment, one would remain on the stage like a ghost forever. Perhaps the hooded man in front of me is a challenger who has failed to complete his quest for 300 years. I am a failure. The hooded man spoke haltingly. Trapped here, unable to go this way or that, just wasting my days away. It's fine for me to consider my life over, but Junior, I wish to prevent other challengers from ending up like me. How about it? The hooded man's voice rose. Won't you listen to my advice, my worthless life story, even if it's just the ramblings of a failure, if it can help you? No. How can you say such a thing? I would be glad to listen to your story. Heh, such a kind-hearted junior you are. Then if you buy me just 1 apple orange, I would gladly help with your future. The hooded man curled his finger. A trade request has been made to you. Then a message came. Do you wish to purchase the product offered by the other party for 1 apple orange? It seemed very easy. I went to a street vendor and bought a fruit that was half apple and half orange mixed together. Half meant exactly 50-50. The left side was apple, and the right side was orange. What is this? Come on over. Oh, young man, you look quite handsome. The street vendor, thinking I was an easy sucker, greedily suggested 3 golds. It was a clear ripoff. But I had plenty of gold coins in my pocket. Thinking of it as an investment to hear the advice of a senior 300 years ahead, it didn't seem too wasteful. The haggling has ended. The other party is satisfied with this trade. You are satisfied with this trade. Both parties are satisfied with the trade. Simple. The eye living in the labyrinth carefully reveals that the fruit vendor treats you as a top sucker among suckers. I knew it, but just wanted to get it over with quickly. Here it is, senior. Oh my, such a kind-hearted junior I have. I quickly handed over the apple orange to the hooded man. The hooded man took the fruit with trembling hands. The trade is completed. The haggling has ended. It was at that moment. Yahoo! The hooded man stood up abruptly. Then, as if his hands had never been trembling, he quickly took off his hood with a very hearty gesture. The sudden change was so abrupt that I instinctively stepped back. What is this? What do you mean, what? I'm a fisherman from the port city of La Venta who has caught you hook, line, and sinker. Just by looking at your face, I could tell you were crying out easy sucker, so I cast a line, and lo and behold, a big catch. Ha ha ha! This delicious in-season fruit is mine to enjoy, young man. The hooded man, now hoodless, gobbled up the apple orange greedily. Ah, it tastes like honey. The joy of exploiting the kind and innocent, isn't this the real gourmet of the sea and mountains? I was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, you said you were a challenger. How could you pull off this challenger and such act while being a local here? I have no idea what you're talking about. I just recited the repertoire of an easy sucker who was stripped bare by me a long time ago. Was it 300 years ago? Really, occasionally kids who fall for such nonsense appear right where you're standing. This is insane. That's the expression I wanted to see. Overdramatic sound effects rang in my head. Thud, thud. The other party is very satisfied with this trade. You are very dissatisfied with this trade. You have suffered a loss. It was right after the message rang out. Huh? Ah? An enormous sense of hunger overwhelmed me. It was an ambush-like hunger that I had never experienced before, even though I had starved plenty while practicing the infernal heaven's demonic art. This was the first time hunger had struck me so suddenly. Wait, what in the world is this? Delicious. Opposite to me, the hooded man's face was shining brightly. I've eaten well. Don't be too disappointed, Junior. Thanks to me, you've gained a valuable lesson, haven't you? To think I've taught you such a life lesson with just 1 apple orange. Oh dear, I'm too considerate for my own good. How am I to survive in this harsh world being born so kind? Hey, the expression on the hooded man's face had a devastating impact. Even I, who had become somewhat impervious to anger, felt a surge of fury upon seeing that face. You are even more dissatisfied with this trade. The other party gains even more satisfaction from this trade. You have suffered another loss. Soon, I realized that even this anger was being calculated by the other party. Oh, good. Great. Excellent. It's like having a premium 2-legged pig steak melting in my mouth. A real gourmet spot, young man. You were a gourmet spot. The other party slowly exclaimed, as if savoring a dish. Thinking about how many tigers in the city will now rush to you knowing you're a gourmet spot, it's such a waste. It's a taste I wanted to enjoy all by myself. I was doing my best to contain my anger. The golden heaven. I finally understood the meaning behind the rule that everything revolves around bargaining here. Spewing more anger would only lead to more loss for me. But that's how it is. The hooded man laughed, putting his hood back on, and turned his back with an angle that seemed to hoard all the coolness in the world. To monopolize something so precious, I am too noble of a being for that. Adieu. The hooded man walked away, like a gunman exiting a Western movie. And something in my mind just snapped. I swear, if seeing that didn't make your blood boil, you weren't human but a walking corpse. You are even more dissatisfied with this trade. The other party gains even more satisfaction from this trade. You have suffered yet another loss. Damn it. The eye living in the labyrinth comments that the other party considers you the biggest sucker in the universe. Shut it. Crits. Goddess of Protection looks at you with very pitiful eyes. Where are your eyes, huh? Aren't you a sword? A music box only for you remains silent, just looking at you with a compassionate heart. Even you, Fox. Pooh ha 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 ha. Pooh hoo coke. I'm dying. I'm dead. Kim Zombie. This kid's gonna kill the Sword Emperor. Oh my, folks. The Sword Emperor who conquered up to the 99th floor is about to die because of this bastard. Let's just not talk. No, please stop talking. Could you please? Please. That young man is a sucker. Whisper, whisper. Heard he's an amazing gourmet spot? Murmur, murmur. It wasn't just the constellations looking at me. Street vendors were openly staring, whispering amongst themselves. To describe their gaze, it was like that of a cub that hasn't eaten for 3 days, suddenly spotting a bamboo leaf. How do I know what a cub's gaze looks like? Well, could you just leave me alone for a bit? Hey there, young man. Young man. Remember me? I'm the one who sold you the apple orange earlier. Young man, let's make a deal just one more time. Haven't we already established a solid trust between seller and buyer? Try this sweet potato grape wine. Not more, not less. Just take one sip. I'll keep pouring you sweet potato grape wine until you can't take any more, introducing you to a whole new world. Duck Duck Pig Barbecue. The vendors swarmed in. Their eyes gleamed eagerly. It was like waves crashing against the shore, relentless, with the second and third waves following, creating a terribly frustrating situation where the only option seemed to be getting worn down. Just one bite, a delicacy. Duck Duck Pig, give it a try. What more could I possibly do in this situation? Okay, time to run. Ah, the delicacy is escaping. I injected aura into my souls and took off using lightness skill, clutching my stomach with my left hand. An almost insane hunger panged at my stomach, prodding it relentlessly. Chase him! Catch him! How often do we get a sucker like this, and you think we'd let him go? Consequently, I had no choice but to run, twisting my body and bending at the waist. If my master were to see me now, she'd probably cry tears of blood, thinking, I've never seen such a pathetic display of lightness skill. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Of course, I managed to escape. No matter how hungry I was, I hadn't fallen so low that I couldn't escape from a pack of enraged pandas. In a dark alley. I'm so hungry. What kind of insane hunger is this? I staggered along, recreating the opening scene of a classic film. I was like a poor kid wandering the alleyways. The problem was that at least that kid had trash bins to rummage through for food, but here there was nothing of the sort. What would have happened if I hadn't learned the sword of starvation from the infernal heavens' demonic art? Would I have gone mad by now? The level of hunger that no ordinary hunter could endure tortured me. Seriously, if it wasn't for me, I would have flipped my eyes, turned my stomach inside out, fallen to the ground, and then danced the maggot dance long ago. Gongja! That's when Bae-ryung spoke to me. Yes, I have something I really want to say to you. I looked at Bae-ryung with difficulty. Bae-ryung looked down at me with a seriously earnest expression, as if he was about to impart something incredibly important. And then Bae-ryung said, Adieu. Ha ha! Right, okay, so that's how it is. Understood. I slowly straightened my hunched back and stood up straight. The severe hunger made the scenery before my eyes flicker in monochrome, but for some reason my mind was frighteningly clear. If the world treats me this way, then I have no choice. Huh? What? What's the delicacy mumbling about? You're all dead. Come to think of it, the reason my mind felt so clear was probably because my fuse had blown. When a blackout occurs, everything naturally becomes quiet. Bae-ryung's expression changed upon seeing my face. Zombie? Kim Gongjasi? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. I can hear you perfectly well, like a 1080p HD video. Sword Emperor Nim, do you have something you want to say to me? Bae-ryung slowly backed away. I just said adieu. I did nothing wrong. Goddess of Protection claims she did absolutely nothing wrong. A music box only for you reminds that it was innocent from the start. The eye living in the labyrinth argues that it merely spoke the truth. I drew the holy sword and gripped it tightly in my right hand. Why are you all acting like that? I'm not angry. I just had this thought, shouldn't one not play with a person's hunger? Because that's rude. It's not polite. This city really lacks manners. I smiled brightly. Let's give some lesson in etiquette before we leave. Golden heaven, blonde, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's start with sorting out this port city. Chapter 346, Full Moon Voyage. 3. I carried out an operation. Hello, brother. Do you by any chance know the way? You might think this is nonsense, but any nonsense in the world can make sense if you say it yourself. And the person who just said this was none other than me, so it could be said that it made perfect sense. Huh? What kind of nonsense is this all of a sudden? Of course, the merchant, who was suddenly asked if he knew the way, frowned. In the port city, a fairly large general goods store, even now, in broad daylight, there were quite a few customers. There was even a regular customer. The reason you have a boil on your left buttock is because of the tea you're currently drinking. This gentleman is deliberately playing chess and recommending tea to you, trying to exploit you. Servatus! The regular customer suddenly stood up and grabbed the street vendor by the collar. I knew something was off. Why would a mere antique store owner keep procuring butt treatment medicine? It was your plot all along. Wait, just a moment. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, I tell you. Do I look like the kind of person to do that to you? Are you saying you trust some unknown hotspot that popped up out of nowhere more than a friend you've known for decades? Of course. Everyone who owns a store in Levanta is a swindler. Even if the whole world is full of swindlers, I alone would be a faithful friend. A commotion broke out in the store. Customers browsing the displays looked over, wondering what was going on. But this was just the beginning. Thread snake, I pointed at another customer. Next. The eye living in the labyrinth reveals a secret to you. Letters wriggled before my eyes. Name, sack spinner, William Tell. Previous world, ring world, afterlife world, port city, Levanta, golden world. Secret, a regular customer of the general store. This person has long known that the store owner has been giving him tea laced with poison. Sack spinner turned it into a sort of trade, having an acquaintance steal items from the store whenever he drank the tea. Right now, if you look behind, a red-haired man in the left direction is secretly stealing an antique. Mental state. Sorry, friend. Someday you'll realize for yourself the truth that there's always a bigger fish. I'm just holding back my tears. In fact, this person knew you were up to something and went one step further by engaging in a cat's trick. If you look behind you now, to the left, there's a red-haired man who has been stealing antiques every time. Sack spinner! The store owner sprang up and grabbed the regular by the collar. I wondered why every time you came around, something always seemed to be missing. You thieving bastard! And you have the nerve to accuse me after poisoning the tea. And so, a real mess began in the store, but I'm sorry to say it was far from over. I pointed out each customer in the store, one by one. This person pretends to cooperate with you, but is actually documenting all your illegal transactions and waiting for the right moment to report you. Dante Lig. The reason you got food poisoning from eating double pork steak the day before yesterday is actually because of the pepper this person gifted you. This person soaks the pepper in his saliva, dries it, and then gifts it to people, laughing at them for happily accepting his saliva pepper as a free gift, thinking, "Ha ha, fools, enjoying the pepper I've laced with my saliva," and profits from the transaction. Manduki chur! The toilet paper in this store's bathroom is actually coated with a hemorrhoid-inducing agent. Every time you use the bathroom, this person derives a secret satisfaction. Cerdos! Thus, a store in the port city exploded. But of course, there was still plenty of time left for revenge. I kindly revealed secrets as I visited stores in the streets, one after another, in order. Screams erupted, collars were torn, and shouts and yells beautifully decorated the port town. Kill that swindler! And you've swindled me too. Ah, ever done business? The one who gets deceived is the bad one. Let's see you get beaten up by a bad guy. Save me! Somebody save me! I hummed a tune as I set fire to the districts of the city. Not a physical fire, but a fire of the heart. The residents of the Golden World were fundamentally swindlers and thieves. There seemed to be no end to the secrets that flowed like honey to be revealed. Expose. It took less than half a day before those who had chased me, calling me a hot piece, were kneeling, begging for mercy. Please, I beg of you. Before long, those who had their secrets revealed began to prostrate themselves before me. In the square, centered around the fountain, lay hundreds of people prostrate. At the very front, the mayor of the port city had his forehead firmly pressed to the ground. Incidentally, he had been thoroughly beaten by the townspeople after the revelation that he had been tampering with taxes. It had been a while since the mayor's face had transitioned from flesh-colored to a bruised hue. The mayor was a fashionista in his own right. He had a unique sense of color, truly a trendsetter in fashion. We humbly and fully acknowledge that we were fools compared to you. However, the mayor didn't seem to have any intention of changing his current occupation to that of a fashionista. He pleaded pitifully, tears wetting the stone ground. We will bow our heads and admit defeat, hoping you will not starve but to feel satiated for the next 100 years, taking this opportunity. So please, I beg of you, could you please just leave our city, plague God? I solemnly nodded my head like a benevolent conquering monarch. I grant you permission. At that, the citizens of the port gathered and prostrated themselves deeply. Your grace is boundless. The deal is concluded. The deal is concluded. The deal is concluded. The deal is concluded. Hundreds of messages popped up in succession. I graciously decided to leave the city, and they were to send me off. Was this not a splendid deal? The other parties are very dissatisfied with this deal. You are very satisfied with this deal. You alone have gained tremendous benefits. Amidst the endless wave of messages, I raised my right hand. Hundreds of shoulders twitched simultaneously. Don't worry, I will indeed keep my promise and leave, but I'm curious about something. What might that be? I understand that this isn't the only city here. As I intend to visit the next city, provide me with a map. The mayor convulsed. Thanks to the thread snake revealing information, I could clearly see what the mayor was thinking. He realized my intention to not only wreak havoc here, but to turn every city in this world to ashes, and he shuddered at the catastrophe. Of course. Please wait a moment. Plague God. I will bring it to you immediately. Of course, it was a thrill of joy. One cannot simply doom themselves alone, right? There was no reason not to welcome someone who volunteered to trample upon the other cities of this world themselves. The mayor mobilized all the servants of the mansion to gather every map they could find. We have brought only the newest and most accurate maps available in this city, hoping that they will suffice for you, plague God. Not bad. May glory accompany you on your journey. Long live the plague God. May you, the monarch who will set this world ablaze, traverse the world and raise the average temperature of the entire world. The citizens followed, shouting, long live, long live. Tears streamed down their faces, a look of radiant glory, a voice sending off a savior, specifically a desperate claim that now not only us would be stuck in the gutter, which was indeed fortunate. I secured the map under my arm and turned away. Flutter. My long coat danced, kicking up a cloud of dust, like gunmen exiting a Western movie. And then, loud enough for the hundreds of citizens to hear, I flicked my fingers as if tipping an unworn hat. At that moment, messages exploded. The other party is even more dissatisfied with this deal. The other party is even more dissatisfied with this deal. The other party is even more dissatisfied with this deal. The other party is even more dissatisfied with this deal. The other party is even more dissatisfied with this deal. A brilliant sense of satiation drenched my stomach. It was a truly magnificent and breathtaking scene. The satisfaction of the finest steak melting away in my mouth filled my belly, akin to the pleasure of its juices flowing within me. The sky had turned red just in time, as if it were the juices running in my mouth. Poor things. Beihuriang looked at the citizens with a pitiful expression. Why did they have to mess with such a calamity of this world? I left the city behind and leisurely walked through the wilderness. Spreading out the map, I found the world to be vast and the seas even vaster. It was a world mostly made up of sea. But what difficulty would that pose? It had been a long time since I had mastered the ability to walk on water, so the sea could hardly stand in my way. Wait for me. This world will meet its end by my hands. The cat that bit a gold coin urgently requests a conversation. At that moment, a constellation sent me a message. The cat that bit a gold coin. It was the constellation that ruled over this world, the Golden Heaven. The cat that bit a gold coin earnestly asks the following: "What the hell is wrong with you?" No, the only thing I truly want to burn is this rotten world, that's all. Chapter 347. full moon voyage. 4. The cat that bit a gold coin makes a proposal to you. The constellation spoke to me, meanwhile also sharing the events that had unfolded behind the scenes. What events, you ask? The judge, who might still be observing from the 70th floor lobby right now, regarding the count. The circumstances shared by the constellation were quite astonishing. The cat that bit a gold coin earnestly requests you and your judge to somewhat agree to the deal. It turns out this count fellow had been bargaining with the constellation. Just like Crusader received skills from the snake god, the count obtained her skills from the merchant god. And it so happens that this merchant god, ruling over the 72nd floor, the golden heaven, is the constellation known as the cat that bit a gold coin. Well, that makes sense. I easily accepted this. The skills possessed by the count and the laws of the golden heaven had too many similarities to be a coincidence. The count can almost summon any item through bargaining with skills. The price is up to the trader. Moreover, when she purchased the world peace item, a message saying the world was originally peaceful popped up. In short, skills that infuriate the count. The count is greatly dissatisfied, and conversely, the merchant god is pleased. Doesn't this scenario seem familiar? Teasing and infuriating like this is actually the essence of the skill. In other words, it seems like the count has a lot of anger accumulated towards you. The cat that bit a gold coin pleads for you to somehow do something. The count has been using the merchant god's skills for a long, very long time. She must have been ridiculed and provoked to no end. Just like when I arrived at the port city of Levante and was humiliated, she must have been enduring similar mistreatment for years. In essence, the count's current psychological state was not, "Oh, I am so grateful to whoever you are for bestowing such skills upon me." Far from it, actually. Instead, it was closer to, "I didn't know where you lived until now, but finding out has been great." In simple terms, she had finally met her sworn enemy. The cat that bit a gold coin cries, saying the judge is intent on extracting every last drop of broth from its bones. Of course, the count had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip away. First, the count looked for a way to contact the merchant god. Thanks to her skills, she could purchase anything she wanted. Upon searching, she found an item in the product list named Phone Call with the Merchant God. Bingo, there were an almost infinite number of items, so without the search function, it would have been impossible to find. Oh, and for your information, product search is also a paid item. It's a subscription-based must-have item. You can guess what kind of rip-offs the count has been subjected to over the years. Greetings. The count made the call after spending a considerable amount. Yes, this is the smiling cat's shop, ready to shove a gold coin into your mouth. Who might this be? I am a merchant called the Count from the Lion World. I've risen to success from a young age with a skill I obtained, but now it seems like you are the creator of this skill. The Count guessed the situation the moment she was summoned as a judge, and at the very moment of my foolishness, she understood everything. Her skill, the laws of the Golden Heaven, the similarities between them, etc. And so she realized that her skill originated from the master of the Golden Heaven. Is that so? What is the name of the skill? It's called Cat's Everything Shop. Ah, right. That's as created and distributed. Her realization was correct. The customer who has called us now is, oh my, look at the points accumulated. You're an incredibly valued customer. You've always used the services of the Smiling Cat's shop. Are you calling to express your gratitude for our service? Oh, of course. I feel tremendous gratitude towards you. No need to mention it. By the way, the phone call item you are currently using is charged by the minute. The first minute is free. After that, a separate call charge applies per minute. Please understand. The Count warned leisurely. The Death King has gone to the world you rule. What? I am the judge determining whether the Death King passes or fails. In other words, whether Death King stays forever wandering in your world or not is entirely up to me. Excuse me, but could you please clarify? Oh, don't worry, you'll understand soon. Click. The Count ended the call without a hint of hesitation. At this point, I was wandering the alleys, darkly, writhing in desperate hunger. Soon, I entered an antique shop and did what I could. The Count was lying on a sofa, munching on potato chips. Around that time, a phone appeared out of nowhere and rang. Tring! It's the Count! Yes, customer. Yes, customer, we have verified the information you provided, and we are truly grateful that you informed us in advance before we contacted you. Well, I paid for it. Ah, customer, we have decided to refund the cost incurred for purchasing the phone call item. We will also cover any additional charges. We sincerely apologize for not providing preemptive consideration. In a short time, the merchant god's tone became considerably more polite. So, as I was saying, I presume the reason you called is because you wish to negotiate about the Death King stage clearance, right? It's good that we're moving quickly. What would you like in return? It's getting faster, but it's still not the tempo I want. What? Let's talk again later. The Count ended the call. At this point, I was engulfing the antique shop and sweeping through the streets. My elegant demeanor was akin to the Pied Piper leading a horde of tiny mice, marching triumphantly. The difference from the Pied Piper was that these mice were fighting amongst themselves, and instead of jumping into a river, they were requesting knockout punches from each other. And this knockout punch quickly became a trend spreading rapidly across the city. Tring! Count speaking. If you have been upset, or if we have inadvertently been rude during your use of our shop, I sincerely apologize, customer. The representative's voice was urgent. We are currently trying to find the responsible person as quickly as possible. The staff member in charge of your case will be immediately reassigned, and if there's anything else you desire, we will fulfill it right away. That's fine. Truly quick action. Potato chips crumbled sweetly in the Count's mouth. But it's still not at my tempo. Click. The trend of knockout punches that began to spread throughout the city reached its climax at the mayor's residence. The guards protecting the residence caused chaos among themselves after it was exposed that they were stealing from their own king, and the mayor, rushing out in a hurry to see what was happening, was smacked on the back of the head by his partner. Out of respect for the mayor couple's honor, I will not disclose what secret I revealed. Tring, the phone rang frantically. It's the Count speaking. We were wrong. We apologize. Please forgive us. Now we're getting somewhere. Right now, every single one of us at the shop is bowing our heads. I am calling you while prostrating, customer. If you doubt us, we will immediately connect a video call. Without anyone asking for it, the phone call was upgraded to a video call. In the hologram that appeared before the Count's eyes, indeed dozens of cats really prostrating themselves. Indeed, even the Count was left speechless for 0.5 seconds by this cute yet horrifying scene. Yes, the merchant god was indeed a cat. Not just one cat, but dozens. Dozens of cats running a shop was precisely the smiling cat's shop, and they were the cat that bit a gold coin. However, the Count was not generous enough to forget what these cute appearances had done just because of their looks. The life she had been subjected to by this skill was too much like 99.9% cocoa chocolate. A spectacular sight, a true spectacle. Do keep your heads down. Nya, nya, nya. By now you must have realized that this friend is crazy. If dog means more and pear means even more, it's fair to call him a double crazy dog. You should know that whether this double crazy dog will be released into the golden heaven forever or not depends on my mood. At this timing, the mayor and all residents of the port city were bowing their heads in the square. The cats were prostrating themselves. It was indeed a beautiful sight that everyone, regardless of divine or mortal status, was bowing their heads. I assure you, if this friend roams your world for just a fortnight, you really wouldn't want to know what kind of situations will arise. But I do want to know. Please, customer, mercy! First, record and videotape this entire conversation and show it to the Death King. As the saying goes, my own disgrace is to be hidden, and others' humiliation is to be spread far and wide to all 4 corners of the earth, through all 5 oceans and 6 continents, inside and outside of our universe, across the multiverse. I wish to share this joy and sorrow with a friend. And thus, I ended up watching the conversation that took place in my absence through a 2160p ultra-high-definition hologram video. This, too, was part of the entire series of events. My condition is simple. Kneel, prostrate. If you're already prostrating, then prostrate some more. By swearing eternal loyalty to me, be prepared to endure eternal submission. Nya nya. That is, even so. Of course, I understand your position. The spirit that even if one's teeth are broken, the gums still remain is truly the essence of human tenacity. Thus, I am willing to wait leisurely until your gums wear away completely. Across the hologram, the Count sucked on her finger, savoring the sweet and salty taste of potato chip crumbs. Death King, sorry, but I must cancel the promise of acknowledging your clearance the moment you went there. The Count looked directly ahead, towards the direction I was standing, with a smile more cat-like than the cats themselves. Not just for my personal greed, but for the benefit of the entire tower, I hope you understand the decision I've made. I believe there's no need to explicitly explain the benefits our tower will gain by subjugating the Smiling Cat's shop. Oh dear. You might want to just cause some trouble and feel refreshed, but I see things a bit differently. I want to give a thorough lesson this time. Of course, as my friend, I trust you'll show deep interest and affection for my personal vendetta as well. Well, honestly, it doesn't matter if you have no interest or affection. After all, who else but me will decide whether you rot there forever? If you don't want to rot, cooperate. This cat. If you're going to cooperate anyway, might as well do it enthusiastically. Isn't that your specialty? I've seen the crazy things you've done in the port city. But I'm confident that your craziness can cross rivers and oceans, making its mark on the world. I hope you continue doing what you've been doing until I achieve a satisfactory negotiation. In the hologram beyond the hologram, the cats were prostrating themselves. The colorful cats trembled in fear. Didn't I say? You're a good friend. The Count smiled nonchalantly. Let's work to ensure that our friendship becomes a model of excellence, passed down through history for half a millennium. The cats wailed. Nyag, in despair. Chapter 348, Full Moon Voyage, 5. So, what did I end up doing? Well, a friend told me to just keep doing what I've been doing. After all, there's no reason not to heed a friend's request if it's for the sake of friendship. To be more specific about what I'm doing, we're admitting our defeat. I've been traveling around the world, making the merchants of various cities kneel. Here, we offer tributes as a token of homage. Please look upon our city with mercy. 100 citizens proposed a trade with me at once. The trade items? Nothing much. I won't visit their city for the next 6 months, and in return, the citizens offer a big bow. The port city of Badaron acknowledges your victory over them. With this, you have become a merchant who has made 6 cities kneel. The citizens of the city are very dissatisfied with this trade. You are very satisfied with this trade. Once again, you alone have reaped tremendous benefits. The Gold Heaven world is falling into ruin because of me, an irregular. It's like a kind of famine. The cities I arrive at invariably have their secrets exposed. Unable to bear it, the citizens surrender unconditionally, leading to dire hunger. In short, a year of calamity befalls the city. The cat that bit a gold coin screams for it all to stop. Suddenly becoming a walking famine, the cat that bit a gold coin was pushed further into a corner. Already 6 port cities had fallen. Regrettably, there was no one who could stop me. Bounty hunters skilled in combat came at me in droves once. A group of 7 mercenaries all donned tiger skin cloaks. The mid-sized group, those who can fight, proposes a trade. 1. For the next 30 minutes, both parties agree to exchange physical blows. 2. After 30 minutes, a total settlement will be conducted. 3. At the time of settlement, the amount of physical damage received from the opponent will be considered a loss. 4. The amount of physical damage dealt to the opponent will be considered a gain. This is the Gold Heaven world. Even for a brawl, mutual consent is needed, along with a contract to define the terms. The result? Do I even need to say? I mean, beyond the hologram, Merchant God was still streaming tears while the Count was nonchalantly crunching on potato chips. Could there be a clearer distinction between victory and defeat? The 6th city has also fallen smoothly. It's a cause for celebration. Meow, meow. How many cities are left in that world now? 7? 6? Even if 600 were left, it's only a matter of time. For your information, the conversation happening now was not a recording but a live feed. Every time I swept through a city, the Count would strike a deal with the Merchant God and extort something from them. This live conversation was also a spoils of plunder. Our tower's economic manager is indeed meticulous. It's time to admit to a complete defeat. No matter how much you resist from here, It will only ruin your heaven. For now, Death King generously accepts a big bow and retreats, but who knows what will happen in the future. What wrong have we done to you? The cats exploded in indignation. We were just quietly continuing with our small businesses. Meow. This is the tyranny and violence of a mighty constellation. We will not stand for this. Meow. We will formally protest. What wrong did you do? For starters, if I use my skill more than a certain number of times in a day, I get penalized with cat ears sprouting on my head. What's the problem with that? Cat ears. Aren't they cute? Additionally, there's also a penalty where using the universal shop beyond a certain limit causes a cattail to grow. Isn't that so? The cattail boasts a perfect curve both anatomically and evolutionarily. The fact that we gave even insignificant human races a chance to taste such a divine creation deserves gratitude, not disdain. When I purchased the item named World Peace, didn't it end up screwing me over? It's quite laughable that a grown adult seriously bought a product named World Peace. I included that phrase with the intention of teaching you a lesson to mature a bit. It wasn't meant to be taken so seriously. Meow. Isn't that also an experience and a lesson? The cats vigorously waved their arms in agreement. Indeed. That's a correct statement, Meow. Whether a count or unemployed, what kind of customer is this? It's not even funny. We are the real masters here. Be grateful. Hurry and express your gratitude for our existence. Bow your head and thank us for granting you skills and for imposing penalties on you. Bow down, offer a sincere deep bow. Even cats have their pride. Meow, meow. Meow. The Count nodded deeply. Now I believe you fully understand why I'm determined to deal with these double trouble felines, Kim Gongja. My friend, you seem to have a lot of pent-up frustration. It was already night. After conquering the 7th city, I unfolded the map. Following Count's plan to subjugate dozens, hundreds of cities seemed easy. It would just take time, not a difficult feat. However, it's strange. From beyond the hologram, Count tilted her head in confusion. What is strange? The cat that bit a gold coin, the merchant god, is nowhere to be seen. Even though it seems like I'm moving around, I've been heading to major cities, you know? The 7th city I just conquered, and the 6th port, was the most prosperous city in this world. In the Gold Heaven world, there are only port cities. Whether it was deliberately designed this way to facilitate trade or because the majority of the world is water. Seas. Clusters of islands are gathered, and villages and cities are established along the coastlines. There's no such thing as inland. There are mountains, but no villages are placed on them. Without exception, all places where people live are adjacent to the sea. I thought I would see the merchant god in the largest city. See? What do you mean by see? I mean, literally visible to the eyes. The owner of the last stage was a tree, a world tree that could cover an entire city and then some. If it's heaven, I thought it would make sense for the god to be visible anywhere. The Count furrowed her brows as if the idea was novel to her, and it was clear from the space between her eyebrows that she had never thought about it that way before, and probably never would. That's an interesting perspective. Yes, well, so I thought the merchant god's main residence would be in the largest city, but no matter how much I search, it's not there. It's strange, really. Perhaps the last stage was an exception, each god to their own. These ones might have built their hideout far away, giggling while watching humans destroy each other. Could that be the case? Absolutely no doubt about it. I glanced at the hologram. What are you staring at? The cats flinched. Don't think that looking at us like that will scare us. We're not afraid of something like you, Meow. Really, you'll regret not negotiating with us when we are bowing and being submissive. You should have just accepted a good deal and ended it there. That ship has already capsized. There's no soup left. No soup! No soup! But really, how about that chant? Even though they look like cats on the outside, they are still constellations. A powerful constellation that governs the 70th floor region. I checked to see if the cats were unable to manage their expressions and gave away their feelings, but as expected, there was no such fundamental mistake. I looked around carefully. The waves lapped gently at the dockside. Come to think of it, when I first arrived at this stage, I was at the dockside as well. Although, at that time, I turned my gaze towards the streets rather than the sea. Every village is a port. Could there be a clue hidden in that fact? The cat that bit a gold coin. The cat that bit a gold coin. Huh. Gold coin? Lost in thought, I wandered the beach when suddenly the moon rising in the night sky caught my eye. It was a full moon. A thought crossed my mind. Carefully managing not to let my emotions show on my face, I casually spoke to the Count. Nisha. It's the first time you're calling me by my real name. Well, you've been calling Patricia by her real name for a while now. It's quite late, to be honest. With this, you're the only person who calls both Patricia and me by our real names. Normally, those who are close to me despise Patricia, and those who are close to Patricia despise me. But you're quite unique. It's a great honor. Anyway, Nisha, you're watching me like watching a movie over there. Is it possible to do a rewind? Well, I suppose it should be possible. The Count turned her head and spoke. Murmurs. From my angle, someone was conversing in a blind spot to the hologram, while obviously consulting with the Wand of Ages. Soon after, the Count turned back to me. It's possible. Then, although it might be a bit troublesome, could you please check the night sky from last night, the night before, and the nights 3 and 4 days ago? There's something I want to confirm. Sounds more productive than crunching on potato chips. Sure. The Count waved her fan, her eyes scanning the void. Though invisible to me, images from the past few days were now visible to the Count. Are you watching? I have them all displayed. Please check the moon. A flinch. The cats turned to look at me in unison, but it was too late. No longer needing to manage my expression, I immediately asked, Is there any change in the shape of the moon? By any chance, has it been a full moon continuously without any changes? Slowly, the Count nodded. Correct, not a single movement, a clear full moon. Just as I thought. Meow! Now that I think about it, negotiating doesn't seem like a bad idea. Surely, there must be conditions even for an unconditional surrender, right? Customer, we will seriously engage in surrender negotiations from now on. The cat started to panic. The Count, clueless about the situation, tilted her head in confusion. However, I, paying no attention to that, enhanced my vision. Aura infusion. With sight beyond human limits, I gazed up at the full moon. Nothing there. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything on the surface of the moon. No, in fact, it wasn't even a real moon. Unlike Earth's moon, this moon had a spotless surface. It wasn't even spherical, but flat. It was merely something that took the shape of a moon. That place is not the hideout. The cats are not there. Then, I quickly scanned my surroundings. According to my reasoning, 1. Heaven has a constellation that governs it. 2. Souls can always feel and see that constellation anytime and anywhere. 3. The souls here invariably live adjacent to the sea. 4. Therefore, the constellation might reside in the sea. If the sea itself is the constellation, all problems would be solved. However, the constellation of the 73rd floor is cat, not sea, nor is it any sea-related creature. Could it be living in the deep sea, building a base in the deep sea, or perhaps moving around in a submarine? That could be possible. But in that case, the souls couldn't always feel or observe the constellation. A god that can be easily seen by simply looking out at the sea. The waves crashed against the sea. Not the deep sea, nor somewhere in the open sea. The dark night sea. In the middle of the pitch-black water surface, brightly reflected. Just something that anyone in a seaside village where people live can easily see. The full moon. The moon in the night sky was reflecting white, like a round gold coin. Indeed, I smiled. I found it. And without hesitation, I stepped towards the sea. Splash. Ripples formed. The ripples did not grow more intense but remained gentle. Splash. Splash! I ran towards the spot where the full moon reflected on the water's surface. Nah, the cats chorused in alarm. No, wait, let's make a deal. Let's have a trade. Customer, Count, VIP guest, we will offer a 50% discount on all items forevermore. Isn't that enough? Could you please accept our surrender? 60%, 70%, 80%. We will give a discount of up to 90%, so please stop your friend. Surprisingly, when I dived towards the surface where the gold coin reflected, what welcomed my face and body wasn't the cold seawater. I only felt the touch of water momentarily on the surface. Soon after, a distinctly different gravity from that of water caught me. He's here! Nah! I landed, thud, on solid ground. There was no underwater palace like in the tales. The moon reflected on the water was a kind of portal, a gate. Passing through the moon on the water's surface was directly entering the dwelling ruled by the merchant god. The gold coin was the full moon, and the cat that swallowed a gold coin was indeed the cat living in the full moon. Emergency! Emergency! What do we do? Don't be scared, meow! What's the difference between dying once or twice? It's all over now. Cats gathered in a stark white space, huddling closely together, shivering and trembling. The sight of the colorfully marked cats gathering and quivering together was, well, unexpectedly touching. I smiled warmly. After all, I had come as the nutcase representative of our tower. Greetings, brethren. And there's a certain elegance that only a nutcase should possess when dealing with other nutcases. Do you perhaps know the way? Chapter 49, Full Moon Voyage, 6. The cat's response to my question about whether they knew the way was simple. The cats, being merchants, trembled, but without a moment's hesitation, they prostrated themselves neatly. We surrender, meow! They truly knew their place. However, if we completely fall into ruin, it won't just be one or two beings that end up on the streets. We're not just struggling for our own survival, but for all the followers residing in every world and the citizens of this world, so please have mercy on us. Please have mercy on us. 24 cats begged for forgiveness in unison. The sight of the cats of various colors bowing their heads together had something about it that tugged at the heartstrings. But my heart was too tainted to live by heartstrings alone. Is what you're saying true, Serpent? The eye living in the labyrinth summarizes their true intentions in a single line and exposes them. As the serpent hissed, characters appeared before my eyes. Psychological state. Followers and citizens be damned. We're about to die here. What do we care? I knew it would be something like this. I clicked my tongue in disapproval. You guys really are consistently despicable. Meow. Why is a damned snake submitting to a mere human? Because of this thing, we can't scam or bargain. This is an outrageous abuse of power. It shouldn't be allowed. The cats were outraged. It seemed that being a constellation that primarily deals in scams, they were naturally at odds with Hishmith Crits. Having been called a wretched snake, Hishmith Crits, perhaps angered, raised its head and screeched. The cats were startled and jumped around in panic. Meow! So scary. Terrifying. Ah, look at that horrifying green. It's a color and shape that should not be allowed in this universe. Its mere existence is an insult to all creation, a truly disgraceful and offensive creature. Screech! Meow! Spare us! Spare us! The green alien creature is trying to eat us! Help! Help! This is a total mess. Well, to be precise, it's a cat mess. Since a cat mess is too long, let's shorten it to a nyang-nyang mess. Isn't that cute? My friend seems to have fallen into another strange thought. Proceed with the negotiation. The Count intervened just in time. Naturally, the Count was also watching the current scene live via hologram. What you want is unconditional surrender, but I don't intend to extort more than is right from you folks. Anyway, that place is a kind of heaven, and you are the managers of heaven, aren't you? It would be right to preserve your position. Meow. Then, perhaps, are you seeking appropriate financial compensation or periodic tributes? No, what I want is only one thing, your utter humiliation. The Count demonstrated without regret the kind of character that made her the top tycoon of the tower. Let's shorten this to character flaw. Coup. Customer? I have no intention of ruining the economic structure of the Gold Heaven world, nor do I plan to ruin other worlds. Why should the managers of heaven favor our tower alone? What I mean is, once again, I would just like to see you eat some humble pie. Yikes! The cats trembled at the Count's character flaw. Since they were the very ones who cultivated that personality, I felt no sympathy for them. Karma, justice, nyang-nyang punch. Aren't all these words within my top 3 favorites? Come when I call you. Come and perform tricks right in front of me if I ask, and tear open a snack bag if commanded. Of course, you can never lie to me, and must always speak the truth. And that's not all. If I ask you to meow, then meow you shall, and if I grow tired of your meowing and tell you to bark instead, then bark willingly you must. The cats shuddered. What kind of outrageous demand is this? For a cat born with a spine to stoop to making dog noises, it's the ultimate disgrace. That's right. Dogs are inferior beings that can't even stretch their backs. There are the principles of righteousness and the 5 moral tenets we must adhere to. We cannot stoop to using the language of dogs. So these beings are constellations that delight in scamming and derive satisfaction from deceiving others. And they also happen to be speciesist cats that look down on dogs. At this point, I worry whether calling them cats might be an insult to the cats of our world. The Count quietly listened to the cat's protests and then ended all controversy with just 2 sentences. Don't like it? If so, just leave it to the Death King to expose all your secrets. From now on, we are your eternal dogs. 24 cats prostrated themselves towards the hologram. In fact, we have long admired the way of the dogs and have always wanted to bark instead of meowing. Bark, bark! This feels much more affectionate and fitting to the mouth. Having been mercifully granted the way of the bark and the teachings of the woof by our customer, we feel as if we have finally escaped the barbaric customs and entrusted our bodies to the great path. Meower! Indeed, I'm not exactly sure what the indeed is for, but there seems to be no better word to describe the current situation. The cat that bit a gold coin surrenders. Afterwards, various minor squabbles continued between the Count and the merchants. I didn't pay much attention to them. It was the process of clarifying the minutiae in the surrender document without leaving room for misunderstanding. But, well, I'm sure the Count would handle it just fine. What was important to me was what happened next. After more than 3 hours of discussion, a perfect surrender document was finally created, and the Count looked at me with a beaming smile. You've done well, Death King. It was nothing. Unlike the Count, who was all smiles, the cats were completely exhausted and lay sprawled on the floor. There was a demon among us. We might need to reconsider the level of service we provide to our customers. I wonder how thoroughly they were fleeced. I'm relieved anew that the Count is on our side. If the Count were an enemy, so would the Crusader, and not just the tower's economic structure, but also its security forces would turn their blades against us. Game over. The specific assassination plans and the capital to carry them out are just a bonus. Truly vicious, so vicious. Thanks to you, I've fulfilled a wish I never thought possible in my lifetime. There's a saying about what good friends are for, but I clearly enjoy the luxury because of my friend. I enjoyed it too. But even enjoyable times must come to an end. The Count folded her fan and smiled. Now, come back. Death King, a message rang in my head. The one chosen as your judge grants you a pass. You have received the recognition of the judge. You can declare stage clear at any time. There was no reason to hesitate. I quietly declared stage clear in my mind, and accordingly, a yellow light enveloped me. The cat that bit a gold coin has surrendered to you. Hidden stage cleared. You will be transferred to the 70th floor. And then I opened my eyes. Welcome back. Upon opening my eyes, what greeted me was still the Count, lounging on the sofa. Slowly waving her fan, she spoke to me. I really wanted to say this to your face, Kim Gongja. Congratulations on clearing the stage. We had broken through the 72nd floor. 7. Just because the stage was completed, the Count didn't immediately leave. Perhaps because she knew that once she left here, her memories would be erased. It's the law of the tower that all memories related to the Wand of the Beginning, or in other words, the pillar, must be distorted. Perhaps for that reason, the Count was leisurely taking her time. After all, due to the matters of the merchant union, I'm in work mode 24/7. There's no such thing as rest for me. The Count said, Honestly, being here is almost like taking a free vacation, isn't it? Even the flow of time is different from Babylon. It's truly the best vacation spot. What's the point of resting here if our memories will just be erased anyway? Then we must play even harder before they get erased. The Count seemed sincere. Well, I was in no rush either. This was a chance to chat and get closer to the Count, which was fine by me. Really? And through our conversation, we came across quite the surprising fact. Did you know Patricia had an assassination plan in place? Of course, the Count said as if it was the most natural thing. Patricia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't blabber unnecessary things, but we never blur the line between what's necessary and what's not. Both of us have the intelligence and the promise to do so. The most important thing is the will to keep that promise. I trust Patricia's will. It was hard to find even a hint of doubt in the Count's expression. Frankly, I was bewildered. I'm not sure if I should be saying this, but Patricia probably also has a plan to assassinate Nisha. Well, obviously it's just a plan, but still, of course. To take control of the entire tower on behalf of the 5 guildmasters, Patricia would need to take down the merchant union first. And to do that, she'd have to start with me. Incredible. As I stammered, the Count chuckled as if she found it amusing. My reaction must have been entertaining to him. It's a story from years ago. I was the one who told Patricia first. If she ever decides to become a dictator, she should start by taking my head before killing anyone else. How can you carry out a purge without that resolve? There has to be a price to pay. It was a kind of restriction. Honestly, if it weren't for the shackles I put in place, Patricia would have exploded long ago. Patricia is a thinker and might seem indecisive at first glance, but once she decides something, she goes straight ahead no matter what. I was momentarily lost for words. My silence wasn't for any other reason. Something neither the Crusader nor the Count knew. Not even a thing of the past, but a secret buried in the cycles of time. Only I remembered it. The Count was the first to die. The tragedy that unfolded on the 12th floor. When the Crusader first reached the 12th floor, she accepted the choice offered by the Devil King of Falrain. She conspired with the Devil King, and then we, the 5 guildmasters, were hunted down by the Devil King one by one. When the Devil King swung his sword, a red beam burnt everything in its path. The first thing destroyed was the imperial throne room of the Aegean Empire, and the person in that throne room was the Count. The Crusader, Patricia, killed the Count first, as promised. You look troubled. Is something bothering you? No, it's nothing. It's okay. It's merely an event that hasn't happened in this timeline. The Devil King of Falrain has become a ghost. I call the Crusader Patricia. I can also call the Count Nisha, and both of them call me Kim Gongja. Everything has changed. But now looking back, many things that I once thought happened by chance are understood in a direction I never considered before. I've come to understand them. What is it, you might ask? It's a strange feeling. I realize anew that what we call coincidence is just a temporary name I've given to the inevitables I'm unaware of. The things I do, the things I want to do, might also be about changing numerous coincidences, one by one, bite by bite, sip by sip, into inevitables. Surely it must be so. I felt that this process of turning each and every other into myself is not in the least bit different. Sorry to interrupt your pleasant conversation. A voice interjected beside us. This isn't a holiday resort. The pillar with silver blades hidden in its eyes, the Wand of Ages holding a long staff, watched over us. Death King, it's time to ascend to the 73rd floor? Yes, another heaven was waiting for me. Chapter 350, White Endpoint, 1-1. It was my turn to ascend to another heaven, but in reality, floors 73 and 74 were nothing special. Literally, the moment I set foot on the stage, I was deemed pass. Seriously. It wasn't long ago that I got thoroughly defeated by you, and now I'm supposed to judge whether you pass or fail. Just go ahead and move up. The hunter in charge of the 73rd floor was Liao Fan, the venomous snake of Chen Mumun. Venomous Snake was summoned by the Wand of Ages and told that he had been given the role of judge. With a frown, he waved his hand dismissively. After all, a loser must adhere to the way of losers. Since I didn't lose my head even after a life-or-death battle, the least I can do is lift the winner's spirits and make them happy. You don't even need my approval to pass. Thus, the 73rd floor was cleared in about 2 seconds. Oh, for your information, the 73rd floor was a place called the Martial Heaven. If everything was traded in the Gold Heaven, here, everything in the world was settled by duels. A kind of Valhalla. A resting place for souls who wish to wield their swords even in death. Perhaps it's the heaven where unique warriors like the Sword Emperor would end up if they died in the tower? Your judge has decided to pass you. You have received the approval of the judge. Thank you for the quick clear. Does it matter to you that you'll forget coming here? People forget so many things in life. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Venomous Snake left coolly, as if he truly had no regrets. His attitude was in stark contrast to the Count, who treasured her memories and procrastinated until the very end. Well, if I ever itch to fight a strong opponent on the 73rd floor, I'll just come back. Duels have been a dime a dozen so far, so there's no real loss, at least not for now. As for the next stage, the 74th floor, aha! A heaven, you say? What an interesting concept for a place. You could guess who it was just by the laughter. It was the heretic questioner, Bambolina. After hearing the whole story from the Wand of Ages, Bambolina laughed heartily. However, if the stage clear condition solely depends on my approval, there's no need to waste time. Master, please proceed without hesitation. Even though the heretic questioner had changed in many ways after meeting me, he still prioritized efficiency. He had no interest in the hidden secrets of the stage or quests that sincerely impress him. He was the type to smile broadly and ask, "That's nice, so what's in it for me?" What caught the heretic questioner's attention was something more practical. To subjugate several constellations in such a short time, impressive. Perhaps we should change your alias from Death King to Master of Starry Sky. The heretic questioner's eyes sparkled like morning stars. Participating in the auction as Goddess of Protection was also splendid. How about it, Master? Why not bestow one of the stages you own to Hamustra? Then the constellations we can use in our tower would include Goddess of Protection, the eye living in the labyrinth, the ox that harvests ruins, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, the librarian in the corner, and so on. It would make for a formidable force. No, that's a bit difficult. I thought to myself that Uberka's title as a constellation is always horrible, as I responded. I want Hamustra to experience human life, for at least several decades. If Hamustra returns as the librarian in the corner, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous help, but that would be useless for Hamustra's growth, unless he wishes it himself. Indeed. If that is Master's will, then there's nothing I can do. Sensing my firm resolve, the heretic questioner didn't press any further. He only licked his lips. Fundamentally, the heretic questioner absolutely respected my wishes. To put it a bit extremely, if I were to order him to become a constellation, he'd likely respond, "Understood. Please wait 30 years." The 74th floor, judged by such a heretic questioner, was the law heaven. This place was somewhat more complicated than the martial heaven, where everything was resolved through duels. According to information disclosed by Hishmith Kritz, the laws of the law heaven were as follows. Law heaven floor, 74th constellation, non-sanctioned jurist. Difficulty, CA+. Explanation, a 1, a world where everything operates according to laws. Every resident of this world can create a world law equivalent to physical laws, but only once in their lifetime. Here, everyone has the power to legislate once in their lifetime. Someone can establish a law saying fighting amongst each other is forever prohibited. And then, fighting really would be prohibited. However, if someone else says, "I abolish the law that prohibits fighting amongst each other forever," that law would be nullified immediately. Once nullified, that's the end. Since you can't legislate twice in a lifetime, you must think carefully about how to use your one-time power. Not any law can be established. There are a few exceptional laws that are prohibited. 3 examples of impossible laws include no tyrants allowed. Laws that negate other people's right to legislate are not recognized. X, only I can make laws in this world. No smart Aladdins. Laws that indefinitely increase your one-time legislative power are also not allowed. X, I can legislate 100 times. No greedy guts. While it's recognized that you can nullify another person's law, you cannot abolish more than 2 laws at once. X, I abolish all laws that have been established up to now. Aside from these exceptions, you can wish for anything. Of course, that's if other people recognize your law. There will always be people who might use their once-in-a-lifetime authority just because they dislike you. Be cautious. Even just hearing about it made me think this was a very tricky heaven. I'm not even sure how to clear this one. How many absurd laws might be lurking around? For instance, there will surely be a law like using aura is prohibited. There are far more people who can't use aura than those who can. It's utterly unfair. That would mean I'd lose my biggest weapon right from the start. And that's not all. There's a high chance that a law like using skills is prohibited exists. I'm surrounded by monstrous hunters, but in reality, acquiring even one skill is a stroke of luck. The majority don't have any skills. Would people really tolerate skills? Even if they did, there'd likely be a law like You can't harm others with skills. It's better not to stay in such a dangerous place for long. After all, a wise man does not enter into danger. My name is Gongja, a gentleman among gentlemen, so I should not hesitate to be cautious. If that sounds like nonsense, that's because I simply accepted the heretic questioner's stamp of approval. Your judge has decided to pass you. You have received the approval of the judge. The heretic questioner vanished with a "best of luck! Aha!" leaving behind his laughter as an aftertaste in the place where he disappeared. Following Venomous Snake, another lightning-fast clear occurred. So by this point, you can understand the strategy I've adopted in the 70th floor zone. If I'm interested, I stay. If there's a need, I delve deeper into conquering it. However, if there's no need, I gladly skip over it. Unless it was an exceptionally intriguing heaven, I intended to skip the 75th floor as well. Therefore, as one might guess, something out of the ordinary happened on the 75th floor. First, let me introduce the hunter summoned as the judge of the 75th floor. Whoa, where is this? Why was I suddenly summoned? Eek, who are you? Kidnapping me now won't affect the operations of the alchemy department. I'm only in charge of developing potions. I don't deal with sales or distribution. I was content just having my shop on the 20th floor. Why does the world not even consider my small wishes? The hunter rapped her head, as if this wasn't her first time experiencing such a situation. You might say it's an overreaction, but it was quite justified. Not only did I recognize the hunter's talents, but so did guild leaders like the Count. Although she didn't wield a sword at the forefront, she contributed to the tower's conquest no less than anyone else, was contributing in real time, and most importantly, played a significant role in breaking the Chronicles of Heavenly Demon. Huh? Gongja see? The alchemist belatedly realized my presence and stared blankly at me. Where have I come to now? I greeted her with a broad smile. Welcome. This is the entrance to the afterlife. The alchemist's face turned pale. Why? It's not like I said anything wrong. 2. My one joke came back to me as a fierce backlash. The alchemist, not even considering the possibility that I was lying, nearly fainted upon hearing that this was the gateway to the underworld. Naturally, once she regained her composure and belatedly understood the situation, she gave me a cold scolding. Why say she gave me a cold scolding rather than a fiery one? Well, because the alchemist's anger went something like this. From now on, I'm stopping the supply of special potions to Gongja Sea. I'm sorry. The alchemist looked down at me through her frosted glasses. I'll only remove the strawberry flavor from the potions I provide to Gongja Sea. How about mugwort flavor? Are you interested in spinach flavor? Frog eyeball flavor? Mosquito wing flavor? Or should I create the taste of nasal mucus on the 4th day of a flu for you? That's like the most famous fantasy novel in the outside world. A chocolate-like flavor. Sigh. The alchemist shook her head in disbelief. It was as if she was dealing with a mischievous kid from next door. Thinking that I might actually want to try a snot potion, her treatment wasn't entirely misplaced. Everything is an experience. To put it fancily, it's an experience. Experience. Doesn't it sort of sound like a magic spell? Anyway, I understand what I need to do. It's quite surprising that there are heavens, multiple ones, in the tower. The tower is originally a place of wonders, the alchemist murmured. Then, she mentioned something that no one summoned as a judge had mentioned before, but something that anyone would have thought about. Gongja Si. Will we be sent here when we die? To lose our memories. To forget our past lives as if they were a previous existence. Depending on our personalities, desires, scattering to one of the 9 heavens? I was momentarily at a loss for words. The alchemist's tone contained much more bitterness about the possibility of scattering in this world than fear of death. Oblivion and farewell. After all, death is just those 2 concepts tied together. Ugh. The alchemist, lost in thought, then shook her head from side to side. It's useless to think about such things. All right, Gongja Si, please proceed to the stage without worry. If it seems dangerous, I'll immediately recognize your pass, so please come back. I'll be back. Yes, take care. I won't tell you to be careful. As long as you're not dead and your breath is still with you, I can save you. Just preserve your neck at least. A small laugh escaped me. This person really knows my personality now. Indeed, I've known the alchemist for quite a while. She was one of the first people I tried to get close to immediately after I regressed. If it weren't for me, the alchemist would have struggled for a long time before finding success, and without the sensory amplification potion she created, I would have had a hard time awakening my aura, so we were comrades who shared success. Yes, I'll do my best. I waved at the alchemist and headed straight to the next floor. The ground undulated as it swallowed my body. You have entered the 75th stage. You step into a place you were originally not supposed to enter. I opened my eyes. And as soon as I opened my eyes, I noticed something was amiss. It was impossible not to notice. Huh? The whole world was in black and white. The scene unfolding before my eyes lacked any color, only grayscale. Moreover, only black and white were distinctly outlined. Had it merely been devoid of vibrant colors, I wouldn't have been surprised. Haven't I encountered countless extraordinary landscapes by now? The problem was that the world was flat. What? Huh? And it was quite significantly flat. Bluntly revealed, a two-dimensional plane was spread out. I blinked. For some reason, objects didn't appear in 3D. As I kept blinking, my brain slowly began to adapt to this new dimension, perceiving the world as if a side-scrolling RPG game was being displayed on a monitor. In other words, my field of view was limited to a third-person perspective. What's this? I instinctively moved my foot. Squirm. Then something squirmed in the middle of the screen. As it, in the center of the screen, moved, the screen itself moved along with it. The view of this world was confined to a square frame. However, as it moved, the view also shifted, illuminating new scenery, though the mountains were represented as dasak and clouds as oo like a child's drawing. And it, placed in the middle of the screen, if described from top to bottom, was, at the top there was a... Below that was a horizontal line. At both ends of the line, there were tridents depicted as is in the drawing. Then, for a while, there was a vertical line. The vertical line split into two, firmly standing on the ground of this side-scrolling world. Surprisingly, as I moved my feet, the lower part of it moved. When I moved my arms, the tridents moved. Could it be? Curious, I opened my mouth wide. Immediately, its expression changed. Sometimes in life, we come to unavoidable conclusions. In my case, at this moment, the truth I faced was harsh, but there was no avoiding it. Is that me? Then, the stick man in the middle of the 2D screen assumed what it thought was a sophisticated and dynamic expression. No, why are you unnecessarily cute? Chapter 351, White Endpoint. 2-3. Having suddenly become a 2D stick figure, I had no choice but to be flustered. But being flustered didn't change the situation. The world was still as flat as it could possibly be, and I was as much of a stick figure as one could possibly be. Idiot. Oh, how fascinating. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, I wasn't the only one who had turned into a stick figure. Bai Huryong had also become a stick figure ghost. If I was a solid line, then perhaps the difference was that Bai Huryong was represented as a dashed line. For reference, Bai Huryong was hate making such an emoticon expression. Just looking at it was infuriating, which was very Bai Huryong-like. A speech bubble wafted above Bai Huryong's head. Idiot. To my eyes, this damn world looks like a drawing on a piece of paper. Zombie. Do you see it that way too? Ah, yes. While nodding, I felt ambiguous. It looks the same to me too. But why are you talking with speech bubbles? Why not speak with your voice, idiot? To me, it seems like you're talking with speech bubbles as well. Huh. Bai Huryong asked back, as if he really couldn't understand. He didn't seem to be lying. Really? Idiot, yeah. Every time you speak, a speech bubble appears above your head. I can't hear your voice. Ah, I see. Perhaps in this world, one can only hear their own voice. I grasped the situation. So this stage had no sound. Everything people said was displayed in text instead of being heard as sound. Just like in comics. It was possible to hear one's own voice, but not the voices of others. I wasn't sure what the difference between the two was. But anyway, that was the law of this world. Fox, peep, thread snake, hiss. The constellations were the same. Their cries were converted into speech bubbles. And next to the speech bubble, the person's name was written. Instead of a music box only for you, it was called Fox. And the eye living in the labyrinth was called Thread Snake, so it seems it wasn't written as objective names. They were displayed with names I found comfortable. Wait a minute, Then does that mean Bae-Hoo-ryung's name is displayed as idiot? I looked back at Bae-Hoo-ryung. Bae-Hoo-ryung tilted his head in confusion. Idiot. What are you staring at? No, it's nothing. I was just thinking that you match well with speech bubbles. I quickly changed the topic. There are truths in the world that don't need to be shared. It's like scratching an itch. Idiot. Is that so? Well, I am a bit of a cool guy, no matter what I do. So, what should we do here? Leaving Bae-Hoo-ryung aside, I looked around. I didn't scan in all 4 directions, but rather in 3. Unlike the real world, here you could only move in 2 directions, left and right. If I were to simply depict the scene that met my eyes in a drawing, it would be like this. 2 direction. On the left was a mountain. The fluffy things floating in the distance were clouds. Below the mountains and clouds, the baseline stretched far and wide. On both sides was the horizon, essentially the ground. Well, what can I say? It's a very simple world. Idiot. Whether left or right, we have no choice but to move forward, right? Said the idiot, who knew nothing but martial arts. Idiot. This place is also the afterlife, right? Then somewhere there must be souls gathered and living, right? What kind of life one must lead to consider such a place heaven, I really can't understand. Okay, let's move on then. I walked forward. No, I walked in the right direction, step by step. Of course, there was no sound of footsteps. When I stepped forward with my right foot, the word step appeared, just like sound effects are shown in comics. Wow! Even things like footsteps appear in this way. I tried stomping my foot heavily as a test. Then a large stomp appeared in big, bold, and fierce font. On the other hand, when I tiptoed, tiptoe, tiptoe appeared in small letters. The font was also gentle. Amazing. Literally, a heaven where everything is expressed on a flat surface. Resident A. Oh, you're a face I haven't seen in our village before. Are you a traveler? After walking for a while, I encountered a person. It was the first time I had met a local of this world. The resident was expressed as a stick figure, just like me, and was pressing something onto the ground. The tool in the resident's hand was a sword? A trident? No. Considering they were digging the ground, it's highly likely to be a hoe. This person was hoeing the field with a hoe. Ah, yes. Hello. I nodded my head in greeting. But can you distinguish my face? Resident A. Face? Yes. You mentioned it was our first meeting as soon as you saw me. I was wondering if it's easy for you to distinguish me from others. Huh? Of course it's easy to distinguish you from others. You're asking a strange question. The farmer replied as if it were obvious, and looked at me as if I was strange. But the one truly engulfed in a peculiar feeling was me. No matter how much I concentrated, I found it difficult to distinguish the farmer's face from my stick figure face. My goodness, can people here distinguish anything just by looking at stick figures? Resident. More importantly, if you wish to enter our village, there are a few procedures to go through. Procedures, you say? Nothing difficult. You just need to answer the questions I ask. Have you come to our village intending to harm someone? I immediately shook my head. No, sound effect appeared. No, that's not it. Resident, good, the farmer said cheerfully. As if my answer had cleared all suspicions, as if there was no need to probe further. Resident A. I'll continue with the questions. Do you plan to cause a disturbance in our village? Will you create discord among the other residents? Eek. No, I have no such intentions, unless someone attacks me first. Good. Can you swear that, in case of any unwanted incidents, you will faithfully follow our village's customs and legal proceedings for investigation and trial? Of course. Oh, a splendid traveler. The farmer laughed. He seemed very satisfied for some reason. He then patted my shoulder. Thump, thump. Resident. Even if you're an outsider, if you're someone like you, I can trust you. Welcome. Our village welcomes you. I was somewhat flustered. It was nice to be welcomed, but I didn't understand. How could they trust me like that? We had exchanged only a few questions and answers at most. There was no further interrogation. Such simple Q&A couldn't possibly reveal what kind of person I am. Whether my answers were sincere or not was also unknown. Why then? Threadsnake. Hiss. That was when it happened. As if sensing my puzzled heart, Threadsnake reacted. It seemed to know what I was curious about and also appeared to have the answers. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its power. Reveal. Information about this stage is revealed to you. Hidden information is unveiled. A window popped up on one side of the screen. It was an explanation window. Neatly squared, the window began to be filled with text flowing down. True heaven, world. Floor, 75th constellation, the faceless conductor. Explanation 1, a flat world made up of pictures and text. Explanation 2, this place is one of the afterworlds prepared in the tower. Explanation 3, true heaven. A name referring to the afterlife where souls tired of lies and hypocrisy arrive, those weary of seeking truth in others' words, those drained from distinguishing truth and falsehood with every human encounter, those who have grown to detest the complex human world settle here after death. In the true heaven world, one can never tell a lie. So that was it. My question was instantly resolved, but the explanation window was not finished. I continued to read the information revealed by Hishmith Kritz. Once you set foot in this heaven, you need not worry about what others might be hiding. You need not doubt the intentions of others. Just ask. An honest answer will be returned. No one can distort their true intentions with subtle expressions or sophisticated speech here, because any expression and tone of voice are displayed blatantly. Even your appearance and that of others are not distinctly distinguishable here. Rest assured, you do not have to strain yourself to act out expressions cleverly. Clever speech and flattering expressions simply cannot exist in this land. This heaven was created for those who are tired of being human, tired of becoming human, and yet, despite everything, wish to be with humans. May you find peace here. It's Resident A. If you ever have any trouble, come find me anytime. The farmer, carrying a hoe, walked away. Step by step. Before long, the farmer had moved off screen and was no longer in my view. I see. I completely understood the farmer's odd behavior. After sharing the information I just learned with Baehuryung, I said, just exchanging questions and answers with me is enough in this world. After all, everything I say here is the truth. Just getting an answer that I have no intention of causing trouble is enough reason not to be wary of me, even if I'm an outsider. Idiot. Indeed, a world where lying is impossible. The martial arts idiot crossed his arms and nodded seriously. Idiot, considering most hunters are deceitful, there must be many who find the condition of being absolutely unable to lie excruciating. Of course, for someone like me, whose heart is clearer than a stream and who speaks nothing but sincerity no matter where or when, this stage isn't difficult at all. What? As we conversed, we walked into the village. Zombie, try saying what I tell you to. What strange thing are you going to ask me to say now? Idiot. Say, Sword Emperor is so cool that I can't help but respect him in my heart. Has this guy lost his mind? Idiot. Ah, please, come on. Hurry, right now, right now. Baehuryung urged me. It was an urging filled with sincerity. I sighed. Sword Emperor, and the moment I opened my mouth, whoosh, a massive shock ran through my entire body. Prohibited. You cannot break the rules of this world. You cannot utter a lie. My mouth was immediately shut. Not because I chose to close it. Even when I tried again, my mouth merely moved silently, without producing sound. The sentence Baehuryung desperately asked me to say just couldn't come out. Idiot. Kim Zombie. Baehuryung looked at me with eyes that had gone cold. Idiot. You? Don't tell me. It's not that you stumbled over saying Sword Emperor is too cool, nor at saying you respect him in your heart, but you got stuck just at Sword Emperor Nim? Damn. You can't even attach Nim to me? Is calling me Sword Emperor Nim itself a lie to you? Huh? Ah. Of course. How could I logically call you Nim? Huh? My conscience has fled, crossed the East Sea, swam across the Pacific, and made it all the way to Hawaii? Good heavens, are you even human? After all I've taught and given to you, how much are you looking down on me in your heart? No. Wait. Hold on, but you just called me Kim Zombie. That means you genuinely, without a single lie, consider me a zombie in your heart. How can you do that to me? Idiot, I can do that, but you can't. Get lost. By the way, we were passing through the village. What I mean is the villagers got to watch our quarrel for free. They looked at us with various expressions. I don't know about the others, but the last villager seemed somehow really annoying. Even the speech bubble was marked with a hee-hee. What's this? Is he picking a fight with me? Resident F, hey, you there! We were about to leave the village. One of the villagers, who had been standing at a distance, yelled, or rather, blew up big speech bubbles and ran towards us in a hurry. Yes? Don't go any further. The villager, sweating profusely, winky face, stopped me. Then he raised his hand to point towards the right side of the screen, the direction on the far right. There's a madman living there. Chapter 3, 52, White End Point, 3-4. I tilted my head in confusion. A madman, you say? Yes, that's right. If you keep going that way, there's a very dangerous madman. You shouldn't approach him. Of course, talking to thin air on the middle of the street of Jungin Huan City, you also seem quite the madman. This damn guy? If you're a bit of a strange madman, the one living over there is a very dangerous madman. He cut down anyone who approaches. Among us, he's called the Mad Warrior. Since he settled there, not a single person has been able to cross to the lands beyond. Any sort of exchange has completely ceased. I grasped the situation. This world stretches only to the sides. When some madman appears and blocks the path, from that day forward, the traffic is cut off. Isn't there a detour? There used to be, but it's been a long time since the madman appeared. It might have easily been over 100 years. That madman destroyed all the detours that could bypass the area he blocked. Even if we forcefully create detours, he smashes them as soon as he sees them. There's no way to withstand that. Truly a madman. Originally, even if the path was blocked, it was possible to bypass it by digging tunnels or building sky bridges. Tunnels are exactly what they sound like, paths made by digging underground. Sky bridges are paths created by erecting pillars and laying a bridge. However, the Mad Warrior crushed all such detours. Is he that strong, the Mad Warrior? Didn't I say? Despite the long time that has passed, it's still the same. Over the years, numerous warriors who challenged the madman have lost their heads. Now no one dares to challenge him anymore. Thanks to that, the trade between the East and West has completely collapsed. The villager made a gloomy face. The faces of other villagers listening to our conversation were not much different. Actually, they were exactly the same, and so several villagers simultaneously made the "oh" expressions, all of them looking at me. It's kind of scary. I don't know how far you plan to travel, but it would be wise to make a U-turn from this village. The villager advised with a resigned expression. What lies ahead is practically no different from being off limits. It'd be best to rest for a day and then turn back. I gratefully accepted the hospitality and spent the night in the home of one of the villagers. After a few questions to determine whether I was a dangerous traveler, the villagers seemed to have concluded that I was completely harmless. They treated me with utmost courtesy as their guest. Just need to take care of the Mad Warrior, and then I can leave. Lying in the bedroom provided by the villagers, I spoke to Bai Huryong. It's something that can be cleared any time. That madman is, so to speak, a monster of this world. Who knows when another hunter will come up again to the 75th floor. If I just ignore and pass by, it might be decades before anything changes. Idiot. Does it really matter? It's up to you. Bai Huryong replied indifferently. However, Bai Huryong has always been a frank person, dead without his honesty, especially here where expressions are vividly visible. When Bai Huryong made a somewhat troubled expression, it was impossible not to notice, even if I didn't want to. Why? You look like a fool. Idiot. Let's just say that this Mad Warrior or whatever is considered the strongest in this world, and I don't remember, but I definitely cleared the 75th floor. Yes, well, that might be the case. So it bothers me. If it were me, I would have definitely taken down a guy holding the title of the world's strongest, right? It's puzzling how such a person is still alive. It was a valid point, but since it wasn't exactly impossible, I simply responded, I guess he appeared newly after you cleared this place. What's strange about that? Idiot, is that so? Bai Huryong made a face of discomfort, but couldn't refute my words. It was the most plausible possibility. We no longer bothered about it and slept soundly. The next day, we headed towards the location where the madman was said to be lurking. Villager F. I told you, young man, you shouldn't go there. It seems that whether an outsider had spent the night without any issues was a significant distinction. The villagers were much friendlier than yesterday and tried even harder to stop me. I knew it when that young man was mumbling to himself. He's got madness in him. This villager's face was like this. Villager D. Right, there's the madness that harms others, and then there's the madness that only harms oneself. This friend belongs to the latter. Tsk, tsk. This villager was Villager C. Maybe he came here deliberately, seeking a place to die. His loved one must have left him, but lacking the courage to take his own life. Unable to muster the courage, he came to this village looking for someone to kill him. Ah! It must be. Over there, someone was. Ha! A variety of expressions saw me off. As I left the village, a sign reading, "Danger, no entry," blocked the path. I lightly jumped over it. Unlike the relatively well-maintained village touched by human hands, the path became drastically desolate with each step I took. At the end of the path, the mad warrior who had driven the world's residents into fear was sitting quietly. Madman. The warrior was expressionless, frustrated face. It was hard to tell whether his eyes were open or closed. However, as soon as my right foot stepped on some weeds, making a rustling sound, a speech bubble appeared above the warrior's head. Madman. It's been a while since I had a visitor. The land of this world was basically, although there were thickets and shrubs, the base was. However, for some reason, the area around where the warrior was sitting was drawn with E. At first, I thought they were somewhat large weeds, and then I thought they were reeds taller than the weeds. Unfortunately, they were neither. A challenger? They were all swords stuck in the ground. If you've strayed here by mistake, I will grant you the last mercy. Go back. But if you have come to challenge me, I will gladly entertain you. No. Perhaps I was foolish to utter such words. I paid attention to the sound of your footsteps as you approached. The regularity of your footsteps was astounding. The stride of tens of steps was frighteningly identical. It's impossible to think that someone with such a realm and experience would stupidly stray here. The warrior slowly stood up. Madman, I ask you, are you a hunter? I blinked. Are you a hunter too? Did you end up trapped in this stage forever while climbing the tower? No, I am not one of your kind. I am a pure and innocent native, born and raised in this world. But that too is a foolish statement. According to your beliefs, I was not born in this world, but died in the other world, and thus I am merely living in the afterlife. Swoosh. The warrior pulled out one of the countless swords stuck in the ground. It seemed that the hundreds of swords scattered around were all his. Madman. However, I do have some connections with the humans you call hunters. Throughout the motion of drawing his sword, the warrior maintained an expressionless, frustrated face. Perhaps it wasn't so much expressionless as it was indifferent. In a world crudely represented by mere sticks and strokes, it was difficult to seriously gauge his realm. Connections, you say? And then the warrior said an unexpected name in his speech bubble. I fought against the Sword Emperor and was defeated. I have been waiting for the day he would return. 5. From that point, the story the warrior revealed was simple. Madman, according to the Sword Emperor, I am someone who was born and died in the same world as him. In other words, I was once a hunter as well. It's a story I can't remember, but here in this world the Sword Emperor certainly said so. Then it can't be a lie. At least, the Sword Emperor himself believed without a doubt that I was an old warrior who lived and died in the same world as him. In other words, the Sword Emperor and I were acquaintances. Did the Sword Emperor tell you what name you had when you were alive? He did. The madman recited the alias he could not remember himself. I turned to look at Beihuryeong. Is that correct? Yeah, right. And every time a speech bubble appears around that guy, it shows his name, and it's a name I recognize. Probably what he said is true. Beihuryeong confirmed the fact. Madman. To think the world I am living in is actually the afterlife. It was surprising, but objectively surprising things don't need to subjectively startle me. I fought a duel with the Sword Emperor and lost. However, the Sword Emperor said he had no interest in killing an already dead person from his hometown for a second time, and so he did not take my life. It was indeed an insulting act. Even if it was my past life, it's a life I can't remember. Is he saying I should live, no, die forever in defeat? If so, I'd rather he accept a rematch later. Bae-Hoo-ryung accepted the request for a rematch without much thought, promising to come back and fight after breaking through the 100th floor someday. Madman. Time has passed. And then he forgot. It was inevitable. Events related to the pillars are meant to be forgotten. That's the law of the tower. Unlike me, Bae-Hoo-ryung did not secure immunity to memory loss. Unlike during my time, the one of ages was not kind enough to teach Bae-Hoo-ryung everything. The moment he reached the 80th floor, Bae-Hoo-ryung's memories from the 70th to the 79th floor must have been completely distorted. Well, I think the Sword Emperor is dead. No, maybe he just can't find where I am. The world is quite vast. I've set up camp here and threaten anyone who comes by in case he can't find me. Thanks to that, my infamy has spread, so much so that it's spread across the entire world. In other words, there's no way he couldn't find me. I sighed. In the end, wasn't Bae-Hoo-ryung's inability to keep a promise the cause of all these misdeeds? You're really causing trouble. Idiot. No, wait. I might not know about other things, but this time it's unfair. I really don't remember, okay? That's exactly the problem. The fact that you don't remember this time is the issue, really. Idiot. Just like on the 50th floor, there are so many issues left unresolved because this guy couldn't conquer the 100th floor. Unintentionally, I found myself climbing the tower while cleaning up the messes left behind by Bae-Hoo-ryung. You seem to know quite a bit about the Sword Emperor. Yes, well, it's too complicated to explain in detail, but you could roughly consider me a disciple of the Sword Emperor, and probably the Sword Emperor will not return to duel with you. Is that so? The warrior's indifferent expression, frustrated face, remained unchanged. Then I suppose I must capture you instead. Ah. So it comes to this, does it? Of course, if I back down now, it would mean I've wasted a long time for nothing. If the Sword Emperor is dead, that's all there is to it, and I've simply been worrying over nothing. However, if the disciple of the Sword Emperor has appeared, it's a different story. It might seem like unnecessary venting from your perspective, but I want to alleviate my disappointment by defeating you. No, it definitely is venting. I will take out my frustration on you. Quite frank of you. Is that so? I wouldn't know. I'm not familiar with the concept, opposite of honesty. Well, fine. Since I came here planning to deal with him anyway, it doesn't matter. Hunting down a madman is one thing, but cleaning up after Bae-Hoo-ryung's messes has its own significance. Then let us have a fair fight. Thud! With a large font etched by stepping on the ground, the warrior charged at me. I also drew my holy sword. And as I watched the warrior swing his sword wide to find an opening, the moment I realized a critical problem was then. What? I extended my perception of time with aura. In the elongated timeline, the warrior was raising his sword high. Normally, I would have raised my sword to block. That was the standard. The problem was, where is he swinging that sword to? Being accustomed to three-dimensional fights, the warrior's action of swinging his sword in 2 dimensions was utterly unfamiliar to me. Upper right? Lower left? Or is it just straight ahead? So, should I also raise my sword straight ahead to block? Wait, then how do I sidestep or deflect it to the side? Is sidestepping even possible? This is just a flat plane? I hurriedly tried changing my stance here and there. A stance to block the upper right, a stance to block the upper left. However, the stick figures represented in this world were crude. I couldn't be sure of what stance I was taking, what stance I needed to take to completely block the opponent's attack, let alone what path the opponent's attack was coming from. As a result, I could only make a dumbfounded expression. Prepare yourself. Even as I floundered naturally, the warrior didn't care and continued his assault. Wait, just a moment. Hold on. Something's wrong. Swoosh! The hurried warrior swung his sword at me, leading me to a multiple-choice dilemma of whether to block the upper or lower section. Chapter 353, White End Point. For egg! Save me! In a situation where I didn't know which side to block, there was only one conclusion I came to. I vomited. This technique of rolling on the ground and exquisitely dodging the enemy's fierce attacks is known as diving and riding waves, which, if simplified appropriately, is just rolling on the ground. How man ze smide? Why, what, gotta live first. To soil your back with dirt, what an eyesore. The warrior raised one eyebrow. In short, the facial expression was, maybe it's time to stop this already? There's always an old-timer in every field. Compared to other fields, the proportion of old-timers in martial arts was exceptionally high. According to the old-timer studies, diving and riding waves is a disgrace to a warrior, something worth being ridiculed for about 12 years, with comments like, "That guy, despite being an expert, used diving and riding waves." Typical of warriors who live by the motto of form over substance. Anyway, there's no one watching, so what does it matter? Besides, I'm a member of the demonic cult. Madman. I don't know what the demonic cult is, but my interest has cooled. No, on the contrary, it might be said that my interest has peaked. After seeing your evasion technique just now, the last bit of obsession in my heart has cooled off. Like a fisherman trying to catch fish with a harpoon, I will simply cut you down with the single-minded intention of slaughter. This fight is unfair. Whoosh, whoosh! Every time the warrior swung his sword, effect sounds were drawn in an agile font. Left? Right? It's impossible to tell where the blade is aiming. Let's say I can distinguish between left and right to some extent. But even if it's left, when you combine up and down, it's a whopping 180 degrees. Is the sword coming down from 11 o'clock direction, or is it slicing from the 11:30 direction? It was almost impossible to discern such minute differences. Damn it! It's do or die now. I prefer using delicate and sophisticated swordsmanship. However, right now, I can't finally discern the enemy's attack path, nor can I strike precisely. What to do? I have no choice but to push through with power, plus Infernal Heaven's demonic art. 8th form Sword of Incineration, I sprang up from the ground and immediately unleashed the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Sword of Incineration. As the technique name suggests, it's a martial art that swings the sword in succession, and I smashed aura into the sword path instead of a sword, brutally. Madman. The warrior hurriedly maneuvered his sword to block my attack. Clang! Clang! The sword path simultaneously rushed in and constricted the warrior. It was a quantity attack. Since I couldn't hit precisely anyway, I might as well bombard him brutally. Out of the 7-pronged attack that rushed in, 4 completely missed their mark. 2 were perfectly blocked by the warrior's sword, but the last one pressed down right in the center of the warrior's sword. Just as I aimed. Change! The sword the warrior was holding shattered into pieces. No matter how amazing the sword he was wielding, once it was overwhelmed by the pressure of the aura, the sword was no more than a piece of scrap metal. The warrior raised both eyebrows, yes, with a surprisingly hard-to-recognize and frankly an expression I didn't particularly want to recognize, in astonishment. Madman. To have a connection with the Sword Emperor. It seems it's not just a vague connection. It's been a long time since I've seen such a violent sword chi. No, it's the first time since the Sword Emperor. The warrior seemed to reevaluate me in his mind. Madman. At least I can't treat you as a mere foot soldier who uses diving and riding waves anymore. If you recognize me now, that's enough. Of course, I was thrilled. The entire exchange was purely a violence of aura. To put it in analogy, it was like flailing both arms blindly, not knowing where the opponent whose eyes are covered would strike. Truly reckless. Of course, I'd win if we fight, but fighting in such a way itself is stressful. Stress. The act of exchanging swords on a 2-dimensional plane is just too unfamiliar. Well, hope you saw that. I am the one who is expected to dominate the tower after the Sword Emperor, the very Death King. In other words, an opponent you wouldn't be ashamed to surrender to. Now, just quietly raise the white flag. However, I still have 712 swords left. What? As I've mentioned before, the horizon of this world was marked with a single line. But in this place, known as the base of the Mad Warrior, as the villagers spoke of in fear, this area alone had lines sprouting up like sharp bristles on top of the line. In other words, those densely packed like a reed field were all swords stuck in the ground. Madman. Since the day I was defeated by the Sword Emperor, I've realized that no matter how hard I try, I could never surpass him with my sword chi. In other words, no matter how legendary the sword I acquire, it's evident that it would crumble before the Sword Emperor's mighty chi. The warrior stretched out his right hand. No matter how much sword chi I infuse, my sword cannot withstand the Sword Emperor. No, then, what about a reversal of thinking? Using up one sword per attack, one sword per defense, consuming one at a time wouldn't be a problem, right? Even if my sword chi is weak, if it's a sword used only for a single purpose, I can certainly handle it. Swoosh. A sword, waiting only to fulfill its role, was drawn from the ground. The sheath was still half buried in the earth, but the blade was now freed in the warrior's hand. Madmen, there are 712 bouts ahead. You have to defeat me within 712 bouts, Hunter. Before the word Hunter was fully out, I had already begun my move. Dash! I kicked off the ground. The warrior's eyes widened again. Perhaps he hadn't expected me to counterattack without warning. Maybe he had been somewhat reassured by my frivolous actions and manner of speaking. But both diving and riding waves and a surprise attack are ultimately driven by the determination to win. Frivolousness and pettiness, there is no difference between them to me. Since I've confirmed that the opponent has no intention of surrendering, the only thing left is the battle. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. First form, Sword of Starvation. Ryujium, Liu Gen, is the flowing sword. Liu Gen is the part of Vinci Liu Gen, which is Sword of Starvation, and individually Ryujium mean flowing sword. The attacks flow like water, hence Ryugium, and from the tip of the blade to the end of the hilt, it's completely controlled, making it Ryugium. I concentrate all senses of the sword body in my palm. I control the flow. In common terms, it's about skillfully handling the sword without any slip-ups. I swung the flow gathered in my palm horizontally, slicing through expansively. My sword strike, imbued with aura and stretching horizontally across the land to the right, kept flying to the right, cutting down all the interfering swords in its path, like an invisible hand swiftly reaping the rice, all at once. Doo-doo-doo-duck! Just like rice heads falling, the swords cut by my aura soared into the air. Madman indeed. The warrior, too, threw his sword. Chang! A sharp metallic sound rang through the air. My sword path and the warrior's blade collided midway, neutralizing each other. It seemed like an even match at a glance. A draw. But already, out of the 711 swords stuck in the ground, 11 swords had been cut. It must be a painful loss for the warrior. Madman. So you're playing it like that? Yes. Well, that's how I'm playing. I can always back off, recharge my aura, and come back again. But what about the warrior? In this land where east-west trade has been cut off and all the villagers fear to approach, who would come with a sword in hand? The 11 swords that the warrior just lost cannot be replenished in a short amount of time. Despicable. Petty. In essence, you're saying that the way I play the game is crappy, which I'll take as a compliment. Anyway, now there are 700 swords left. Assuming 10 swords are used up per bout, it doesn't seem like it'll be a long fight. As you wish. The warrior drew another sword. I'll finish this in a short battle. And he charged at me. Whoosh! Wind effect sounds were etched into the white world. The pressure was immense. Is this what full speed feels like? No. Towards the opponent charging at me, as if igniting his entire body, I neither showed respect nor joined in with a cheer. I just quickly moved my feet and leaped backward. Madman, what? I won't fall for such shallow tricks. The warrior pursued me. While chasing, he launched his sword. Chiang! When I swung the holy sword to block, the warrior pulled out swords from the ground in succession and threw them at me. Chang! Kang! Chang! The metallic sounds clashed 6 times in a moment. There was no 7th sword thrown. Madman. The warrior hesitated, stopped in his tracks, and ceased his pursuit. The reason you settled here and defeated everyone who passed by wasn't just out of consideration in case the Sword Emperor lost his way, was it? Where the warrior stopped. That place was a no-sword zone, where no more swords were buried. It was a safe zone where the sword graveyard ended, and the flat horizon continued. You take every passerby's sword and lay it on the ground, turning this area into your territory. In other words, it's a trap to lure the Sword Emperor who might revisit this place someday and trap him in a sword hell. I spoke leisurely. But conversely, it means you can't escape from the sword graveyard. The moment you do, you lose your card against my aura. The phrase self-entrapment applies here. You bastard. You deliberately provoked me with harsh words, didn't you? Like saying, I'll finish this in a short battle as you wish. You schemed to evoke my competitive spirit. Sorry, but although I often hear that I'm a fool, I'm also known for annoyingly distinguishing between competitiveness and foolishness. I imbued my holy sword with aura, and now I'm going to do something even more regrettable to you. What? Like this, unsheathing the sword. Coup! Again, the sword of starvation, the warrior blocked the aura I fired with the sword he was holding. It can't be helped. If left alone, dozens of swords would fly. If I shoot my aura horizontally, the warrior has no choice but to consume one sword to defend. Are there 693 swords left now? As mentioned, he can't charge at me with a sword drawn. This place is a safe zone. It's safe for me, but deadly for the warrior. Let's end this quickly. Ultimately, at the starting point of the sword graveyard, the warrior must continue to block my attacks. If he retreats, my aura reaps the swords like rice in harvest season. If he charges forward, after one exchange, the sword breaks and he loses. In the safe zone, there are no swords for the warrior to replenish. A dilemma. Sorry to say it again, but the warrior has no sharp strategy other than dying of dehydration from blocking my continuous aura attacks. Literally dying of thirst. Slowly. From 600 swords to 300, from 300 to 100, and finally from 100 to 0. Madman. Aren't you ashamed? With your level, your swordsmanship must be excellent. No, your true skill must be in swordsmanship. Then shouldn't we be crossing swords here to determine the superior? Ah, yes. But if we cross swords, I feel like I die by a blind stroke. I showed an expression of difficulty. In essence, I made a face. Non-standing characters. I simply expressed my feelings not through characters, but as they truly are. Competing might be fine, but it's only truly good when I win, right? Or when there's a 90% chance I'll win. I'm already not used to this world, finding it rather cumbersome, and losing not due to lack of skill, but because of stage gimmicks is a bit, well, not right. Now, 690 swords left. 689 swords. I continued to launch the Sword of Starvation. Maybe I'll run out of aura along the way. So what? If it runs out, I'll go back to the village, take a good rest, and then come back to decimate the warrior's swords with a fresh start and renewed determination. A perfect plan. 685 swords. Damn it. 680 swords. This is absurd. With every sword that broke, the warrior took a step back. Turned into O, and then it changed to O. Someday, the entire sword graveyard will likely become flat, it's only a matter of time. This can't be happening. My efforts, my blood and sweat can't end in such a petty manner. Setting up a fortress here and taking down anyone who passes by is petty, isn't it? That was legitimate preparation. Then this is a legitimate response. The sword graveyard rapidly narrowed. The original count of 700 swords decreased to 500, and the warrior glared at me, panting heavily. Huff, hoo, huff. It wasn't physical exhaustion that wearied him. There's no way out, no brilliant strategy. He is inevitably being pushed towards his end according to the scenario I created. Such a resignation-like mentality is what caused the warrior to feel fatigue, and then an explosion occurred. Whoa! The madman stamped his foot. That kick was preceded by swords embedded around him flying towards me, like arrows slicing through the air alone. No, they were actually countless arrows flying horizontally towards me. I swung my sword vertically up, then down again, repeating the action and layering aura over aura to create a massive wall. The stick figure, that is, the warrior, charged at the wall I created. Barrages created by the thrown swords, followed by the warrior's sword, exploded. Bang! A flurry of hits ensued. Bang! Bang! Kabang! The warrior didn't just use his sword. He unleashed every form of violence a stick figure could show against the wall I created. From punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee strikes, headbutts to palm strikes. He vomited them out. He poured it all out. And then he was depleted. Madman, ugh! Finally, the madman knelt down. The wall I created remained unbroken. OTL, the match is decided, I said. My speech bubble probably appeared noticeably slower than before, as if the message speed was set to the lowest setting. Maintaining the wall had also cost me a considerable amount of energy, but anyway, I was standing and the warrior was kneeling. It was clear who had won and who had lost. Damn it! Damn! The warrior didn't object, he just spat out curses. So what remained was the victor's rights. I said, "Now, you'll have to answer my questions." Chapter 354, White Endpoint, 5-6. The mad warrior who was defeated by the Sword Emperor a long time ago suffered humiliation by being defeated by me today. Yep, however, at least the warrior knew how to accept humiliation as humiliation and defeat as defeat. I demanded my rights as the victor. After hearing my request, the warrior raised his eyebrows. Mad warrior, you want me to position myself as you wish? Yes, that is correct. Ah, by the way, the real name of the mad warrior was Mad Warrior. He was literally a mad warrior. It is said that he originally had a different name. However, when he met the Sword Emperor in the past and heard the remark, "Hey, before you die, your nickname was originally Mad Warrior," he reclaimed the name he had in life. It was a peculiar fate in many ways. I am still ignorant of the principles of this world. Honestly, the martial arts I have practiced so far are almost useless because they are too different from the world I lived in, Mad Warrior. So you thrashed me with martial arts that have almost become useless. Yes. That is correct. Usually at times like this, wouldn't one deny it or at least pretend to deny it? The warrior had an incredulous expression. Now I'm also become familiar with this world, so I can quickly interpret the meaning behind the expressions of others. But I wanted to reach a much more difficult realm than just reading expressions. My world is different from here. Not only does it have a front and a back, but it also has a right and a left. Even if you slash down from the top to the bottom, the upper left is different from the upper right. I have heard that from the Sword Emperor as well. From my perspective, it's utterly nonsensical. No, if that's how you say it is, then it must be. Well, I intend to accept a fair duel as you wish. The warrior blinked. Mad warrior? Really? Yes, but that will be after I become familiar with the laws of this world. This was exactly what I demanded as the victor's right from the mad warrior. I need to know how the upper left of my world is represented in this world. I also need to know how a waist cut from my world appears in this world. Show me all the movements I can make as a resident of this world. You should demonstrate. Mad warrior. I don't understand what you mean. I am born a warrior. Speak plainly. Step forward. The mad warrior took the position as I instructed. I observed carefully and with all my nerves how martial arts movements are expressed on a 2D plane. Good. Now, please take the upper position. Mad warrior, I lost, so I will follow your request. But does this act have any meaning? Deciding its meaning is also the right of the victor, isn't it? Please do it. Despite his skepticism, the warrior took all the stances I requested. The stances were neat. Although he was defeated by both the Sword Emperor and me, at least in this world, the mad warrior could claim to be the strongest. Compared to me, the amount of aura he had was overwhelmingly less, but conversely, it meant he was a martial artist who relied less on aura. To clearly understand the martial arts movements of 2D, there could be no better example. I kept making requests. Next, please take the lower position. How does the stance I am currently in appear to you? What movements must you make to counter my stance? I am not asking you to show a secret technique, just the basic movements. If you are a swordsman, moving with the basic slashing movements everyone knows is enough. But at first, the warrior complied with my orders with a disgruntled face, but as time passed, he began to grasp the true intention behind my requests. Mad warrior. The mad warrior smirked. It was the first smile he had shown in front of me, warrior. You are now translating my stance into your own terms. Yes. Mad warrior. By now, in your head, you must be busily dissecting my stances, modifying them into something of your own. The warrior, although a beat late, had read my intentions. In the end, the reason I couldn't show precise swordsmanship in this 2D world was because I was not familiar with how my stance is expressed here or what actions the warrior's stance corresponds to in my terms. Therefore, I ordered the warrior to perform basic movements while I rearranged every gesture and step according to the martial arts of my world. Mad Warrior. How long do you think it will take before you become familiar with our world? I'm not sure. Currently, I was reproducing all sorts of movements in my mind. Imagination is like a muscle. It can be trained, and with training, it becomes clearer, and aura is the muscle of the mind. The more I mastered aura, the more refined my mental imagery became, and now I can run various simulations in my mind. About half a day, I should be fairly familiar by then. After you become familiar, do you plan to challenge me to a duel again? Yes, since what you want is a so-called fair fight. So, right now, I am essentially making my enemy stronger in real time. The warrior sighed heavily. Mad Warrior, but that is precisely the confrontation I have been seeking, so I cannot refuse it. Perhaps I will lose to you in the second duel as well. Knowing that I will lose, I still cannot stop myself. It's a dilemma upon a dilemma, facing dilemma after dilemma. With those words, the warrior stopped lamenting. Silently moving his feet and swinging his sword, he just repeated the stance to help me become accustomed to fighting in 2D. Half a day passed, fully immersed in my mental imagery. I sat cross-legged for hours, deeply immersed in my mental imagery. Just as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, if I wanted to defeat the strongest in this 2D world purely by the fighting methods of this place, I had to first become familiar with this world. A stick is not a stick, but a sword. Swoosh, swoosh. In my mind, I perceived the eye-shaped stick swung by the opponent as a sharply discarded blade. I tried hard to perceive it that way. It's not just the sword. Everything must be seen that way. E is not a line, but the earth. Is not a triangle, but a mountain. S is not teasing of dots and curves, but a cloud. This was the true appearance of this world, the appearance I had to truly accept. I blinked my eyes as the sun slowly set and the white sky gradually turned black, to the point where the black sunset was considered no less red than the red sunset. I unwittingly murmured softly. However, shouldn't my voice also not be heard, just like everyone else? That moment came. You have shown respect for the laws of the true heaven world. The constellation, the faceless conductor, permits you to remain in the true heaven world. A minor penalty is imposed. I blinked my eyes once more. Me, what has changed? As soon as I said it, I realized what had changed. My voice cannot be heard. My thoughts were indicated with dotted speech bubbles, and the words I spoke aloud appeared in solid speech bubbles. Neither was a monologue. Is this the penalty? But at least for now, it didn't feel like a penalty to me. I slowly unraveled my cross-legged position and stood up. You've waited a long time. Mad Warrior. The warrior, who had been repeating the basic movements, paused. His eyes were jet black. Eyes that resembled a black well looked at me. Mad Warrior. Have you really become familiar with it? Already? Me, if it were the Sword Emperor, he would have adapted in an instant. It took me half a day to get used to it, so I don't deserve to be told it's already. It was a strange sensation. Or should I say, a normal sensation? Even in musical heaven, sound was not heard. But here, sound itself was absent. The senses needed to live in this world were much fewer and far fainter than those in my original world. Me, it's comfortable. Mad Warrior. Ha! The warrior adjusted his stance. It wasn't a stance to show me as an example. It was a stance aiming his sword tip at me. A stance wanting to fight me once again. Well, that's why you lot live, and I am dead. After muttering to himself, unclear to whom, the warrior spoke. Mutter, I am already defeated, but my spirit deep inside does not fully acknowledge the defeat I suffered at your hands. Shamelessly, I want to request a rematch. Will you accept? I am merely ashamed for making you wait so long. Unlike the first fight, both the warrior and I took on a formal posture. Me, I am called the Death King, the young master of the demonic cult. Mad Warrior. Death King, why do you indulge in my childishness? Me, I serve the Sword Emperor as my master. Bei Huryung, who had been silently listening to our conversation, widened his eyes in surprise. This is the true heaven. Lies and false flattery do not work here. He was surprised because I called him master without any hesitation, but it's too early to be surprised. I spoke my mind freely. My master is shameless and foolish, lacking the skill to consider the consequences, recklessly making promises and oaths, leading many into despair. How is he any different from a beast, that relies only on its strength? For a disciple like me, it's utterly embarrassing. Hey, me. But no matter how stupid and petty he is the master who taught me the sword. Even if the mess he made spreads over 3,000 li, as an unfilial disciple, I have no choice but to shovel the dung bit by bit. You two are a victim of the human excrement my master left behind. Idiot. Hey. Hey, the fact that everything you're saying is true is shocking from my perspective. Quiet. Me, thus, I have a duty to restore the honor of our sect and tie up the disgrace of my master. Even though you are a criminal who has caused harm and inconvenience to many by blocking the trade between East and West, if you think about it, my master is the one who has committed a greater sin. I will reform you and set things right. Ha ha! The warrior burst into hearty laughter. Mad warrior, it's astonishing that all those words came from sincerity. But can you really reform me? No, it will be impossible. Come on. So I went, Mad warrior. In a single strike, the sword Mad warrior was holding shattered. It wasn't the result of a distant aura attack. My holy sword had chopped down his sword from above. It was a momentary action. Mad warrior, ha! Though hundreds of swords had been destroyed in the Tomb of Swords, hundreds more remained. Mad warrior hurriedly picked up another sword stuck in the ground. In the end, I extended my my front foot, and struck the warrior's hand. Thwack! Before the warrior could fully lift his sword, his body staggered. Was I fated to lose, no matter how I fought? With my front foot, I pressed down on the opponent's hand, and with the momentum, I kicked the warrior's body with my back foot. The warrior tried to block my attack with his arms as best as he could. Because I put my whole body into the kick, my stance was compromised, and the opponent's stance was already broken. But I had a sword in my hand. Yes. Swoosh! While the opponent needed time to grab and pull out the sword handle, all I had to do was raise and aim my holy sword. The holy sword was pointed right under the warrior's chin. Mad warrior. If you do not accept defeat, I am willing to fight again as much as necessary. Mad warrior. No, I have lost. The Mad warrior smiled weakly. Mad warrior. Defeated by the Sword Emperor and now by his disciple as well. It's a dismal outcome after waiting for so long, but still the result is the result. Thank you. No. Now the madman blocking the passage between East and West in this world will disappear. Whether he will go somewhere to devote himself to training again, or if he will travel to each village he has troubled over time, I had no intention of cutting down this witness who remembers the Sword Emperor. You are probably the only local who remembers my master from the 70th to the 80th floor. I have something I want to ask you. Mad warrior. Ask me anything. Between the Sword Emperor and me, who is stronger? The warrior closed his eyes, and after a long while he opened his mouth. Mad warrior. The Sword Emperor is half a step stronger than you. Half a step. That half step is where the heart sword lies. The one chosen as your judge grants you a pass. Probably Alchemist had been waiting for me to conclude any event. As soon as the Mad warrior clearly declared his surrender, a message was engraved in the black sky as if waiting just for this moment. You have received the acknowledgement of the judge. You can declare a stage clear at any time. I turned my back towards the warrior. Chapter 355, White Endpoint 6, 7. After dealing with the aftermath related to the Mad warrior, I was left with a chunk of free time on my hands. I turned my gaze towards a corner of the world. You can declare stage clear at any time. Such a message was floating there. As I waved my hand, the letters scattered like grains of sand, and standing in the middle of the ground, since the world moves with me, I could only ever stand in the center, I fell deep into thought. What are you doing? Aren't you going back to the lobby? Me no. Suddenly I thought that I too could fail around the 99th floor. Idiot. Me, I think I've become quite strong. Maybe, with my current strength, I could even compete with my master before her enlightenment. You, more than master, are half a step or more powerful, Sword Emperor. But even someone like you died on the 99th floor. I couldn't imagine what awaited on the 99th floor that led the Sword Emperor to his death. A point beyond my imagination. Anxiety sprouted like a poisonous mushroom from there. I looked straight at Bai Huryong. Me, what's on the 99th floor? Can't you still tell me? Idiot. Me. If you tell me, I can prepare. I can come up with measures, right? Well, death. Beryong scratched the back of his head. Idiot, you have a point, but that's all you have. What does that mean? Idiot, I just don't want to tell you the truth about the 99th floor. Me, are you really a child? Enough, let's walk. Walk. You're a ghost, you can't even. And for the first time since I met Behuryong, I witnessed something. It was a sight that was astonishing in a way, yet utterly mundane in another. Behuryong, who almost always floated gently in the air, walked, step by step, on the ground. What are you doing not following? Me, no, you, even without a body. How can... No matter how I looked, Behuryong seemed to be truly walking. Me, did you get a body? As I climb the tower, you also gradually gain a body. Something like that? Idiot? Idiot, you've reached such a level and still blind. I'm just pretending to walk. What? Idiot, what's the use of talking? Just follow me. Behuryong turned his back and walked forward. I followed him as if possessed by a ghost. About to... Mountains continued and clouds flowed by. The world was silent, and so was Behuryong. I followed the silent man without a word. Idiot. That mad warrior said the difference between you and me is just half a step. After walking for a while, Behuryong finally spoke. Idiot. Zombie, what do you think that half-step difference is? Me, I think it's the heart sword. Idiot. Right, it's the heart sword. I can use the heart sword, and your master also grasped the heart sword right before she closed her eyes. So, how can one awaken the heart sword and wield it freely? Me. I instinctively sensed that this conversation was extremely, immensely important. Yes, Behuryong was trying to teach me something, just like when I first awakened my aura. Me. The heart sword is the sword of the heart. Perhaps it's about imbuing the sword with the heart? You've already reached the pinnacle of Infernal Heaven's demonic art. You freely deciphered Infernal Heaven's demonic art, and even invented formations. In terms of imbuing the sword with the heart, there's hardly any meaningful difference between you and me. Me. Then is it a matter of the type of heart being imbued? Idiot. Dig deeper. Step. Step. I chased after Behuryong and noticed something. It was far. It had become farther. Behuryong's back was a little more distant than before. Me? The stride hadn't changed. There was no difference in the way Behuryong walked. Nevertheless, the speed, for some reason, the pace at which the feet crossed the horizon, had changed. I quickened my steps so as not to fall behind Behuryong. Idiot. Most warriors spend their whole lives without even getting a glimpse of the heart sword. Most? It's basically 99.99%. But you're damn lucky to have witnessed the heart sword twice, aren't you? Then you should grab the clue to enlightenment from there. Twice. Idiot. Yeah, mine was merely an illusion, so let's set that aside for now. But what about your master? Didn't your master show you the heart sword for the last time before she left this world? Step. Behuryong's back grew even further away. Still, Behuryong was just walking with a constant stride. I had no choice but to increase my speed as well. Idiot. Let me your master have any internal energy left at that time. I recalled the last time I embraced my master's shoulders. The sensation of something that should not die, dying in my arms. It was a painful memory, but remembering someone was always a difficult task. No. Idiot. Your master broke through the true origin energy, didn't she? Was there any energy left in your master then? Me? No. Did your master have any physical strength left at that time? No. My master had no energy at all. Right. No internal energy, no physical strength. Then how did your master use the heart sword? Why did the snowy mountain split? Did Mount Taishan bow to the leader of infernal heavens and split itself? Me. I gritted my teeth. It wasn't because my contemplation had deepened to the point of grinding my teeth. Rather, Behuryong had become so fast that if I didn't run at full speed, he would disappear beyond my sight in an instant, forcing me to use my light body technique while biting down hard. Step, idiot. Your master had nothing. Then he must have drawn from something external. The scenery rushed past endlessly fast. Me. If there's no internal chi, one must use external chi. Idiot. Right. The logical conclusion. Clouds passed by. Mountains and forests flew past. Numerous villages were left behind. When the two of us passed like the wind, villagers, who were strangers to us, were astonished. When passing through a village, both Bei Huyang and I slowed down momentarily, but that was brief. As soon as the edge of the village ended, we sped up again. What is external chi? Mean nature, life force, isn't it? Idiot. Oh, impressive. You managed to mimic Homo sapiens with such an abstract term. This idiot ghost, idiot. Internal energy, in other words, is aura. It's the manifestation of your will. It's like taking the image you hold in your mind and writing it down on paper. If the paper is the world, then the letters are the aura. Then what is external chi? Step. Idiot. What in this world can be called the will of the world? At that moment, my tongue moved spontaneously. Me. Constellations. Me. It's the constellations. The constellations regulate the laws of the world. No, there are constellations that regulate the laws of the world. They are the masters of the stages, and if a stage is a world, they are the masters of a world. If they express a will, it's no different from the world expressing its will. I realized as I spoke. It wasn't that I spoke because I had realized. Rather, I realized as I spoke. What was unclear and lumped together in my mind became clear as it was laid out in words. Just nature alone isn't enough to use external chi, where there are constellations, where constellations rule. Only in such a world can one draw upon external chi, and that external chi is essentially the internal energy of the constellations. The heart sword is about drawing upon the internal energy of the constellations. Idiot, right. It's only when you become one with the constellation that rules the world that you can finally use the heart sword. In a world without constellations, there is no will, and in a world without will, there is no heart sword. Bei Huyang's laughter flowed softly. Idiot. In the world where your master lived, the constellation, the yellow dragon residing in the Great Lake, reigned supreme. That constellation was cursed to not die, even when its heart was pierced by the sword of Constellation Killer. The constellation's not dying even in death resentment defined the rules of the world, and thus the humans living in that world became bodies that do not die even in death, ghouls, zombies. The villages became sparser as we ran across the land. We were passing through the densely populated continent and moving further into the remote, sparsely populated frontiers. Idiot. Winter is the same. The eternal winter is nothing but a direct reflection of the imagery of that constellation. A world buried in permafrost exists, yet it allows no vitality. Zombies. That's the world your master lived in. Wish, wish. After passing the last village, only mountains, forests, and clouds continuously unfolded before us. Idiot. How could one draw upon the inner energy of such a world's constellation, the constellation's inner energy? You have to become more like the constellation than the constellation itself. I felt as though I knew the answer somehow. The constellation suffered from being pierced by Kim Yul's sword, unable to die. But my master suffered more. In the agony of not being able to die, my master was undoubtedly more tormented than that constellation. In other words, me. If you want to freely draw upon the power of Mutya, you just need to be more obsessed with time than Mutya. If you desire regression even more intensely than Mutya, you will be able to freely wield the heart sword in Mutya's world, becoming even more like the opponent than the opponent itself. Me. To use Hishmith Kritz's power as if it were your own, not by commanding it as now, but to truly use it freely, you just need to become more obsessed with the secrets of people than Hishmith Kritz. That was the principle of the heart sword. To kill winter, you have to become more winter than winter itself. How far had we run? The mountains flattened to meet the horizon, and the forests dwindled to lie flat on the ground. Only the sky managed to spare a few clouds. As Bei Huyang stepped forward and I ran, the world gradually whitened. Suddenly, I wondered if this world also had an end. The heart sword is not a panacea that can always be used. Only when you truly understand that world. Only when you feel that world more painfully than the world itself can you barely use it. But if that's the case, I stopped. Bei Huyang also stopped walking and turned to look at me. Me, how were you able to use the heart sword in my master's world? That place was the end of this world where even the clouds had disappeared. Only the horizon. There were no mountains or vegetation. Only the base of the world stretched infinitely. a single line of black and white all around. I amplified my senses with aura, trying to widen my field of vision as much as possible. As my aura strengthened, my vision expanded leaps and bounds. I saw a world 10 times, 30 times, 120 times wider than usual. Yet the world was only white. It was beautiful. A pale, vast sea of tranquility and silence was there, a border where even breathing seemed not to be allowed, or rather a world of rest where one did not want to permit it. Expressions, voices, tones, everything, releasing breath, faded away. I thought to myself, someone would consider this place heaven, and indeed, this place deserved to be someone's heaven. There, Behuryung's eyes were turning to look at me. Watch, Court Emperor. Watch closely. Behuryung raised his arm. I'll show you for the third time. His arm moved slowly. The next time you see this, it will be when you and I are fighting. And then, something silently split apart. I blinked. In the brief moment, my eyelids covered and then revealed my eyes again. The silently parted crevice widened even more silently. It was as if the more the gap widened, the more it devoured and erased the world's time. The white crevice expanded uncontrollably. It wasn't that the world was collapsing, nor was it being destroyed. It simply ceased to exist. It was deleted. It was being sliced by a sword. The faceless conductor notices the anomaly in the stage. The master of the world that was being sliced spoke. The faceless conductor immediately requests your withdrawal. The request for withdrawal is forwarded to the Wand of Ages. Approved. And finally, even the space in front of my eyes turned completely white. You are being forcibly transferred to the 70th floor. My vision became a jumbled mess. Blackness diluted and whiteness intensified, with all sorts of colors swirling around. My consciousness began to feel nauseated. My senses, perfectly adapted to the 2D world, were forcibly dragged back to the original world. You're being absurd. For the first time in a long while, another person's voice struck my head. It was the Wand of Ages. The voice split inside my head like thunder. Do you have any idea what almost happened? If you had cleared the stage, you should have quietly returned, and moreover, my goodness, a non-contender, an outsider, dares. I struggled to open my eyes. There was the face of the wizard, stained with perplexity and anger. You, the unparalleled troublemaker of this world. Despite feeling nauseous, I managed to speak, because there are moments when, no matter how hard it is, one must speak. That's incorrect, since there are two of us. Rather than being an unparalleled troublemaker, it would be more accurate to say we are the only two troublemakers in existence. Clang! The wizard swung his staff, striking my head. Chapter 356, Return to the Origin, 1. The Wizard, the Wand of Ages, sighed. I can't even remember the last time I felt astonishment. Sword Emperor. I can't see you, nor can you speak to me, but I will tell you this much. There is a reason why you failed to conquer the sky-piercing extreme point. The wizard touched his forehead as if utterly fed up. Considering he's someone who usually doesn't show much emotion, his intense reaction must mean the aftermath of the heart sword demonstrated by Behuryung was quite powerful. What exactly happened? I shook my head to clear my mind. The after effects of having just hopped back from the flat world to the original world hadn't worn off yet. A sense of nausea clung to my throat, sticky and unpleasant. What happened? Yes, something tremendous occurred. At my question, the Wand of Ages frowned. We were on the verge of a stage collapse. Collapse, you say? Literally a collapse. Some stages are the constellations themselves. If a stage is destroyed, the constellation is also damaged, but the ghost you carry around slashed the stage itself. What, Gongjia carries around a ghost? Next to me, the alchemist blinked in surprise. It was completely new information to her. However, the Wand of Ages, perhaps too annoyed to explain, did not answer her question. If left alone, the wound your ghost made would have expanded rapidly, growing larger. The true heaven world would have been sliced away like a piece of paper. There might be several worlds that could replace the 75th floor, but for the souls resting in the true heaven world, what a disaster it would have been, like be hit by a bolt out of the blue. The wizard glared at the empty air. If Behuryung had been there, it seemed he might have slapped him. I can't believe what you did with your thinking. No, I simply trusted you all. Behuryung, arms crossed, chuckled. Even if the world falls apart, you would do your best to stop it. Yes, in a way I trusted your goodness. You should thank me for someone like me willingly acknowledging your goodness. What does your ghost say? Kim Gongja, a second of contemplation in his life. Sorry for swinging my sword without thinking. It's good you at least know shame, the wizard scoffed. Watching him, my conscience should have felt guilty, right? Nonsense. Think about it. Translating Bei Hu Ryung's nonsense directly to stress out the other party might actually be the fluffiest thing my conscience has ever done. While we were talking, the alchemist was lost in her thoughts. Hearing that I had a ghost made her ponder, I guessed, and asked her, "What's wrong?" "Ah, it's nothing." Just wondering why exactly I was chosen as the judge for the 75th floor. It's been bothering me. Fortunately, it wasn't a concern related to Bei Hu Ryung. Gong Jia Si, could you tell me about the judges before me and what kind of stages they were responsible for? Since it wasn't a difficult request, I carefully explained. The alchemist's eyes, even behind thick lenses, visibly darkened. "I see," the alchemist murmured. "Gong Jia Si, if I die, I will go to the true heaven world." "What?" "That's exactly the criterion for a judge, where one goes after death to which heaven?" My eyes widened. Conversely, the alchemist narrowed hers. "Think about it. The world Crusader Nim judged was said to be the heaven of music, right?" "Yes, that's correct, but Crusader Nim is of course an expert in music, so it makes sense she was in charge of the musical heaven." "Yes, but if that's the case, the world I should have been called to judge would naturally be the medicine heaven? My expertise is, after all, medicine." The alchemist whispered in a soft voice, "But the place I was actually assigned to was the true heaven. Completely unrelated to my field of expertise, you see, especially since not lying is not my forte, nor do I have specialized knowledge about two-dimensional planes." "So, who becomes a judge isn't decided by whether they're an expert or not." "Absolutely not." Indeed, I too narrowed my eyes slightly, following the alchemist's line of reasoning. If the Crusader were to die, she would reincarnate in the musical heaven. If the Count dies, she goes to the golden heaven. If the venomous snake dies, he goes to the martial heaven. And if the heretic questioner dies, he goes to the judicial heaven. And, yes, if I die, it would be the true heaven. The alchemist nodded. While Gongja Si was conquering the stage, I wondered, if I were to die and go to the afterlife, which post-life world would I wish for? It was hard to imagine, but, I concluded I want to go to a world where I don't need to worry about what others are really thinking in human relationships. I see. Yes, that was it. Therefore, the true heaven would be the afterlife world I wish to go to. I turned my gaze away. The alchemist looked in the same direction I did. There, the Wand of Ages was silently accepting our gazes. "Is that true?" "Yes." "Right? You've hit the mark." The wizard answered quite refreshingly. "The Wand of Ages acknowledges your pursuit of truth as correct. You have uncovered the information hidden by the Wand of Ages. A message appeared to confirm it. How considerate. Originally, when you reached the 79th floor, I planned to reveal all the heavens you've experienced so far, blah blah, trying to give off a final boss vibe." The wizard looked as though he had lost a toy he had been saving in secret. "But you figured it out much faster than I thought. Ha, the thrill of surprising you is gone. Is the heaven I'll go to when I die also predetermined?" The wizard smiled knowingly, a glint in his eye. "That's a question I can't rashly answer. It's not something I can decide. Anyway, you said you were an alchemist, right? You've done well. Now off you go." As the wizard tapped the floor with his staff, the ground beneath the alchemist rippled like a swamp. She was being forcibly recalled. The alchemist floundered as she fell through the floor. "Ah, me! Go! Gongja Si! Cheer up! Fighting! I've heard I'll forget about this incident, but Gongja Si, you will remember." "Yes." I smiled and sent the alchemist off. "I look forward to the special potion you'll develop next time." Plunk. In an instant, the alchemist's figure disappeared below the ground. Only a ripple of white remained where she had vanished, quickly settling down. A moment later, the 70th floor lobby was surrounded by a desolate white. Stages only I will remember. Nothing new, really. I shrugged my shoulders and turned back to the wizard. "All right, so who's the next judge? Anastasia? Marcus Nim? Considering only the best hunters have been summoned so far, rank must be included in the criteria for selecting judges." More precisely, it's chosen among those who have a deep connection with you. Then Uberka, or maybe Raviel. Both have deep ties with you, but neither wishes for an afterlife. Death King. The wizard tapped the floor again with his staff. The judge evaluating you this time might be a bit tricky. Whoosh! Centered around the tip of the staff, light bloomed. At a closer look, the shape of the blooming light resembled a lotus. As the neatly arranged lotus petals split open, the silhouette of a person flickered between the beams of light. What's this? Just like the people who had been summoned as judges before, this figure was also very familiar. There were a few people whom I thought wouldn't forget even after I died, and he was one of them. It wasn't in a good way. Summon? Is this what they call a summoning? Some morally bankrupt guy summoning someone who's just trying to make a living. What the hell? Let's at least have the decency to greet each other. Eh? What's this? Are my eyes deceiving me? It seems like the epitome of a scholar, famous enough to be synonymous with the term, is standing before me. Well, who else but you would summon me? My bad, for not realizing sooner. So what is it this time? You want me to dance again? I murmured the name of the man summoned as the new judge while covering my forehead with my palm. Yusuha. That is indeed my name. Of all people, why him? 2. My head throbbed. He was indeed a most fitting person to be summoned as someone deeply connected to me. Why are you here causing a fuss? I don't see why you're asking me. You're the one who summoned me. Yusuha narrowed his brows, his sharp yet bold eyebrows furrowed elegantly. Wait, hold on. Hey, I thought I was done living in your shadow. I can still be summoned to you? Is this even legal? Yusuha had long since been released from being a summoned spirit under 100 Ghosts reincarnation. Through the skill the Earthbone Dragon's skull I acquired from the Tower Master, he had obtained a new body. He must have thought his days of being summoned and following my orders were over, so it's no surprise he frowned at being summoned out of the blue. Damn it. Stop using me already. I'm trying to live my life anew. Don't you see what I'm wearing? This is my part-time job uniform. I was working at a planetarium before you summoned me. Part-time. Yusuha seemed to mistake that I had performed the summoning. Perhaps he thought he might be ordered to perform some ridiculous dance again. He started to elaborate on his pitiful situation in a rather desperate tone. After my shift, I have to go to Chen Mumun. Because you shoved me into becoming a disciple there, you have any idea how hard I've been slaving away? If you had any conscience. Scared? What? Are you scared I might make you do something weird? This guy. Yusuha grimaced. Now you're rank 2 among hunters, have the rank 1 hunter as your personal bodyguard, are friends with all the big guild leaders, and married the most beautiful person in the world, and you see me as nothing more than water. Shit. Yusuha seemed to begrudgingly accept that he could indeed be seen as mere H2O. Anyway, I'm not the one who summoned you this time. Then, it's a long story. I went into the lengthy explanation about how I was currently breaking through floors 70-79. To breach this sector, it wasn't enough for just me to be good. Approval from the selected judge was necessary. And regrettably, this time it was you who were chosen. Yusuha crossed his arms. Before hearing the story, a slight unease flickered between his eyebrows, but now it had disappeared entirely. His dark eyes scanned me from head to toe, inscrutable. So, to summarize what you've said, to move on to the next floor, I absolutely have to approve, right? Right? I can sit here for 10 years, 100 years, doesn't matter, and watch you fumble around on the stage? Yes. And even between the stage there and me here, the flow of time can be applied differently, so if I wish, I could rapidly skip through long periods. Yusuha's prying manner conveyed a strong sense of unease, but I couldn't just blatantly lie and be caught. Even if I didn't answer, the Wand of Ages would explain anyway. Yes. Indeed, there's your answer. Yusuha smiled wickedly. It was a devilish grin. First, let's see you dance. Kim Gongja. What? But of course, by dance I mean the dance I did. That dance. The Cossack dance or whatever it was. You know the one. You're the one who ordered it, after all. Let's start by assessing your dancing skills. We can talk about the stage after that. Hey, what? You won't dance? If you don't want to dance, fine. Let's casually start with 100 years. Even if you're some monstrous guy being trapped on the same stage for 100, 200 years, you'd eventually feel like dancing, right? Don't you think? Hey, of course, I don't plan to stop after that would be disappointing. Then, we have quite a lot of unresolved feelings between us, don't we, Kim Gong-si? Damn you, you bastard. Chapter 357, Return to the Origin, 2. I shouted valiantly. How could you do this to me? There must be hundreds of reasons I could do this, you bastard. Yusuha didn't even flutter his eyelashes once. I shuddered. Is this guy by any chance a person without blood, tears, or conscience? In other words, Yusuha? Yusuha, I found you a job at Cafe Planetarium. I'm so overwhelmingly grateful, touched even, but I've never held any grudge. I gifted you the position of disciple to the master of Chen Mumun. Thanks to you, every muscle in my body is grinning ear to ear, tearing apart with joy every dawn and night. Thank you so much. I gave you back your life. Snap out of it, open your eyes. And if my memory hasn't degraded, the one who originally killed me was you. Fucking bastard, you heartless, tearless, conscienceless fuck. Right now, my mental state couldn't be clearer, and my eyes are damn bright and alert. If you argue that way, you were the one who first tried to kill me at the second-floor hunting ground. No, before I regressed, I was actually murdered. If we went to court, the judge, the court clerks, the jurors, and the news reporters would all stand up to acknowledge my innocence and your brutality. Change. I wrapped my hands around my head and moaned toward the Wand of Ages. Judge, change, please. No. Only a cold reply seeped into my ears. It won't happen. Death King. The fates of this tower favor you, but sometimes they want to screw you over as well. Even if I didn't intend it. Well, think of it as the price for the mess you made on the 75th floor. Impossible. There's no way Yusuha is the person I have the deepest connection with. What about Uberka? Logically, it should be my son's turn first. Isn't it? The musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven doesn't go to the afterlife. Why not? Is it discrimination against goblins? The tower, even the tower master, who vowed to give everyone a second chance, are you ignoring and looking down on our goblin children? No. It's just that Musclehead thinks it's cool to end when they die. What's the need for an afterlife? Damn it, Uberka. Who raised you to become such a cool? Uberka, your father is here, crying out your name in agony. Can't you hear it? Ra reveal. Yes, I have my love. I hung on to the last hope. It makes no sense for Raviel not to be the judge. This is invalid. Bring me my duke at once. The silver-plated heart is... Ah, that name was stripped, wasn't it? Right. Anyway, Duke Event doesn't want the afterlife unless it's with you. Memories with you are far more important than any afterlife. Ah, Raviel, I feel the same. How delightful. But, considering that delight results in the psychopathic ponytail male jerk jibber-jabbering right in front of me within a tomb range, why does my heart feel so terribly troubled? Are we done talking? So when will you dance? Shut up. Fine. I'll accept the judge selection as is. I lifted my head. My face was as solid as a rock. But I will never dance. Yusuha. Huh? Didn't you hear what I said? If you don't dance, I will never stamp the approval. Never. Ever. Don't stamp it. What? Do whatever you want. You'll end up stamping it anyway. Yusuha wore a look of disbelief. Hey, this is a funny. Do you think you're so special that I'd stamp the approval for you? Because at first you watch me with the thought of, let's see how far you can go, and soon get bored speeding things up. But seeing that I remain unchanged, you feel that the boredom and dullness of this moment far outweigh any desire for revenge on me. So about 2 days later, you'll have a moment of realization. Ah, what kind of idiotic thing am I doing? Let's just go back. And decide to cut off your interest with a pass. Whether you pass or screw around, I don't care. Yusua blinked his eyes. That's exactly me. Right, so there will never be a day when I dance. Wake up from your dream. No, why do you know my inner thoughts so well in such an unpleasant way? Who knows? Maybe it's because I once thoroughly stirred your guts. In some ways, I have to be more familiar with your inner thoughts than you are. You fucking bastard! There was no more business with the ponytail man who wasn't complete without cursing at the end of every sentence. I turned my head and looked at the Wand of Ages. Please send me to the next stage as soon as possible. After all, I'm just going to kill time there. Did you say this judge would be tricky? You're mistaken. I'll just go to the 76th floor and numb my sense of time, making a week feel like a second and a year feel like a minute. Before I know it, the stage will be cleared. How about that? Wizard. My victory is now clear. Remarkable, the wizard said to me, either in admiration or in horror. You really are amazing. I'll take that as a compliment. The Wand of Ages transports you. Receiving a chilly gaze from the two, I was moved to the next floor. 3. You have entered the 76th stage. You step into a place where you originally could not enter. What I said to the wizard wasn't a lie. It was true. As soon as the white light vanished and my toes touched the ground of the new stage, I thought to numb my sense of time. Isn't it obvious? I knew exactly what kind of person Yu Suha was and how to get past his temper without trouble. Snake. Before getting into the serious business of playing with time, I wanted to find out what kind of heaven this was. Let's start with gathering information. Sss. The faithful strategy guide, Snake, flicked its tongue. The eye living in the labyrinth exerts its authority. Information on the current stage is revealed to you. Text curled up before my eyes. View Heaven World. Floor, 76th constellation. The lotus reflected on the water. Difficulty C+. Explanation 1. Everyone in this world sees you just as you wish to be seen. You control everyone's gaze. Want to be seen as an attractive beauty? So you shall. Want to appear as a wealthy individual with vast fortunes? That's how you will be seen. All you need is to wish how you want to be perceived by others. No further effort is required on your part. You gain infinite freedom regarding yourself. However, you gain not a single right concerning others. You cannot decide how to view others. You can only see them as they wish to be seen. The text continued downwards. I read the information and couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like a heaven Yu Suha would enjoy. The first thought that came to mind was that, if I had to pick one heaven that suited Yu Suha, this place wouldn't be too bad. Okay, Snake. Hurry and unveil the rest of the hidden information. But the moment I was about to command Hishmith Crits, a completely different idea from my first thought flashed through my mind. It was a kind of suspicion. Wait a minute. I paused. Heaven? A heaven that suits Yu Suha? Something bothered me. It felt as if I had suddenly bitten into an eggshell in my well-enjoyed egg rice, an uncomfortable feeling. Kiak! Hishmith Crits tilted its head, seeing me suddenly stop talking. However, my mouth remained silent. Opposite to my sealed lips and halted tongue, my doubts were spinning faster and faster. Suddenly, I remembered what the alchemist had said before leaving the 70th floor. That's exactly the standard of judgment. What kind of heaven you will go to after death, you see. That's correct. Meaning if Yu Suha were to die, he would reincarnate, considering this world as heaven. Hence, this stage's judge role went to Yu Suha. There's nothing strange so far. What exactly is bothering me? Why does my instinct feel so uncomfortable? What about Uberka? The musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven doesn't go to the afterlife. The conversation I had jokingly shared with the wizard just before snapped in my head. Why? No, it's just that Musclehead thinks it's cool to end when they die. What's the need for an afterlife? I could feel my eyes narrowing. By narrowing the field of view, I reduced external stimuli. With unnecessary information blocked, my thoughts in my head soared even more. Raviel, not being the judge, doesn't make sense. Suddenly, Duke Ivancia doesn't desire the afterlife unless it's with you. I murmured unknowingly, this can't be Yu Suha's heaven. Ki? The snake lifted its chin to look up at me. It seemed to have misunderstood that I was speaking to it. Instead of correcting Hishmith Crits's misunderstanding, I let out the conclusions that were silently flowing in my mind. According to what the Wand of Ages said, not everyone is led to heaven upon death. If, like Uberka, one has no lingering attachment to the afterlife, or like Raviel, refuses to let go of the memories of their current life no matter what, they simply embrace death instead of reincarnating in heaven. The more I verbalized it, the more solid my thoughts became. Maybe it's because the inside of the mouth is hot and the outside is cold? The thoughts that were mushy and melting on the tongue also cooled down and solidified as they squeezed past the lips. Then, Yu Suha must accept the concept of the world after death to eventually go to the heaven floor. Otherwise, like Uberka or Raviel, he would be categorized as one who simply accepts death when it comes, and he wouldn't meet the qualifications to be selected as the judge for the 76th floor. Snake looked at me. Fox also turned her head to look at me. Bai Huryong's gaze as well. There might be more gazes looking down at me now, unseen by my eyes. That's exactly the problem, I said. Yu Suha would never consider this place heaven, asserting with certainty. Because even if he dies, he would wish to be reborn in the same world. Not because he likes the world he was born into, quite the opposite. He doesn't even like other worlds. He doesn't think that if he changes or the world changes, he'll become a better person. Just what's precious to him is only his body that he has owned so far, his life, his memories. As long as he can protect them, it doesn't matter what becomes of the world. I looked up at the sky, the clear blue sky. If he cannot protect them, no world can satisfy him. I said this towards the Wand of Ages, which would be observing my every move from the lobby. I object to your selection of the judge. There was no answer. If Uberka and Raviel were excluded from being judges, then by the same standards, Yusua cannot be a judge either. The reasons may be different, but the outcome is the same. He absolutely cannot accept a future where he reincarnates in heaven having lost his memories. Isn't that so? There was no answer. If I'm mistaken, please tell me. However, you won't be able to refute it. There was no answer. As Yusua himself said, I know him better than he knows himself. And then, the Wand of Ages closes its eyes. The Wand of Ages fully accepts your objection. Buzz. The 76th floor stage is forcibly terminated. The world of blue sky split apart. Chapter 358. Return to the Origin. 3-4. Let's talk about the old days for a moment. When Director was young, instead of smartphones, staring blankly at the television was a child's pleasure, it is said. On TV, you couldn't choose whatever video you wanted freely. You watched whatever the broadcasting station played. Since broadcasting stations are places where people work, nothing is broadcasted during the times when people drift off to dreamland. It's just like a restaurant that doesn't operate 24 hours. Rest. Closed. There is certainly a stop, but its function does not operate. Zzzt. And when the television rests, it shows a strange screen. Black dots and white dots intertwine messily with a crackling sound. Flicker, flicker, as if machines' AIs are playing their own game of Go at high speed. Black and white dots mixed together. Dizzily, dizzily, dizzily. Zzzt, zzzt. That was the scene where I was standing now. The 76th stage has been forcibly terminated. The once blue sky had suddenly cracked open. From the split crevices, like the proliferation of mold, black and white vomit poured out. The sky was devoured first, then the humans wandering below the sky, and finally, the horizon was eaten away. The sixth pillar, the Wand of Ages, intervened. The Wand of Ages wishes to maintain control of the stage. In the midst of a world where black and white fornicate, there was a wizard leaning on a lonely staff, one of the pillars operating this tower. It was the Wand of Ages. That's an interesting story you're telling. Death King. The wizard looked at me. So, you just said my choice was wrong? Who is suitable to be the judge of this layer of heaven? Who is willingly able to judge pass or fail for you? Considering all of that, my choice of Yu Suha as the judge, my judgment, was wrong? Yes. The wizard's pupils were like water in which a knife was soaked, silvery. I did not avoid the gaze of the silver blade aimed at me. Yu Suha, even if he were to face death, he would never wish to be reincarnated here. The wizard did not answer immediately. Press. After a long time, the wizard gripped his staff tightly. Maybe there's some merit to your words. However, what about here? The wizard raised his long staff high, and with all his might, he slammed it down on the ground. The Wand of Ages manifests its power. Whoosh! Centered around the spot hit by the staff, waves arose. White waves. The white waves instantly became violent torrents, driving away the blackness that was devouring various places in this world. At the same time, the Wand of Ages is teleporting you. The world of crackling noise was transformed. You have entered the 77th stage. You set foot in a place where you originally could not enter. This place is machine heaven. Was it magic cast by the Wand of Ages? We were floating in the air. Dazzlingly far below was a splendid future city. The skyscrapers rose smoothly without a single pillar or joint, and buildings were connected like neurons in the brain. The pathways, draped like spiderwebs between skyscrapers, constantly emitted light. In this world, countless mechanical dolls live. If I were to borrow your terminology, they are NPCs. In the future city, numerous people were bustling about. If what the wizard told me is correct, the vast majority of them are NPCs. That is, they are not hunters who have been reincarnated with souls. The constellation of this world, the god of machinery, controls millions of mechanical dolls. Of course, humans reincarnated here are unaware of such facts. NPCs too believe they are just like themselves, humans. Naturally. The dolls controlled by the god of machinery are vividly indistinguishable from humans. And then? The dolls always lose to humans at life's decisive moments. A boxing-like match was being shown on the city's electronic display. Humans reincarnated here always win against the dolls, so cunningly that they never realize the dolls deliberately lose to them. No, they never noticed that the people who lost to them were actually just dolls. Thump! A boxer with red gloves knocked his opponent down. Wow! Cheers from the audience could be heard beyond the display. The boxer with blue gloves staggered into a corner, and the red player aggressively pushed his opponent. Those reborn here lead a life of constant success. Even when crises that seem like defeats loom, they ultimately win. The sweetness of victory, the confidence of having overcome life's challenges, all these joys are gifts prepared by the god of machinery solely for humans. Eventually, the red player's uppercut landed squarely. Boom! The blue player couldn't stand and fell on the ring. The referee hurriedly ran over to separate the two players, but a bright certainty of victory, the joy of having won, was already smeared on the face of the red player. It's a game, a kind of play, a game where one always receives victory, but the suspicion that I am being treated never arises. One can't help but believe that they've earned every victory through their own merit. How about it, Death King? Doesn't this place perfectly fit as Yu Suha's heaven? Roar! The red player roared. The referee grabbed his wrist and raised it high. The red player, intoxicated with his victory, howled like a gorilla, and the audience responded to him. An even louder cheer rewarded him. I'll admit you know Yu Suha well. From the sky dyed with cheers, the wizard softly said, Yeah, maybe I made a mistake once, sorry. It's the administrator's responsibility. As an apology, I'll acknowledge that you've automatically cleared the 76th floor. So now let's proceed to capturing the 77th floor. How long can you keep doing this? What? I narrowed my eyes. Those who wanted to abandon the world from the outside entered the tower. Those who want to abandon the world of the tower go to one of the heavenly layers prepared from the 71st to the 79th floors. Is that the end? What if the souls that arrived here want to abandon the world once more? Then, will you create another heaven of heavens? Build a tower within a tower, and again a tower within that tower, stacking it up forever to 100 floors, 1,000 floors, 10,000 floors, 100,000 floors, 1,000,000 floors? The wizard bit his lip. The wand of ages is teleporting you. The staff the wizard was tightly holding trembled. You have entered the 78th stage. You set foot in a place where you originally could not enter. How about this place? The world changed again. A tranquil yet fulfilling village by the seaside unfolded. People were paired up, peacefully engaging in conversation or enjoying meals. This place is Twin Heavens. Here everyone can find their destined partner, even those who did not meet their fate in their previous life. Here they are bound to meet and be together forever. There's no end. I said this to deflect the blade in the wizard's eyes with the sword in my voice. The Wand of Ages. I now understand your identity. You are probably the judge of the afterlife, akin to the king of hell, deciding which layer of heaven the souls that died in the tower will go to. The difference might be that you never sentence them to hell. The voice of the tower rang in my head. You have seen through the identity of the Wand of Ages. The Wand of Ages activates its privilege as a pillar. Your memories related to the pillar are distorted. Failed. All actions attempting to distort your memories fail. Foxnim was wrapped around my neck like a scarf. I nodded my head and continued to glare at the wizard in front of me, the judge who decides and distributes all the souls that have died in the tower. You have made two critical errors. Errors, what do you mean? The tower never forces people from the outside world to come here. That's a decision for people to make on their own. Whether the world of the tower suits them, whether they really want to abandon the outside world once and for all. The hunters living here have come by making that decision on their own, I said emphatically. But you did not ask for their consent. You didn't ask the Crusader if she would choose this heaven if she died. You just decided on your own that the musical heaven would suit the Crusader best. The same goes for the Count, Venomous Snake, Heretic Questioner, Alchemist, and Yusuha. You summoned them without asking anything. But there's an even worse mistake. That is, the people who go to the layers of heaven you manage completely forget their past lives. So what? They are souls that chose to leave the world for a heaven that would make them happy. There's no need to remember the unwanted memories, the things related to the world they have abandoned. We did not choose to be born into the outside world. However, but the tower is a world we chose. It is a world we were born into because we wanted to. It is the world we decided to come to. Unlike the outside world, where we just fell without knowing anything, we chose to come here. That is why the tower has meaning. I took a step forward. Had the wizard's magic been undone? For a moment, my foot lost weight in the air and almost fell. But I quickly utilized aura to create an invisible stepping stone. Walking on air, the sky could no longer mean falling to me, and you made them lose the memories they chose. Ugh. The layers of heaven you manage have erased the meaning that the tower barely managed to create. It's the same. You've just rebuilt the same world as the outside, inside the tower, I said, standing in the sky. You are not fit to be the judge of heaven. The Wand of Ages hissed. Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you should spout nonsense. Yes, and it's not over yet. I looked up at the sky. Yusuha! You must be listening. You choose. You decide. Whether there is a layer of heaven among the 76th, 77th, and 78th floors that you willingly wish to go to as judged by the Wand of Ages, and whether the Wand of Ages is qualified as a judge, or else the sky crackled and opened a gap. Or else tell them to get lost, whether the lion world, the world where you are alive, where I am alive, is your world. If you die, tell us if it's the place you wish to be reborn in. So decide who is right between the Wand of Ages and me. What will you give me? The same noise peeked through the opened gap in the sky as before. White and black dots were noisily flickering. From there, Yusuha's voice flowed out. Choosing barehanded like this doesn't seem right. I don't understand it all, but you're in a contest with that pillar or whatever, aren't you? You're asking me to take your side. Then, this too is a deal. Tell me what you'll give me. This fucking realist asshole. After getting killed once by some damn punk, I started to take care of reality too. I gritted my teeth. But between my teeth, it wasn't a grinding sound that flowed out, but laughter. Crazy bastard. I laughed. You were like that even before you got fucked by me, you bastard. Yusuha. That's the kind of guy you are. A guy who prefers this life even if he rolls in a field of dog poop, and even if this life is like dog poop, as long as his memories of living remain, he's the type to flip off the whole world. A man who can't and won't go to heaven. A human who would tell the afterlife or whatever to get lost if it doesn't bring him pleasure in his current life. I'll do the Cossack dance for you, I shouted with a damn laugh. It doesn't matter if it's a day, 2 days, or a week. I'll show you my dance moves until you tell me to stop. I'll dance 10, 20 times more than the time you dance, you damn bastard. Tell heaven to get lost and keep living in my world. The sky was silent for a moment. It sounds like not a bad world. Before the Wand of Ages could contort its expression, the judge had already raised a hand in my favor. Deal. Warning tones embroidered the consciousness. The 76th stage will be forcibly terminated. The 77th stage will be forcibly terminated. The 78th stage will be forcibly terminated. Really, the moment the Wand of Ages, holding its forehead, spat out curses, these damn brats. The tower's declaration fell. An objection has been raised that the Wand of Ages is unfit as a pillar. Confirmation is requested from Zrakua. Confirmation impossible. The question exceeds the authority of the tower. It was a declaration I hadn't heard in a long time. The tower reconfirms the question. Passed. The issue raised is currently valid. The Tower formally acknowledges the Death King's issue as an agenda. And then, the Tower requests a majority vote among the 6 pillars of Mansang, 10,000 lives. White and black sands once again covered my sight. Chapter 359, The Sky That Gathers Screams. 1. This isn't the first time. I have met with the pillars several times before. I had attended a meeting where the pillars were present. So when the voice of the Tower whispered, "A majority decision meeting is requested to the 6 pillars," I was not particularly surprised. Please rise, Death King. I would wake up in the dark underworld again. That's what I thought. Do you intend to lie down like this? I advise you to get up. I want you to regain your senses and show respect first. Until then, I have no intention of inviting the Duke here. A familiar voice rang in my ears. I blinked my eyelids. Little by little, my vision cleared. It was like a car windshield dirtied with yellow dust, being wiped clean by a wiper. There, a beauty with delicate eyebrows stood in black. Have you finally opened your eyes? I had no choice but to call her a beautiful person. She was looking down at me with her head bowed, distinctive eye lines, indifferent pupils, lips that were just closed, free from any stubbornness, obsession, or self-display. As if to reject and push away everything that has turned white and gray in this world, she was dressed in pure black. Somewhere. Definitely I have seen that dress, lips, and pupils somewhere before. I paused for a moment to recall the name of this darkness. Guwanha, advisor? She nodded her head. Yes, that is one of my aliases. The movement of her jaw made no sound. Perhaps that's why. It seemed like for a very moment, even gravity, a single point of air, was absent around her moving jaw. It would not be correct to greet you for the first time. Death King, I have heard from the Duke that you possessed my body, albeit briefly. Ah, that's right. I had been to the world of Tower Master Amethyst, to a certain kingdom, although it was a visit within trauma. At that time and place I had possessed someone, the woman standing in front of me neatly clasping her hands. It was Baron Guwanha. I had become her. That's why, upon seeing this woman of darkness, I felt a sense of déjà vu. My Duke is indebted to you. Baron Guwanha bowed. The person Guwanha referred to as Duke must be the Kaleidoscope Duke, another alias for the Tower Master. Ah, yes. No, not at all. I felt a strange sensation, to face the face that was once me head-on. But why are you... I will call you Baron. Why is the Baron welcoming me? I was called out for the meeting of the pillars. I heard you were very quick-witted. Baron Guwanha straightened her back and tilted her head. Does my voice not remind you of anything? Oh, I did think it sounded familiar, somehow. Then it would be easier for you to understand if I explain it directly. Baron Guwanha quietly looked at me. That was the moment. Playing the voice. This message does not carry any additional meaning other than playing the voice. I was taken aback. My mouth fell open. What? What? Let me formally introduce myself once again. Unaffected by my astonishment, Baron Guwanha bowed her head. I am a family retainer of the Kaleidoscope Duke's family, belonging to the affiliated doors. The second advisor, a noble who was bestowed the 11th cup by the Sun King, Baron Guwanha. My real name is Mia. Please call me Baron Guwanha. The voice that flowed from beneath the bowed head was completely identical to the voice I had heard countless times while climbing the tower, the so-called voice of the tower. No, wait a moment. I stumbled over my words. Even after hearing a long self-introduction from Baron Guwanha, honestly, there was only one thought that came to mind. The voices coming from the tower are not something that runs automatically by the system. Could it possibly be? Yes, it's manual. What? It was shocking. Manual? All of it? But I'm not the only hunter who hears the voice of the tower. There are so many. Every hunter hears a voice when they learn a skill or advance through a stage, and everything is done manually. That's impossible. Well, actually, it makes sense. Baron Guwanha remained expressionless throughout. The flow of time in your world and here is different. From your perspective, it's as if time stands still here. Death King, even if events occur simultaneously for you, for me, it's just a matter of dealing with them one by one. It seems like you'd have to respond to hunters thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of times a day. That's correct. The Baron tilted her head as if it was nothing. Is there a problem? If anything, it was nothing but problems. The epitome of inefficiency. Inefficiency arises only when time and space are limited. Here we can control time as we wish and observe other worlds as much as we want. The concept of inefficiency does not exist. Don't you get tired. It's work for the Duke. There's no reason to be tired. It seemed sincere, incredible. What's important now is not the story of my work, Death King. First, please dress yourself properly. Only then did I properly look around. Just as Baron Gu Wanha's face was familiar to me, the place where I had opened my eyes was extremely familiar. The Grand Council chamber of the kingdom. The very place where all the nobles gathered to discuss, where I had been when I possessed Baron Gu Wanha. Why here? Weren't the pillars supposed to gather in a dark underworld for their meetings? I will explain shortly, so please dress properly first. Even if you personally know the Duke, as long as I am here, you must show proper respect. I cannot let you meet the Duke in your current state. My appearance? What's wrong with my clothes? They are vulgar. Baron Gu Wanha scrutinized me from head to toe. Naturally, my current outfit was Anastasia fashion, that is, a black leather outfit. I couldn't refute, so I averted my gaze. But this is quite an expensive outfit. How much is it? You said it was expensive. If you don't mind, how much is it? I told her the price, as I had heard from Anastasia. Baron Gu Wanha heard the price of the outfit and lightly nodded her head. Then she picked up a set of clothes laid out on the desk and handed it to me. I awkwardly received the clothes. It's about 120 times more expensive than that. Please change into it. I obediently changed. This is the situation room that monitors all towers. While I was awkwardly changing clothes, Baron Gu Wanha, with her back turned, spoke softly. We modeled it after the kingdom's Grand Council chamber. It only looks the same, but is a completely different space. From your perspective, yes, this could be considered the basement level 1 of the tower. Basement level 1. I asked while slipping my left foot into my trousers. Is there a basement level 2 by any chance? There isn't. Rest assured, there will absolutely not be an event after you break through the 100th floor, where in fact, there were from basement level 1 to level 100, and our true adventure starts now. Congratulations! The saga of the Death King Part 2 occurs, so please be at ease. I had never even thought of such a horrible thing, but somehow it feels like a story that could actually exist. How terrifying is that? It would be an event that could set my soul on fire and burn the entire world to ashes. Are you done changing? Ah, yes, I've finished changing. Excuse me, then. Baron Gu Wanha turned around. She scrutinized me, now dressed in a kingdom-style outfit. Hunters, under normal circumstances, can never set foot here, in basement level 1. The same applies to the constellations. Even if by 1 in 10 million chance someone did manage to enter, those without the proper qualifications would only see pitch darkness. That would have been your experience too, Death King. But now you have temporarily obtained the qualifications. This is the first time such an event has occurred since the tower was established. Baron Gu Wanha looked down at the serpent wrapped around my wrist. I'm sorry, but you are the only one with the qualifications. The activities of the snake living in the labyrinth, a music box only for you, Goddess of Protection, and Sword Emperor have been suspended. We appreciate your understanding for security reasons. So that's why everyone has been quiet since I arrived here. Fortunately, the outfit suits you well. Was the outfit check done? Baron Gu Wanha took a step back, looked me over, and then nodded. With this, there is no lack in your presentation to meet the Duke. I've heard rumors that I can pull off any fashion. Then let us commence the meeting. Baron Gu Wanha didn't give me a chance to enter my nonsense time and clapped her hands with a snap. Creak. The main doors of the conference hall opened. As if waiting by the door, figures walked out. Participants are being confirmed. Participants are being confirmed. The same voice overlapped twice, simultaneously. Baron Gu Wanha held her chin high and looked directly at those entering through the main door. She called out to each of them one by one. The 5th pillar, the lady who walks the mirage is present. The 5th pillar, the lady who walks the mirage is present. The first to enter was the lady, the pillar most favorable to me. Her hair, which seemed like gold, had given half of itself to white, swayed, and the lady smiled broadly. Then she excitedly waved at me. If I were to compare her to an animal, perhaps a chick. Hello, Death King, long time no see. How have you been? I'm sorry, but miss, please keep quiet. Ah, advisor Mia. That's mean. The lady pouted her lips. Baron Guwanha, without blinking, continued to call the next entrance. The fourth pillar, the moon contemplating blindness, is present. The fourth pillar, the moon contemplating blindness, is present. A pillar with a very indifferent face, as if they would find everything from the beginning to the end of the universe bothersome, entered the hall. If I were to liken them to an animal, it would be a sea otter. The third pillar, the one who wrote the beginning, is present. The third pillar, the one who wrote the beginning, is present. A pillar who seemed to have tasted every flavor from the beginning to the end of life, from bitterness to sweetness to spicy, plus mint chocolate, and now just wanted to have fun, lazily moved with a slime-like gait. If compared to an animal, perhaps a hedgehog. The second pillar, the god who dances in the void, is present. The second pillar, the god who dances in the void, is present. Regardless of whether the world is born or destroyed, as long as their own interests are preserved. Huh? What? Entering through the main door, their steps were not normal, but rather like they were performing ballet. No, actually performing a 100% pure ballet, and even after entering, they continued to dance. What? No, seriously, what could it be? If likened to an animal, it would be an African flamingo. The sixth pillar, the wand of ages, is present. The sixth pillar, the wand of ages, is present. A wizard who, upon being born, would likely sigh thinking it's just being born, and upon dying would sigh realizing it's indeed dying, accepting various events in their life with just a sigh, glanced at me briefly. If compared to an animal, perhaps an old lion. And then, thud, footsteps resounded. Welcome, Duke. As the 5 pillars entered, Baron Guwanha, who had been merely watching with an expressionless face, slowly bowed her head. She bent her waist, she lowered her head in respect. I apologize for requesting a meeting amidst your busy schedule. It was a distinctly different attitude. Unlike when welcoming the other pillars, Baron Guwanha did not use the voice of the tower. She did not send a message. Using only her own voice, she directly worshipped the owner of the footsteps. I have convened the meeting according to the regulations you previously commanded, but the justification for this assembly is entirely for the Duke to judge. It's fine. It looks quite legitimate, doesn't it? As always, reliable work, my advisor. Yes, thank you. The Tower Master. A noble with platinum hair, familiar to me as Amethyst, capable of wearing any expression and mimicking any voice in this world, known by the alias of Kaleidoscope Duke, smiled brightly at me. And the owner of the tower, maintaining the dignity of a noble here, greeted me. Hi, Death King. Nice to see you. Huh? Your reaction is a bit light. I heard this was the latest greeting method, wasn't it? Hium, hing, hio? Hello, hello? No. You, no, thou. Sighs flowed from everywhere. Baron Guwanha sighed. The Wand of Ages had been sighing all along, and the other pillars joined the new wave of sighs as if they knew this would happen. A bountiful harvest of sighs. Mom, that's not it. Only the lady, instead of sighing, frowned and firmly corrected. It's hi, nice to see ya. Here, the hi is in English, so from a Korean perspective, it's the English hi. But since this is the English translation, it doesn't make any difference. The panga used after that translates as nice to see ya, which is old Korean slang used in the 1990s. Ah, I see. Thank you, my daughter. Yep, I'll gladly accept Mom's thanks. From now on, make sure to use what I taught you without mixing it up. Tower Master Amethyst turned to look at me, and she greeted me with an extremely graceful motion. Let me greet you again, Death King. Hi, nice to see ya. Where did you sell your final boss aura? And that's definitely not the latest greeting method. Chapter 360. The Sky That Gathers Screams. 2, 3. I diligently explained why hi, nice to meet ya, is not the latest form of greeting. So I had a time explaining to the tower's master about hi, nice to meet ya, and Ninor the tower master knew that such a time would come in my life. Anyway, nobody knows. Who could know? I knew, Death King. Did you think I did it because I didn't know? It was a joke thrown out of consideration, thinking you might be nervous. Ah, it was really, truly a super high-quality nice joke, Department Head Nim. I'm not the Department Head Nim, but the Tower Master. Another Korean joke when someone makes an unfunny joke, 부장님, is used similar to okay, boomer. Then, narrowing her eyes, the Tower Master said, since an objection has been raised, it must be addressed. Her violet eyes glanced over me and the wizard. Death King and the Wand of Ages, please step forward. The wizard walked forward, holding the staff in front of me. In the grand conference hall, where the king used to sit and look over the assembly, the throne, the Tower Master was sitting at the bottom of the chair's legs, lightly leaning her head against the armrest of the throne, and the Wand of Ages and I were facing each other with the throne between us. The proposer is the sky that gathers screams. The agenda is the no confidence in the Wand of Ages. Is this correct? Yes, it is. I nodded, holding her chin. The Tower Master hummed, not a objection or a proposal, but a no confidence vote. A smile like an inverted crescent moon was drawn on her lips. Very well, the Tower Master said in a cheerful tone. Before I could hesitate, the Tower Master's words continued. First, the pillars should not take this situation unpleasantly. Looking around at the pillars, the Tower Master continued, I know there are many here who do not favor the Death King. The pillars remained silent, but the Tower Master continued as if she knew their inner thoughts well. Arrogant, proud, to dares challenge the pillars' work when you're just a mere newborn constellation that has stepped a boot onto the sky. Moreover, a vote of no confidence. I've disliked it since he started playing with the rules. We praised him as good, and he finally crosses the line. Even now, when I could understand the voices, the Tower Master's words sounded like the hissing of a snake. We have placed limitations on what we do. Even though we have the power to do as we wish, we are restraining ourselves. That alone should be considered a grace from us. Not knowing that. Impudent. Taking care of your unrelated world, and even creating conditions for you to shine, Death King. Is this how you repay us? The pillars did not move. There was not a single movement in their facial muscles. However, the Tower Master's voice roamed around those pillars, squirming like a tendon beneath a layer of skin. And most of all, how dare you challenge the Tower Master to a duel? Before even reaching the 50th floor, before even obtaining the name of a constellation, presumptuous. Seems like a green one. With a sound like a popping balloon, the drowsy air scattered. The Tower Master clapped her hands. So, the Tower Master looked around at the pillars once more and continued, I know there are those among you who think this. Please don't. The Tower Master's voice was as clear and pure as crystal freshly wrought from the earth. Because everyone, the kind of arrogant, proud, and bad seed behavior that the Death King is displaying right now are precisely the actions I myself had been doing until I stood in this position. And it was transparent. Raising a vote of no confidence is not just a simple protest or suggestion, crying out that what you're doing is fundamentally wrong and can't be resolved by making small adjustments. This very act is what I did in all sorts of ways before I built the tower, and what made me a top-notch lunatic. The pillars gathered here of all people should know that. I know, but for the first time someone spoke up. It was the one who wrote the beginning. The Tower Master and the Death King are not the same. The one who wrote the beginning spoke in a quiet but certain voice. The Tower Master didn't just stop at screaming that something was wrong. She proposed a better alternative. She didn't just stop at raising a vote of no confidence. She said she would replace, and then did so. The one who wrote the beginning looked at me. His eyes were without warmth. Pointing fingers is easy. Criticizing is not hard. Saying something is wrong is convenient. Mocking is fun, and condemning is always a pleasure. And many people just stop there. They don't try to go further. They neither propose a concrete alternative, nor say they will do better, nor do they want to take on the responsibility that comes with it. I understand and accept, but well, wouldn't it be natural to view that as an unfair attitude? That's an unfair statement towards the Death King. The Tower Master immediately said. The one who wrote the beginning hesitated. The Tower Master looked at him, resting her chin on her hand. Everyone here knows the journey the Death King has walked so far. The Death King has collected the endless autumn rain and bloomed peonies in the eternal frost. He melted the plating of hearts and helped a doll who had lost herself find herself again. and he accepted each criticism and condemnation aimed at himself instead of dodging them. The Tower Master concluded quietly, "So it's unfair to evaluate the Death King like that. I wanted to make that clear. But on the other hand," the Tower Master turned to me, "this is also the crux of the issue. Death King." I did not open my mouth. I just listened quietly. The Tower Master continued, "Let me remind you of a fact you already know, Death King. Declaring no confidence in someone never ends as a comfortable objection. It means you have to directly replace that someone and take over all the tasks they were responsible for." "Yes," finally I spoke. "Of course." "Good." Bang! Once again, the Tower Master clapped her hands. "Now that the premise is clear, the next steps are simple." The Tower Master spread her arms. "As you've always done, Death King. Prove yourself." 4. The Tower Master declared the rules to us. If the Death King can prove he has the skill and willpower required, the vote of no confidence in the Wand of Ages will be approved. The Wand of Ages will step down from his position as a pillar. That means the Death King will take over the role of the Wand of Ages, managing the netherworld of this tower. On the other hand, if he fails, he must be prepared to face the consequences accordingly. The Tower Master did not specify what those consequences would be. She only added with her characteristic smile, "At least, it goes without saying that you would no longer be qualified to challenge me." I clenched my fist tightly. "I understand." "Good." The Tower Master's smile deepened. This time, the smile was directed at the wizard. "What about you, the Wand of Ages?" "No problem," the Wand of Ages answered, like a branch of autumn reaching cautiously to hold on to its red leaves. The pillars, excluding us, sat in a circle at a distance. Though the crowd was smaller, this place was no different from a coliseum, and the stake in this duel was no less significant than in any gladiatorial arena. The current status of the majority vote is announced. Death King 0 votes, abstain 2 votes. The Wand of Ages 3 votes. As expected, the start was not in my favor. Up to now, I have committed numerous acts of defiance. Even if the Tower Master said to disregard it, it couldn't have been without effect. Furthermore, the Wand of Ages had been a colleague as a pillar for a long time. But looking at it from another perspective, there are still 2 abstentions. That means 2 of the pillars are taking a reserved stance. This situation isn't unpleasant for me. I should start by saying how profoundly disappointed I am with this situation. The wizard was the first to speak. "Death King, I have favored you. As an administrator, I've maintained the line while giving you as much consideration as the rules would allow. And this is how my consideration is repaid? I tried to support you, a constellation who appeared after the Sword Emperor. I could have been your patron. Removing me from my pillar position is like cutting off your own fingers." "It's not too late." The wizard discussed my interests. He reminded me of what he had done for me and what he could further offer, questioning how much he could help me with his position and power. It was the simplest, yet most powerful form of persuasion since the dawn of time. "Right. It may have been my mistake to appoint you Suha as the judge. Your criticism is valid. I acknowledge it and apologize. But even pillars can make mistakes. To condemn me for a single error, what arrogance is this?" Next, the wizard emphasized his humanity. While seemingly taking a step back, he criticized my side for forcing him to do so. This too was an effective attack. The wizard well knew this duel was ultimately decided by a majority vote. Persuading me was less important than persuading the pillars. "Assuming you managed to pull me down." The wizard sighed lightly and continued. "Since the tower was established, there have been many discussions on what to do with the netherworld. And among those, my opinion was accepted, so I took charge of the design from the 70th to the 79th floor. The history of the tower. Don't think this is the first time a vote of no confidence against a pillar has occurred. Since the tower's establishment, many constellations have coveted the position of a pillar. As a pillar in charge of the most sensitive issues, I have faced many attacks. But, despite all, the wizard, who still held his position, lightly bit the end of his staff with his lips, as if holding a pipe in his mouth. In the end, the exact problem that the one who wrote the beginning spoke of blocked them. It's easy to say I'm wrong. Anyone can make a critique. But what about responsibility? Do you have an alternative to replace my heavens? Lastly, the wizard discussed why he must win. It was about him being competent and me being incompetent. Though it was merely a relative issue, it could be decided by majority vote because it was relative. I am making souls happy. It's the happiness they wished for, the happiness they wanted to enjoy, and the happiness I can give. If you cannot give them as much as I do, Death King, you can never defeat me. A logic sharp as a knife cut at me from 3 directions. It wasn't an attack that would end if just one was blocked. All 3 directions had to be deflected before my body could be whole again. Shall we hear the answer? I gently rubbed the handkerchief with my index finger. Right. If you're going to dig someone else's grave, you should smooth out your own grave's site first. And I always keep a few graves dug in my heart. You are right in saying you have favored me, Wizard C. No rush. Start with the easiest sword to deflect. Did you say I'm the constellation that appeared for the first time since the Sword Emperor? And that you intended to support me? But why did you want to support me in the first place? Surely it wasn't because of personal fondness, just wanting to push me forward for that reason alone. You don't even think highly of the Sword Emperor. You consider him a troublemaker. I saw your reaction after clearing the True Heaven world. You, the unparalleled troublemakers of the world. Sword Emperor, there's a reason you failed to conquer the sky-piercing extreme point. It was certainly not a friendly reaction. In other words, you don't blindly support someone just because they're a hunter challenging the 100th floor. You believed I had something unique to offer, didn't you? You must have your hidden reasons. You supported me for a reason. Whether it's related to the Tower Master or the secrets of the 100th floor, I don't know. But you were using me for your own purposes, not for my benefit. Does everyone think of me as materialistic? The wizard's expression remained calm. My words didn't seem to bother or itch him at all. I looked towards Baron Gu Wanha. Death King, 0 votes. Abstain, 2 votes. The Wand of Ages, 3 votes. The vote status was magically inscribed above the Baron's head. There had been no change in the score. I regrouped my stance. No. And I'm not condemning you just because you made a mistake. Regrettably, that's how it appears to me. A mistake is something done wrong unintentionally. But what if it was intentional? What if you knew but neglected it? If you clearly knew it would happen and it was obvious it would happen, but you merely watched, is that still a mistake? As if I deliberately chose the wrong judge. Is Yu Suha the first? What? Is Yu Suha really the first and only mistake you've made? For the first time, the wizard hesitated. You decide which heaven layer hunters are assigned to when they die. You judge, and you made a misjudgment thinking Yu Suha would want heaven. Luckily, I was able to detect this mistake and point it out. But were other hunters given such an opportunity? No one can notice your mistakes. No one could point them out. So it seems like the only mistake, merely a mistake. Can you imagine how many mistakes have been hidden all this time? I felt the pillars looking at me. Well, I didn't even need to amplify my senses with aura. Their gazes clung to my face, stinging, but I did not stop. While I was breaking through floors 71 to 76, there were a total of 6 heavens. Out of those 6 times, you made a mistake once. Yes. Maybe this time was just a coincidence. But what if there was a mistake once in every 60 times? Even once in 600 times? If there have always been souls sent to the wrong heavens because of your misjudgments, because of mistakes, what then? Still, would you call that a mistake? Grip. The wizard's grip on his staff tightened. There must be. There are. There will be. But so what? I'm doing my best, Death King. Can you judge better than me? Can you decide who belongs in which heaven? Who will be happy where? Better than I, the Wand of Ages, can? You can't. It was a question filled with conviction. Up to now, the Wand of Ages must have judged countless souls. Through numerous judgment errors and trials, it would have reached its current state. It must have built up its own experience, know-how, and tips with infinite time and countless tears. I cannot deny that. Yes, I cannot know better than you. But that's just me. So let's ask directly. What are you talking about? The dead, those who have died and come before you waiting for judgment. Why not ask them directly? That's the only answer. Hunters came to the tower by their own decision. It's their right to decide where they want to go. If you make judgments on your own without asking them, the same mistakes will inevitably continue. Ask them where they want to go. Ha! Ask them, you say? The wizard let out a scoff. Clearly it was a tone of rebuke towards me. Fine. Go ahead and ask them yourself. If you can ask, that is. Thud, when the wizard tapped the floor with his staff, white ripples appeared in the air. And from beneath the ripples, black fingers emerged. It was a human hand. No, to be precise, it was a shadow flickering in the shape of a human. Fingers, palms, wrists, all were dyed in black. There was no light or shadow, only darkness. Black, swirling noises were the only things defining their existence. The vast assembly hall was instantly covered with hundreds of noises. Baron Gu-Wunha clapped her hands lightly. Clatter, clank, clank. Chains surged from the ground. The chains quickly bound each of the noises. Bound by the chains, the noises growled ferociously. They seemed like they would pounce on us the moment they were released from their chains. Look, this is what you call souls. The words of those who died in the tower, the wizard shouted. Only the emotions from their living days remain, knowing nothing but screams. They are not wounded. They are nothing but rags with nothing left but wounds. These are lives that have ended, broken stones. Essentially, no different from that. Go ahead and ask. Ask for me. Where do they want to go? Having been abandoned by the world once and then again, where do they think they will finally be satisfied? Death King. It would be really nice if you could ask them for me. The wizard seemed to be mocking someone. Not just me, presumably. They have no memory. They're dead. They don't know why they were hurt, but the cause is gone, and only the wounds torment them. No, the torment itself is what they are. The only answer you can get from them is a scream of "it hurts." It may not even be an answer. You can't call the noise made by crumbling rocks an answer. I wonder, what can we ask them? Crackle. From the magical ripples the wizard had spread, a faint image appeared. It was a moving picture. I can only watch. Images played from all around, the abridged lives of the noises before they were consumed by the dark whirlpool. Faces and smiles they had before being devoured by the dark swirl were reenacted in the images. I have to carefully examine and then make a judgment. That's all. Everything, right? Just watching isn't enough to know. There are times I don't know, but what more can I do, other than what else can we do here? Indeed. So that was it. I slowly looked around. Ah! The noises couldn't meet my eyes. They had no gaze. They could no longer look at or reflect anything. Only deaths that could be looked at from the outside or be broken. Countless deaths. Death. There is, above all, something familiar to me. There is more we can do here. We still have something more to do. I turned my face to look at the Wand of Ages. What? There is more we can do beyond just watching and observing their lives. Wizards sigh. There still is. What could possibly be left to do? The wizard wore a look of incomprehension. But to me, everything was clear. What I can do, what I want to do, what kind of constellation I could become if I ever became one. Everything suddenly became clear. In the end, a person will act according to what they have always done. With that clarity, I acted. Here. Walking slowly, I stood in front of the dead and spread my arms. Kill me. Before the wizard could understand my words, the dead bit into my neck. You have died. The Wand of Age's eyes widened in shock, reading the situation in slow motion. Before the wizard could fully grasp the meaning of my action, had someone among the pillars understood my intentions? A voice resonated. The current status of the majority vote is announced. Death King 1 vote, Abstain 1 vote, the Wand of Ages 3 votes. And then. Penalty severity is supreme. Reproducing the trauma of the enemy that killed you. Let's do more than just watch. Chapter 361, The Sky That Gathers Screams. 4. Before the world was completely enveloped in darkness, the last scene that caught my eye was the Wand of Ages gaping in horror. The wizard must have shouted something. However, I couldn't comprehend the sound the wizard made. My throat was already torn by the noise, and I hadn't even utilized aura to delay my death. Death came quickly and slowly. You are reproducing the trauma of the enemy that killed you. I couldn't keep up with the rapid changes in the scenery with the speed of my mind. In the irregular rhythm of fast and slow, something got mixed up, like water and oil, white and black. And if I may say so, it was the soul with the spirit. Like a single snowflake falling on a furnace, my dead spirit gently melted into the body that killed me. You are reproducing the trauma of the enemy that killed you. She was a fisherman born a very long time ago. Therefore, I was a fisherman born a very long time ago. In the repetition of the same words, she was me and I was her, just like when I became Raviel, just like when I became my master. In the midst of the trauma of the human path, I stared at the wine-colored sea. The waves are crying. The waves were rough. I could smell the roughness. The fisherwoman knew that water had a smell. On calm days when the sun was gentle, the water was clean too. But when the waves came rushing from far away, the water sweated. It was a salty smell. When there was a smell of saliva, whirlpools formed in that rapids. It was a rotten smell. And now the waves were shedding tears. We must escape. The waves are crying. She merely muttered instinctively. It was a time when humans had not yet emerged from the stage of beasts. It was said that in the vast desert to the south there was a golden temple as high as a mountain. The people living there were all sorcerers and magicians who could imprison all human voices into strange pictures. I knew that the golden temple resembled a pyramid and that the sorcery was writing. She didn't know. In an era when only a tiny fraction of humanity enjoyed the blessing of writing, a woman was sailing, catching fish. We must hurry and escape. Kururururu. Turning the boat around, the woman looked back. A volcano was erupting in the distance. Hot lava was bubbling at the top of the mountain. Black clouds. Lightning. Mud rain. The volcano roared as if announcing the end of the world. Instinctively, the woman slowed the boat, steering only to places where she could faintly smell the tears of the waves. It took more than half a day to return to the house, the hometown, the seaside village that could have been reached quickly under normal circumstances. The village was gone. Only a few pieces of wood remained floating on the surface of the water. When the waves hit the cliffs, the wood pressed against the rocks, gently rocked. There were no survivors. She looked up at the sky. The clouds were hanging low. These were not clouds from the sky. They were clouds that had belched from the ground. The clouds that rose from underground were much darker and had a much stronger body odor than those of the sky. The entire sea was weeping in black. We must escape. She drove the boat. It wasn't just her hometown that had disappeared. The neighboring village, the neighbor's neighbor, the neighbor's neighbor's neighbor. Villages that clung to the coastline like shellfish, barely clinging to a slice of life, were all gone. Did anyone survive? Each vanished village left behind at least one survivor, just like herself. I survived. The waves are crying. They keep crying. The survivors, just like me, were people who could smell the scent of the waves. She nodded. I know. I can feel the tears of the waves too. Many have died. God is angry. Must we also die? We must escape. Hurry, hurry and escape. Follow me. Where to? To the largest village. She drove the boat. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, 4, 5, 16. They were all survivors. The 16 survivors signified the death of 16 villages. Only those who were closest to the waves in those villages could survive. Everyone died. There were no survivors in the largest village. None, nobody, nothing. She looked back. Before she knew it, the number of boatmen had grown to 30. As they crossed from one village to the next and to the next after that, the language of the survivors changed from mine. Where do we go now? The first survivor she met had the same voice as hers. She could understand everything. Do have to die? From the point of crossing 6 villages, the sounds began to diverge. Not everything could be understood. Still, there was no problem in mixing sounds with sounds. 'Tis divine punishment, the wrath of Aid. As they passed 12 villages, the sounds wailed bizarrely. Her ears buzzed. It was hard, but if she narrowed her eyebrows and listened carefully, she could understand. Our crying After passing 24 villages, she could no longer understand the sounds. Nothing could be fully understood. Only the feeling of the tears of the waves. That was the only common ground. She looked up at the sky. For many days now, the world had been dark. It was cold. The fishermen huddled their bodies. They covered their flesh with whatever straw they could gather, but their teeth clacked against each other. Clack, even now someone's teeth clacked. Clack, clack. I quietly listened to the sound of the teeth. We must escape. Somewhere. It was the start of an ice age. The era that had provided mankind with comfortable rain and waves for thousands of years had finally come to an end. The volcano had merely hastened the apocalypse a bit. I knew this through knowledge, and she knew it through instinct. Southwards, along the coast, southwards, following the swept-away villages and abandoned ruins, south. South. How many villages had they passed? Before she knew it, the number of boatmen following her had surpassed 60. They finally succeeded in reaching a surviving village, but she couldn't understand the sounds the villagers were shouting. Not at all. For some reason, the villagers were holding spears. They threw stones. The chests of survivors were pierced by spears they threw, and their heads were smashed by rocks. Splash, splash. Bodies fell overboard. The man she met in the first village looked this way. Do we have to die? The question she always received, and for the first time she opened her lips to answer. No. A massacre occurred. The boatmen took up stone knives and killed the villagers. Including her, all the survivors were the most skilled boatmen. Killing people was always easier than rowing boats. What are these people saying? After the fight ended, she called over a survivor from the 48th village to ask. He was a fisherman who had lived in a place relatively close to here. He was still supposed to be able to hear their sounds. It seems like they're saying we're going to receive divine punishment. The 48th survivor translated. He said he wasn't exactly sure. And they called us pirates. Pirates? What does that mean? It seems to refer to people of the sea. From that village onward, the survivors were no longer called fishermen, but pirates. The 60 pirates increased to 90. More. Like wreckage of shipwrecks gathering together in waves, like young animals rubbing their skins together on a cold day, all the survivors of the destroyed seaside villages came to her. The world has ended. A boatman filtered the sounds of another boatman. Everyone is dead. Do we have to die too? 100 fishermen looked at her. And now she knew what answer she had to give, could give, and wanted to give. It was as clear as the smell of the waves. No, in front of 200 people. No, in front of 300 people. No, she answered the same. We must escape. Follow me. 500 boats followed her. Fights broke out wherever they went. They didn't know why they had to fight, but what they could gain from fighting was clear. In the villages that had not perished, there was grain hidden, there were clothes, there were sharp stone knives, there was just no reason to refuse to fight. Southwards, following the coast southwards, sweeping through villages and leaving ruins behind. South. The world was cold, the world was dark. Just as a white seashell clings to the sea cliffs, barely holding on to life by its fingernails, as long as they clung here, the world had not ended. Splash. Below the burning, large village, she swung her sword. The people of the large village shed tears. Looking around at the bodies, at those who were not yet corpses but soon would be, she suddenly said, "What are these people saying?" She called the survivor from the 12th village. The 12th survivor called the 32nd survivor. The 32nd called the 51st. The 51st called the 100th. The 100th called the 170th. The 170th called the 252nd. Why try to listen to what these people are saying? Eventually, the 581st asked. To exchange one question and one answer with the 581st, dozens of translations were needed. Dozens of people babbled. Like the waves, like waves, like waves, like waves. Overlapping dozens of times, the fishermen whispered to each other, "These people of the large village are sorcerers." She also whispered, "They know magic that traps sounds." She picked up a clay tablet and showed it to the fishermen. It had pictures on it. They knew neither how to read nor how to write. But magic is originally like that. With their magic, we too can leave behind our sounds. Why try to leave our sounds behind? Waves are waves only when they crash. Sounds disappear. That is the way of the waves, and we follow the way of the waves. Here is the somewhere we can escape to. She pointed at the clay tablet. Looking each fisherman in the eye one by one, she spoke. She wanted them to look here, at this place. We must escape. Here, this is where I told you to follow me to. We have arrived. Tell me. What are these people saying? The wave stopped. I don't know. The 581st wave said. I don't know. I don't know what they are saying. Following that, the 252nd wave said they didn't know. The 170th wave, the 100th wave, the 51st wave, the 32nd wave, the 12th wave, quietly, said they didn't know. Thus, as the waves washed away, they made a sound. No one knows. The wave came to her feet and lapped for the last time. And then the sound of the wave disappeared. Only the wave was shedding tears. She could smell the tears, very close by, and she knew why the smell never stopped. Perhaps she knew this would happen. Towards the burning flames, she threw the clay tablet. Where should we go now? I'm sorry. With a thud. Where should we go? I'm sorry. The flames grew higher. Where? I'm sorry. Thud. The fire blazed. Thud, thud. Thud. I'm sorry. Quietly. Trauma reproduction complete. It has been confirmed that the ego of the targeted subject has been maintained. The penalty is terminated. 5. I think I heard the sound of the waves from somewhere. What on earth are you thinking? I staggered to my feet. The procedure to regress 24 hours earlier did not activate. This place is the first underground floor. Did they say the flow of time here is different from other floors? Or did the administrators, the pillars, arbitrarily apply a break to the skill? Given that Foxnim is not by my side right now, has my timeline lost its absolute priority? Either way, it doesn't matter. Grr. There is noise before my eyes. There was a life that had turned into noise, something that could no longer make any sound, just growling. What it used to be? Clank! It struggled as if it was going to charge at me any moment, chained in iron. So, by using trauma, you can live the life of the dead? And so, you can make a more accurate judgment than me who can only watch? Is that your answer? Ha. I drew my sword. Yeah, maybe. But didn't you argue that you have to ask the soul directly? Even if you see the trauma, no matter how close you get, it's not like the soul is directly speaking. And then I cut through the noise. What? The wizard had no time to intervene. My sword cut through the noise. The noise didn't scream, maybe because it was already screaming and was easily sliced. The noise dissipated like ash. Now what did you do? Card open. Activating skill. It was the gold I had gained earlier. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Rank. SSS effect. You summon those you have directly killed. The deceased do not inherit their abilities from their lifetime. However, if you wish, the deceased can inherit their memories and appearance from their lifetime. If you do not wish, they are simply summoned as monsters. I lived a life of noise. Thus, I identified the coordinates of the noise. I became the noise that turned into a scream. By doing so, I became able to summon the noise. Therefore, 100 Ghosts Reincarnation is activated. All conditions have been met. The ash that disappeared into the air from the bottom turned back into black ash water and rose up. The black water gradually took shape. Eyes I know, a face I know. With a gesture that was once mine. The one with blue eyes, resembling the sea, blinked looking at me. Silence surrounded us. The Wand of Ages was silently looking this way, his mouth closed. The other pillars also did not speak. In this moment, the only beings permitted to speak were just me and her. She opened her mouth. Who are you? Somewhere. I think I heard the sound of the waves. Hello, I said. Not in the first language I learned when I was born, not in the language automatically translated by the tower, but in the sounds I learned through her life, through her ears and mouth. Rough and unrefined, carrying the scent of the sea, as if it briefly rushed from the distant sea, crashed against the cliffs, and disappeared white, utterly white, in the sound of the waves. I could say her name, the first wave, and what I could become for her. I am your last wave. I will become somewhere for you. Chapter 362. The Sky That Gathers Screams. 4. The last wave, yes. What does the last wave mean? She looked at me. Her eyes were a clear blue, not the eyes of a modern person, but closer to those of a beast. Eyes that barely distinguished between human and beast. Eyes that made no distinction between humans and the sea. I said, I can understand all of your sounds. From the second wave to the 581st wave, all of it. The sounds you make, I can hear them. It meant I can interpret all the languages of the warriors you command. Yes, I could have said that. But I spoke with her sounds. I wanted to speak. Like a village that had been destroyed long ago, swept away by a tsunami without leaving even ruins behind, with pronunciations and words that left no trace or footprint. I reminisced about destruction and now spoke with a sound that only two people in the world could exchange. You don't have to wander in search of a village. You don't have to go to a big village. I am your last wave, and this is the last village in the world. She looked at me. Her clear blue eyes were without even a ripple. Suspicion, doubt, astonishment, panic. A person's emotions are usually imprinted in their eyes like fingerprints. Her eyes had no fingerprints. Are you a god? I want to be your god. From a short distance away, the sound of the Wand of Ages taking a breath could be heard. But she did not look away. I, too, did not avert my gaze from her eyes. Tell me your wish. Wish? Yes. You can go anywhere. To which village do you want to go? This is a very big village. All the villages are here. I will take you to the place you wish to go. She blinked. Once, twice, thrice. Like waves that rush to the shore and then recede, her eyelids fluttered. Teach me the spell to trap sounds. Yes. I turned my head. Could you bring me some ink? The Wand of Ages bit his lip. A wizard who was proficient in all spells, the greatest magician in the tower, had his eyebrows trembling. The one who brought the ink bottle instead of such a magician was the lady who walks the mirage. Here, thank you. But why ink? Death King. The lady carefully looked up at my face. Wouldn't it be more convenient to bring paper and a pen? It would be unfamiliar to you. Someone who has never held something like a pencil before will find it hard to write. But if you write with your bare hands, you will quickly get used to it. That's why it's easier to just dip your fingertips in ink and write on the ground. The lady listened to all my words. Slowly, after listening, she nodded once. That's right. Again, that makes sense. Her voice echoed softly, announcing the results of the majority vote. Death King 2 votes, abstain 0 votes, the Wand of Ages 3 votes. I think I heard the sound of waves from somewhere. What is this? Ink. It's black water. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. I will teach you the spell with this. I crouched down on the floor. She also hunched down. The pillars surrounded us and watched silently. We did not pay attention to them, making the white stone floor our own canvas. Ah, oh, ah, oh. Ah, vowels like that of English, but of Korean alphabet. With this, you can trap sounds. I wrote on the floor. The tip of my finger turned black. A black line was drawn on the floor. Watching the sight of black waves drawn on the white sea, she looked down clearly. You try it too. Yes. Her fingertip turned black. Half a day passed. A day passed. A whole day passed. Her nails turned black, her fingers turned black, and her palms turned black. Lines were drawn on the floor, and in the white sea, endless black waves crashed. The pillars watched us without moving. The conference hall was spacious. The canvas was almost infinite. Crouched down, we slowly changed positions, expanding the black waves by a palm's width. Every wave she drew in the sea had fingerprints standing out. 3 days passed, maybe 4. In the depths of the underground where time was meaningless, only the expanding sea marks around us proved our time. If you looked closely, or all wooden planks. Shipwrecked pieces drifted back and forth in the sea. She was writing characters. Splash. She knew the waterways of the Black Sea, so with a splash, splash, she rode with her fingers. Do you understand now? Yes. So, I am listening to the sound of the waves. I understand. I asked the lady to get me a clay tablet, whose surface was soft as it had not yet hardened. Looking at the clay tablet in front of her, she blinked. That was her tension. This was her somewhere. Her homeland had sunk into the sea, many villages had submerged, and it was the island she had gone searching for. Facing the small island, she rowed. I love the sea, a wave crashed. We love the sea, a ripple surged, because the waves shed tears. Fingerprints. We also shed tears, gradually. Still, I love the sea. Blue eyes looked up at me. Am I dead? I nodded, letting her know she had arrived at the island village. Yes. Do you want to live? People, she said. I have killed many people. I can't live anymore. Too many people have died. I'm sorry. I can't live any longer. She looked at me. Waves crashed in her sea-like eyes. Thank you. I think I heard the sound of waves from somewhere. Thank you. You are seeking a follower. The first wave will become your follower. And then, The wave calmed down. Only black letters remained on the floor. Among the shipwrecked pieces, the first wave subsided. Like her departed homeland, the person who fell into the sea disappeared by sinking. For the first time, she could stop breathing in the sea she loved. The pillars said nothing. Why? Only after a long while, maybe just for a brief moment, the Wand of Ages opened her lips and let out a voice between his clenched teeth. Why didn't you assign her to a heaven floor? I don't assign. I only listen to where she wanted to go. Heaven is a place one wishes to go, the wave to the island she wanted to go to. I held the clay tablet with both hands. The place that became someone's small island, I tightly embraced it and wrapped it with aura. Before my water overflowed and soaked the fine beaches of the island village, so that people do not burn people. If I am a flame, may I be a flame that burns only for the voices of people. The Wand of Ages bit his lip, announcing the results of the majority vote. Death King 2 votes, Abstain 1 vote, the Wand of Ages 2 votes. There was still much noise, hundreds. The noises summoned by the wizard filled the vast conference hall. I gave my body to each of those people remaining as noise. The noises gnawed at my life, announcing the results of the majority vote. Death King 2 votes, Abstain 2 votes, the Wand of Ages 1 vote. They gnawed at my life, and I reaped theirs, summoning their lives here just as I did for the first wave. And then I spoke. Where is this? Where am I exactly? Someone panicked. It was a merchant who had lived his life selling furs. He died from an attack by a nomadic tribe while on a trade route. The merchant felt wronged. He was willing to pay the price for his life. His life being taken meant nothing to the nomadic tribe. But those fools didn't understand even this simple logic. Why a sword instead of money? Why not trade with him? Why is the world so cruel? Who are you? Someone was wary. It was a holy knight who had spent his life on battlefields. He died hoping for a god to appear until the very end. The knight cried out. If there were a god in this world, it would descend in the most terrible and miserable places. He only roamed the most horrific and miserable battlefields, believing that someday, if a god did not appear, he would go to an even more terrible place, and then to the hell of hells, believing that eventually they would appear. Is it still not enough? Is it still not tragic enough for a god to reach out? Why can't the world be saved? I don't want to die. Please, save me. I can't die yet, someone begged. Many people did. Those who died of starvation due to drought, those who suffocated from fires, those who switched their children with others in the village to eat human flesh during consecutive years of famine, and ended up setting the village on fire, only to be axed by a villager, those who were suddenly strangled upon waking to find a neighbor looking down at them. Why? And people silenced their voices. Why is the world so... It's okay. To those who had an island they wanted to go to, I said so. If you want to leave the world behind, it's okay to do so. It really was okay. You can go to another world that you don't have to leave behind. I asked them directly. Where do you want to go? The merchant wanted to go to Gold Heaven. He wished to breathe in a world bright with gold, not under the irrational shadow of foolish blades. The knight wanted to go to Sound Heaven. He believed that if everything from a handful of wheat grains to a bundle of leaves sings, then everything must have a god. He cried, saying he wanted to laugh in a world where he does not have to search for God. Announcing the results of the majority vote. Death King 3 votes, Abstain 1 vote, the Wand of Ages 1 vote. As the last procedure, I activate the skill. I shared my gold with them. Plus Earthbone Dragon Skull, rank SSS-Class. Effect preserves the memories of the living. Preserved memories are kept in a box. This box can only be destroyed by the owner of this skill. As long as the box is not destroyed, you can produce the body of a person with the same memories any number of times. The body can wander the world, accumulating new memories, and these experiences can be updated back into the box, of course, if you permit. Even if the body of the person is destroyed, the box remains unharmed. Bestow the privilege of immortality to those around you. This was how I revived the 100 ghosts. Just as I breathed life into Sylvia, Evanale, and Estelle, the 4 demon lords, the children of infernal heavens, and Yusuha. The Earth Dragon's box is activated. The Earth Dragon's box is completed. I provided bodies for the noises that had become my 100 ghosts. You have now chosen a world to live in. The Returner's Clockwork Watch. I lived through their traumas and collected their memories. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. I gathered their memories and summoned them. Earthbone Dragon's Skull. I gave them memories in bodies if they wished. It's because you wanted to live that you have become part of the world. The conference hall was quiet. There were no more growling noises. Hundreds of gazes, hundreds of breaths were looking at me. Looking around at those looking at me, I too looked back and said, "Please live in a world you can love. If you want to abandon it, please tell me. I will listen. If you want to go somewhere, tell me. I will listen. But now, everything you've chosen, every word, every contempt, and every love is yours. Take life. Take responsibility for what you have loved. Then I will take responsibility for the inevitable deaths." I said, "I wish you all the best of luck." A white light enveloped them. Everyone had departed for the islands they wished to go to. Announcing the results of the majority vote. Death King 4 votes, Stain 1 vote, the Wand of Ages 0 votes. The conference hall became silent. The Wand of Ages hung his head. He did not lift his bowed head. The pillars quietly, without a word, turned their gaze to their master. Thud. The Tower Master stood up and walked towards me. Kim Gongja Si. The Tower Master took my left hand and caressed the back of it. Death King. Yes. You will gain authority. You will be able to bestow blessings. Undeniably, you will become a complete constellation. Purple Eyes looked up at me. From this moment, you will be known as the sky that gathers screams. A voice was heard, announcing the results of the majority vote. Death King 5 votes, Abstain 0 votes, the Wand of Ages 0 votes. Lord of Mansang blesses the sky that gathers screams. From now on, that was my name. Chapter 363, The Sky That Gathers Screams, 5-6. The duel had ended. The Wand of Ages was defeated, and I had won. It was a unanimous decision, so all that was left was the aftermath. Death King, no. Do you plan to establish the Sky That Gathers Screams as a new pillar, Duke? Baron Guwanha asked. However, the Tower Master lightly shook her head. No, Screaming Sky currently does not wish to become a pillar. Screaming Sky? I tilted my head in confusion. Are you referring to me? Yes. The Sky That Gathers Screams is a bit long, isn't it? Since it's about screams, thus Screaming Sky. Collecting people's memories means collecting their names, so Screaming Sky. Giving back their lives after living through their lifetimes makes it Screaming Sky. Lastly, the heaven that rules the underworld, the dark sky of the netherworld, is also Screaming Sky, Mon. You're good at naming. I've had many children. It was a necessary skill. For some reason, there was a moment when it was not the Tower Master but the princess who proudly puffed out her chest. So, do you wish to become a pillar right now, Screaming Sky? I looked around. If I become a pillar now, that means your ascent will end here, the Tower Master continued. While a constellation controls one floor, a pillar manages the entire tower. Just as it's not an achievement for a constellation to frolic within the floor it governs, it makes no sense for one who has become a pillar to ascend the tower. I thought deeply, and then I answered. For now, I want to reach the 100th floor. That response seemed unexpectedly to the pillars, but the Tower Master nodded as if she had guessed I would say so. Yes, then, for now, let's conclude with you becoming a full constellation. Kim Screaming Sky Sai. I don't quite like being renamed like that. Kim Stupid Sai. The name given to Kim Gongja is now Screaming Sky, which is Myeongchun. But the Korean word for stupid is also similar, Mongchung, as you can see from the romanization, with only a difference of Y and E. So, from pronunciation, it might sound as if calling him stupid. That's too much. You just wanted to call me that, so you laid out all those plausible reasons and named me? To truly become a constellation, there are conditions. It's more of a procedure, really. Once you complete this procedure, you can finally bestow blessings upon your followers. What is it? Once you are completed as a constellation, you can never erase a skill again. Let's see. The Tower Master snapped her fingers. Then, slowly, rectangular shapes began to appear in the air and floated leisurely. Golden, silver, and copper-stained, they were none other than my skill cards. I want to become just like you. Returner's Clockwork Watch, Sword Constellation, 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, Goblin High Society, Infernal Heavens, Demonic Art, Salvation of a Torn Goddess, Infernal Heaven's formation, the Earthbone Dragon's skull. The Tower Master looked at me with disbelief. Really, you only have the cream of the crop. Don't you think your conscience has left on a trip when you look at it yourself? To say I only have the best ones, Goblin High Society is there too? What are you talking about? That's precisely your identity. Even if you give up all other cards, you must protect Goblin High at all costs. You truly have high standards. Indeed, this Tower Master gets it. So, I'll give you an opportunity, Screaming Sky. An opportunity, you say? It's simple. Previously, Screaming Sky upgraded Summoning of 100 Ghosts SS to 100 Ghosts Reincarnation SSS as a reward for clearing floors 11 to 19, right? The same reward. In other words, the opportunity to consolidate and eliminate your skills. A complete consolidation and elimination of skills. When a baron becomes a duke, he organizes his titles and fiefs once. It's like consolidating all the scattered territories into one duchy, you might say, tidying up ownerships along the way. The Tower Master, who was also a noble of a certain kingdom, brought out an analogy that was quite aristocratic. Can I manipulate the skills as I wish? Yes, though you would have to persuade me. The Tower Master giggled, covering her lower face. Flap. Her long sleeve, unlike any style from Earth, fluttered, and above, her purple eyes were half open. However, this is not a mere reward, Screaming Sky. You know, it's about deciding what kind of constellation you will become. A god must be clear, intuitive, because a god is a helper, and only when it's clear who can be helped, the followers will seek help. Look at Mutia. I can regress your life. How clear is that? On the other hand, Tao Ti was unclear about what kind of constellation it was. Indeed, is the power of a constellation in the intuitiveness of its ability? Yes, exactly. In short, have a good set of skills. Simple, isn't it? I rested my chin on my hand and looked down, engulfed in thought. What can I do for people? In other words, what is my power? For whom can I be beneficial? In other words, what is my domain? What do I need to remain as myself? In other words, what is my support? The contemplation was long. I came up with answers on my own. Then, suddenly, I realized that the Tower Master was quietly watching me, waiting. I could have left the work to Barangu Wanha and left. The duel was over, and this was just a matter of wrapping things up. Why did she stay? Of course, the Tower Master was showing me favor. She might prefer to personally give me the reward rather than delegate the task to a subordinate, but I arrived at a different interpretation. I can ask you. I can seek and listen to your advice on what would be the best course of action. The Tower Master smiled broadly. Correct. As expected, I felt the pressure in my heart melt away. The Tower Master is the god of this tower. She is the central pillar, the starlight pinned in the highest night sky. If I want to become stronger as a constellation, where else could I find a better advisor? None, definitely none. This is a fantastic opportunity. The Tower Master was right. She was offering me an opportunity. Not just the chance to consolidate and eliminate skills, but also the opportunity to make use of the Tower Master. It would be truly dumb not to use this chance. Thank you. Don't mention it. Reward and punishment according to deeds. It's the most basic virtue that nobles should possess. Then I'll ask right away. How can you never tire? I could feel the gaze of the pillars that remained in the convention hall on me. Emotions filled their gazes. Since they did not hide them, I could immediately understand the emotion's nature. Jealousy, envy. The Tower Master was their master. Given the Tower Master's life and character, she was probably the master who monopolized their love. And it's natural psychology to want to monopolize as much as one is monopolized. Now, I'm truly in competition with the pillars. Do they act this way even knowing I'm loyally devoted to Raviel? Probably, yes. Just the fact that I have the Tower Master's time right now makes them envious of me. Not because I've won the Tower Master's favor, but because the Tower Master has given me her favor. They are jealous. From now on, it's highly likely that they will try to prevent me from reaching the 100th floor. They won't cheat. That would be a foolish move that could lose the Tower Master's favor. Fairly, within the rules of the game, they will challenge me. The Wand of Ages has already been defeated. They will never underestimate me. It's going to be a tough fight, and that's why the Tower Master has granted me such an opportunity to fight well, to cheer up. So I must make the most of this opportunity now. How do you not get tired? Yes. I haven't tired yet, but it might be different once I become a constellation. I thought of many people. Fox Nim was tired right away. Estelle, whom I met for the first time, was tired because of me, but she was already rotting inside before that. How could it be just them? Most of the constellations I met, including Hamustra, were tired of no one else but themselves. To live long is to endure that. So I'd like to hear about the Tower Master's case. It's love. The Tower Master answered simply, like a priest revealing the truth. I keep my loved ones around me. No, I make those around me love me. When I'm struggling, my lovers struggle more. When I'm happy, my lovers are happier. Then life becomes enjoyable. Wouldn't that be torturous for your lovers? That would be the case. The Tower Master also affirmed simply, but I can make my lovers the happiest. Only I can give the ultimate happiness to my lovers. When they're hurting, I know better than them why they're hurting. I hurt more. I make them happier. So, even if my lovers suffer because of me, it doesn't matter. After all, there's no one else who can make them happier than I can. With a conviction bordering on madness, the Tower Master spoke. When I feel my lover's pain and happiness, I truly feel alive. Clearly, as if I could grasp it with my hands. How do I not tire? It's simple. As long as I feel the reality of life, I do not tire. Indeed, it wasn't a life I wanted to emulate even if I died, but it was a tactic worth referencing. I made up my mind. Please give me a skill. I might consider revising one, but giving a completely new one is a bit... It's okay. It's not a completely new skill. Rather, it's fair to say I already have it. If that's the case, it's all right. What is it? A regressor's love. The Tower Master's eyes widened. Oh ho. As you know, it's a skill Raviel has. A skill that connects Raviel's and my time. I, too, want to possess the same skill as Raviel. Even if only one side has it, the effect would be the same. I see no reason not to grant it if you really want it, but isn't it a waste? Your skill slots are not exactly plentiful now. Our Tower Master lacks sense. I smiled. A wedding ring is supposed to be possessed by both, isn't it? Please give it to me. Hearing my words, the Tower Master laughed heartily. It seemed the analogy of the wedding ring made her burst into laughter. Embroidering the air with a laughter that sounded like ripping silk, the Tower Master tapped the void. Supreme love and pure longing. The Lord of Mansang acknowledges your love and gifts you a skill. A golden card appeared before my eyes. A regressor's love. Rank EX. Effect. To a regressor, love is like poison. No matter how much they struggle, they cannot share time with the one they love. Thus, a certain regressor wished, please protect my lover's memory. That wish reached the tower and was fulfilled. You share a timeline with your loving partner. If your lover goes back a day, you also go back a day. If you go back a day, your lover also goes back a day. This is the oath of the ring. This is the marriage of time. May luck be with both of you. Note, activates only when you and your lover love each other. The same thing Raviel has. If I am a constellation, the star that would shine the brightest first. All right. Shall I be generous? I'll throw in a service as well, Screaming Sky. A golden card descended onto the back of my hand and melted, literally melted away. As the card disappeared, it infused into my left ring finger with a golden glow. Naturally, the wedding ring I matched with Raviel was worn on my ring finger. I've linked the wedding ring with a regressor's love. As long as the skill card is not torn, the wedding ring will not be destroyed either. Oh? But now that Screaming Sky is a complete constellation, you can't remove a skill card, right? It's essentially an equipment item with an indestructible option. Yes, now it truly has become a real wedding ring. Congratulations. The Tower Master beamed with a smile. The gaze from the pillars around us became fiercer, but neither of us cared. Of course, there's a difference. I think it's something I have to bear anyway, and the Tower Master is deliberately ignoring it. And? What other skill do you want to revise? Please remove the penalty option attached to 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. I immediately requested. Being able to use the skill only once a week is too harsh. Sure, it would be a broken skill if I summoned hundreds of ghosts for a group attack, but I don't do that. I just want to give back the memories to the lives I've collected. Please remove the penalty. Well, you have a point, and there are 3, 4, 5 points. A duck? Quack, quack. Okay, so it's another play on words. When the Tower Master says, well, you have a point, they use ili in Korean, which means point, reason, etc. And so our MC says, and there are 3, 4, 5 points, where all the numbers said in Korean have li added to them, making it, and there are 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. The Tower Master replies, 5 points? But here's the pun. The Korean for 5 plus point equals ori, which also means duck. To which the MC responds with the duck's quack quack. After exchanging the world's most idiotic Q&A, the Tower Master granted my request, skill revision. The penalty of 100 Ghosts reincarnation is removed. 100 Ghosts reincarnation SSS transforms into 100 Ghosts SSS. Again, you should assume that such opportunities won't come again. Don't lament later and speak up everything now. Please revise Salvation of a Torn Goddess. It's not about a torn goddess anymore, right? It's goddess of protection. It's only right that you allow me to fully use the power of Shiny. That makes sense. Duck? I think here when MC says duck, the Tower Master needed to make the duck sounds, but Tower Master didn't play along to complete the joke. I don't understand what you mean. Kim Gongja Si, do you like such jokes? I'm starting to feel embarrassed to be here. Damn it. Salvation of a Torn Goddess is integrated. Salvation of a Torn Goddess, A+, transforms into Goddess of Protection, S. Goblin High Society is... No, I won't change it. Go back. Goblin High Society is preserved. It's preposterous to try and erase it. Foxnim has sworn to be with me for eternity. If I am clinging to the same timeline as Raviel, Foxnim is the guardian who ensures that timeline does not break. I wish for Foxnim's existence to be acknowledged. It shall be as you say, Eternal Alliance of Time, Lord of Mansang acknowledges your skill. You obtain a music box only for you. What about Hishmith, Kritz, and Mutia, Screaming Sky? They were only subjugated under me for a while. They are not allies I will be with eternally. They wouldn't want that from the start. That's a correct and precise judgment. Those subjugated by force, not by heart, will rebel when the power weakens or they find a stronger force. Yes, so there may be times I borrow their powers, but it's not my power. However, please integrate Infernal Heaven's demonic art and Infernal Heaven's formation. I spoke emphatically. Both skills simply depict the sky of Infernal Heavens. That too is a valid point. The Tower Master nodded. I'll name it Infernal Heavens. Infernal Heaven's demonic art, A+, and Infernal Heaven's formation, S, are integrated. The two skills integrate into Infernal Heavens, SSS. And so, my skill set was completed. Name, Kim Gongja. Rank S-Class, 10/10. 1. A Regressor's Love. 2. Returner's Clockwork Watch. 3. I Want to Become Just Like You. 4. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. 5. The Earthbone Dragon's Skull, SSS 6. Sword Constellation, 8. 7. Goddess of Protection, 8. A Music Box Only for You, 9. Goblin High Society, 10. Infernal Heavens, Skill 1's love, is the foundation for me to be myself. It's the wick that allows a candle to continue burning as a candle. Skills 2, Returner, to 5, the Earthbone Dragon's Skull, are my powers. They allow me to see someone's trauma, summon ghosts, and create a body for them. Skills 6 to 8, a music box only for you, are my allies. We are bound not just by presence, but at the soul level. Skill 9, Goblin High Society, is Goblin High Society. Does it need an explanation? Skill 10, Infernal Heavens, is my force. My sword, it's the handle I grab to not be devoured by this world, and the blade I swing to cut through this world. Kim Gongja Si. After all work was completed, the Tower Master quietly looked up at me. Just nod, and the process to complete you as a constellation will be finished. Yes, you won't be able to erase skills anymore. Yes, you won't be able to die. Up until now, you could have torn Returner's Clockwork Watch whenever you wanted, if you desired. You could have returned to a life that ends with death, but once you nod, you can never go back to how you were before. Indeed, not being able to tear the skill means just that. Even if you die, you'll only go back a day. Even if you die over and over wishing to return as a child, the skill only works within the world inside the tower. You can't go back to the past before you set foot in the tower. You can't return to the outside world. Let me ask you one last time, said the Tower Master. Do you truly accept eternity? Yes. Knowing the weight of those words, I nodded. I've walked this far only to bear that weight. I will remain as the sky for those who eternally scream. And the Tower Master, having walked this far only to deliver this message to someone, spoke. May luck be with you. Tick. Time that had stopped began to flow again. Stage 76 has been cleared. Stage 78 has been cleared. Stage 79 has been cleared. With the defeat of the Wand of Ages, all the stages he managed were instantly cleared. What would have happened to Yu Su-ha, who had been officiating? Perhaps I'll find out about that soon, too. Light leaked out from beneath my feet, quickly obscuring my view. Your level grows, your skill slot expands, and then your rank is now SSS-Class. You are the sky that gathers screams. Pat! As I was declared an SSS-Class hunter, I was engulfed in white light. Chapter 364. First floor, 1. There is an afterword. I don't recognize this ceiling. What I said, wrapped in white light, probably belonged in the top 100 most cliched quotations used in the history of human literature. However, it was a lie. The scenery that entered my view was not unfamiliar at all. Oh, why am I suddenly here? This is Café Planetarium. Once the lobby of the Grand Library, now repurposed as a cafe. Under the lofty ceilings of the library, Baehuryong floated around lightly. Ah, looks like you got called out to some meeting or something again, zombie, and I couldn't attend because I don't have the authority? Yes, that's correct. Just as I was about to finish my sentence, a playful thought struck me. And if you had to list the people who shouldn't be pranked, Baehuryong would be at the bottom. I immediately put my plan into action. The sky that gathers screams affirms the words of the Sword Emperor. Though it was just a thought, surprisingly, the message appeared. Well, it wasn't the first time I had done something like this, but for Baehuryong, it was the first time he received a message from me. Baehuryong, forgetting what he was about to say, stared down at me. His look was filled with various emotions, but they were starkly apparent, satisfaction and a trace of regret. Well, yes, it's about time you were made into a constellation, you little punk. Not even 100 years old and already acting like a constellation. You've grown a lot. If you add up all the time I spent in trauma, it's probably well over 100 years? I shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, it's just as you thought. I went to the meeting of pillars. I won, and as a prize, I got the chance to revise my skills once. What? Skill revision? There was no such thing in my time. Well, you never won against a pillar, nor do you remember them, do you? Damn it! This is hunter discrimination. Why does only Kim Zombie get such favoritism? Hey, you pillars or tower masters or whatever, if you had given me even 1/100th of the favors you give to Kim Zombie, would I be stuck here crunching on ghost crisps? Baehuryong really believed his voice could reach the tower as he screamed at the top of his lungs. I just grinned. Then a man walked toward us. Hey, slob. Thump. The man was dressed in a work uniform, chewing gum nonchalantly even during his shift, his eyes so dull that it was doubtful if they were even human eyes. A man whose mere existence would drop the average moral standards of humanity by 1%. Who else could it be? It was Yu Su-ha. Why, Tailender? You were busy attacking the tower, weren't you? Why are you suddenly here? Just a moment ago there was no one in this spot, but in the blink of an eye you're sitting here. This corner of Café Planetarium was quite secluded. The customers were far enough away that they hadn't noticed my presence. Being a well-known figure, there would likely be a commotion if they did. You don't remember? Huh? Remember what? Yu Su-ha furrowed his brows, clueless. I see. Of course. Hunters related to the pillars all lose their memories. Even the memories of meeting with the Wand of Ages, or taking the role of judging me, Yu Su-ha doesn't remember any of it. It was a fact that couldn't be more obvious, but for some reason, I felt a little bitter. Hey, I swallowed that bitterness down my throat. Do you want to see me dance? Yu Su-ha's expression seemed to say, I knew this guy was nuts, but he's really reached a new level of madness now. You mean to tell me you, of all people, are asking me to go clubbing now? No chance, kid. I'd only lose out if I got mixed up with your duke. Are you crazy? Are you a moron? I'm not talking about a club, just asking if you'd like to see me embarrass myself doing the Cossack dance. No, what you're saying sounds even more moronic. Then Yu Su-ha crossed his arms. He must have been intrigued, but still, he cast a doubtful glance, suspecting that I was joking. It was not an unreasonable doubt since, in the list of people that could afford to be pranked, Yu Suha was ranked second, right after Bei Huryong. Fine, if you want to show off in front of this old man, I suppose it's only proper to watch. Go on, dance here in the cafe. What are you doing, you madman? Cossack, dancing, that's what. Stop it. Fuck, don't look here. Anyone who makes eye contact with me, I'll make you anxious about what goes into your coffee whenever you order from now on. Hey, if you stare for more than 1 second, I'll spit in it, and if it's over 3 seconds, fuck. Even I don't fucking know. Hey, why are you still looking? Yu Suha screamed out loud. The customers who glanced over due to the commotion turned their heads away upon meeting Yu Suha's murderous gaze. The handsome part-timer at Cafe Planetarium had become more famous for his temper than his looks at this point. Phew, wow, shit. You crazy bastard, when I said yes to dance and you really started dancing? Yeah, if it's just doing the Cossack dance, I can dance anytime you want. Why are you like this? Did you eat something wrong? No, I just thought if my dancing makes this world slightly more bearable for you, then dancing is the least I can do. Finally, Yu Suha's expression reached its peak. It was the face of someone who had heard something he wished he hadn't. Good Lord, you really are insane. No, you were already insane. What do you call an insane person who goes mad again? Yu Suha, I am a god who can dance for you. If a normal hunter goes mad, you report them to the civil militia. But what do you do if it's the #1 ranked guy who's lost it? Should I really be calling the Duke Ivancia's house? Yu Suha muttered seriously. His muttered words weren't meant to be taken seriously, but there was one thing he mentioned that I was hearing for the first time. #1 rank? What are you talking about? I'm still #2. Huh. Right. Yu Suha furrowed his brow as he realized, oh, this guy didn't know yet, and seemed lost in thought, sighing with an air of annoyance. Get going. Where to? Babylon Square. You could just look it up on your smartphone, but you don't carry one, do you? If you stay here any longer, it'll only cause a scene with the customers. Better leave before it gets too annoying. Yu Suha waved his hands dismissively. True to his words, I had long since abandoned using a smartphone. I patted Yu Suha on the back, which got me a punch in the solar plexus, but well, I took it. Damn, it hurts, and transported myself to the first floor. Upon arriving at the square, I was greeted by a massive hologram floating in the air, plus first, Death King 2nd, Sword Saint 3rd, Black Dragon Master 4th, Venomous Snake 5th, Count 6th, Heretic Questioner 7th, Crusader. I stood dumbfounded in the middle of Babylon Square, looking up at the ranking. Hey, isn't that person over there? Death King, isn't it? Nah, there was no talk of him coming back yet. He might have taken a break from conquering floors and came to rest. Look, his face is exactly like in this photo. Buzz. A commotion began to stir in the square. Numerous people were coming and going in the square. Compared to when I had first challenged the 10th floor, or even the future when I had decided on 4,000 days of regression, Babylon Square was much more vibrant now. The large guilds had chosen cooperation over invasion. The 10th, 20th, 30th, 40th floors, the endlessly spreading farmlands and new markets promised an eternal new world in the tower. Raviel was my lover, and Aburka was my son. The procedures were strict and the policies precise. Under the cooperation of the large guilds and local forces, the tower was prospering. And so it was at this moment, too. Not only humans from the outside world traversed the square. Though still a tiny minority, there were Empire Exchange students, selected by the Duke Ivancia family, guild members of the Oni race, who followed Venomous Snake into Chen Mumun, and goblin warriors leading the fashion of the fire painting play, among various races, walking around. There would be discrimination, certainly. There would be contempt as well. But while I was in charge of external affairs, endlessly climbing the tower, my comrades were pouring all their sweat and blood into internal affairs. At least in our world, there would be no Babylon Square turned into ruins from numerous terrorist attacks. We would not allow even a single inch of this place to fall into ruin. Never. Huh? Look over there. Someone pointed at the hologram with their hand. The reaction was minimal because most passers-by were looking at me. However, a clear change was happening on the ranking list he pointed at with his fingertip. a change significant enough to divert people's attention. Crackle. The hologram fuzzed with static and suddenly the letters changed. Plus first. The Sky That Gathers screams second. Sword Saint third. Black Dragon Master fourth. Venomous Snake fifth. Count sixth. Heretic Questioner seventh. Crusader. Plus, as if the ranking list had been waiting for me to arrive and see myself on it, my title on the board changed. A few people witnessed this change. The sound of "huh" naturally drew people's attention. Dozens of bystanders turned their heads, and in an instant, "huh" spread throughout the entire square. What? The Sky That Gathers screams? That's where the Death King used to be. Did the Death King die? If he's been removed from the rankings, could it be that the Death King is dead? The Death King is dead? The Death King is gone? The Death King has been brutally murdered. Ah! Dear citizens of the Tower, what an exemplary process of information distortion you are showing. There were also voices like, "Then what's the Sky That Gathers screams?" Or, "It's unlikely a new hunter took the first place just because the Death King might have died." Or, "That person standing there looks like the Death King himself." But all minority opinions were drowned out by the rumors of my death. The square was in turmoil for about 4 minutes. Really, the first person to rush towards me through the crowd was the Black Dragon Master. To be precise, she didn't exactly run. She used her in-transfer skill, a specialty of hers, and appeared right beside me. "You just got here and can't stand not causing a scene, can you?" "Hi, nice to see ya." Greeting used by Tower Master previously in 359. What the fuck is that? You didn't know? This is the latest greeting these days. What nonsense. No, never mind. I'd rather crash infantry on the Maginot Line than try to understand you logically. Coming back after a long time, and you start by spreading rumors that the first-ranked hunter might be dead. It wasn't my doing. I felt somewhat wronged. I had just acquired a new alias, and it was the bystanders here who spread the rumor. Probably among the bystanders, there was a member of the Black Dragon Guild. Hearing the commotion, they must have immediately run to report to the Black Dragon Master. Thanks to that, she used instant transfer to get here even before 5 minutes had passed. It's been a while, though. Indeed, the other comrades also do not remember the events of the heavenly floors. If they did, I would have shared the discussion with the Black Dragon Master as well. That's what I thought. That's right, it's been a while. How have the other comrades been? Huh, what are you talking about? Since that was my thought, I completely didn't expect the Black Dragon Master's response. You talk as if you haven't seen us for months. Didn't you just meet the Count a few days ago? I was momentarily stunned. Yes? What do you mean, yes? I heard about it. You said the heaven floors, right? You're the only one who could climb up to such a terrifying place so nonchalantly. What would have happened if the judge had betrayed you? My eyebrows twitched. The commotion among the passers-by around us had started to settle down a bit. The Black Dragon Master appearing in person and conversing casually with me made it clear. If I had not truly been Death King, it would have been impossible, and thus the commotion about the Death King is dead quickly subsided. Contrary to the passers-by, my heart was only being shaken violently. Hold on a second. How can you remember? I'll let you explain that yourself. Thud. Footsteps approached. It wasn't a difficult method. I dully turned my head. Guild members of the Merchant Guild wearing cat ears escorted someone through the crowd, making way among the onlookers. There, the Count was smiling, holding a fan. Chapter 365, First Floor. 2. Come when I call you. Come, and if I tell you to act cute right in front of my nose, act cute, and if I order you to open a bag of potato chips on my behalf, then do it. Of course, you can never lie to me and must always speak the truth. And that's not all. If I ask you to meow, then meow you shall, and if I grow tired of your meowing and tell you to bark instead, then bark willingly you must. 3. The Count looked around. There are too many ears around here to have a conversation. Let's go somewhere else. It was a reasonable suggestion. We left the square. Well, although I say we left, we just moved to a cafe attached to the edge of the square. It's been a while since I've been here. This cafe was where we first met. It was the place that held the first meeting that recognized me as the vice guild leader of all of the top 5 guilds. It can be said to be a place with its own historical significance. Originally, it was occupied by the most famous franchise in the world, the Green Star Octopus Mermaid Queen. But at some point, it changed into a cat cafe. Ah, come in, woof, master. More precisely, it changed today. Definitely, these groups of cats that I remember seeing in Golden Heaven World, no matter how you look at them, seem to be the cat that bit a gold coin, dashed out towards the entrance. Woof! All of us are so moved by the arrival of our master that we can't contain ourselves. Ah, I have already prostrated myself on the ground because I can't contain myself. We have composed a Count's cheerful song out of devotion for our master, woof! The kitties were lined up in a row, neatly prostrated with only their tails fiercely wagging. The reason why the kitties weren't meowing but barking instead was because the Count had ordered them to do so. The Count covered her lower face with a fan. Her eyes were smiling. Your hospitality isn't bad. Well, being the merchant god, you should at least be capable of such basic tasks. Please lead the way to our seats. Woof, we will guide you right now. The cat sprang up and led the way. The spot we arrived at was a window seat. Just sitting there seemed enough to compensate for the coffee's price. Truly the most luxurious hot spot in the cafe. And literally a hot spot it was. We preheated the seats in anticipation of our master's arrival. Woof woof! Because the cats had been sitting on each chair one by one. If we can warm our master's chilled body even slightly with the temperature of our buttocks, it would be the greatest honor of our 3 lives. Woof woof! Please have a seat, master. All of us eagerly want to serve you. We've chased all the other customers away. Don't worry, we gave them 10 gold coins each and politely asked them to leave, and they left happily. If they realize that their insignificant lives have contributed to the Count's comfortable daily life, they will undoubtedly be delighted. Woof woof! What the... I shivered. I have never seen nor heard of such a servile existence. I wondered what the best use for these creatures would be. It seems there's no better punishment for them, who have mocked humans so, than to be petted by them forever. That's why I bought a cafe. From what I know, this cafe's land is the most expensive in the tower. Well, there's more than enough money to rot. We sat at the window seats. To reiterate, this was a cafe built in the square. The cats controlled the entry, so no one followed us inside, but through the window, pedestrians could still easily see us. Pedestrians took photos and waved their arms, shouting through the glass window. As I gave a slightly awkward smile and waved back, a burst of cheering exploded, causing even the soundproof glass to tremble. It's scary. Wouldn't it be better to sit somewhere more secluded? No, the Black Dragon Master firmly refused. Do you know how long you've been away from your seat? I won't say you should spend 90 out of 100 days in Babylon, but you should at least stay for 30 days. You are no different from a king. There's no worse leader than a king who leaves his throne vacant. So you came to the cafe on purpose? Yes. At least when you are on the first floor, you need to be visible to the people. It's better to allow the citizens to observe rather than hold a meeting in an unknown depth. It reassures them to feel that the highest-ranked hunters are living near them, doesn't it? So this is also a part of image management. Unlike me, Anastasia waved with a smile so skillful it was flawless. Clatter, clatter! The glass shook again. Truly, the Black Dragon Master is impeccable. Now, you might be wondering why I remember the heaven floors? The Count quickly got to the point. Yes, I am curious. Honestly, I don't understand. As you know, I made the cat that bit a gold coin kneel. Indeed, beneath the Count's chair, 4 cats were neatly kneeling. I recognized that the Count had made a pun, though I didn't react. Tsk. The Count flicked her fan. I forced absolute obedience on the merchant god. But in reality, my target was something else. To hide a beast, first you need to create a forest to hide it, and for me, absolute obedience was a kind of forest. Then, what was the beast? The fact that they could never lie to me, I recalled those words. Of course, you can never lie to me and must always speak the truth. That condition was definitely included in the Count's terms of surrender. Noticing that I had remembered, the Count nodded her head once. Seeing the look in your eyes, it seems your brain is still very sharp, Kim Gongja. Then let me ask you. Shirk, the Count's fan folded. Did the cat that bit a gold coin lose its memory? I blinked. What? A simple question. The Wand of Ages can distort the memories of hunters and constellations. So, simply thinking, the cat that bit a gold coin seemed to have lost its memories of the heaven floor and the pillar. However, I suddenly thought about it after hearing that story. The Count tapped the table with the tip of her fan. That can't be possible, is what I thought. The Count did not explain why she thought it was impossible. Instead, the cats lying under the table perked up their ears. Woof! What you thought is correct, Master. We are in cooperative relationship with the Wand of Ages. When that pillar sends souls, we receive them. Even if other constellations can't remember about the pillar, we as collaborators of the heaven floor must remember. I see. I felt like I had grasped the full story. Nisha lost her memory, but the merchant god retained theirs. Then Nisha asked the cats about what happened to learn the whole truth, since lying was not an option. Nisha realized the whole story of the events. Oh my, now you two are even calling each other by your real names. Anastasia murmured as if amazed next to us. No, she also looked dumbfounded. The Count shrugged her shoulders and then picked up one of the cats, placing it on her lap. Wah, wah! Right. But that alone wasn't enough, to be sure. The Count stroked the cat's head, shivering. Trembling, the cat was terrified like a mortal who received the petting from a mythical monster. For me, I needed a guarantee that no matter what happened, the pillar would not tamper with the merchant god's memories. Unfortunately, I wasn't in a position to force such a guarantee on the pillar. From the pillar's perspective, I am merely a hunter. Counterintuitive thinking? It's simple. If I create a situation where, no matter what happens, the pillar cannot touch the merchant god's memories, wouldn't that solve the problem? The Count tapped the top of the cat's head. The cat trembled. Woof! We, according to the agreement, became the Count's slaves. That was the decisive blow. The moment we became slaves, the Wand of Ages could no longer distort our memories, no matter what. Why is that? Because that would be a complete mockery of our cat lives. The tricolor cat swayed and wriggled its tail. If the pillar erased our memories, we would become slaves to the Count overnight without knowing why this happened or having any clue. Isn't that unreasonable? Literally in the blink of an eye, we became servants to the most noble person in the world. Woof! Of course, we are very pleased with this situation and praise the elegance of our master just like now, but objectively, it's merely an act of extreme violence. That's right. The Count rubbed the cat's ears, causing the cat to jump in surprise and pathetically protest with, meow, wah, woof, bark, bark, but to no avail. In essence, a point where memories cannot be rolled back. A definitive starting point where they can neither be erased nor distorted was necessary for me. That's why I left you to stir things up in Golden Heaven World, subtly pushing the merchant god until it succumbed. As soon as she heard about the summoning for judgment and suspected that manager of the Golden Heaven World might be the cat that bit a gold coin, the Count aimed for the merchant god's surrender. I moved my lips after hearing the Count's grand scheme. Weren't you worried? About what? What if the Wand of Ages had a vicious nature? It might have embraced such irrational violence. How could you trust that pillar? The Count's eyes widened. She then covered her mouth with the fan, chuckling softly. What are you talking about? Kim Gongja. I have never trusted the Wand of Ages, not even once. What? But I trusted you instead. The Count looked at me. You care about the tower more than anyone. If the pillar managing that tower had been a ruthless tyrant, you would have been the first to crush it, wouldn't you? You tolerated the existence of that pillar. It wasn't a feeling of helpless acceptance. Kim Gongja, if you respect a human, then that person must truly possess a worthy character. From a distance, the cats waddled over to us. They served us each a cup of coffee. The Count held an Americano in one hand and smiled broadly. Just as you trust my abilities, I trust your judgment. Nisha, you are our leader and we are your colleagues. I firmly believe that colleagues strive to be equals. The Count said. What we did, how we approached the stage, what conversations we had, a world remembered only by Kim Gongja alone. Oh dear, I would firmly reject such a notion from my side. As she said this, the smile that the Count wore was one that could make anyone understand why Patricia, who is almost the complete opposite in personality, had fallen for her. I have lost my memories, but when I opened my eyes, there were these cats squirming at my feet. I asked what had happened, and the cats showed me a high-definition hologram of what occurred in the heavenly floor. I'd like to boast that everything went exactly as I had planned. Woof woof. The cats that had delivered coffee to the Count now pressed down on the hem of my pants. 3 cats were together lifting a tray. White mocha frappuccino, venti quad shot, Java chip, half and half chocolate drizzle. I had not ordered it, but the cats brought my custom menu item. I chuckled and looked back at their master. It's a gift. I was momentarily speechless. Of course, the real gift is something else. Really, I just wanted to say this to you. Really? Come now, Kim Gongja. You have worked hard conquering the heavens. We will always remember the hardships you faced. There's really only one thing you need to remember. Really, my colleagues are amazing. Even if you leave us alone, we will never leave you alone. Right now, I am probably making a face too embarrassing to show to the pedestrians. To hide my expression, I took a sip of my coffee. The white mocha that day was exceptionally sweet. Chapter 366, First Floor, 3-4. Thus, reassured by the fact that my reliable comrades were guarding the rear, I was ready to ascend the tower again, I would like to say. But there was still work left to do around the first floor. Where are you going? There are hundreds, thousands of interviews that have been put off. It was already a burden being cautious of the press, but this is a good opportunity. Let's settle this now. From Anastasia's gaze, it seemed like there was quite a bit of work remaining. And there's this too, Kim Gongja. There's going to be the first marriage between our hunters and the goblins. What? Yes, I had the same expression when I first heard the news. It seems too fast, but it's certainly something to celebrate, right? The wedding hasn't happened yet. Since you are the oldest friend and a god to the goblins, go and give them your blessings. Wait, just a moment. Wait! Interviews come first. Hey, Kim Gongja, you bastard! I rushed over to congratulate them. The goblins have a unique marriage culture. Each partner rakes out their own hearth at home and transfers the burning embers to a lantern. At the wedding, they combine the flames they each brought into one. Guests also bring empty lanterns to the ceremony. Once the couple's flames merge, the guests convey their congratulations and transfer some of the fire to their lanterns. Guests then carry this newly kindled ember back to place in their own hearths. It signifies that all guests vouch for the birth of the couple. In homes without a hearth, they at least kindle a campfire. It's a pretty spectacular wedding for the fire-worshipping and group-honoring goblins. But naturally, there's a problem. We don't have a hearth at home. What do we do, Death King? The hunter from the couple looked gloomy. That's right. Our citizens, enjoying the pinnacle of modern, no-future civilization, naturally don't maintain hearths. Ugor, I don't obsess over such things. Isn't love enough? Oh, my love, but I am interested in the customs of my love's people too. Surely a good idea will come to us if we press our foreheads together. My love, your heart is more delicate than the dew-dropped flowers at dawn. Indeed. Only a couple this much in love would be the first among their races to marry. Yes, that's right. Aha! This is a fine moment indeed. I felt the sweetness gushing from my stomach, refluxing up to my throat, but I forced a smile. Gasp! I've shown something I shouldn't have in front of the great Kirk-Ugor. Please be understanding. It's okay. It's only right that I, who came uninvited to the couple's home, should endure this. That's right. That's why I told you to be understanding. So that's how it is, huh? Like Uberka and my children really lack the grace in treating a god. Being the first of its kind, this marriage is bound to attract a lot of attention. The major guilds are even planning to promote this as a harmony between races. But that might make you uncomfortable, right? Ugor, is that so? The goblin tilted his head, but the hunter next to him cautiously nodded. It's just cultural differences. I knew it. It was good that I came running. I'll make sure to keep the journalists away from the wedding venue. Who needs miscellaneous people interfering in the sacred union of flames? I spoke as if I was talking to the goblin, but first I reassured the hunter, and on this occasion I'll set up a sacred flame right in the middle of the square. Ugor, a sacred flame? I'll personally use my aura to prepare the embers. I'll install a device like an Olympic torch relay stand in the square to keep my flame burning continuously. I turned to look at the hunter. Then you can take the ember from there and bring it to the wedding. From the goblin's point of view, it's as good as carrying a god's flame, more than enough. Of course, whether you respect the goblin's marriage culture or not is entirely up to your agreement. Thank you for your consideration. The hunter bowed repeatedly, almost excessively. I gave a bitter smile. After all, it was an issue I had to address sooner or later, so I actively jumped into it. But from that person's point of view, it was as if the number one ranked individual had stepped up for them. Having someone immensely high-ranking block the media and set something up right in the middle of the most expensive square in Babylon was bound to be overwhelmingly burdensome. It reminds me of when I married Raviel. Back then, renowned nobles from across the empire had flocked to the ceremony. Compared to Raviel, my social and class status was lower, so much so that I needed to be adopted as a foster child by the chamberlain of the imperial court. Even now, in the empire, it's more convenient to conduct official business under the title of Duke of Vancia's wife, rather than Lion World's number one ranked hunter. Am I the only one? The Black Dragon Master and the Heretic Questioner also each have nominal noble titles. That's the difference between worlds. This is all I can do for you. In the end, it was my choice whether to see it as Raviel's consideration or accept it as my burden, when Raviel used her power to call the Imperial Chamberlain and have him go through the adoption process. I support the couple in front of me. If two people, transcending differences in status and even race, are involved, they will undoubtedly navigate their future wisely. I will prepare an etiquette that is impeccable from the goblin's perspective and keep the media as quiet as possible. However, there will certainly be difficulties that you must face yourself. What about the media? How will you handle that? Well, it's simple, I grinned broadly. If you throw them an even bigger scoop than an interracial marriage, that will be enough. Shock, a new race encountered. From the day before the wedding, the media was ablaze. It's proven that sentient beings are living in a city on the 5th basement level. A glamorous city was hidden on the 5th floor's basement, previously considered a normal hunting ground. An unexpected encounter. What are the entities of the underground city like? Was the urban legend true? It's said that it's darkest under the lamp, but this lamp's bottom is extremely strong. Black Dragon Master, upon hearing the news, stated, "It's shocking, but I welcome them." The media really flared up. Die! Please just die, you crazy freak. As proof, Anastasia was currently barging into my lodging in real time and choking me. Gah! Can't breathe. I'm going crazy. Do you want to see me collapse from overwork and die? As it is, my workload is like Everest, and you throw this massive event on top of it to ease your mind. Anastasia was shaking my neck violently up, down, left, and right while holding it tightly. This wasn't a joke. Anastasia's grip was filled with a dark aura. She was a hunter who wouldn't be outdone in aura by anyone, not even by me. Please, I'm dying. Can't breathe. Seriously, going to die. Yes, die. Just die. After all, you've died before anyway. Just die and go back to yesterday before this mess started and fix everything right now. Help? Help me. It wasn't until I was almost on the verge of departing this world that Anastasia finally let me go, gasping heavily as if sending me off to the afterlife. All right, I'll listen to your excuses. No, how did you even know there was an underground civilization on the 5th floor in the first place? I caught my breath and replied, Phew. Well, I met a constellation called Mutia on the 62nd floor. Mutia? Yes. Its formal alias is the Ox that Harvests Ruins. It has the ability to regress people, understanding what kind of lives they can lead and the various possibilities they hold. The Black Dragon Master slightly furrowed her brows. What? That's cheating, isn't it? Yep, a total cheat character. Anyway, this cheat had fought with me and pulled all sorts of tricks. If the Flame Emperor had not obtained the Returner's clockwork watch, it was a world that would have been established on such a hypothesis. There, I had forged my future without being stripped of my life by Flame Emperor. By roaming relentlessly between the 2nd and 9th floors, I ultimately discovered a city hidden underground on the 5th floor, thanks to a combination of coincidence and luck. Mutia showed me my possibilities, which incidentally led me to discover the 5th floor's underground civilization. Now that I know about it, I might as well make use of it. I understand the situation, but you should have blown this up later. At this rate, our guys might not be able to handle the work and will collapse. Actually, that's part of what I was aiming for. Huh? Anastasia asked with a look of disbelief on her face. But I was serious. The heads of the guilds, like us, fully trust each other now. But it's different for the guild members under us. They've been fighting tooth and nail for years. Do you think they'll suddenly start cooperating and laughing together? Yes. For now, they'll restrain themselves from fighting, if only to keep an eye on us guild leaders. But this is a matter of emotions. The top-ranked hunters had chosen the path of cooperation after countless stages of turmoil. But it's different for ordinary guild members. They hadn't been actively involved in conquering stages past the 12th floor. Sharing hardships together was an experience they lacked. You're right, Anastasia. We're busy. As if we weren't busy enough, we've now encountered an underground civilization on the 5th floor. Now, no single guild can handle their tasks alone. So I deliberately created an experience. To avoid dying from overwork, the guilds must cooperate. Only by all guilds cooperating fully can these hellish tasks be completed. Oh my God. Past conflicts? Old grudges? They're all fine. But just imagine having to pull an all-nighter for 9 months to see the end of these tasks. Do you think the guild members don't want to sleep or go home? They'll have to cooperate, no question. You really are a devil. Anastasia had a horrified expression. I just shrugged my shoulders. In essence, for the next few months, all the major guilds will operate as if they were one company. That's all well and good, but how are you going to alleviate our guys' stress? There's an easy target for stress relief. Just reveal that I was the one who discovered the underground civilization. All guild members will unanimously condemn me, and it'll all end with me taking the heat. So you're the scapegoat. Yes, after all, that's also a leader's responsibility. Besides, dropping crumbs for the guild members to pick up is also my role, as I'm the one conquering stages alone. In a way, I am an object of love and hate for the members of the giant guilds. They despise me because I significantly increase their workload, and they love me because they gain benefits from many stages thanks to me. If someone has to take the heat, it's better if I do it. Don't want to work? Then just quit the giant guild, leaving behind numerous rights. Even now, hunters who would gladly work like oxen are pleading just to be hired by the giant guilds. Only hunters who can move relatively freely beyond the 11th floor are essentially members of the giant guilds. We strictly regulate hunters' entries to minimize the shock they experience in other worlds, making it quite difficult for hunters from minor guilds to seize opportunities. There are hunters like Alchemist who have succeeded purely on their own skills. If the joke that you live longer the more you get criticized is true, Kim Gongja, you're going to live a very long time. Not just a long life, but it seems I'm set to live forever. Huh? I'll explain later. I turned my head and looked at the laptop screen. Articles enthralled by the discovery of the 5th floor underground civilization scrolled by. Among the flood of summer articles, there was one small, modest article floating. The first marriage between a Babylonian and a goblin takes place. A modest but beautiful ceremony. The citizens bless. I smiled and closed the laptop. Chapter 367, Reverse Scale, 1-1. Not everything went as smoothly as the wedding. Time flew by rapidly. I closed my eyes for a moment, and when I opened them, a month had passed. It was literally a blink of an eye. It was almost unfair how time had sped on without me. It can't be helped. Isn't it said that the older you get, the faster time seems to go? Even if my physical age says one thing, my mental age is totally out of it. I tried to calculate how old I really was, but I gave up once the numbers surpassed 3 digits. It's okay. My body is still in its 20s. This really sounds like I'm trying to convince myself I'm still in my 20s. Glory to the moon of Evancia. Duchess, as you commanded, we have surrounded the gates. As I was brooding over the cruelty of time, a knight approached and saluted. I snapped back to reality. Well done, Captain of the Knights. It's nothing. Did you send an envoy for their surrender and they still have not responded? Yes, they are vowing to fight to the death till the end. How foolish. I clicked my tongue. Surrounded by the elite troops of the Duke of Ancia's family, including the captain of the knights, like an impregnable fortress, the military discipline was stringent. A grand army of 6,000 men had surrounded a small town. If you ask how I, who until recently was giving interviews on the first floor, ended up in the middle of a medieval battlefield, the reason is simple. Raviel was nearly assassinated. To be more precise, she was assassinated. 2. After winning a duel against the Wand of Ages, I had been staying on the first floor for a while. As Anastasia had strongly suggested, I needed to show my face to people occasionally. But it was during the peaceful conclusion of the interspecies marriage ceremony and the onset of the underground civilization commotion. During an interview with a journalist, a message rang in my head. Skill activated. I was puzzled, because I hadn't used any skill. Noticing my strange demeanor, the journalist conducting the interview asked, "What's the matter?" Trying to respond with a smile, pretending it was nothing, I experienced for the first time the activation of a certain skill. A regressor's love is activated. That was the starting point. You share a timeline with the other person. The timeline has ended. Whoa, what? My vision spun. It muddled up like ink-stained spaghetti. I could hear the journalist panicking. Death King, from afar, but even his voice quickly faded. You have died. You regressed 24 hours. And thus, I probably for the first time in my life experienced death while really doing nothing. Die! Please just die, you crazy freak. When I blinked, the scenery had changed. The journalist who was interviewing me had vanished. Instead, Anastasia was shaking me back and forth vigorously, holding onto my neck. I had returned 24 hours in time. This is insane. I realized the full story of why I suddenly died. The message clearly stated that a regressor's love had been activated. A regressor's love is a skill that allows Raviel and me to share the exact same timeline. If I go back one day, Raviel also goes back one day, so the two of us always breathe on the same timeline. If Raviel dies, meaning if her time ends, naturally, my time ends as well. We die together. But I have Returner's clockwork watch. If I face death, I immediately regress 24 hours. My timeline is rewound, and so is Raviel's. In short, as long as the skills a regressor's love and Returner's clockwork watch are functioning, we will never face a complete death. We just regress for a day. I hadn't been in any danger of dying just moments ago. Literally, I hadn't done anything. Yet the fact that the clockwork watch had activated meant that it wasn't I who had died, but someone else. It signified Raviel's death. That's right. You crazy bastard, die! Just die! Of course, Anastasia hadn't realized that I had just regressed. She must have misunderstood the muttering this crazy that slipped from my lips. You don't have to shout at me to die like that, Anastasia, I murmured. I had already died a moment ago. What? I came back from tomorrow to today, right now. Only then did Anastasia take a good look at my face. What the? Why does your face look like that? What's wrong with my face? You look like you're about to kill someone. It's slightly scary. Was it such a shocking death that you have to wear that expression now? This time, the situation is different. Oh, I see. It was different? May I ask in what way it was different? It wasn't me who died, it was Raviel. For some reason, Anastasia's complexion turned noticeably paler. Silence ensued. Anastasia loosened her grip from my neck. Then she closed her eyes tightly and sighed as if the ground was caving in. This is crazy. I apologize for initiating the underground civilization matter without prior consultation, but I believe this incident will lead to stronger cooperation among the members of the major guilds. If you need a scapegoat, use me. That's, well, that might be possible. Anastasia. Go on. I'm really sorry to burden you with work during these busy times, but I'm going to the Empire, I spoke quietly, in a voice that sounded unusually cold even to my own ears. It's difficult to say how long it will take. However, I promise to deal with the matter as quickly as possible in return. Kim Gongja. Yes, try not to kill too many. I can't promise that. I took the holy sword. Yike! Shh! The holy sword, along with the snake and fox who were playing with it, looked up at me as if to ask, "What's going on?" But the two constellations, upon seeing my face, promptly shut their mouths. The snake quietly climbed onto my wrist and coiled there. Fox silently turned into a scarf. I didn't wait for the constellations to wrap around me and walked out into the corridor of the residence. Sylvia Evanale. Sylvia was waiting in the corridor of the residence. Sylvia, once known as the Lady of the Golden Silk, had completely become my subordinate after the defeat of the ox that harvests ruins. She was the Grand Chamberlain of our household. Sylvia looked clearly bored. She was idly yawning in the corridor when my call made her flinch. Yes, family head? Gather all the household members. However, there's no need to summon those who are far away. I'll give you 5 minutes, so all the household members who can gather now should meet in the garden. Eck, it's annoying. Plus 5 minutes is too short. Why suddenly? Sylvia's eyes met mine. The will of the family head is as high as the heavens. Yes! I'll gather the guys right away. Yahoo! Work, it's work. I'm really happy to be working. Damn it! Sylvia dashed off. I went down to the garden to wait first. The place I was staying at was a sort of communal residence. Not only my family members and I, but also the Black Dragon Master, Heretic Questioner, Count, Crusader, and others lived together. However, it wasn't quite right to say we lived in the same mansion. Each of us stayed in separate buildings, and the only shared space was, at most, the garden. Family members quickly gathered in that only communal space. The first to arrive was Estelle. Within the family, Estelle held the position of an advisor and was the heir who would lead the household in my stead in case of emergencies. Estelle exchanged a look with me and quietly waited. She did not ask why she had been urgently summoned or what the matter was. Following Estelle was Kim Yule. After Kim Yule, it was the 4 demon lords. After the 4 demon lords, the followers gathered. They alternated their gazes between me and Estelle, and like Estelle, they kept their lips sealed. Finally, 5 minutes had passed. Although many family members had not yet arrived, I had no intention of delaying any longer. Even waiting those 5 minutes required a great deal of patience. Where is Uberka? He is on the 5th floor, assisting the underground people with negotiations. Father? Estelle responded expressionlessly. The goblins love the smell of the earth and find the dampness of the underground comforting. We anticipated they would communicate well with the race that engineered the underground civilization, so we dispatched him. Should I call him here? No, that's okay. We don't have time. I turned away. About 100 family members were looking at me. They were not particularly flustered by the sudden call, but they were curious about the reason for this assembly. I answered their questions. Raviel is dead. Thud. The sound of breathing stopped in the garden. I smiled. To be precise, she will die tomorrow. Thanks to my skill, I was able to know of Raviel's death in advance. Truly, it's as if heaven itself is helping. It was a joke on my part. As the representative of Machian, saying that I foresaw Raviel's death through my skill meant that it was nothing less than heavenly assistance. However, no one reacted to the joke, not even a forced smile from any of the vassals. Estelle's expression hardened. Kim Yule closed his eyes. Among the 4 demon lords, the sword demon sweated coldly, and the flame ghost demon sighed heavily. I can't even imagine what kind of bastard harmed Raviel. I don't know how twisted and brain-dead one's brain must be to do such a thing. I lifted the corners of my mouth. Since no one else would laugh at my joke, I might as well laugh myself. But there is one thing for certain, that bastard's imagination is far inferior to mine. Why? Because they can't imagine hell. Whatever hell that bastard imagined, compared to the hell he will experience from now on, it would be nothing but a blissful heaven. I will show that there is no one more capable of creating hell on earth than someone who dares to speak of heaven, and I intend to show that. I turned my back. I didn't ask them to follow or come with me. I simply started walking. The footsteps of 100 people followed behind me. You are being transported to the 25th floor. The destination was Sormwin Academy. Originally the top academy of the Empire, Sormwin had developed further once a trade agreement was established between Babylon and the Empire. An agency responsible for the exchange had been set up, and homes for the bureaucrats working there were established. Rare trade items from Babylon were handled by new officials created for that purpose. Now, Sormwin was more a city than merely an academy. As soon as I was transported, an imperial bureaucrat warmly greeted me. Welcome to the Empire. Excuse me, but may I ask the purpose of your visit? I am the wife of the Duke of Ivansia. I looked at the bureaucrat. I'm here not for Babylon's matters, but for a family matter. The bureaucrat's face soon turned pale. 100 of my vassals had been transported along with me. The immigration office, no, rather the tower entry checkpoint, was flustered by our sudden appearance. Let me reiterate, this is a family matter. Regrettably, I didn't have the leisure to persuade them step by step. If you don't want to make an enemy of the Duke Ivancia's family, get lost, right now. The bureaucrat couldn't stop me. The knights and soldiers guarding the checkpoint made way. Hunters dispatched from Babylon and guild members belonging to the Black Dragon and the Merchant Guild, upon seeing my face, also promptly returned to their posts. I headed towards the Ivancia Duke's family annex built next to Sormwin. My lady, what in the world is this about? The Duke's soldiers were flustered as they blocked my path. If you were coming, you should have sent us a notice so we could prepare to receive you. I don't know what right you have to block my way when you couldn't even protect your lord. Yes? I smiled wanly. I'd like to tie you all up and hold you accountable for your crimes, but I'd rather see Raviel's face first. I won't say it twice. Move aside. Well, it doesn't really matter if you don't move. What? It means I don't have time to waste on the likes of you. I nodded slightly. Estelle moved. She applied a joint lock on the soldier, neutralizing him instantly. A beat later, the followers acted. In just a moment, the Duke's annex was subdued by force. The Blue Lion Knights tried to resist, but like old leaves crumbling, they were easily trampled. I walked down the corridor. 6 chamberlains were stationed in front of the bedroom where Raviel was staying. All were trained to guard against assassinations, treasured confidants of Raviel. Usually they were reliable, but now in my eyes, they were just leeches sucking on the Duke's payroll. My lady? Step back, Moon of Ivancia. Even if you are the lady, you cannot just barge in. Was there any need to listen to this nonsense festival? No. I lightly used aura to strike the vital points of the 6 chamberlains. The chamberlains collapsed in the corridor. No sounds or groans were allowed. They remained conscious, but merely floundered on the floor. I had made it so intentionally. I wanted them to feel the deep humiliation of not being able to block my path for even a second. Leaving the trembling chamberlains behind, I opened the door to the bedroom. Creak! The door opened. Raviel was sitting in a chair, looking down at her watch. Despite all the chaos and villainy I had caused, Raviel wasn't particularly surprised. Instead, she lightly nodded as if she had expected this. 13 minutes and 27 seconds, huh? Her red eyes moved from the watch to look at me. I thought if you came alone, it would take less than 5 minutes, and if you brought forces, it wouldn't take more than 15 minutes. Indeed, the distance between us was 13 minutes. I'm sorry I'm late, Raviel, I smiled. So which son of a bitch do I need to kill? Raviel gave a bitter smile. Chapter 368, Reverse Scale, 3. First, calm down, Gongja. Your eyes are filled with murderous intent. Raviel lightly tapped the chair beside her. The fan used to tap the armrest was a high-quality item I had gifted. I bit my lip. It wasn't just an expensive gift. It was my teacher's cherished item, a fan that Namgung Un, the former leader of the Martial Alliance, who had retired as the Tai Sang Hobeop of the Chen Mu Mun, had put his heart and soul into making. Raviel must have guessed that I would barge in. She was wise. She found a way to suppress my emotions far more effectively than merely telling me to calm down. Indeed, Raviel's intention hit the mark. Seeing an object even remotely connected to my master poured ice over my burning heart. Though it was merely pouring an ice cube into lava. If not now, when should I harbor murderous intent? Whenever that time may be, even if it's this very moment, it is clear that the place for you to harbor murderous intent should not be before my eyes. It's not a question of timing, but rather of location. I understand, but I do not wish for my anger to become dull. The more I talk with you, Raviel, the more my reason will rein in my emotions. I spoke softly. No, from the moment I realized Raviel's death, my voice only flowed quietly. Not to maintain composure, but quite the opposite. I did not want the heat of my anger that stained my heart to leak out through my mere voice. Not even a single bit. I want to stain my hands with blood in pure rage, with raw emotion. Please tell me first, who dared to lay their hands on you, Raviel? To my ears, it just sounds like you want to go crazy. You heard right. Raviel lifted the corners of her lips. She seemed pleased, as if she had found a new toy, and for a brief moment, she seemed to shudder at the waves of my emotions. Seeing the curve of her lips etched on her pale face, I realized it was over. Raviel was more interested in my reaction, enraged by her death, than her own death itself. "Do you want to kill the one who killed me?" Yes. A taste of blood was in my mouth. The teeth I had bitten into my lips had dug into the red flesh. "How do you want to kill them?" "I want to tear them apart and kill them." I knew where this conversation was going and into which sea it would flow. Knowing this, I turned my teeth into a wheel of fate, my tongue into a stream, and replied. I couldn't remain silent to the question of my beloved. Never. I want to finely slice the lips following the line of the teeth. I must see how their voice becomes distorted and hideous through the gaps between their torn teeth and shredded lips. And the eyes? I'll gouge them out and connect the lost blood vessels and nerves with my aura. Then I'll place them back into the sockets. Every time they blink, I'll make them feel pain that makes them wish they were blind. Raviel's smile deepened further. Now it was visible even to the eyes. A slight spasm under her left ear, the thin neckline twitched. Raviel was tasting the rare sight of her husband's madness, having completely lost his reason. Raviel. That's it. My consideration was not deep enough. Close the door. Raviel gestured with her eyes towards the wide-open bedroom door behind me. I can't leave your voice and this face to be possibly admired by others. It's a luxury that should be allowed only to me. Close it, Gongja. I closed the door. The air in the bedroom grew more toxic. The poison was the scent of blue lilies. What about the hands, the wrists, the back of the hands, the fingers, the nails? What do you intend to do? The source of the poison was her red eyes. I want to hear. I opened my mouth. Listen, my love, I told her. Every conceivable hell that even hell itself would scoff at as lukewarm, a white-hot purgatory, flowed from my mouth, holding the warmth of my heart and the poison of my blood. Raviel indulged in my warmth and poison to her heart's content. It would be fair to say she devoured it. The more my rage demanded red blood, the glossier Raviel's red eyes became. They gleamed brightly. My venom was sweet to her, like vitality. So, will you kill them like that? Raviel asked languidly, like a sated lion, as if she had finished all her feasting. Yes. Among the shadows you've gathered, those who are not killers are the rarity. Some are murderers, and others even mass murderers. Ah. Whoever killed me rightly deserves to pay the price, Gongja. I have no intention of stopping you from ensuring they pay that price, my love. However, I am uncertain whether the weight of the price will be justly measured. I pressed my forehead. Raviel was demanding fairness from me. I, who had accepted Estelle and even forgiven Yu Suha. Raviel was saying that the standards I set when I accepted them should be applied just the same this time. Raviel, but do you think I would not have felt the same rage if you had died? My heart slowed. After sharing rings with me, how many times do you think you have died? How many times do you think I have restrained myself? Gongja, Raviel smiled. You will need to endure as much as I have. I couldn't say anything. Raviel knew my rage and the way to suppress it. She also knew the exact words to ensure I would never unleash that rage. Even if I had something more to say, it wouldn't have been able to come out of my mouth. Raviel pulled my wrist and covered my lips with hers. It was hot, enough to scald my tongue. Clearly, she had taken all the heat spewed from my heart. The closed door did not open. 4. Eventually, when we calmed down and began to talk calmly, the sun had set and the silver moon flickered through the window. It's the Crown Prince. Raviel spoke in a voice that had considerably cooled down. The low tone of her voice always felt like it was submerged in an icy sea. It was the voice of Raviel I loved. Damn it. However, the information Raviel revealed included a character I could never like. That ramen noodle bastard. Isn't it enough that he's got noodle hair? Now has his brain also swelled up like udon noodles? I always look forward to what you'll compare the Crown Prince to. Satisfactory, as always. My anger, which had barely subsided over 4 hours, reignited. But where the fire had already swept through, only ashes remained. Raviel had intended it, and a similar level of anger did not arise again. Moisture seeped into places the ember had not burned. It was reason. It was cold judgment. Reason clung to my skull like old dampness, and I let my judgment flow, almost out of habit. Indeed. If not for the royal family, who else would dare to harm the Duke of Ivancia? Once the wheels started turning, the rest was simple. My thoughts spun quickly. However, the current emperor is a wise ruler. He knows that the power within the empire is leaning towards the Ivancia family. This must be the arbitrary act of the crown prince alone, not the machination of the entire imperial family. Raviel rested her chin in her hand. She was enjoying this, gesturing with her eyes for me to continue speaking. But if Raviel dies, everyone will immediately suspect the royal family. The emperor will claim his innocence, but it will be hard to quell people's suspicions. That's when the crown prince will incite a rebellion against the emperor. Crack. Even as I clenched my molars, I articulated my reasoning. The emperor, blinded by power, assassinated a loyal subject of the empire, the Duke of Ivancia. As the crown prince, I cannot simply watch the empire crumble. Thus, with tears of blood, I will rise in revolt. Though it may be disloyal to my father, if I alone can bear the disgrace to save the empire, I will gladly take up the sword. Raviel did not contradict my words. Her reaction instilled confidence in me. Crazy bastard. A noodle-brained bastard, blinded by power. After sparing his life because he's the heir to the empire, after turning a blind eye out of consideration for the emperor and the royal family's dignity. The audacity. Although he is no longer engaged to you, the crown prince was once Raviel's fiancé. Even though it ended unhappily, I cannot overlook the death of a noble who I was once engaged to. He plans to gain the support of the ducal family with this plausible justification. How unfortunate. Raviel sighed sweetly. People always marvel at your inaction. None of them know that there's also a well-concealed sword in your head. But what would they know, right? I coughed awkwardly. If the crown prince gains the support of the ducal family, it effectively means he has the nobility on his side. He must have calculated that a coup would have a high chance of success. Yes, in his own head. I looked at Raviel. For this plan to succeed, he need to plant the conviction in people that the emperor is the assassin who killed the Duke of Ivancia. Raviel, where will you close your eyes tomorrow? The moon of Ivancia is so wise. The people of the empire should rejoice. Raviel wholly affirmed my reasoning. I was waiting in the imperial palace to meet his majesty. Of course, it was not a direct assassination but poisoning. The idiot who abandoned Raviel and had an affair with the lady of the golden silk, with his fair face, must have seduced even an imperial chamberlain or two. Correct. Even if I were to give 120 points on a paper out of 100, no one would criticize. It's a given that the crown prince himself wasn't in the palace at that time. He would need to avoid suspicion. Perhaps he went hunting? 150 points. Ha! Using hunting as an excuse, he must have taken a few of the imperial guards with him. The moment he heard of Raviel's death, he would storm the palace with his soldiers. 200 points. This is troubling, Gongja. Even if I am the duke, giving more than double the perfect score might make people doubt my fairness as an examiner. Are you trying to subject me to biased judgment? Fine. I'll go kill the crown prince and those who joined him on his hunt, then come back. 100 points. And now you're back to a score of 100 again. Your consideration is truly deep. I looked at Raviel. Raviel looked back at me. Now that I think about it, 5 hours is too little to suppress my rage. Oh ho! The more I think about it, it's been a while since Raviel and I have had time alone like this, and it's incredibly annoying that we can't fully enjoy this time because of that damn crown prince. Bastard! So? Just play with me all day. Are you planning give over a day to the crown prince's bunch? No. After a day of play, we'll turn the day over again. A brilliant plan. I see no reason to refuse your proposal. We played all day long. You have died. You will return to 24 hours ago. And we played another day. You have died. You will return to 24 hours ago. As we played, it became difficult to find a reason not to play for another day. You have died. You will return to 24 hours ago. The world, assassinations, power struggles, and political battles, all can go away. For now, I'm going to play with the person I love. You have died. You will return to 24 hours ago. It took us a whole week to come to our senses. The silver moon was still twinkling in the same spot through the window. Raviel and I, side by side, rested our chins on our hands, contemplated together, and muttered together. Was it a bit too much? It seems it was a bit too much. Indeed, a week was too long. Indeed, A week might have been too long. Then we should play just one more day. Yes, let's play just one more day and restrain ourselves. You have died. You will return to 24 hours ago. So 2 weeks passed. I'll keep my mouth shut about the mess we made during those 2 weeks. But if you could turn back time and people wouldn't remember what you did during that reverse time, just imagine what you would do. We did about 3 times that of your imagination. We were perfectly satisfied. What's the plan now, Gongja? In Raviel's voice, satisfied to perfection, I shrugged. First, I'll go find the Crown Prince. Don't kill him. If you're going to kill, it shouldn't be now, but when no one cares, quietly make him disappear. Yes, I'll be back. Right, I won't kill him. I'll just show him pain worse than death. Chapter 369, Reverse Scale, 3-5. Just because I don't do something doesn't mean I can't. Summon the Blue Lion Knights. Right after I left Raviel's bedroom, I commanded the ducal household staff. The ducal servants showed a clear sign of dismay. Well, it must be surprising. After all, I had never interfered with the affairs of the Duke of Ancia's family before. For the servants who had spent half a day kissing the cold hallway floor because of blocked acupoints had their faces twisted in anguish. Lady, with all due respect, even if you are the lady of the house, commanding the knights is something you can't just... Did you think I couldn't? Ta-da! Turns out I can. I pulled a family crest from my pocket and showed it to them. Raviel has given me full authority. My commands are as good as those coming from the mouth of Duke of Ivancia itself. If you're not thinking of switching your jobs to being rebels, then just follow quietly. The servants gritted their teeth and glared at the family crest as if staring it down would somehow turn it into a fake. I smirked. Why? If you doubt me, why don't you run and ask the Duke whether my words are true or bullshit? Of course, all that would do is add another footprint to your already trampled pride, but every experience is precious. It will serve as nourishment for your lives. We will obey your command, Duchess. Oh, thank you. I pocketed the family crest and waved my hand flippantly. I gestured with an angle specifically designed to irritate humans the most, mimicking Yusuha's pose. In some ways, isn't that the best example? So why are you dawdling around? Get to work. Do you think you get your meals for free? I knew Avancia did charity work for its citizens, but I didn't realize that extended to feeding the servants for free too. Eh? As your lady, I must have neglected household duties too much, right? Right? Grit. If you have time to grit your teeth, then accept the command first. Summon the knights. Knights, assemble. The servants scattered, each with a look of let's see about that. Of course, I wasn't scared at all. From the moment they neglected to protect Raviel from possible poisoning, they were going to get chewed out by me repeatedly. They hadn't realized yet that they weren't marking me. I was the one marking them, and they wouldn't need much time to figure that out. Sylvia Evanale. Ah, yes, my lord. After issuing the summoning order, I called Sylvia. The household members following me had already taken control of the ducal annex. Among them, close aides waited in the corridor outside the bedroom, and Sylvia, previously known as the Lady of the Golden Silk, was among them. Sylvia cautiously gauged my expression. I'm glad to see you seem to be in a better mood than earlier. Ah, just for reference, from Sylvia's perspective, I had come out of the bedroom just an hour after entering. In reality, Raviel and I had been playing around repeating the same day for about 2 weeks. We perceived time differently. So, how did I seem earlier? Do you want an honest answer, or one that sounds nice? Just be honest. Just be honest. A lunatic who was already a lunatic had his eyes rolling back as he twitched the corners of his lips in a smile. Oh, this bastard can become even crazier. Wow, he seems to be trying to break the limits of the term lunatic. I chuckled bitterly. Sylvia speaking like this meant that my mood had significantly improved. The fact that she felt safe enough to joke showed that my expression was very favorable. Sylvia, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? You used to date the Crown Prince seriously, even discussing marriage. So I'm curious, did the Crown Prince truly love you? Sylvia furrowed her brows. Wow, this is an unexpected question. Her slightly furrowed brows were still filled with the distinctive arrogance of nobility. In a good way, it was dignified. In a bad way, it was disgusting. Indeed, Although she is now the head servant of our household, originally she was a lady who, along with Raviel, dominated the social circles of the empire. Love? Did the Crown Prince love me, you ask? If you ask whether he fell for me, well, I seduced him, so of course he did, but, Sylvia tapped her chin thoughtfully. Probably not, no. The love you're speaking of, my lord, it wasn't that. Why do you say that? Since I've been taken into your care, my lord, the Crown Prince has not once sought me out. Sylvia simply stated the facts. Do you know what we talked about the most when it was just the two of us? I can't imagine. Try to use your imagination. Gossip, it's gossip. Whenever we met, we would badmouth the Lady of the Silver Lily. Ah, I guess I shouldn't refer to her that way anymore. Anyway, we disparaged the Duke Ivancia. Sylvia sighed and shrugged her shoulders. The reason we deliberately chose dating spots where students could see us was not anything trivial. We wanted someone to witness us flirting and then go and tattle to Duke Ivancia. To make Raviel feel humiliated? Yes. You were a more pathetic couple than I thought. How else would you expect? You know best, my lord. Duke Ivancia is someone who wouldn't be shaken by what others do. Sylvia narrowed her eyes. Her only weakness was love. Love. The Crown Prince had no other way to shake the Duke of Ivancia except by cheating with me. That's all he knew. Falling short in studies, diplomacy, administration, public affection, and even schemes. Probably would be the same in swordsmanship, too. Despite being born in the most noble imperial family in the empire, there was not a single thing he was better at than the Duke of Ivancia. So you're saying he wanted to have a secret affair with you to feel superior to Raviel? Yes. He's trash, after all. Is this your first time seeing trash? Sylvia replied nonchalantly. There are many like him in the world. A lot. The problem is, even if there are many such people in the world, it just had to be that this one is the Imperial Crown Prince. Up until now, I've left him alone as a warning to behave. It seems that won't work anymore. Sylvia raised her head to look at me. I also looked at Sylvia and spoke. I'll bring him down. Sylvia's eyes widened. But that was it. The surprise she showed was just to that extent. Rather, what Sylvia said next surprised me. I'd rather oppose that. Why? Out of loyalty to an old lover? Loyalty, my ass. No, it's just easier if the Crown Prince ascends to the Emperor's throne. The actual idiom used here is different, i.e. in Korean, but the meaning is the same as I have used. As I wasn't able to make any sense in English, I used an alternative here. What do you mean? That man won't be able to rule the empire smoothly once he becomes emperor. Sylvia asserted confidently. At most 10 years, at least 5 years, it will start. Voices condemning the emperor's incompetence and cruelty from nobles and commoners alike. Then, wouldn't it be totally easy for the Ivancia Duchy to oust the emperor right at that moment? Well, of course, we can replace the Crown Prince easily even now if we want to. Easily. Since the real power of the empire is already shifting to Ivancia. But the people don't yet understand what a fool the Crown Prince is. If Ivancia is to become the new imperial family, it's better to have the people's support at that point. What? Why are you looking at me like that? No, it's just unexpected. You do have a knack for politics. Sylvia made a face as if she had eaten shit. Look here. If it weren't for you, my lord, I would have become the Crown Princess and then the Empress and brought down the Duke Ivancia myself. Right? Yes, that's right. Sylvia was also a regressor. It's a pertinent piece of advice, but the head chamberlain seems to be under a misapprehension. A misapprehension? Yes. I do intend to bring down the Crown Prince, but I am not particularly hoping that Raviel becomes the new emperor. Eh? Why not? I answered calmly. It's obvious. If she becomes emperor, then Raviel, who is already busy, will become even busier than now. Sylvia parted her lips. Really? Really, for such a trivial reason? Rather, I don't know what other reason would be more necessary than this. You crazy nutch. I mean, right. That's something you would do, family head. More than that. Damn. It's annoying when I'm with you. The standard by which I weigh everything in the world gets weird. Sylvia scratched the back of her head and muttered, That's why such a woman and you could fall in love with each other. So, you just want to replace the Crown Prince but keep the royal family as it is, right? Bingo. Then, we'll need to elevate someone else, maybe the second prince, third prince, first princess, fourth prince, or second princess. Damn it. Am I the only vassal familiar with the Empire's affairs who was chosen to be your counselor because of this? Sylvia grumbled. If you ask me to recommend someone, it would be the second prince. He might not have the ability to think for himself, but he's not capable of messing things up on his own like the crown prince. He's harmless. Is there no one among the royals who would be a wise or virtuous emperor, or who shows any potential for greatness? Sylvia snorted. If there were someone like that, would the crown prince have maintained his position? She was the head chamberlain indeed, striking with the facts. 6. The next day, Raviel and I entered the imperial palace. It wasn't the real palace in the capital city. Sormwyn had grown into the second capital, and accordingly, a separate palace had been established there. Coincidentally, the emperor was staying here at the time. If it had been the capital's palace, he wouldn't have dared to order a poisoning through a servant, Raviel said. However, this place is different. Apart from His Majesty's personal attendants, most of the servants here are those of the Crown Prince's faction. It would have been relatively easy to plot a poisoning. Of course, it was only relatively speaking. The Crown Prince had mobilized all his connections and power to orchestrate this assassination. However, only 2 servants at the annex were actually involved in the poisoning. Had we not known, it would have just been the Crown Prince's last desperate flail. But now we were fully aware of who participated in the poisoning. During the past 2 weeks of fun, nearly half a month of rest, Raviel and I weren't just confined to enjoying decadence in our bedroom. We had gathered information about the servants' families, their home circumstances, and their ties to the Crown Prince. Please, I beg you, show mercy at least to my family. I am willing to be enslaved. Even if you cut my body into pieces and throw it into the sea, I will accept it willingly. Please, just spare my family. We were able to easily extract confessions from the servants. The perpetrators' confessions were immediately reported to the emperor. Initially skeptical, the emperor could only groan after interrogating the culprits himself. How foolish! Was that child really so foolish? The emperor lamented. It was distressing for him, as the chosen successor was his son. However, I was prepared to bring even greater sorrow to the emperor. Your Majesty, the foolishness of trying to poison Duke Avancia is shocking enough, but the foolishness you need to scrutinize is even more disastrous. What is it, O ruler from another world? The emperor regarded me not as the Duchess of Avancia, but as a monarch from the Lion world. At formal occasions, I would hold the emperor in the highest regard, but in a secure space like this, the emperor himself did not insist on maintaining his dignity or authority. The Crown Prince has currently gone hunting with his close aides. According to intelligence, his equipment is unusually substantial for just a hunting trip. I cocked my head. He even had his horse armored. Isn't that too armed for merely hunting beasts? The emperor's silence grew heavy. Although he was being betrayed by his own son, he was originally an astute monarch. He must have instantly grasped the hidden meaning in my words. The emperor turned and commanded his grand chamberlain, the old man who had adopted me as his son, go immediately to check the guards at both the main and rear gates. Yes, Your Majesty. The old man quickly inspected the security at the annex and returned. Your Majesty, there was nothing unusual at the main gate, but the guard supposed to be at the rear gate was absent, and the number of his underlings present wasn't even half the required contingent. Ah, the emperor sighed deeply. Is that child truly intending to harm me? No one responded. Raviel remained silent throughout. Her mere presence was enough. Reporting the poisoning, detailing the confessions of the culprits, and clarifying the Crown Prince's intentions, such words that might be interpreted as disloyalty to the emperor were spoken only by me. Even when reporting the tragedy to the emperor, I spoke not as the Duchess of Ivancia, but as a representative from another world. It was better not to create grounds for future accusations. Your Majesty, please summon the Crown Prince who has gone hunting. I pushed for a decisive action. If the Crown Prince is innocent, he will respond to the Emperor's call. There's no reason for him to refuse. However, if he indeed orchestrated all this tragedy, he might flee, fearing his plans have been exposed. Very well, it shall be done. The Emperor followed my advice and sent a messenger. A breathlessly tense period followed. It was a while before the messenger returned. The Imperial Chamberlain whispered something to the messenger. After the messenger left the audience chamber, the chamberlain spoke up. "Your Majesty, is the child coming?" "I regret to report, but the crown prince has turned his horse around and left with his men." Silence fell in the audience chamber. During that time, the emperor seemed to age 5 years. Despite the arrival of beings from another world and maintaining calm to govern the empire as peacefully as possible, the rebellion of his son seemed to have broken his heart. "Duke." For the first time, the emperor addressed the duke. Raviel, as if she had been waiting, slowly bowed her head. "Yes, your Majesty, speak. What should I do for you, Duke? I shall remain loyal to your Majesty as always." This incident was not an excuse for Raviel to rebel against the empire. That was what she conveyed. The emperor closed his mouth again. Silence flowed. "I have truly done you wrong." The voice that came from the emperor's mouth sounded less like that of a ruler of an empire, and more like that of a father of a child. "I have long known my son was lacking and foolish. I also knew you were a clever child. Even if he was lacking, I thought he would be able to manage the country well with your support. But was that judgment also blinded by my fatherly love? Even that." "Your Majesty." "It was already over from the moment I abandoned you and became infatuated with the baron's daughter. How can I blame only my son for being foolish? My foolishness is greater." "Your Majesty has always shown interest and favor to this humble subject since the days I was a young lady." "I'm sorry." The emperor closed his eyes. "The crown prince is no longer the crown prince of the empire, nor will he be my son anymore." At this moment, the fate of the crown prince was decided. He was born a prince, but he would not die as one. Let the house of Duke Ivancia handle this matter. That day I led the duke's knights in pursuit of the crown prince. Chapter 370, Reverse Scale, 4-7. The crown prince, along with his close aides, stealthily hid himself in a small town. It was more of an escape than a flight, indeed, an escape from reality. First, let's send an envoy to suggest surrender. I surrounded the small town with the Duke Ivancia's knights, the imperial knights, and my own vassals. We then formally sent an envoy to propose surrender politely. Of course, the crown prince, who had fled from reality, was not in any mood to observe such formalities. According to the envoy who returned, His Highness the Crown Prince screamed, "You are invaders from another world. I am the foundation of the empire. I will never bow my head to the likes of lowlifes from another world." I clicked my tongue after hearing the news. How foolish. Yes, if I had intimidated the Crown Prince without any justification, I would have been treated as an invader from another world. There were quite a few nobles and citizens of the empire who disliked the other world. If handled well, the Crown Prince's argument that we must stand against the threat of the other world could have gained traction. However, I had the legitimacy granted by the emperor. From the clothes I was wearing to the empire's attire, I was none other than the wife of the Duke of Ivancia, acting under the solemn command of His Majesty the Emperor. Not a monarch from another world. Checkmate. "What are you planning to do now?" Sylvia approached me and asked. She, being well versed in the affairs of the empire, was assisting me. "Based on my past experiences with him, I would advise you to drop any expectations of his surrender. That man, once he sets his mind on something, he does not relent." "So what if he doesn't surrender?" So?" I grasped the hilt of the holy sword. "I'll capture him." That night, I alone climbed over the city walls. The Crown Prince's forces were seemingly prepared for a siege, as the security was quite strict. Which is to say, it was quite strict but not nearly strict enough. If they wanted to stop me, they needed to have set up an immensely meticulous and terrifying security. Not this, my good man. Less than an hour had passed before I infiltrated the Crown Prince's bedroom. The blonde Crown Prince was deeply asleep, oblivious to the world, even though the knights outside his bedroom were all knocked out. I snickered and poked his cheek. "Hey, you? Aren't you going to wake up?" The Crown Prince squinted murkily at me. He still hadn't grasped reality. What is it? What is it? Indeed. How can you not prepare yourself properly? I am the one who married your first fiancé and has taken your second fiancé as a vassal." "What? Hike!" Only then did the Crown Prince's eyes snap open. I had been waiting for this moment. I immediately flicked the prince's eyelid with my finger. "Ah! My eye! My eye!" The Crown Prince covered his face and fell from the bed. Shh, that was a light tap, and you're making such a fuss. Guards! Guards! There's an intruder. An intruder has appeared. What are you guards doing? Your guards are all knocked out. You udon noodle vongole muscle jampong bastard. You solong tang leftover noodles that don't come out even after 30 minutes of ordering. Can't you tell that I'm gently stroking your eyebrows? Udon noodle vongole muscle pong are different types of noodles. Guards! Guards! I crouched down and looked down at the Crown Prince, the so-called condescending pose. The Crown Prince, having never expected to find himself in such a position due to his royal birth, shuddered violently as our eyes met. Why is no one responding to my call? Because I've covered a 6-meter radius around us with an aura dome. No matter how much you whimper, the sound won't reach outside the barrier. That's impossible. It's happened, and it will continue. Crown Prince, since I don't like facing you either, let's finish this quickly. I pulled out a scroll from my bosom. It was an imperial edict stamped with the Emperor's seal. What is that? The Crown Prince, recognizing the seal, gaped. I flicked my finger, and this time hit the Crown Prince's lips. Wheek! A truly disgraceful scream echoed. My dear child, for your simple little head, I will personally paraphrase His Majesty the Emperor's sublime words. I smiled broadly at the Crown Prince, whose lips were now burst open. From today, you will be studying abroad in our world. Study abroad? What nonsense is this? Well, it's called study abroad to sound nice, but it's actually exile. You bastard, did you really think you could get away with trying to poison Raviel and threatening the Emperor? The Crown Prince's face turned pale. He must have realized that I held all the evidence. I have countless nobles who follow me. They will never tolerate such tyranny. That's the funny thing. If things stay as they are, all of them will be implicated in treason and lose their heads. But I am going to give them a chance. A chance. Yes. A chance to cut ties with you and save their own lives. I tapped the Crown Prince's forehead with the scroll. Each time the edict touched his forehead, the prince twitched and shuddered. The nobles didn't join you in treason. His Majesty the Emperor has ordered you to study abroad in another world. But you were afraid and unfamiliar with going to another world, like a teenager throwing a tantrum saying no. You didn't throw the tantrum by yourself. You begged the nobles to please hide you. And the nobles, unable to refuse the Crown Prince's request coldly, secretly hid you here. But the secret didn't last long before His Majesty found out. The Crown Prince looked up at me dazedly. I raised the corners of my mouth. Still don't understand the situation? This is my scenario. According to this, the nobles don't have to bear the sin of treason. They only remain guilty of indulging the immature whims of a worthless Crown Prince. Now, if you alone are sent to study abroad, it's a happy ending for everyone. I wonder how the nobles will react, huh? Oh my, will they say, we will follow His Highness the Crown Prince even if our families are destroyed and our heads roll? What do you think? Ack! Ack! The Crown Prince, finally grasping my true intentions, began to struggle frantically. You plague of another world! It's all because of you. Everything fell apart after you came. You took away not only the cute and lovely Lady of the Golden Silk, but also the Duke Ivansia's daughter. If it weren't for you. Please have sweet dreams, Your Highness. I pressed a point on the Crown Prince's body. When you wake up, the world will have changed. And then the prince's world went dark. 8. Hook! The Crown Prince bolted upright. He was sweating profusely and gulped down his saliva. Was it a dream? Foo! Did you have a nice dream last night? Kiak! As soon as he saw my face, as if he had seen a terrible monster, the Crown Prince jumped. Where exactly is this place? This is the 29th floor, dear customer. I grinned broadly. It used to be a school genre stage managed by the corner librarian. Among my vassals, there was a fellow named Kim Yule who lived here. Ha? Of course, such information is useless to you. The only crown prince of the empire, destined to wear the emperor's crown, the only piece of information you need to remember is that in this world, no one will treat you as the crown prince. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door from behind. Come in. Yes, I'm coming in. With a lively voice, Sylvia entered through the door. What greeted her was a two-pyong studio apartment. No, calling it a studio was too generous. It was actually a goshiwon. 2 pyong equals 6.6 meter, and Goshiwon is a tiny single room for rent. Sylvia looked around the room and immediately furrowed her brow. Wow, it's so cramped. Family head, can he really live in such a tight space? It seems absolutely impossible to me. That is now the reality he must face. Did you speak well with the Goshiwon owner? Ah, yes. Their eyes lit up the moment they saw the gold bars, and they said, they look forward to our patronage. They seem to think we are some kind of mafia from abroad. Good. The 29th floor was currently operating as an academy city. Babylon had schools too, but a systematic public education system hadn't yet been established. Thus, the 29th floor, where time was fixed to the era when Kim Yule lived, was being used as a venue for education. See, Sylvia? The Crown Prince, completely unaware of these circumstances, was stunned by Sylvia's appearance. Sylvia, dressed in modern clothes instead of a voluminous dress, flashed a grin. Yes, Hwangtae, it's Sylvia Evanale. Oh, my Sylvia, my nightingale with the name of the golden silk. You must have rushed here to save me from the clutches of this devil. I only trusted you, my delicate golden silk. Ooh, what is this? It feels like I opened up a diary filled with dark history. Sylvia made a disgusted face. Anyway, I also took care of all sorts of miscellaneous paperwork while greeting the Goshiwon owner, family head. Starting next week, that Crown Prince will be able to enroll in school. He'll become the transfer student, the blonde prince. Good work. Really, it's nothing but hardships, but I shouldn't be the one to say this. The bureaucrats of this stage are too corrupt, aren't they? The administration is as full of holes as a sponge. Well, it just proved the omnipotent power of gold bars. I wonder how much you fed them. The Crown Prince watched us chatter heartily, completely losing his soul. See, Sylvia, do you not recognize me? And why did you call me Hwangtae earlier? Hwangtae, his new name, is taken from the Korean of crown price, i.e., ah, right, I almost forgot. Sylvia rummaged through her briefcase and pulled out something. It was a card. This will now be the only means to verify your identity, Your Highness. Sylvia courteously handed over a newly made student ID card. On the ID, the Crown Prince's photo was printed, his eyes half closed. The text on it read, plus student ID, name Kim Hwangtae, affiliation Shinso High School, plus Kim Hwangtae? Yes, that's your name from today. I sent him a zesty smile. Hwangtae, you're a second-generation expatriate who happened to return to the country. But you've been kicked out of your home and are living alone in this Goshiwon. Naturally, you have no allowance, and you'll need to find part-time jobs or menial work to earn money. Do you understand? Part-time job? Menial work? What nonsense are you spouting? Yes, it seems our Hwangtae hasn't grasped the situation at all, which I find quite satisfying. I patted Kim Hwangtae's head. If you're 3 months behind on rent here at the Goshiwon, you're out. If you skip school for more than a week, you're out. To our Hwangtae, who has been pampered as royalty his entire life, this world might feel quite harsh. But Hwangtae, that is precisely the real reality. Endure it. Cheer up. You can do it. I clenched my fist tightly. Although no one in this city will treat you as a crown prince, and they won't care where you've come tumbling from. Originally, the world doesn't care about you at all. Work. As a student, there won't be many ways to earn money, but that's just how it is. Earning money is inherently hard. Work and work hard, and with your effort and sweat, secure enough food to survive the day. If you can't, you might starve to death. You'll die, perhaps. But that, too, is the natural course of things. Hwangtae. I grabbed Kim Hwangtae's shoulders. And I asked him, face looking as if his soul had left his body, how long have you ever gone without food? What? Don't worry. If you starve for a couple of days, you'll see the world differently. I'll be cheering for our Kim Hwangtae's new life from afar. Fighting. I put down 30,000 won and turned my back. Sylvia also bowed deeply to Kim Hwangtae. Farewell, Your Highness Hwangtae. Honestly, if you had ever sought me out after I became indebted to the family head, I might have done something for you now. Well, can't be helped. I, too, will support you from a distance. We both swiftly left the room. As we walked down the gloomy staircase, Sylvia said, So, how many years do you plan to keep him before sending him back to the Empire? Send him back? Why send him at all? He should live out his life here. The second prince has already been designated as the successor. Even if he returns, what awaits him but further purges? Leaving him here is a mercy, true mercy. You really are a devil, family head. From beyond the Goshiwan staircase, a desperate scream was heard. That day, a blonde prince, a foreign student, transferred to the 29th floor's Shinso High School. According to later stories, Kim Wang-tae, who had fasted for 4 days straight, eventually started helping with menial tasks for the Goshiwan owner and began his second school life. Hang in there, Kim Wang-tae. You are the protagonist of this spin-off. Chapter 371, Home Base 1. 1. It's been over 3 months since I returned to Babylon. During those 3 months, I played with Raviel, established new diplomatic relations with the underground civilization, was surprised with Raviel, watched Kim Wang-tae transfer to high school, played more with Raviel, and caught up on various overdue tasks. It truly was a fruitful time, but at the 100-day mark, I suddenly looked up. I think it's time to climb the tower again. A moment of silence passed. At that time, I was lying on the sofa, reading a magazine with my interview in it. What Kim Gongja thinks being a hunter is. Everything you need to know about the hunter industry. 100 questions, 100 answers. Such cheesy, mixed headlines were printed. Who would read this? After the silence, a reaction came belatedly. Why all of a sudden? It was the Black Dragon Master. Anastasia was sitting in the opposite armchair, reading the same magazine. By the way, Anastasia was also the cover model of this magazine. The cover of the magazine was as if all of human civilization had been mobilized to embody the concept of nobility, but at this very moment, Anastasia was completely in Sunday evening, slouching at home, older sister mode. She was chewing on squid legs, dressed in a maroon tracksuit that seemed like something high schoolers would wear. It was a sight that made you want to make all sorts of snarky comments like, did they have maroon gym uniforms in Ukraine? Or, did Ukrainians also chew on squid legs? But all of Anastasia was perfect, preventing any comments. Her posture, her expression, even the crunchy sound of her teeth chewing on the squid legs. A true Korean unemployed delinquent, Lvov.99. Anastasia's pose was so natural that I had no choice but to accept it as the order of nature. No, if I keep staying here, I feel like my body will rot. Shall I say I'm getting moldy? It's like damp moisture is filling up my heart and mold is about to bloom in my head. At my words, one by one, my friends began to raise their heads. This is the common living room of our dormitory. In the evening, when work was over, everyone gathered here in groups of 3 or 5 without any particular plans. And as a result, the Count, Venomous Snake, and Heretic Questioner all lifted their heads at the same time, creating a harmony. Moisture? Mold? I don't understand what you are talking about. Liao Fan, do you get it? Well, it's not the first or second time he's talking nonsense. What about it? Ah, Miss Sylvia, could we please have another half plate of French fries here? By the way, friends were wearing yellow, navy, and blue tracksuits. I'm not sure when made-in-Korea tracksuits became the dress code for this shared accommodation. Based on a vague memory, I recall being the first to roam around the lodging in a black tracksuit, which Anastasia saw and asked, "Oh, that looks very comfortable. What are those?" And exactly the next day, the tragedy began. Yep. I'd rather bury this memory for the sake of my mental health. That's exactly it. That's the thing. I suddenly stood up and pointed accusingly at the Heretic Questioner. Just then, Sylvia delivered the French fries with an ugly face, and the Heretic Questioner was happily picking up a fry end with a bright expression. The Heretic Questioner blinked with ketchup around his mouth. Eh? Not eh? It's yes! Damn it, Bambolina! You're slurping up those potato fries with your bare hands in a tracksuit with ketchup smeared on your lips. Ah ha ha ha, master. Normally, fries are indeed eaten with the hands. I would hate to think that my master would use a fork or chopsticks just because he doesn't want the salt on his fingers, a complete travesty. Well, if I had to choose, I'm on Team Chopsticks, though. Oh my God. Goodness gracious. Are you crazy? I'm really disappointed, Kim Gongja. In order, the Heretic Questioner, the Count, Venomous Snake, and Black Dragon Master looked at me as if they were looking at trash. And just at that moment, the Crusader walked past the living room with a towel around her neck. For the record, I'm on Team Plastic Gloves. The Crusader nodded her head slightly and trudged past the living room. We watched the Crusader's retreating figure for a while, looking as if she was about to head to the mountain spring behind the house right at that moment. Anyway, that's not what's important. I snapped back to my senses belatedly. You all. You're rotten. Everything has gone rotten. Before it felt like we were treading on the edge of a knife. Why have you all become so endlessly slack? Rotten, you say. That's quite the rude thing to say. If you're going to talk like that, at least take off those triple-striped slippers. But they're comfortable. Yes, Anastasia sitting in the armchair was indeed wearing triple-striped slippers on her bare feet. Not just Anastasia, but all the friends here were the same. School tracksuits and triple-striped slippers. Fashion terrorists that could only be found in South Korea had taken over the upper echelons of the tower. Could this also be my influence? Huh? Seeing me wander around comfortably, and then one by one they started imitating? My God, no one ever wished for a Hallyu wave like this. If I stay with you guys any longer, even my brain might turn weird. You should be working. Working! The subordinates are probably dying because work's piled up, and here you are, lounging around. Well, we are not the subordinates, are we? That's right. We just work when we need to, and leave the rest to the subordinates. Isn't that what we pay them for? Sometimes it's very important to relax, Master. You're wrong. These guys, their brains must have been infected with mitochondrial Tyrobacter tetracy influenza bacteria. There's no hope or dream left. Never mind. I'm going to climb the tower. Seriously? Yes, for real. I really am going to climb. Because if I stay with you guys, I think I'll become weird too. If I stay holed up here any longer, I'll lose all interest in conquering stages and end up an unemployed uncle. So I'm going to climb. My friends looked at me blankly. Well, go ahead then. Do as you wish. Since all the urgent tasks are dealt with, live your life as you want. Everything will proceed according to the Master's will. Wow, these French fries are freaking delicious. Hey, Gongja's Chamberlain, what oil did you use to fry these? Give me the recipe to have my guys cook it too. Overall, it seemed like only about 0.5 people were paying attention to what I said. Just as I was starting to doubt whether these guys were really my friends or comrades who had entrusted their lives to each other, the Crusader who had left the living room returned. The Crusader, holding an electric toothbrush in one hand, glanced around at us. For the record, I think socks are better than bare feet with triple-striped slippers. And then she nodded her head and walked past the living room. Everyone watched silently as the Crusader's back receded, until the Count decided to throw her slipper at the back of the Crusader's head with all her might. I'm really going. Okay, going? I said I'm going. For real. There was no response. Surprisingly, no one seemed interested in me as the Count and the Crusader began to tussle. Feeling like an adult who had been alienated from his family, I headed towards the next stage with heavy, powerless steps. You are being transferred to the 80th floor. So that's how I ended up here. Yeah. As expected, a hunter should climb the tower. No, now I'm a constellation, or should I say I'm both a hunter and a constellation? Anyway, one must climb to higher places. See? The air is already different when you reach the 80th floor, isn't it? You, the Wand of Ages, looked at me with an incredulous stare. I'm sorry, but have you ever been told you seem like an idiot? That's a bit harsh. 2. The administrator who greeted me on the 80th floor was the Wand of Ages. The mage looked at me with his unchanged silver blade-like eyes, and more than anything with very sullen eyes. What? I was worried about when you would start climbing again. I thought you might not come for a while, but you've come at just the right time. Yes, I've finished everything I needed to do on the first floor. Huh? I suddenly noticed something different about the Wand of Ages. The look in his eyes hadn't changed, neither had his face nor his clothes. It was just his symbolic item, the wand. A wand as thick as a pinky finger, but very long, his trademark, was now cleanly snapped in half. Why is the wand like that? Did you fight with someone? Fight with someone? Are you really asking because you don't know? Let out a hollow laugh. I lost to you in a fight. Screaming sky. After the control of the underworld was transferred to you, I've been like a broken wand. Eek, but you are still managing the heavenly floors. That's true. For now. Just for now. The mage sighed. If you fail to reach the 100th floor or give up midway, I will return to being a complete pillar. If you succeed in conquering the 100th floor, I'll be gone for good. It's really frustrating, but right now I am not in a position to guide you, but rather a position to serve you like a superior. Indeed. I nodded my head. Then I'd like a vending machine barley tea now. Could you get me one? First of all, yes. I understand trying to boss me around right after saying I'm in a position to serve you. Let's say I concede that point. But why, of all things, vending machine barley tea? Think about it, Mage. Do tell. Imagine your boss isn't asking for anything other than barley tea, and from a vending machine at that, asking you to buy only that one thing. Then, how would you feel while putting money in the vending machine, pressing the button, and waiting? It would probably feel like how I feel right now. See? You know well, why aren't you hurrying to get it? This damn. 3 minutes passed. I slurped the vending machine barley tea that the mage brought. The chaotic taste of barley powder and sugar merged, making it indistinguishable where the barley ended and the sugar began in my mouth. This is the taste. This is exactly the nostalgic taste that the director of Memorial Gourmet once talked about. I wonder if this could also be turned into a spin-off series. You won't die peacefully. I couldn't die anyway. Now, did the barley tea I illegally fetched taste good? Yes, it's delicious. Then listen while drinking. From the 71st to the 80th floor was the stage for you to establish yourself as a constellation. And you passed this course more perfectly than any other constellation. Now, from the 81st to the 90th floor, it's your turn to build your own kingdom. I tilted my head with the straw in my mouth. My own kingdom? Yes, also called a sanctuary. Many also refer to it as a holy domain or dragon kingdom. The mage touched the air with his broken wand. Then a white cube appeared and projected something on its surface. A familiar scenery appeared in that place. That's the Universal Library. Correct. The Universal Library is the sanctuary of the corner librarian, specifically Hamustra's domain. Seeing the example, I get what they want me to create. The ox that harvests ruins, Muchia's domain was a temple buried in the desert. The eye living in the labyrinth, the domain of Hishmith Kritz, which you are currently wearing as a bracelet, was a doll exhibition hall. Even hunters who do not become constellations are allowed their own space if they pass up to the 90th floor. In short, I removed my lips from the straw. I'm about to have my own home from now on. Yes. Tap. The mage tapped the ground with his wand. A palace of your very own. You are being transferred to the 81st floor. White light enveloped my vision. Chapter 372. Home Base 2. When I stepped out of the light, I found myself in a kingdom of my own. Unfortunately, nothing like this happened. It was total darkness there. Wow, what the... It's really dark here? Only darkness. When I cautiously took a step forward, my ankle squished into something, sinking into somewhere. It was as if I had accidentally stepped into a mud puddle. The feel of the darkness was much like a mass of mud. Well, that's because nothing has been created here yet. The Wand of Ages spoke from behind me. This place is basically bare ground. Not even the skeleton of a house has been set up yet. Not to mention built-in furniture. There isn't even a roof. Screaming sky, you have cleared stages and earned enough land, but you haven't built a house yet. So I'm a landowner but not a homeowner yet. If you put it that way, I wonder if I've worked myself to the bone from the 10th to the 80th floor just to buy a single plot of land. If life were compared to 100 floors, securing the land would mean I've already achieved 80% of my life's goals. It's uncomfortably realistic. Where can I find an architect or an interior designer to hire? Sorry, but you are the architect and the interior designer. You're no longer a hunter who passively receives quests and carries out tasks. Well, if we must put it in the form of a quest. The mage drew letters in the air with his staff. It would be something like this. Wherever the tip of the staff went, bright white letters spread out. Build your own kingdom. Constellation. The sky that gathers screams. Difficulty. Undetermined. Mission objective. Create a sanctuary. I nodded. Simple enough. Be good. Save the world. Help humanity. The hardest tasks in the world are always expressed in one sentence. So I will just watch you diligently build your palace and occasionally interject here and there. The mage sighed softly. There's one problem, though. Life is nothing but problems. Yep, but this problem needs immediate resolution. You're usually good at cleaning up your tracks before you leave, but now it seems there's one connection you haven't properly tied up. An untied connection? An unresolved human relationship? Did I still have such things? I had thought my social relationships were not just cleaned, but bleached thoroughly since the time I performed the Cossack dance for Yusuha. Ha! It seems you're mistaken. I'm a man who has sorted everything out. Actually, I've been waiting for when you would come up. That thing is only a nuisance for a day or two, but it comes in every day to harass me, so it's been unbearable. Crack. Somewhere, an ominous ripping sound was heard. I turned my head to see whether to call it the sky, the ceiling, or simply the darkness above. A curtain there was splitting apart. Congratulations, screaming sky. The mage stepped back 3 paces from me as if dodging something. He wore an ominous smile. You are now officially a famous and popular constellation. What do you... In the constellation world, there is a stalker that follows only the celebrities. You've drawn the attention of many constellations. Unfortunately, it seems the stalker has heard about you too. I can't help, but good luck. Shh. As the fissure opened, black liquid flowed out. It was dark here, but it was just as dark beyond the curtain. However, the entity that fell to the ground covered in black liquid was not merely black. Warning. Constellation Killer has appeared on the 81st floor. Constellation Killer harbors hostility towards you. The being had hair as white as platinum. Are you the sky that gathers screams? The man with silver hair spoke to me in a familiar voice. However, that was all that was familiar. The temperature of his gaze as he looked at me was entirely different from that of my servant, who had now regained the name Kim Yul. Above all, the man in front of me still had his hair tied with a yellow rubber band. Lafanta Ajim. Constellation Killer slowly tilted his head. His eyes, blue as a newly born star, looked this way. Do you know me? Yes. You were the one who remained. I know you very well. As the mage said, there was indeed one cause and effect I had left untied. 3. Constellation Killer is a multiple-body slaughtering puppet. Previously, I had taken the existence known as Kim Yul from Constellation Killer. More precisely, I had succeeded in restoring it. Constellation Killer gains power by discarding memories. He had discarded all past associated with being Kim Yul. However, through trauma, I was able to forcibly see his past and thus restored Kim Yul from these glimpses. Yet, I had merely created a being with memories identical to Kim Yul's. Still, there was a combat doll with amnesia known as Constellation Killer wandering the world, thanks to the S-grade skill he possessed. Russ. Effect, in some world, there lived an old puppeteer. The puppeteer was afraid of receiving love, but he wasn't strong enough to endure eternal solitude. Let's make another me, so the puppeteer designed it. Let the other me be loved. Let it live with people, among people. And if it gets hurt, I'll throw it away, whispered the puppeteer. Erase it forever. Countless puppets lived, countless puppets were discarded. This skill is a black art for the weak, the ability to choose or throw away memories. You can make 13 puppets that have the exact same appearance and abilities as you. When one puppet dies, another one awakens. Broken dolls can be repaired. It is your imitation of immortality, a fabricated eternity. However, memories are not shared between puppets. Plus 13 puppets. Day by day, constantly losing memories and slaughtering constellations. That was the true identity of Constellation Killer. I created the 14th puppet and implanted Kim Yul's memories into it. I gave the 14th puppet the name Kim Yul, not Constellation Killer or Lafanta Agium. In other words, the 13 puppets I hadn't collected were still out there somewhere. I'm sorry, I can't remember you. And so, it had arrived here now, to assassinate me, whose reputation as a constellation had grown. If you tell me when we met, I can search for records about you. Constellation Killer pulled out an old notebook from his pocket. I knew what this shabby item was. A diary, an item carried by Constellation Killer to overcome the absolute weakness that the puppets not being able to share memories. Even though memories are disconnected, the sentences written in the notebook are shared exactly the same in other diaries. No, I shook my head. You and I have definitely met before. We shared the same time. But you won't be able to find any records about me in the diary you're holding. And why is it that I won't be able to find them? Because I met you in a past before you obtained the diary, in a time that you can never look back on and can never recover. I see. Are you a time manipulator? Constellation Killer was calm. Even though I told him that I had seen his past, he did not seem curious at all. It seems you will be a troublesome enemy. I appreciate the clue about your ability. I know much more about you than you know about yourself. That's true for everyone in this world. It's not a special, personal detail. Constellation Killer wrote something in his diary. I read the direction in which the pen was swiftly moving, retraced it, and constructed the sentences written in the notebook in my mind. It's the sky that gathers screams, possesses a time skill, can know the opponent's past. It is speculated that there was a point of contact with me in the past. Plus, reconstructing the letters was quite easy. That's because it's in Korean. I don't understand what you mean. Constellation Killer's face was as impassive as ever. Seeing his expression, my heart tightened. Was he just using it without even knowing what the characters he wrote meant? Probably, to Constellation Killer, these letters were characters that he naturally learned without knowing why. That's why he used them when writing sentences that would be problematic if others recognized them, like when writing in his diary, as if they were a code known only to himself. He was an exile who had lost his homeland. Due to forgetting his language, he was aphasic. Because he had discarded his own existence, he was non-existent. I silently gazed at the one who had become exile-aphasic and lost his presence. Even though he was using the same yellow rubber band and writing the same letters from the same hometown as me, unlike when I saw Anastasia and others in gym clothes, my heart was only perplexed. I've been chasing you for 31 days. Constellation Killer snapped the notebook shut. The dull sound broke my train of thought. Since 31 days ago? That's right. However, each time I tried to invade the lion world, there was an old swordsman in a black suit who blocked me every time. Constellation Killer muttered as I looked puzzled. The old man declared his alias as Sword Saint. My eyes widened. So that was it. I had wondered why I hadn't seen Marcus Grandpa's face at all, thinking he was fighting Constellation Killer in places unknown to me. During the 100 days I stayed in Babylon, I never met Marcus Grandpa. Nor did my other companions know of the Sword Saint's whereabouts. I had secretly guessed he might have gone on a solitary training journey, but little did I know he was preventing Constellation Killer's invasions. I wish to become your bodyguard. I want to be your bodyguard, protect your life, and forever guard the humanity of those around you. Marcus Grandpa's words about wanting to be my bodyguard were not empty. Grandpa had become a defensive barrier for us, the walls of the lion world, exchanging swords with invaders in places we could not see. The troubled feeling I had when I saw Constellation Killer was somehow refilled with an inexplicable pride. I tried to invade through different routes numerous times, but each time the old man was a step ahead and blocked me. He might possess a skill to sense my movements, or a skill to detect outsiders trying to invade that world. The Constellation Killer said, "In the end, it was only after you left the lion world that I finally succeeded in chasing you." I see. That's good news, I grinned. Because it means you ultimately couldn't defeat the Sword Saint. And I am stronger than the him. Constellation Killer, there's nothing you can do to defeat me. That's a sound conclusion. Constellation Killer responded nonchalantly to the blatant provocation. Sword Saint even said that even if he were defeated ultimately, I would surely be defeated by you. Having heard that information, I assessed your threat level as the highest. Just as you said, with my current self alone, I indeed cannot defeat you by any means. That was the moment. Therefore, I have concluded that I need to use every possible means. Crackle, crack, crack, crack! The fissures already in the sky widened even further. One by one, something kept falling through the gaps. And then, Constellation Killer has appeared on the 81st floor. I witnessed that all of them had silver hair fluttering alike. Constellation Killer has appeared on the 81st floor. Has appeared on the 81st floor. Constellation Killer has appeared on the 81st floor. Constellation Killer has appeared on the 81st. Constellation Killer has appeared on the 81st floor. 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 I unconsciously closed my lips. All 13 bodies, even if only one was mobilized, it could sweep away most constellations, and a slaughtering puppet on par with the Sword Saint, now all 13 with streams of silver hair, came up. 13 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked this way. The sky that gathers screams. Ha! I designate you as the highest level of threat. From now on, I will use all my strength to annihilate you. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hamustra would faint from joy if he saw this scene. The moment I grasped the hilt of the holy sword, all 13 constellation killers charged at me simultaneously. Chapter 373. Blue Blood 1. The first flower to bloom in spring was blue. Spring had come to the world where Constellation Killer resided. Constellation Killer looked up at the flowers that resembled his own eye color. Originally, in his homeland, yellow or perhaps pink bloomed first. However, he had forgotten the spring of his homeland. To Lafanta Ajim, spring was now merely blue. If I don't want to become a constellation, what should I do? Constellation Killer touched the petals with his fingertips, which had turned white. Constellations determining people's fates should no longer exist. For ordinary people, being a constellation is an overwhelmingly powerful existence. The mere existence of the constellations determines people's lives. They run away from what they should be responsible for. He stopped speaking suddenly, not because he doubted his logic, but because of a very materialistic reason. A bee, lured by the scent of the flower, suddenly landed on Constellation Killer's fingernail. Constellation Killer observed the bee's wings for a long time and then slowly stroked it. Sting! The bee perceived the human stroking as an attack and regurgitated its innards, stinging Constellation Killer's finger with its stinger. The stinger of the insect, which did not entertain the concept of goodwill in this world, was venomous. The poison, cultivated within the insect all its life, infiltrated the flesh of Lafanta Ajim effectively. That was all. The bee, having lost its only reason for existence, soon fell to the ground, trembling. When stored inside, it didn't know, but after stinging once, the poison was a poison that only killed itself. Constellation Killer could have easily detoxified the minor creature's sting using his aura, but he chose not to, merely observing the swelling flesh inflicted by the trivial mortal insect's sting with his blue eyes. Indeed, he had realized something. I should have a child. Constellation Killer turned his head. The place he was standing was a noble's garden. Having been chosen by Goddess of Protection and becoming the supreme emperor of all, Lafanta Ajim, after abandoning the throne himself, had traveled through various worlds. This time, by chance, he had stayed longer than expected in this world. Perhaps he had taken a liking to this garden. A nameless maid was working in the garden. The maid constantly shoveled the soil. It wasn't until Constellation Killer approached close that the maid sensed his presence and looked up. What brings you here? The maid's eyes were red. Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? The maid worked for a noble family that owed Constellation Killer a debt of gratitude. One of the children captured by constellations had been a young lady from this noble family. The family treated Constellation Killer as a noble, and the maid was very polite to him, but that wasn't the only reason. I know you steal glances at me whenever you find the time. The maid's shoulders flinched. With a cautious look, she assessed Constellation Killer's expression, but there was no sign of anger or reproach from him. Relieved, the maid shrugged her shoulders and exhaled. Huh. Yes, I did take a few glances. Honestly, aren't you quite handsome? Do you like my face? If someone turns their head unwittingly upon seeing a piece of art while walking, it's not the passerby's fault, but the fault of the person who placed the art in the middle of the road. The maid consistently argued that it was not her fault. However, Constellation Killer had another interest. I want to spend a night with you. Clack. The maid, who had been actively chattering, stopped in her tracks. Eh? Only if you consent. The maid did not understand this situation. Excuse me, just a moment, my lord. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Gasp. Don't tell me, was every walk in the garden just a strategy to approach me? No, I don't mean that kind of feeling. The maid was confused by this situation. So then, why are you hitting on me now? I have long wondered how to escape the path of becoming a constellation. No, I should say I have been contemplating how to maintain my humanity, but I am one who loses memories. Even if I try to remain human, I cannot. The maid still did not understand the situation, nor did she grasp what Constellation Killer was saying, and Lafanta Ajim did not place much value on whether the other party understood or not. In short, he continued nonchalantly. However, if I were to have a child, things might change. It would be the proof that I was once human. The evidence that I am human would clearly remain. The maid cautiously began to speak. I'm not sure if I understood correctly. Anyway, you want to leave behind evidence that you lived, so you're saying you want to spend, one night with me, is that correct? That's right. The maid seemed to have finally grasped the situation. In other words, the person before her was a good-looking madman. Just a moment. I'll think about it. Do that. After putting down her shovel, the maid crossed her arms. After all, you're a hero among heroes who saved this country. It's a story that suggests turning one's life around by inheriting such a person's lineage. But looking at how you talk, it doesn't seem like you'd care much about the child, so this is entirely up to me. But I guess it's not bad to think of it as a kind of gamble. The maid muttered endlessly to herself. Glance. The maid looked at Constellation Killer seriously, from head to toe. Then suddenly her gaze rested on Constellation Killer's hand. His finger was swollen from the bee sting. You got stung. Doesn't it hurt? No, it does hurt. Then why do you seem unaffected? Because I am not affected. The maid tapped her chin, muttering to herself as if she had realized something. Indeed. You are alone. What did that mean? Before Constellation Killer could ponder the meaning, the maid quickly clicked her tongue. Fine. My lord, I will sleep with you. The maid's red eyes looked up at Constellation Killer. But there's a condition. What is it? Please stay by my side until the child starts walking. Protect me and the child, and when the child is born, announce to the world that it is your offspring. If these conditions are too difficult, then I absolutely understood. I don't know if I should say this, but aren't you agreeing too easily? I thought I set the terms pretty high, because they are easy conditions. The maid looked at Constellation Killer with unease and then sighed. All right, Mr. Madman, then just wait until I finish my work today. These kids are suffering from spring sickness, so I need to take good care of them. I will. So even a madman can be a hero. The maid shook her head from side to side and picked up the shovel again. Thud. Thump. As she moved a pile of dirt at the corner of the garden, Constellation Killer finally spoke up. I still don't know your name. What is it? Ivancia. The maid turned her head as she answered. I'm a commoner, so just a first name. That's my name, from a long time ago. Red eyes reflected in the blue flowers. 2. A total of 13 slaughter puppets charged at me simultaneously. I was stronger than Constellation Killer. Definitely stronger. However, it was uncertain whether my strength would still apply when there were 13 Constellation Killers. To put it more bluntly, I was terrified. Extremely terrified. Infernal heavens, demonic art. First form, Sword of Starvation. It's common for warriors to unleash their most confident strike first when they are frightened. I did just that. I drew my treasured sword and lunged at the slaughter puppets. How about this? Indeed, you are strong. Swoosh! Blood sprayed everywhere. A slaughter puppet that got hit directly by my sword had its arm chopped off. By slicing off his right arm with a single strike, I undoubtedly demonstrated tremendous martial prowess. But who cares about my objective skill? It didn't matter at all. I was in a fight, and only the outcome of the fight mattered. The enemy numbered 13, and naturally, each had 2 arms, meaning I had only managed to reduce the enemy's total strength by January 26th. The fact that you might be stronger than me. I had already accounted for that. The slaughter puppet that lost its right arm, and in addition, another doll attacked me from both sides. I created a sword wind and chopped off one leg and arm from each, but damn it, it was all useless. Constellation Killer had planned not to block my attacks from the start. 2 Constellation Killers, one grabbed my right arm and the other my left. I screamed in horror. What the hell are you doing? Only Hamustra would be happy with this kind of situation. I gathered aura from all over my body trying to shake off the 2 Constellation Killers. I managed to shake one off, but as if it had been waiting, another slaughter puppet rushed in and firmly grabbed my arm. Just wait a minute. Meanwhile, the remaining slaughter puppets were charging their swords with aura, a total of 9 dolls. Despite clones sticking to my body, they aimed their swords at me with utterly indifferent expressions. A chill ran down my neck. Don't tell me a suicide attack. I discard the memories of the past 30 days. A flash engulfed me. Quah! Ah! Ah! Initially, the explosion was unbearably loud, but it quickly turned into tinnitus ringing in my ears. Everything in front of me turned stark white. Somehow, by plastering my whole body with aura like a barrier, I survived Constellation Killer's attack point blank. My body was relatively unscathed. However, the moment I regained my hearing and sight, the voice of the second Constellation Killer doll eerily resounded. I discard the memories of the past 30 days. Flash, my vision flickered. Initially, there was no pain. That strike too had been withstood by my body. But the very next moment, whoosh! The veins coursing through my body began to scream in agony all at once. The aura had been depleted to the extent of burning up my veins to block this strike. Rapidly. Damn it! A metallic taste of blood came from the gums around my teeth. Fuck! I discard the memories of the past 30 days, the third doll said. Constellation Killer's 30 days struck me once again. Intense pain surged throughout my body. Ever since becoming a constellation, and after rising as the absolute champion in the lion world, this was the first time my aura had been completely depleted. My head was dizzy. I was gasping for air. While my heart screamed in agony, I barely managed to maintain my existence. The 2 slaughter puppets holding my arms were swept away by the recent strikes. I withstood them, but the dolls did not. Unfortunately, it wasn't just the dolls that couldn't withstand the triple strike of Constellation Killer. The snake living in the labyrinth is annihilated. Crazy. I almost spewed a lump of blood from my throat. Annihilated. To be annihilated. Hishmith Kritz was a top-tier constellation. He got caught up with me and his divinity weakened, but that didn't mean he was weak enough to be beaten down everywhere. Yet that guy just died from the flashes of light that Constellation Killer had fired. And it didn't even end there. I discard the memories of the past 30 days. Fourth strike. A music box only for you groans from a deep wound. Goddess of Protection screams at Hieronym not to lose consciousness. No, this is madness. No joke, this is really truly insane. Chapter 374. Blue Blood 2. To catch just one of me, 13 slaughter puppets had been sharpening their blades for a month. Constellation Killer, a synonym for terror among the constellations, recognized me as clearly a more powerful being and had been preparing to hunt me down. I discard the memories of the past 30 days. This was the result. Koo! Ah! Koo! Hawk! In the end, I vomited blood. It was the price paid for dispersing my aura to protect Fox and Shiny. Thanks to that, Fox and Shiny were safe. However, the aura that proudly flowed through my veins had dried up, and the aura that had filled my heart had also hit bottom. I'm gonna die. This is it. I knelt down. No, let's die. Blood continuously flowed from my mouth. Let's die and return to the day before. I know what strategy the enemy will use, so I can counter it next time. Let's die. Dying is the only way to survive. Even amidst excruciating pain that wrung my head, I was searching for that lone path of life. No, a path of death. There's no aura left to block the next strike anyway. Don't block it. Let it be. I'm going to die. Cough. I spat out a lump of blood, and I waited for the 6th attack that was about to hit me. I hadn't expected a hunter as great as Constellation Killer to treat himself as the weaker party and me as the stronger, to attack me with all his might. But it was just this time. Only this time I hadn't known. Next time, in the next battle, I must cough. Coo. Ugh. Why? What are you doing? The next attack did not come. Hurry up and kill me, please. I struggled to raise my head. Bright blue pupils. Pupils. 9 pairs of blue surrounded me from all sides, looking down at me. I will not kill you. What? I will not kill you, the sky that gathers screams. Out of the 9 slaughter puppets, 5 approached me. Right arm, right leg, left leg. Each limb was grabbed, and even the nape of my neck was firmly pressed. My whole body was literally blocked by the puppets. I've done a lot of research on you. As they pressed on my nape, I couldn't even move my mouth freely. It was hard to breathe. No, it was a struggle just to breathe. given how they blocked my veins. Many constellations have taken an interest in you. I went around to each of them, wanting to know the facts they knew about you. Only after I annihilated 9 constellations did your outline become clear. It seems that not only did they deploy all 13 bodies to catch me, but they also killed 9 constellations just for information gathering. This crazy bastard. You are strong, and you became strong too quickly. Cool. It's abnormally quick to say you grew within a limited time. You might have immense talent, but I proposed a more rational hypothesis, namely that time is not limited for you. Damn it. I recalled the conversation I had with Constellation Killer before the fight started. We have definitely met before. I see. Are you a time manipulator? At that time, Constellation Killer had responded very plainly. I thought it was just his personality to be straightforward, but perhaps he had already suspected I possessed time powers even before the fight began. He had been so bland because he already anticipated it. Of course, I couldn't figure out how you were manipulating time. There were too many possibilities. However, no matter the case, it was clear that time was your resource and your strength. Thinking about it, Constellation Killer was always a hunter. He only went into battle after understanding who his enemy was, why they were strong, and what their weaknesses were. Already it feels like a long-lost past. When I first faced Constellation Killer on the 50th floor, didn't he also refuse to hunt monsters, saying, "To kill the one who dies split in half, as the name implies, one must precisely split in half. The true form of the screamer lies in its scream, thus kill it by drowning it in sound." A strategist who meticulously studied the enemy's weaknesses. That was Constellation Killer. And this time, Constellation Killer had thoroughly studied my existence before making his move. Therefore, I will not kill you, the sky that gathers screams. I will merely seal away your time. Sealing. How exactly? It's simple. I will distort the space-time here from the outside world, and I will encase you in ice, leaving you here. This ice isn't ordinary ice. It's ice that will never melt. You will forever be trapped here where time has stopped, unable to escape. I will make it so. Damn it. To put a person in eternal torture, you say those words quite calmly. I don't understand what you're saying. Constellation Killer tilted his head slightly and pulled a dagger from his pocket. You are not a person, are you? Whoosh. A chilling touch sliced through my chest and pierced my heart. Frost-stained claw, replica begins to seal you. The dagger Constellation Killer embedded in my heart was made of ice. As someone who had roamed worlds for countless eons, he must have acquired a variety of bizarre items. The ice dagger, part of Constellation Killer's collection, produced extraordinary effects as soon as it burrowed into my chest. Warning. After the seal is completed, you will only be able to think with your consciousness. Your world will be sealed in a moment. Remaining time, 61 seconds. Crackle, crack, creak. Ice formed from the spot where the knife was embedded. First around the chest, then the collarbones and shoulders spread out like blue flower buds blooming. Even if you send a message to your comrades now asking for reinforcements, it's already too late. Senses fading. It's utterly impossible for anyone to arrive here within 60 seconds to save you, and after 1 minute, this stage will be isolated. I will make it so. And as my senses faded, I realized that I had felt this coldness burrowing into my chest somewhere before. Winter? What did you say? Martial world. The sealing technique used on the yellow dragon who stays at the Dynasty Lake, is this it? Constellation Killer slightly tilted his head. Yes, it's surprising that you know even that. While searching for ways to defeat you, I found this item. I used multiple items when sealing the yellow dragon who stays at the Dynasty Lake, and there are clear records that this item was used alongside others. How could I forget? This sensation, this coldness, this chill, none other than the ice and snow where my master's world was eternally frozen. The yellow dragon who stays at the Dynasty Lake was originally a constellation that ruled over my master's world. The dragon had a sword of compassion embedded in its chest and rotted away, unable to die for eternity. It was Constellation Killer's doing. At the moment, I realized that not only the sword of compassion, but also this item now embedded in my heart had been used by Constellation Killer when he sealed the dragon. So, the winter that killed my master's world was now trying to kill me. Remaining sec. If I still had any strength left to clench my teeth, the grinding sound would have echoed throughout this space. Yes, Constellation Killer. I acknowledge it. You are a fearsome hunter. I finally understand why the Sword Emperor couldn't kill you and how you managed to draw with him. This time, I truly realize it. You, who deployed 13 bodies and poured all your effort, are undoubtedly on par with the Sword Emperor. You would not be outclassed even compared to the only one who reached the 99th floor. Remaining time, 19 seconds. So he pushed me into defeat, not a simple death, but a true defeat. If things continued this way, time would stop for me. The 81st floor stage would be isolated and fall away, turning into a deserted island unreachable by my comrades. Yes, if I had been alone. Remaining time. If I had been a solitary being like you, I would have no choice but to face defeat. Remaining time, 17 seconds. Raviel. The sky that gathers screams sends a message to the Lady of the Silver Lily. I'm sorry. The sky that gathers screams requests death from the Lady of the Silver Lily. Please die now. Constellation Killer looked at me and tilted his head again. I don't understand. The ice now covered my entire body. It was cold. My whole body was cold. The only parts not yet wrapped in the eternal frost were my face, just my eyes and mouth. Constellation Killer was observing the bare skin of my face that hardly spanned a palm's width. Why are you smiling? Is that so? Am I smiling? The ice had crawled up near my lips and I hadn't even noticed, but surely my lips were curved upwards. It wasn't a sneer, but a smile, genuinely born from happiness. Can you imagine? What? Someone who would die for you not even 10 seconds after hearing the request. My left eye was covered by ice. Do you have such a person? My right eye was trapped in ice. No, you don't. The bridge of my nose. For hundreds of years you had the chance but chose not to take it, always choosing to be alone. Eventually. That's why you lost to me, Constellation Killer. My lips. That's my heart. My heart. Just before freezing. A regressor's love activates. My breath stopped. You share a timeline with the other party. The timeline ends 2 seconds. Death closed my eyes before the winter could cover me. You have died. 1 second. In my head, 2 voices overlapped. Seal complete. You are sealed? You will return 24 hours earlier. Again. When I opened my eyes, what should we eat today? Well, I feel like having fish and chips after a long time. Aha, that's quite an unexpected choice. It was a place all too familiar to me. A communal living space. In the middle of a place where my comrades, friends, and family would gather whenever they wanted, talk whenever they felt like it, and eat whatever they craved, sitting on the sofa, I opened my eyes. I had returned 24 hours earlier. What do you think, Master? The heretic questioner, sitting on the opposite sofa, turned to look at me. No matter what, fish and chips are a bit too much. Huh? Master, you look strange. Huh? Following the heretic questioner's words, the Black Dragon Master, the Count, the Venomous Snake, and the Crusader also looked at me. Those who had shared time with me and promised to share more were staring at me. It's true. You do look strange. Exactly, like a tuna that thought it was biting into food but realized too late it was a plastic bag. Hey, what kind of face is that? Nisha, this is all because you suggested eating something bizarre like fish and chips. I'm convinced it would be better just to eat the French fries only. Ah, French fries sound good. Let's go with French fries. It's been quite a while. Back in the day when we were working hard, there were days when we had hamburgers for all 3 meals. That's a story from a very long time ago indeed. I smiled. Aha, really? It seems unlikely that I would lose. Bambolina. Yes, Master? Sorry, but could you bring me the alarm clock? The heretic questioner took out his smartphone and activated the alarm clock app. As he handed me the phone, he tilted his head in confusion. I will give it to you, but why are you suddenly looking for an alarm? Well, it's not exactly an alarm I need, but a stopwatch. Let's see here. I pressed the timer button. The clock, which had been at midnight, immediately started. I nodded my head with a smile. Yes, that should do it. Wait, let's see how long this takes. I don't know what this is about, but if Master needs it, then by all means use it. Thank you. I leaned back into the sofa. My friends looked at me as if I were strange, but eventually went back to their chatter, as if it were just another day. The menu for the night's snack was decided to be French fries. Venomous Snake went to the kitchen with Sylvia to fry the potatoes. 1 minute. A comfortable amount of time passed. 3 minutes. Crusader and the Count engaged in a lover's quarrel disguised as an argument. 6 minutes. The Black Dragon Master hit both of their heads with her flip-flops to stop them. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. 9 minutes. And when the phone screen marked 9 minutes and 21 seconds, "Hey, you can't do this here." The outside became noisy. One of the 4 Demon Lords' voices, who was in charge of the dorm's security, urgently cried out. Thud. Thud. The sound of footsteps, not just one person's, but dozens, echoed through the hallway into the living room. The Black Dragon Master and the Heretic Questioner immediately stood up. Dressed in gym clothes and flip-flops, and even though the Black Dragon Master was missing one slipper, they both wore infinitely guarded expressions. They stared down the hallway from the living room door at the approaching footsteps. This is a place where the heads of our tower gather. It's problematic to behave like this, no matter the situation. Shut up. You're noisy. Boom. The living room door was blown off. The friends, who were about to rush in thinking it was an attacker, paused when they saw who appeared in the doorway that had just lost its door. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they stared at the intruder. However, the intruder didn't care about the glares of the homeowners at all. With dozens of knights behind her, the intruder slowly turned her head to survey the living room. Our eyes met. The moment our eyes locked, I couldn't help but smirk. 9 minutes and 43 seconds. Raviel. For you, it was 13 minutes and 27 seconds. It has been proven that I am much faster than you. Gongja. Raviel smiled, her red eyes half closed. So, which bastard do we need to beat down? Chapter 375, Blue Blood, 3-3. Wait a moment, what on earth is going on? Black Dragon Master asked in dismay. The dormitory was already in an uproar due to Raviel's visit. For my friends who were enjoying a peaceful evening after work, this was indeed an untimely disturbance. Could it be that something major has happened in the Empire? Like a rebellion or an ambush, that's why suddenly... A rebellion and an ambush both happened, and on top of that, there was a poisoning. Master of the Black Dragon. What? Really? And fortunately, all 3 incidents were resolved recently. Now, I am here for a different matter concerning Gongja. Raviel naturally sat down on the sofa and looked at me, with eyes that seemed to demand an explanation. Although she didn't show it outwardly, I could tell from the sound of her heartbeat and breathing that Raviel was quite uneasy. As for the different matter, even I don't know the details. I am the one who wants to ask, what exactly is going on? Gongja. You who would be more reluctant to see my life taken once than to see yours severed 1,000 times. Why did you make such a request? I can't help but be curious. Before I knew it, not only Raviel, but also all my colleagues were looking at me. Raviel demanded an explanation, and the colleagues wanted one too. I took a deep breath. This was the beginning of the strategy meeting. Yes, Raviel. If it were something that could be resolved by me dying 1,000 times, I would never have asked you for such a request. Then I would have risked never meeting Raviel again forever. The eyes of everyone in the common living room were piercing through my face. In 24 hours from now, I will be in danger of being permanently sealed. Silence fell. People's reaction speeds varied, but naturally Raviel was the first to understand. She pulled out her fan and propped her chin with it, muttering, I see, so that's what it was. Next to grasp the essence of my words, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, was the Crusader, Patricia. Patricia crossed her arms and stared intently this way. Indeed, the enemy who came up with the most effective tactic against Kim Gongja has appeared. In 24 hours, does that mean you have just regressed a day? Yes. If someone is somewhat aware of your abilities, and if that person is sufficiently powerful and mighty, it's inevitable that you would face such a predicament eventually. Don't worry, Kim Gongja. Patricia's words helped the other colleagues gradually start to guess the situation. Count nodded with an aha, and Black Dragon Master sighed with a ah. Since I had revealed to these colleagues that I was a regressor, they understood quickly. Only Venomous Snake looked around cluelessly. Hey, what's going on? Why do you all look like you understand? I don't get it at all. It's simple, Liao Fan. Kim Gongja does not die no matter how many times he is killed. Rather, he grows stronger with each death. Thus, the only solution is to seal him away without regard for the means. Patricia explained as if it were nothing significant. Isolating him so that no one else can help, and blocking him from taking his own life, effectively paralyzing him for a long duration. Oh, yes, I see what you mean, but how did you understand what Gongja was talking about so quickly? Because it was a tactic included in the plans I had devised to eliminate Kim Gongja. It's a strategy I've concocted myself, so how could I not know? Huh? What did you say? Ignore it. It's a story that's no longer important. Patricia shook her head once and then looked at me. So, Gongja, who is it? Who tried to seal you away? Just thinking about it is easy, but to actually execute it is extremely difficult. Is there such a formidable enemy? I nodded. Yes, the person is named Constellation Killer. An explanation about who Constellation Killer was continued for a while. Throughout my explanation, my colleagues' expressions grew serious. Even the worst fashion combo of gym clothes and 3-striped slippers couldn't fully mask their grave looks. That's because my elimination would essentially mean the collapse of the entire lion world. It might sound arrogant, but realistically, my existence is too crucial for Lion World. It's overly central. First, the 5 major guilds have settled past grievances and collaborated around me. Second, the Agem Empire worships Goddess of Protection as a deity, and the Goddess of Protection calls me the hero and follows me. Thanks to this authority, I can intervene in the Agem Empire. Third, the same goes for Raviel's empire. Effectively, the strategic marriage between Raviel and me ensures smooth communication between both worlds. Fourth, there's even no need to mention Uburka's world where he was born. I am the pillar of the lion world. The harmony between numerous different races and worlds solely depends on my life. It must not collapse, nor can its disappearance be permitted. Truly, it's a convoluted fate. Raviel broke the heavy silence. The Constellation Killer we are discussing is my ancient ancestor. Our family was originally commoners, but we quickly rose to the core of power after receiving the favor of the hero who saved the nation, and Constellation Killer left the family with the Wish Sword before he departed. Wish Sword, the very sword Raviel had thrust into her own heart while facing the mirror. I used the Wish Sword and became a constellation for a while. Because I became a constellation, my world was recorded in the apocalypse. Because it was recorded, Gongja, I was able to meet you. Yes, Raviel. Fate is indeed strange, I always feel that. And Kim Yule was the reason the director started the orphanage, and thanks to the director, I became who I am today. Isn't it a cause and effect that transcends strangeness and borders on the bizarre? Yes, I understand the strange fate. Anastasia, who had been frowning the entire time, spoke up. What are you planning to do now? Naturally, I plan to pay him back. With that one sentence, the night was over for us. We sat around a table in the living room, and the subordinates needed for the operation were summoned. The Count called forth the cat that bit a gold coin. The enemy we were about to face was a natural predator of constellations. It was best to seek advice from a constellation's mouth. Constellation Killer. Meow. To be frank, it's difficult. In response to the question, what should we do to eliminate Constellation Killer, the calico cat waved its tail. Constellation Killer has officially cleared up to the 90th floor as a hunter, and hunters who have cleared up to the 90th floor are basically given their own sanctuaries. I know, it's like the Grand Library Sanctuary, isn't it? We just need to break into that sanctuary, don't we? Meow? That's true, but... The cats made a subtle expression. They exchanged glances with each other and then cautiously observed my reaction. That's where the problem arises. Screaming Sky Nim. No hunter to date, even constellations themselves, has set foot in Constellation Killer's sanctuary. No, there are hardly any constellations who even possess minimal information about Constellation Killer's sanctuary. Why? The essence of Constellation Killer's sanctuary is concealment. Concealment. Woof, more precisely, it's closer to ignorance. As you know, Screaming Sky Nim, Constellation Killer tosses away his memories more easily than a used tissue. Whether it's about his own life, what kind of person he is, or why he needs to go around killing constellations, no one knows, and probably Constellation Killer himself doesn't know well either. Therefore, ignorance is truly the essence of Constellation Killer. Woof, we do not know where he is. Even if he were right in front of us, we wouldn't know who he is. Even if we have the place he's at right before our eyes, it will probably be impossible to go there. I sighed deeply. Nobody recognized that child, and nothing has changed since Kim Yule sat by the classroom window. Snake! I looked down at the snake coiled around my wrist. Keek? You know the coordinates of Constellation Killer's sanctuary, don't you? The snake flicked its tongue. The eye living in the labyrinth boasts that there is no sanctuary whose coordinates it does not know. The cats sitting on the table perked up their ears. Ah, indeed. If it's Hishmith crits, we can probably know the coordinates. Ignorance is not knowing the truth, and secrecy is concealing the truth. Both share the commonality of the truth being ignored, meow. And Hishmith crits is a constellation that reveals the truth, or so to speak. The cat that bid a gold coin look at you with newfound interest. With Hishmith crits, there's hardly any world we can't roughly go to. We can buy anything if we are there. Woof. Really, you've only collected the most useful constellations, screaming Skynim. It's totally overpowered. Can we go if we just have the coordinates? I ignored the cat's sighs and asked. The snake confidently flicked its tongue more vigorously, but then slightly bowed its head. The eye living in the labyrinth denies that. The eye living in the labyrinth compares it to seeing a military facility right in front of you, but says breaking security to infiltrate it is a completely different issue. The eye living in the labyrinth confesses that it only knows that such a place exists, not how to get in there. As expected. Constellation Killer didn't hide a secret, but erased the memories that could become secrets altogether. The snake could sense that something was there, but couldn't reveal what that something was. But, I turned my head. What even Constellation Killer discarded and lost, I have by my side. Across the table. There sat the subordinates who had gathered here in response to the summons. Among them, I called the name of the man who would be key in this operation, Kim Yule C. You probably have the authority to enter Constellation Killer's sanctuary. Kim Yule, the origin of Constellation Killer, silently looked at me. That's right. I don't know how robust the security system of Constellation Killer's sanctuary was. Even if I knew, there was no guarantee it could be breached. However, it was too clear who the person that security would automatically let pass was. Our strategy is simple. Hishmith crits will disclose the coordinates, and Kim Yul Sai will cross over using those coordinates. Kim Yul Si, please establish a bridge for us. Then an attack team, including myself, will immediately rush over. Understood, family head. If the enemy cowardly attacks with 13 bodies, then we will counter even more cowardly with greater numbers. You don't need to wait long until we arrive. 1 moment. Please hold out alone for just 1 moment. While Kim Yul was nodding briefly, the cat that bit a gold coin urgently opened its mouth. Wait, just a minute. Please wait, screaming Skynim. First, I understand that this person has access rights, but Constellation Killer's sanctuary is a place with a hierarchy of at least the 90th floor. Is that so? Meow, of course. There are conditions to gain access to such a place. The cat stretched out its toes while exposing pink jelly. First, in cases where one's own sanctuary is provided to the tower, it's like how the one with tasty ankles connected his world to 20th floor, just as I have connected mine to the 70th floors. Who is the one with tasty ankles? He is also known as Hamustra. Why are he called that? Is that really important now? Please focus on the story. It feels extremely important to the extent that at this moment it seems like nothing else is important. Everyone wore expressions of intense concern, but the cat continued explaining regardless. Second, the case where one's own sanctuary is connected, like the 60th floors. Usually subordinate worlds are connected, but there are cases where one's own world is directly linked. The one with tasty knees is such a case. And who is that? Also called Mutia. Tasty, is it? Are Mutia's knees tasty? If the first is akin to a service duty to the tower, the second is closer to a business method for accumulating power as a constellation. They seem similar. Well, they actually are similar. As for this, Screaming Skynim will know more details when you actually reach the 90th floor. However, these two methods share a common aspect in a different sense. They imply that one can set their own access rights to the sanctuary. I nodded. Any other methods? Third is the administrator of the entire tower. For example, the pillars themselves provide access routes. The one who tastes like delicious liquor was caught by you using this method. Hishmith Kritz let out a screech. The cat continued speaking while smacking its lips towards Hishmith Kritz. Other than that, well, you have to be in the comparable status. Screaming Sky Nim, you would qualify, but that human would not. I chuckled. In short, Kim Yul has the authority to go to Constellation Killer's sanctuary, but not the qualifications to go to the 90th floor. Conversely, I have the qualifications to go to a 90th floor, but not the authority to go to Constellation Killer's sanctuary. One could say that each of us is missing one necessary requirement. It's okay. But put another way, it meant that we could compensate for what the other lacked. And Kim Yul and I were already bound together. We were in a relationship where we could call each other informally. Kim Yul is my apostle, my hands and feet, so he can go not as but as apostle of the constellation named Screaming Sky. Ha! Indeed. The calico cat looked back and forth between me and Kim Yul, and then opened its mouth. If he truly is an apostle, it's possible. If the constellation permits, an apostle can possess the same qualifications as the constellation itself. Kim Yul regained his memories because of me and was revived by me. Now that I have been completed as a constellation, it is fitting to call Kim Yul my apostle. Not just Kim Yul, Estelle, Sylvia, the 4 demon lords, and the believers of the infernal heavens. All who received life from me are now equally my apostles. Therefore, this operation has become possible. Kim Yul will cross over first as my apostle, as our vanguard. Just as the ox that harvests ruins had once led apostle the Lady of the Golden Silk to invade Raviel's world, this time I will lead Kim Yul to invade the sanctuary of Constellation Killer. And as soon as you arrive, please call for me. Summon me. Then I will rush over immediately with my apostles and followers all at once. All the pieces of the puzzle were in place. With the eye living in the labyrinth, we know the coordinates. With Kim Yul, we can enter the sanctuary. Since I am Kim Yul's constellation, I can respond to his call. Others, being my apostles or followers, can cross over with me. Everything we have achieved, from the 10th to the 80th floor, made this operation possible. Meow. Understood. At least from our perspective, there are no problems. The cat that bit a gold coin also guaranteed the success of the operation, so now all that was left was to execute the plan. But apostles? Followers? Black Dragon Master muttered bewilderedly. Wait a minute, I wasn't called out when Gongjia was breaking through the heavenly floors. I'm neither an apostle nor a follower or anything. Then you can stay home and watch the house. Count fanned herself leisurely. Just so you know, I've become follower of Gongjia. Being recognized in the heavenly floors as a follower was synonymous with becoming a follower of Gongjia. Then the first person to become a follower was me. Crusader leisurely fanned not herself but the Count. Thinking about it, Anastasia wasn't called as a judge, huh? Is that so? She didn't meet the qualifications. That's regrettable. She often brags about how she was the first to become friends with Gongjia and whatnot, but in the end, true camaraderie is proven in places like this, isn't it? I am, for now, a follower of my master too. One by one, Crusader, Venomous Snake, and Heretic Questioner spoke. Surrounded by the group, the Black Dragon Master suddenly glared at me with eyes blazing with some emotion, and as if she felt betrayed by me, she exclaimed, I'll convert, but weren't you an atheist? Chapter 376. The place called Sanctuary, 1-1. The declaration from Black Dragon Master that she intended to convert was no joke. You are recruiting a follower. Black Dragon Master becomes your follower. You can now bestow blessings and powers onto Black Dragon Master. Our contract was sealed merely with the exchange. Will you really believe in me? Yes. Really? Yes. Really. So just hurry up and make the contract. That was the end of it. There were no other formalities. Is it supposed to be this rushed normally? Woof. That can't be right. The cat that bit a gold coin looked at us incredulously. It's ridiculous to form a follower contract without even offering a skill card. You guys are strange. Is that so? Yes. Above all, a constellation and a follower must trust each other. A follower needs to believe they won't be stabbed in the back by the constellation, and the constellation needs to believe the follower won't betray them. Moreover, a significant connection between them is required. I guess we belong to a unique case. However, this felt normal to me. Not only Black Dragon Master, but Crusader and Count had also easily agreed to become followers just like that. This isn't normal at all. Meow. What kind of life have you been living? While the calico cat made a disgusted expression, the preparations were all finished. The raid party assembled in the spacious garden of the communal dormitory, a total of 12 people. Kim Yule, Estelle, Uberka, Sylvia, and the 4 demon lords were selected from among the vassals. The participants among my companions included Black Dragon Master, Heretic Questioner, Venomous Snake, and Crusader. Including myself, there were 13 people. That was the exact number to match 1-1 with the slaughter puppets of Constellation Killer. We could pretty much end most worlds with just this lineup. Surveying the might of the raid party, Sylvia clicked her tongue. Frankly speaking, Sylvia and the 4 demon lords, including Crusader, weren't skilled enough to confront Constellation Killer. However, they could certainly buy some time. While they held off, I would quickly eliminate the slaughter puppets and go to assist them. Constellation Killer is a foe capable of ravaging most world too. It can't be helped. If they didn't cowardly push with numbers, then I could have fought him fairly one-on-one. Family head. If what I heard from Estelle, didn't you also overpower the Devil King with numbers too? All right. Is everyone ready? Hey, Head Chamberlain Sylvia. Everyone else is ready to jump into battle, so why are you the only one slacking off? Hurry up and get ready. Fuck. I'm really gonna quit the Head Chamberlain position someday because it's so dirty. Sylvia muttered as she stepped back. I turned my gaze and looked down at the snake bracelet wrapped around my wrist. Hishmith crits. Keek. Pinpoint the coordinates of Constellation Killer. The snake bracelet twitched its head and then slithered off my wrist. I felt its slimy touch wrap around the back of my hand as I walked over to Kim Yule. Then I grabbed Kim Yule's right hand. You temporarily transfer the ownership of the eye living in the labyrinth to Kim Yule. Slither. The snake bracelet moved from my fingertips over to Kim Yule's fingers. Kim Yule furrowed his brow slightly at the unfamiliar touch of snake scales. It feels odd. My chest feels a bit stuffy. Is this what it feels like to be surrounded by a constellation? Ah, yes. It's like having the paperweight added to your breath. That's so. Has the family head always been carrying such burdens? Once you get used to it, it's surprisingly comfortable. Kim Yule just stared at me intensely without another word. Silence ensued. Only the snake bracelet on his wrist hissed quietly, repeatedly letting out low a soft sound. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its authority. The eye living in the labyrinth begins to search the sanctuary of Constellation Killer. Searching in progress. I closed my lips. Could the snake bracelet really locate the sanctuary of Constellation Killer? It had assured us it was entirely possible, but I wondered if that was true. The time it took for a single drop of candle wax to melt and drip had passed. Search complete. The eye living in the labyrinth has pinpointed the sanctuary of Constellation Killer. Good. I exhaled the breath I had been holding. Yet it was too early to relax. The army aiming to siege the fortress had only just discovered its location. Don't worry, Kim Gongja. Kim Yule broke the silence. The enemy does not anticipate our surprise attack. This operation will definitely succeed. Yes, but Constellation Killer is a hunter prepared for all eventualities. Even if unexpected, there likely is a manual for when his sanctuary is invaded. There probably is. However, he would never have prepared for an invasion by himself. Kim Yule took something out of his pocket. A hair tie. Not the yellow rubber band handed him in mockery by the villains, but the hair tie I had gifted him when I accepted him as my vassal. Constellation Killer will undoubtedly hesitate for a moment. All we need is that moment of hesitation. If you need 1 second, I will buy you that second. Kim Yule tied his hair with the tie. Tens of thousands of strands of hair gathered into a single bundle. Seemingly resolved, Kim Yule muttered softly, "Teleport." Flash! A white light enveloped Kim Yule's entire body. He disappeared into the light shortly after, and I began counting in my mind. My lips twitched. 1 second. By now, Kim Yule would have arrived at the sanctuary of Constellation Killer. 2 seconds. Constellation Killer would have detected the intruder and immediately initiated interception. A normal constellationer hunter would be first shocked by the fact that their never-before-breached sanctuary was invaded. However, Constellation Killer wouldn't. He would simply act according to the preset manual. 3 seconds. But the identity of the intruder was someone no manual could account for, because it was himself. Here, Constellation Killer would momentarily halt the interception to verify whether the intruder was indeed his exact double. Therefore, 4 seconds. Kim Yule could keep the promise he made to me. Your apostle earnestly calls for you. A voice echoed in my head. I maximized my aura to stretch out my sense of time. Regardless of how my time flowed, the voice coming from the isolated underground first floor from all stages sounded solemnly. Your apostle asks that you be with him at his location. Will you descend? Faced with this new message, I did not hesitate. To inform the raid party waiting around that I was deploying, I deliberately shouted, Yes. A black shadow covered the top of my foot. Under normal circumstances, I would have simply perceived it as being enveloped in black light. But in this severely extended moment, I could examine the details of the black light. It resembled human hands, arms rose from the shadow, fingers caught on the tip of my foot, palms grasped my ankles, arms painted in pitch black like noise crawled up innumerably. There were countless hands, but for some reason I could distinguish each anonymous arm. They were differentiated. They were the hands, the arms, of the people I had killed, whose traumas I had glimpsed. Among them was Kim Yule's hand. I reached out and grabbed his plea. You respond to the call of your apostle. Countless palms crawled up and enveloped my entire body, descending. And thus I was transferred, buried in the black hands. 6 seconds. The next moment greeted me with a scene familiar, yet not. It was a junkyard. Outdated scraps of metal and emptied plastics were merely waiting for someone to pick them up. No one did, so the garbage piled up into mounds all the way to the horizon. Summoned from the sky, I plummeted down, looking over the junkyard that stretched to the ends of the world. You have entered the sanctuary of Constellation Killer. The sunset was dazzling. The glow of the setting sun struck past me and illuminated the junkyard on the ground. 7 seconds. Like the ancient ruins left in an old ruined city, the garbage was heaped into mounds, at the very top of those massive graves. Like an orange half-peeled and discarded plastic bottles dangled loosely from their labels. The labels, once blue, had faded to gray. The scrap metals were stripped of their coating, exposing the inner parts. In that place where all colors faded and all metal degenerated, there were those who brandished silver iron swords, their silver hair fluttering about. They all looked identical. 8 seconds. But they were not the same at all. 12 slaughter puppets charged towards a single human. They were in the middle of charging. They simultaneously sensed my presence and all at once lifted their heads. My descent from the high skies met with 12 pairs of eyes. I drew my holy sword. 9 seconds. And I muttered under my breath. The sky that gathers screams calls its apostles and followers. Several apostles respond to your call. Several followers respond to your call. Pitch-black shadows formed around me, still descending from the sky. An apostle of the sky that gathers screams manifests. A follower of the sky that gathers screams is summoned. There were 11 shadows. Like fragments of a shattered meteor, we plummeted fiercely. The fierce wind grazed my cheeks. Initially enveloped in pitch-black shadows, my allies, as they faced the wind, shed their blackness, revealing their faces. Some blinked in wonder, some furrowed their brows against the strong headwind, and others grasped the hilts of their swords, looking down at the ground. Transfer! And Black Dragon Master used her ability without hesitation. Black Dragon Master activated the instant transfer skill, collecting the scattered, falling allies one by one. She was a hunter with a keen sense of aura herself. Black Dragon Master wasted no seconds, linking the 11 members of the raid party from hand to hand. Kim Gongja! Black Dragon Master reached out to me last. Grab on. What was there to hesitate about? I grabbed Black Dragon Master's bare hand. 15 seconds. The next moment, we were on the ground. Constellation Killer was taking a defensive stance due to our emergence, but the time he was allowed was merely 6 seconds. Initially, he deployed a net to attack Kim Yule alone, then changed its formation to intercept me, and finally had to adjust again to respond to the 13 invaders. 16 seconds. 3 times, unanticipated situations successively hit him. 3 times, Constellation Killer was denied the time to adjust by us. 17 seconds. And we were not weak enough to fail to hunt a prey that had shown vulnerabilities 3 times. Swish! My sword was the first to slice through a slaughter puppet. It was the one closest to Kim Yule. With 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, I sent sword paths in 3 directions, dismembering the limbs of the slaughter puppet. Urge! Following me, the next to swing weapon was Uberka. Uberka swung his axe, severing both legs of another slaughter puppet in one swoop. Under normal circumstances, Constellation Killer would have engaged Uberka in an evenly matched battle. However, Black Dragon Master's transfer was a surprise attack. Constellation Killer fell without being able to assume a proper stance. The fight that started as 13-13 quickly changed to 13-11. If you are confused by the earlier mention of 12 against 1 and now it's 13 against 1, note that the main Constellation Killer is not included in the earlier group of 12 and is likely commanding those 12 puppets. I see. One of the Constellation Killers among the slaughter puppets muttered, "Screaming Sky, are you a prophet?" The balance of the fight rapidly tipped. The remaining 11 slaughter puppets were forced to scatter and fight us individually. Uberka and Kim Yule joined forces to slay another puppet. 13-10. Did you foresee my plan to seal you and attack this place first? No, I am not a prophet, I am a regressor. Kim Yule, Uberka, and Sylvia teamed up and charged at a new puppet. By this point, the slaughter puppets had barely managed to regain their composure. Clashes began to erupt everywhere. The sharp cries of Black Dragon Master and the spirited shouts of Crusader tore through the sunset. A regressor? Impossible. I anticipated that you might be a time manipulator and prepared almost perfect countermeasures. If I had been alone, it would have been perfect. I charged at Constellation Killer. Seeing me rapidly approaching, Constellation Killer bit his lip momentarily. What calculations were being made in his head right now? How quickly was he reviewing the numbers? I had no way of knowing what was in his mind, but I clearly heard the voice that Constellation Killer uttered as he opened his lips. I discard the memories of the past 29 days. Chapter 377, The Place Called Sanctuary. 2. You. Why do you keep forgetting your memories? Lafanta Ajim turned his head towards the direction the voice came from. A woman was staring intently at him, resting her chin on her hand. Was her name Avancia? To avoid change. To avoid change? Have you ever seen someone who has resolved to live for over 1,000 years? Lafanta Ajim opened his notebook and read the records about the woman. There weren't many lines. Originally a maid tending to a garden, she was ennobled above the aristocracy. She likes my face. She gave birth to my child. His gaze lingered on the last line for a moment. Child. Even now, the woman had a newborn baby on her lap. The baby reached out its arms saying, "Ah," and the woman teased the baby with her finger. No. A hero like you is rare. To live 1,000 years, one needs a special resolve. Everything changes. A portrait painted to remember someone fades, and a sword intended to kill someone rusts. 1,000 years is enough time for things you want to preserve or destroy to change. That was a passage Lafanta Ajim had written in his notebook. Whenever he lost his memories, Lafanta Ajim read this passage, and each time he read it, he nodded slowly in agreement. I am weak. I don't have the confidence to endure for 1,000 years. There's no basis to believe I could endure it. That's why I discard time. Once you discard 1,000 years, it's merely a moment. If you fear betrayal, then just eliminate the time when betrayal can occur. The wind blew. The spring was mixed into the wind. The spring wind differed from the winter wind as it was a bit more humid, and that humidity felt softly at the tip of the nose. On the woman's lap, the baby waved its hands around, trying to catch the wind. Time melting away. That is my way. You must think I'm foolish. The woman opened her mouth to speak. No, she tried to. Lafanta Ajim stood up, thereby pushing away the woman's impending intrusion into his time. Change is a human privilege. I wanted to remain human by having a child and leaving a lineage, but at the same time, I discarded my memories to avoid changing forever. I sought to remain human while simultaneously refusing to be one. Truly an oxymoron. The woman opened her mouth again, but Lafanta Ajim turned his back faster. But it doesn't matter. Though Lafanta Ajim couldn't see because he had turned his back, the woman shivered for a moment. From the tone of his muttering, "But it doesn't matter," she felt the presence of something very unfamiliar for the first time. After all, everyone deceives themselves into thinking they are human. As long as such people live in this world, I will always be more human than they are. The woman didn't know, nor could Lafanta Ajim himself know, that this was the last lingering impression left by the being named Kim Yule. The woman barely opened her lips as she watched Lafanta Ajim's back getting further away. "Are you leaving? Just like this?" "Yes. Wasn't it the agreement to stay only until the baby could walk? Why won't you allow anyone to stay by your side?" "Because it's not necessary." Lafanta Ajim glanced back slightly. "Perhaps there was a time when I too needed someone else. If that were the case, I can only answer you like this. It's too late. I know that you used me to become a noble. That too doesn't matter. However, as much as possible, use your power for whom it's not too late yet. That remains as it is, becoming the family motto of the Avancia dukedom." There was no way the woman harbored any love or compassion for the citizens of the empire. She merely found a way to satisfy both her taste and her thirst for power. But still, why did Lafanta Ajim's words remain as a family motto? "I discard all memories of Avancia." With those words, Lafanta Ajim walked out of the garden. Transfer. The wind blew. In the place where spring had arrived, he no longer existed. 3. I discard the memories of the past 29 days. A flash of pure white light suddenly rushed to pierce through my body. I raised the holy sword to counterattack. While countering, I wondered where the slaughter puppets had gathered memories worth 29 days. Even if one had fought with the sword saint, where had the other 12 been? They must have been here, in this junkyard, simply wasting time meant to be discarded. "Where do you think you're going?" Black Dragon Master shouted just as the flash emitted by Constellation Killer and my blade were about to collide. Her mirrors intervened and blocked the path between us. "If you want to kill Kim Gongja, you have to get my permission first. He's an expensive bastard." Pachang, clang, chiang! 3 mirrors shattered as they intercepted the flash. But starting from the 4th mirror, the flash was slantedly reflected. The 5th, 6th, each reflection caused the flash to bend more sharply. Finally, it rushed back towards Constellation Killer. Although the strike was infinitely weaker than when Constellation Killer had launched it, but there was no way to avoid raising a sword to block it. Taking advantage of the moment when Constellation Killer was forced to block his own attack, I plunged towards him without hesitation. If it had been a year's worth of memories, we might have been defeated. The slaughter pupite couldn't block the combined attack of Anastasia and me. The holy sword sliced across the pupite's shoulder. 13-9. The difference in numbers between allies and enemies widened once more. But you couldn't bear even a month's time. Kim Yule and Uberka, leading a separate unit, actively used the numerical advantage. They helped the Crusader who was struggling to endure the fight. When any slaughter pupite tried to discard time, Kim Yule and Uberka coordinated their efforts to confront it. Because if you live longer than a month, that's when life begins. Bursts of sound erupted all around. To face an unknown, formidable enemy like me, you needed to gather as much time as possible. But the longer you lived, the more memories you retained, the more anxious you became. I immediately dashed towards the next slaughter pupite. The slaughter pupite did not just let me charge, it unleashed a flash that burst like a meteor shower. I sought out the tiny gaps and took steps. As I veered left, the meteors skewed to the left side. Ku-wung! The flash exploded, shredding the trash in its path. A crushed PET tea bottle soared into the air. A snack bag was torn to shreds and scattered into fragments. Navigating through the trash that could no longer hold or confine anything, I reached right in front of the slaughter pupite, fearing you might not want to discard anymore. I discard the memories. I have a pretty good idea how you ended up being 13 puppets. The pupite tried to discard its memories, but this time my sword was slightly faster. The situation was different from yesterday. No, from when I was ambushed tomorrow. There were no puppets clinging to my limbs, and instead my comrades were plentiful around me. 13-8. You are a hunter who has cleared up to the 90th floor. But to climb to the 90th floor, you also have to clear the heaven floors starting from the 80th floor. I turned to search for the next prey. To break through the heavenly floors, you need a judge. You need someone else to become your follower. But you not only refuse to have followers, you initially reject the very idea of others being involved with you. Flash, a red beam of light soared up from a distance. The crimson beam, resembling spilt blood, pierced through the graveyard of trash and split the sky at dusk. I glanced over and saw Estelle, breathing heavily while gripping the hilt of her sword. A slaughter pupite collapsed in front of Estelle with a thud. 13-7. That's why you needed puppets. The laughter of the heretic questioner echoed through the junkyard. His laughter, unlike any trash there, was so cheerful it was almost eerie. The heretic questioner manipulated his fingers and formed a mystic sign. A storm brewed as 6 kinds of divine miracles overlapped. Black Dragon Master, wrapped in these miracles, pierced through the chest of a slaughter pupite with her right hand. 13-6. You must have relied on puppets every time you ascended to heaven. No, you had no choice but to depend on puppets. You not only distrust others, but you also find it dreadful even for others to trust you. Only the existence of puppets could you barely tolerate. Uria! Cha-cha-cha! Venomous snake's chi surged courageously. One of the 4 demon lords grabbed a pupite, while Venomous Snake seized the opportunity to thrust. Infused with a pinch of happiness that humans people could savor in life, the master of Chenmumun slashed his sword. 13-5. You want to remain human until the end, 4, but you never trust people. 13-3. You don't believe that any 2 people are connected. That's why I said it. If I were alone, you would have won. 2. I don't think you are wrong. It's those damned bastards who are. It's the incessant wandering fools and the brute beasts of this world. But still. 13-1. Don't think everyone is just like you. I pointed my sword. Don't think only your blood is blood, Constellation Killer. The last remaining Constellation Killer knelt, his chin lifted by the tip of my sword. I, too, have obtained what I am now by shedding my own blood. The plastic pet bottle under Constellation Killer's knee crunched, creating a sound as it deformed. He was gasping for breath, looking up at me, and at my comrade standing behind me. The Constellation. A thin voice leaked from Constellation Killer's lungs. The Constellation merely strengthens those who already have power. Everyone present could understand. That Constellation Killer was beginning to leave his last words. Perhaps it was a warning or maybe even a curse, as fragments of words dripped from his blood-stained lips. Only those who have something left to sacrifice borrow power from the Constellation, whether it be money, secrets, connections, or souls. Those who still have something left, ultimately, are enveloped in the starlight of the Constellation and continue their lives. Constellation Killer's voice was not desperate. His expression was not earnest. It was merely setting like the sunset that clung to the junkyard, gradually losing the color of blood. There are people who don't even have anything left to give. There are those who add day to day in a world where, whether they speak up or hold their breath, no reply comes back. Only you all, being enveloped and living by the constellations. Why? It is an insult to those who can't even enjoy that. Constellation Killer looked up at me expressionlessly. If not everyone can reach heaven, at the very least everyone should start from hell. You must think I am foolish, but it doesn't matter. No. The person who replied no wasn't me. A man identical to Constellation Killer grabbed my shoulder and pushed me back, then walked up to Constellation Killer. Kim Yul looked down at Constellation Killer. Kim Gongja does not think you are foolish. He believes he has no right to think so. It is I who think you are foolish. And at the same time, it is you as well. Constellation Killer twitched his lips. There was no way to guess what he realized upon seeing Kim Yul right in front of him. Constellation Killer had no way to understand why there was a human who looked exactly like him here, if that human really was exactly like him, and if so, why he was hostile towards him. Thus, Constellation Killer's retort was more instinctual than logical. Aren't you afraid? Constellation Killer simply asked. He looked up at my face and Kim Yul's face alternately, asking in an infinitely small voice, What are you trying to do? You. What exactly are you trying to do? It took a while before Kim Yul nodded. I am afraid. And he lifted his sword. But it doesn't matter. The sunset was severed. As the blade traversed the setting sun, it cut a life slightly redder than the sunset. Constellation Killer is annihilated. That was the finale of the most feared hunter among the constellations. Chapter 378, The Place Called Sanctuary. 3, 4. Constellation Killer is annihilated. Thud. Having lost, Constellation Killer buried himself in the trash heap. The silver hair fluttered as if spreading across the surface of water. It was as if one was looking at a pile of cut strings from a puppet. This world does not possess a constellation. A still voice echoed throughout the world. World Destruction's Condition 1 is satisfied. There are no apostles in this world. World Destruction's Condition 2 is satisfied. There are no believers in this world. World Destruction's Condition 3 is satisfied. From somewhere, the growling of a beast could be heard. Warning. All conditions have been met. Initially, the beast's growling only echoed from the outskirts of the world, but soon it closed rapidly from all directions. The ground shook, and the mountains of trash rising on the horizon trembled. The trash from the mountain peaks tumbled down with a crashing sound. It was not the sound of a beast. It was the sound of this place collapsing and sinking. The world will be destroyed. The sunset shattered into pieces. The sky turned into a sheet of glass and shattered as soon as it became glass. The fragments of glass, still imprinted with the pre-split sunset, fell down. Kwung! A piece of glass, quarter the size of the sky, fell far onto a trash mountain. The trash mountain collapsed, spewing countless plastic bottles. The glass also shattered into pieces. Billions of glass fragments scattered, each still marked with the sunset, making the pieces appear red. So the garbage dump seemed to be sprinkling blood droplets in the air. It's beautiful. It wasn't hard to understand why Crusader muttered this absent-mindedly. Covered in cuts from fighting a slaughter puppet, Crusader looked up at the broken sky, clutching a wound on her forearm. It's like the world is blessing its own destruction. If destruction come like this, it's not too bad. If this is the scenery I'll see at the end. What are you idly critiquing here for? The Black Dragon Master shouted angrily. Hurry up and run away, you fool, unless you want to die crushed under glass fragments. But Anastasia, look, to run away from such a spectacle, it would be too inhumane. Stop spouting nonsense. I was forced into a promise by Nisha. If I don't bring you back safely, my remaining life will be joyless. The Black Dragon Master forcibly grabbed Crusader's wrist. Kim Gongja, I'll note down help as a debt, but first, I'll take this fool back to Babylon, so do as you please. Ah, it's such a pity. Think about it. If I must die, I want my cause of death to be stabbed to death by the sunset. If I could just stay a bit longer. Transfer! A white light enveloped the two. The Crusader, filled with regret, soon disappeared engulfed in the radiance. Then I will take my leave as well, Master. Father, I will retreat first. Pop! Flash! Other companions and vassals also escaped from the collapsing world. In the next moment, only Kim Yul and I remained. We silently watched the world crumble into red. Suddenly I realized that there were only 2 people in this world now. I wondered if Crusader's oddity had been passed on to me. Thinking that the world had barely left anything to still be called a world, yet for some reason, I wanted to linger here a bit longer. Why was it a landfill? Kim Yul's voice was heard beside me. I did not turn my head. I simply looked up at the redness of the world side by side. While some relationships require eye contact to communicate, others are content with merely sharing breaths in the same air. Why was it here of all places? I have no fond memories of home. I lost my indoor shoes on Wednesday and had to wear outdoor shoes to school until Saturday. Right after class on Saturday, I came back and searched through the trash around the house to see if someone had thrown away the indoor shoes. In the world that only Kim Yul and I were left, his tone was a bit different. Maybe it hadn't changed, but rather momentarily returned to normal. I found one shoe but couldn't find the other. You can't exactly go to school wearing only one indoor shoe. I couldn't find it even after Sunday passed, so I was about to give up, but on Monday morning, the remaining shoe was there. My father had found it overnight. I see. Yeah, but they didn't match. The sizes were different. I don't think my father stayed up all night worrying and caring for me. He probably felt like I was trying to get his attention by roaming the trash all weekend. Kim Yul muttered, That's the best memory I have related to my father. Kim Yul moved his hand. Only then did I turn my head to look at him. He was undoing the hair tie from his hair and putting it back into his pocket. Constellation Killer must have discarded all memories of Kim Yul's past. Why he chose this place as the scenery of his sanctuary, how he could have chosen it, I don't know. As the hair tie was removed, Kim Yul's tone returned to normal during those brief moments. Maybe even if forgotten from the mind, it's engraved in the soul. What a silly notion. But like this, it has adorned a corner of the tower, including you and me. 13 people have seen this place. Yeah. And then I thought I saw Kim Yul smile very faintly. After that day, a few pairs of unused indoor shoes began to pile up in a corner of the house. When I think about it, it doesn't seem like such a bad memory. Thump. Kim Yul elbowed me gently. I will go ahead, family head. This is no longer my home. With the word transfer, Kim Yul was enveloped in a light, and thus I was left alone in the world. The horizon had completely collapsed. Stripped glass pieces from the sky had all crashed to the ground, and plastic and scrap metal scattered through the air. A pitch-black darkness swallowed the world from its edges. I finally looked down at the remains of the slaughter puppets for the last time. After capturing the sight of 13 decapitated puppets one last time, I let out the last voice to be recorded in this world. Transfer. You are being transferred to the 81st floor. Thus, the world closed its eyes, welcoming the pitch-black darkness. 5. As soon as I returned to the 81st floor, I was greeted by the somewhat listless voice of a magician. Good job, Screaming Sky. Even though it was you, I thought you might lose this time. But annoyingly, you killed Constellation Killer. The Wand of Ages stood there, leaning on a broken wand. In this stage, still enveloped in darkness, the magician looked like a white orchid blooming this future sanctuary of mine. You were out of options fighting, weren't you? It was more than just my mind. If Raviel had hesitated even slightly, I would have been forever preserved here. Yes. To give you an update, since you wouldn't know, all the constellations residing in the tower are in an uproar because of you. The death of Constellation Killer was just announced a moment ago. I shrugged my shoulders. Honestly, it's not the first time I've caused a commotion among the constellations. They should be getting used to my existence by now. How annoying. Do you only act particularly annoyingly in front of me, or is it just my imagination? Anyway, there's something I want to consult with you about. Look at you shamelessly changing the subject. The magician sighed. Well, losers must graciously endure their humiliation. What consultation? Is it perhaps a question related to your sanctuary? Yes, it's about the skill 100 Ghost Reincarnation that I possess. I opened my palm. Open. Whoosh! Golden sparks overflowed from the center of my palm, soon forming the shape of a card. Plus. Rank. SSS-Class. Effect. Summons those you have directly killed. The dead do not inherit their abilities from when they were alive. However, if you wish, the summoned can inherit their memories and appearance from when they were alive. If you do not wish, they are summoned as mere monsters. The magician nodded after looking at my card. Right. It's your trademark, isn't it? The skill you've used most and owe the most to. So is there anything left to consult about it? Yes, especially this part. If you do not wish, they are summoned as mere monsters. What about it? Can I decide what type of monster they will be summoned as? The magician blinked. That is, wait a moment, let me think. He paused, resting his chin in his hand, then glanced at me. First of all, I don't know why you asked such a question. Normally, when you summon the 100 ghosts as monsters, they take the form of skeletons. It's to maintain balance, of course. Imagine if they were all summoned as bone dragons instead. It would be disastrous, so you can't really choose the type of monster. Ah, that part is not a problem. I waved my hand. I'm thinking of summoning them in a much weaker form than skeletons. Even weaker than skeletons. The magician furrowed his brows. He seemed unable to fathom my intentions. If that's really the case, then it's fine. But why? What are you planning to do? The only thing weaker than a skeleton I can think of is a slime. And what does this have to do with building your sanctuary? You'll know when you see it. I smiled. Let's start by defining a monster. How about a being without reason? I don't particularly mind, but don't play any tricks with this. Don't forget that the Tower Master has already shown you favor regarding your skills once. Not again. Of course. All right, I'll temporarily modify the skill for you. The magician tapped the ground with the end of his wand. The authority of the skill 100 Ghosts Reincarnation is being modified. This modification is temporary. Even though he lost to me and his wand was broken, it seems he still has the authority to handle such matters independently. I half closed my eyes, feeling my mind settle. I clasped my hands together as if washing my face. What came to mind were the 13 murder puppets that had just been abandoned and shattered in the world. The more precisely I recalled the murder puppets, the darker the ground beneath my feet became. It was a shadow. Just like when I invaded Constellation Killer's sanctuary, arms, identically painted black, were crawling up my ankles. Perhaps the only difference from that time was that there were 13 pairs of arms. Come up a little more. I left the arms alone. Whether it was because it understood my intention, or because it was the original instinct of the shadows, the arms kept struggling and crawling up my body. I focused all my senses to guide these arms to one place. The shadow arms grabbed my hips, climbed my elbows, past my wrists, finally crawling into the palm of my hand. The moment all 13 pairs of shadows gathered in my palm, 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. I spoke with intent, activating the skill. Squirms, extending from the shadows at my feet, gradually sucked into my palm. They converged. The pitch black swirled into a point, slowly taking shape. The Wand of Ages, watching what I was doing, parted its lips in puzzlement. He must have been curious about which monster I intended to summon, but what reflected in his eyes was something entirely unexpected. A flower? It was a lily of the valley. The lily of the valley locked in my palm was withered. It stretched out its head with 13 faded bell-shaped white flowers hanging from its stem. Yes, I carefully placed down the withered lily of the valley so as not to damage it. Squelch, the soil of the 81st floor, covered in mud-like darkness, gently accepted the lily of the valley. This child is Constellation Killer. If the condition is a being without reason, there's no need to summon it only as a beast. I planted the flower with 13 bell-shaped white flowers hanging in this world. I transplanted it from the world that had just been destroyed to this world, which was still shrouded in darkness. From now on, I will either revive the ghosts in human flesh or simply transplant them as flowers. I turned to look at the magician. So this world will bloom with flowers that couldn't bloom in other worlds, with flowers that have withered and crumbled away. Right now, only one has been planted, but soon hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of withering flowers will be planted here. A garden of withered flowers, I smiled. That is my sanctuary. Perhaps the magician was not the only one who heard my vow. Your skill is being renamed. Always watching over me, the Tower Master seemed to reach out to bless me this time too, wrapping my skill card in white light. When the light subsided, the final destination my skill had reached was illustrated there. 100 Flowers Reincarnation. Rank, SSS+ effect. You summon those you have directly killed. The dead do not inherit their abilities from when they were alive. However, if you wish, the dead can inherit their memories and appearance from when they were alive. If you do not wish, they are summoned as merely flowers. Someday, this place will become where millions of flowers dream of being reborn. Chapter 379, The Gardener of the Withered Flowers. 1. So, now then, let's plant flowers in the world. Okay, let's get to work. After stroking the bell-shaped flowers of Constellation Killer, I stretched vigorously with a grunt. From now on, I'll need to move around quite diligently. In this world where nothing yet exists, where it's practically nothingness, blooming even a single flower will indeed require a lot. What do you plan to do? Baehuryong asked. Thinking about it, Baehuryong has been quiet lately. Even when he was nearly sealed by Constellation Killer, and even when he ultimately managed to counterattack and defeat Constellation Killer, Baehuryong didn't say anything. He just watched from a few steps away. If you ask me if I felt neglected, not really. I guessed why Baehuryong did not interfere. Even without any conversation, I could understand Baehuryong's feelings. Unlike when I was climbing the 10th floor, I am now strong. I have reached a state just half a step behind Baehuryong. This is where the teachings end. The rest is for you to solve on your own. If I had been defeated by Constellation Killer and captured by Eternal Seal, that would have been the end. My journey towards the top of the tower would have concluded there. Advice is unnecessary among equals who are rivals. That's true. I took off my coat and rolled up my sleeves. First, we need the sun. The sun? Yes, we need light, don't we? It's pretty dark here, right? Even if only withered flowers are expected to bloom here, it would still be too gloomy for the flowers. Beihuyang looked at me as if he was looking at a madman. How do you plan to create a sun? Just so you know, you can hang up something resembling a sun with aura, but even that would be difficult to maintain continuously. Well, I guess we'll manage somehow. We have plenty of time. And I feel like we could get it from an expert. 2. It can't be done. Can't be done. Absolutely not. Unfortunately, after going down to Babylon and consulting with an expert, all I got back was a cat shaking its head vigorously right in front of my eyes. Is it too much? Woof. Even though we agreed to bark like this, shouldn't you at least have some conscience? Your budget for a sun is a bit, no, quite unreasonable. The cat that bit a gold coin looked at me like a real estate agent, looking at someone asking if a brand new apartment rent could fit within a budget of 50 million won. It was so realistic that it hurt. Woof, I can provide you with a long-lasting light bulb. Nah, that's not cool. This is a garden after all. If it's not natural light, it won't do. What about a phoenix then? You could hang a cage from the ceiling and put a phoenix in it. That might create somewhat of a sun-like atmosphere. Is that really natural light? It's somewhat similar, isn't it? It all depends on how you think about it, and the world is always a series of reasonable compromises. I was momentarily tempted by the cat's words, but no matter how I thought about it, the image of a phoenix hanging above the garden and screaming sounded stupid. However, the world is a series of compromises, a phrase the cat uttered without much thought, inspired me. That's right. We don't necessarily need to bring the sun here to get light. Sunlight might actually be too dazzling for the withered flowers. Yes, that very self-justification is exactly what a constellation should possess. Now, Screaming Sky, if I may elaborate on the current market price of the phoenix, the price of fire attribute creatures has dropped a lot since Dochel went bankrupt. Thank you for the consultation. Goodbye. Meow? I bought work gloves, burlap bags, and various equipment and returned to the 81st floor. You look like you're going to dig up potatoes or something. Seeing me with work gloves on both hands and a burlap bag slung over my shoulder, the Wand of Ages looked at me with eyes that saw a crazy person. Huh? Did all people in the world, somewhere I don't know, agree to enact a new law about gazes, stating that they must look at me like that? I heard your talk about needing the sun and needing light. You're not planning to capture and pack the sun into a sack and bring it here, are you? Something like that? What? By the way, could I stop by Constellation Killer's sanctuary for a moment? The Wand of Ages blinked. What are you talking about? The sanctuary of Constellation Killer has already been destroyed. You saw it with your own eyes just yesterday. Yes, but the voice of the tower said the world would be destroyed, not vanished. The Tower Master, I know, even if the constellations, apostles, and followers all disappear and the world is destroyed, she wouldn't completely erase that place. It might still be there, frozen just as it was destroyed, somewhere. Please let me stop by there for just a moment. Held his forehead. Screaming Sky, you really are a strange person. What are you going to pick up from a place that's completely finished? Trash! Or maybe the corpse of a slaughter pupite. I'd understand if you asked for a legendary item, but what from a place that's left with nothing but trash? Ha! Wait a moment. The magician stared into the dark void. The Wand of Ages requests an entry ticket to the already ceased sanctuary. You may enter the sealed sanctuary of Constellation Killer. The magician nodded with a somewhat displeased expression. You've got the permission. The Tower Master must be curious about what you're doing. Gaining her favor isn't an easy task, but you do have some skills. Just live kindly, like me, only kindly. That's funny. If I lived like you, I'd have a rotten soul, not to mention no life left. What's wrong with my soul? A person who wants to turn their own sanctuary into a garden of withered flowers can't be sane. No, Just imagine if someone planted flowers on their balcony, but they were all rotten flowers. Would that be normal? Is that so? Hearing it put that way, it does sound a bit strange. Maybe there's a reason why, starting with Bei Huryang, all started looking at me like I'm mad, but I didn't change my plans. Transfer. You have entered the sealed sanctuary of Constellation Killer. And so I stepped back into the world I had destroyed yesterday. The scenery had not changed. The wind had stopped, and time had ceased. The sunset sky had vanished, and the red of the shattered glass sky was broken into countless pieces. In the void, the falling trash and shattered glass skies were frozen as if in a still frame. Here, I brought you here as you requested. This time the Wand of Ages had followed me. He usually hesitated to show himself when I'm with other companions, but now that I was alone, it easily revealed its face. I have no choice but to ask again what you intend to take from here. The sky furrowed its brow. Ha? The sky? Yes, I will take the sky with me. I began rummaging through the mountains of trash in the frozen world. What I was looking for was glass. Originally the sky imprinted with the sunset, now shattered into fragments. Nothing but pieces of glass remained. Though the world was destroyed, the glasses still retained the red color they had been etched with at the very moment they were shattered. I picked them up, one piece at a time, carefully. The 2 small glass shards were difficult to use. I found pieces at least as big as the upper half of a person. When slowly placed into the sack to prevent breaking, the glasses inside the dark sack emitted red and yellow light. You are being teleported to the 81st floor. I filled the sack with the sunset and returned to the 81st floor. Aside from the lily of the valley flower, there was still nothing here. I ascended the space filled only with darkness using void steps, as if stepping on stairs. Soon, I was able to reach the pitch-black ceiling. Good. I took the glass out of the sack. Then, using my fingernail, I made a small hole in the glass. The cut made by the aura was impeccably clean. I threaded a string through the hole, a string I had commissioned from the cat that bit a gold coin, instead of purchasing a phoenix, which the cat had assured would never break. Then I guess I can trust it. If I twist this and hang it from the ceiling, there. Swing. The glass, tied by the string, hung in today's darkness. It was like a candle lit in the middle of a basement without any lights, small yet clearly shining in red and yellow, illuminating the remnants of some sunset. It's still too weak as a light, but it should be okay soon. I went back and forth between Constellation Killer's sanctuary and the 81st floor, gathering fragments of the sunset. The Wand of Ages watched me silently, though he had been grumbling just before, now strangely pursing its lips. You have entered the sealed sanctuary of Constellation Killer. You are being teleported to the 81st floor. You have entered the sealed sanctuary of Constellation Killer. You are being teleported to the 81st floor. You have... How much time had passed? The ceiling was adorned with strings hanging densely. At the end of each hanging string, the sunset swayed, sometimes from glass pieces as big as a person, sometimes as small as a palm. But all of them were imbued with the sunset light of a world that had perished, quietly dripping, exuding luster. Though the lengths of the strings were uneven and the sizes of the glass varied, from below it looked just like a vine. I was satisfied. The 81st floor was no longer dark, but if you ask if it's bright, it wasn't bright either. The sunset that once set gloriously had lost its grandeur, now only fading, faded sunset. And so I liked it. Such light wouldn't be too much for the withered flowers, and they would willingly accept it. I see. Looked up at the sunsets hanging in the sky. After surveying the sunset that lightly tinged the world of the 81st floor, he murmured, "This is the light of the heavens and earth you are creating." And so there was light. Probably no other constellation would gather such unimpressive light to decorate a sanctuary. My followers were the corpses of flowers that had lost their place to go, and my sun was the relic of a world that could no longer shine on anyone. Trash. Ruin. A place where flowers blossoms instead of life. A place that merely persists rather than truly exists. Yes, it's not too bad, right? The Wand of Ages did not answer. I wasn't really expecting one, so I just shrugged. I brought back a plastic bottle from Constellation Killer's sanctuary for the last time. In that place filled with crumpled trash, it was a relatively intact plastic bottle. It's been quite a while since I made one of these. I sat cross-legged and picked up a pair of scissors. Snip. The scissors crisply cut through the waist of the bottle. It was neatly divided in half. As I shaped it, I was lost in old memories. I used to make these quite often when I was in the orphanage. What I was making was a planter, a vessel to hold flowers. Planters, when you actually go to buy them, are more expensive than you'd think. That's why at the orphanage we used to cut plastic bottles and make them into planters. They turn out quite pretty when you make them. Fill this with soil. I pondered a lot about the soil for the planter, but in the end, I went to the world where Kim Yul had lived, now a world where Kim Hwang-tae is enduring all kinds of hardships while studying abroad, and chose the soil there. I went to the dump site where Kim Yul's house used to be, dug a hole and brought back some dark blackened soil. Phew. After compacting the soil in the planter, I carefully planted the lily of the valley flower. Fortunately, the flower was transferred to the planter without any harm. The red light flowing from the glass in the sky shone brightly, glistened over the transparent surface of the plastic planter. Okay, and just like that, I brought light into this world and planted my first flower. After placing the planter with the lily of the valley flower in the middle of my sanctuary, I turned around and looked at the Wand of Ages, while giving a bright smile to the still silent magician. This is how I will create the sky here, make waterways and plant flowers, many more flowers. It might not be a sanctuary fun to watch. I think I will probably come to love it here. Shall we move on to the next one? Magician Nim. A sky has been created in your world. The 81st floor has been cleared. A land has been created in your world. The 82nd floor has been cleared. Now it's time to climb to the 83rd floor. Chapter 3, 80. The Gardener of the Withered Flowers. 3. The plastic pot filled with black soil was soaked in sunlight. The lily of the valley was quietly asleep with its roots soaked in it. As I looked at it for a while, the Wand of Ages spoke. Since you have created the sky and the earth, now it's time to create the sea. I see. Yes, the order of creation is... Wait, what kind of answer is that? You will know when you see it. The Wand of Ages furrowed its brows, but I started acting without further response. I first called Estelle. The sky that gathers screams, summons its apostle. Your apostle responds to your call. The apostle of the sky that gathers screams manifests. A woman who was once called the Saint of the Week and now serves as an advisor in my family appeared. Her voice spread across the world even before her feet touched the ground. Family head, what did you call me for this time? Estelle's voice was excited. It seemed the thrill of a recent battle had not yet subsided. I raised one hand to calm her down and said, "Calm down, advisor. I didn't call you to fight." "Oh, is that so? I was disappointed that I couldn't contribute enough in the last fight. Haven't you become a bit of a warmonger lately?" The role of Chamberlain is like an internet game. It tends to increase the aggression of those around you. I'm just one of those poor victims. Isn't that an insult to internet games? While there are mixed opinions on whether internet games increase violence, it's a repeatedly verifiable fact that Estelle increases violence. And while internet games relieve stress, the only thing Estelle can relieve is one's patience. It's good to have fighting spirit, but save it. There will always be time for battles, and it's not too late to draw your sword then. Yes, family head? So why did you call me? Estelle blinked hesitantly. Only now did our surroundings seem to reflect in her violet eyes. Well, this place is the world I am creating. I continued, this will be where our family will settle. I see. So this is our Nazarick. What's Nazarick? A place mentioned in an old novel of the world that Venomous Snake recommended to me. That guy, is he planning to undermine our family from within? I see. So you're going to fortify this place. Very well. Let's appoint a gardener in each garden. The gardeners will possess formidable skills and items, and within the gardens they protect, they hold absolute power that can even surpass the family head. First, I need to talk with Liao Fan later. Estelle, I didn't call you to discuss such a security system. Then, Estelle, you can make it rain, right? Devil King of Fall Rain, the girl who was once called the Saint of the Week, now serves as my family's advisor, and who once submerged an entire world under a red flood, blinked her eyes. Rain, are you speaking of? Yes. I recalled Estelle's skill card that Bai Huiyang had once read to me. Rank, effects, you don't look, you can't see. People consider what they can't see as not there. Blind fools, right? Ignorant. Then show them. Show them how many lives have been lost due to ignorance. As much as blood has been spilled in this world, the sky will pour down red rain. However, only the blood you have seen will become rain. Let it rain over this garden, I requested. 4. The sight resembled a prayer. Estelle closed her eyes. She bowed her head. Her platinum hair flowed down like a waterfall, covering her neck and chest, gathering upon her clasped hands. Her lips parted. Ah! They closed briefly, then parted again. Ah! Again. Ah! It was a kind of rumination. When something unbelievable happened, when she saw something unbelievable, in order to somehow accept it into herself, to digest it, it was like retching several times. Therefore, every time her lips parted, the sound that emerged seemed to flow from deep within her heart, not her vocal cords. The sight I had seen countless times in her trauma, and so the scene I first saw when entering the world of the Ajim Empire unfolded. Red rain fell in my garden. It was a flood. The widely spread, fiercely falling rain soon covered the garden. Raindrops clung to each suspended sunset, scattering haphazardly. Strangely, a dark blue rainbow bloomed where the red rain and red fragments met. I quietly watched the droplets seeping into the plastic pot. It's intense. Yes. At the words of the Wand of Ages, I nodded. It's like a heavy shower. That rain was also initially perceived as a heavy shower. I quoted from a book I had read long ago. Rain that has fallen countless times, rain that stops as fiercely as it starts. People thought it was just a rain that could be endured by chatting with neighbors with an umbrella or playing chess inside a house with a roof. Those were phrases quoted from several books. If each person were a book, then I had lived the life of a bibliophile. So even if I wasn't quite a librarian, I had many books to quote from. But it was not so. It wasn't like that at all. The Wand of Ages took a breath with a broken wand in its mouth, an appearance reminiscent of a smoker calming their mind by lighting up their favorite pipe. The actual effect was no different. The wizard spoke in a cold tone. It happens everywhere. Underestimating the grudge of the opponent, not considering that the one you hurt might not be a cat, but a tiger. Being negligent and caught off guard, getting your leash bitten or your guts rotting. It's something all empires experience, and no strong entity can escape this path. Why are you laughing? Just. I picked up an empty plastic bottle, cut it in half, and continued speaking. Even beings as big as pillars have hardened lives lingering in their hearts. Are you saying I'm pretending to be tough? Are you not? My work must have been pretty messed up. The wizard, who had served as a judge in the underworld for an incalculable amount of time, once again put the wand to his mouth and then removed it. The rain falling now had a temperature different from the blood flowing in my body. It was so cold it felt like it could freeze, and thus the wizard's disgust manifested as white steam rising from his mouth. Yes, but whether I have any intentions or not, it's the right thing to say. The reason why the Ajim Empire fell is because they were complacent, mistaking themselves for the strong. Yes, I nodded and then shook my head. No. The autumn rain pouring from the clouds covering the entire sky naturally soaked the entire land, accumulated. It didn't take long for the rising level of the rainwater to seep inside my shoes. The weight of each raindrop varied, and as the overflowing water from the plastic pot naturally created differences in strength. Initially flat, the ground began to rise smoothly until the differences in the force hitting the surface caused it to start undulating. It was the sea of this world. Additionally, because you forgot 2 facts. Standing with my feet dipped in the sea made of tears, I said, "Someone is crying." Then I continued, "Someone is crying for someone else." I spoke to the Wand of Ages, just as the Tower Master does. The Wand of Ages hesitated. Heat gathered in the broken wand. True to his nature as a great wizard, he quickly grasped the essence of my words. Are you saying that what the Tower Master does is a common occurrence everywhere? Isn't that why you were drawn to the Tower Master? Yes. Even in a world ruled by some merciless being, a world of despair, there will still be someone crying for someone else. It's something that must not be forgotten. The Edgem Empire was founded by Lefanta Edgem, aka Constellation Killer. The founder of the empire had always been crying with his sword for others in a garbage dump where no one was ever invited. Someone was crying. Someone was crying for someone else. The fall of the Edgem Empire was simply because they forgot to maintain that. In the pot blooming with the empire's founder, tears of the Devil King who destroyed the empire overflowed. The overflowing autumn rain left dark red marks on the translucent sides of the pot as it mixed with the sea. Despite being newly formed, the sea did its duty as a sea. It silently accepted everything overflowing in the world. And it gave. I bent over and scooped up seawater into a newly made plastic pot with my hands spread out. 100 Flowers Reincarnation. Activating skill. Inside the pot, which rippled like water drawn from a well, a small lotus blossomed. Like curtains in an old ruined mansion that no one had walked through, the frayed lotus had no weight. The heavy and light raindrops alternately struck, creating waves on which the tattered petals silently entrusted themselves. This flower. The Wand of Ages quickly recognized who the lotus was. I nodded and pointed to the pot containing the lily of the valley. If this world needs a sky and earth, it's solely because that child needs it. Likewise, if this world needs a sea, it's because this child needs it. But I then placed the pot on the water surface, now risen to my ankles. It was the first boat to float on the sea of this world. The pot, like the lotus it contained, seemed weightless, entrusting itself to the movement of the waves. It rose as high as the wave hills allowed before sliding down smoothly, repeating the process. It seemed dangerously close to capsizing, yet it gradually found a steady rhythm and began its own navigation. It drifted somewhere and eventually disappeared from sight. 5. A sea has been created in your world. Floor 83 is cleared. Thus, I continued to cultivate my sanctuary. 100 Flowers Reincarnation. 100 Flowers Reincarnation, activating skill. First, I bloomed the flowers. I transplanted them one by one into the pots I had prepared. Then I summoned my vassals and gave them tasks. Ugor, Daddy, are you asking me to punch the ground? That's exactly it. I'll do it if you ask, but what's the point? This flower likes high places. I spoke while holding a tattered aster. My family's warrior leader stared for a while at the flower blooming in a pot made of dirt packed in white plastic, then snorted loudly. Got it. Daddy's job is always such complicated stuff. Ugor, step back. Thanks. Humph. Uberka swung his fist. Bang! The previously flat ground and the undulating sea above it exploded vertically. When the towering water column had once more doused this world in rainwater and then subsided, the floor of my sanctuary was no longer flat. A mountain range has appeared in your world. Floor 84 is cleared. That was how it went. Spring has come to your world. For a flower that enjoyed spring breezes and another that had collapsed from eternal winter, I brought spring. Summer has come to your world. For a flower that felt boiling heat as home and another that wished to visit the sea with its family even just once during summer, I created summer. Autumn has come to your world. For a certain flower, winter has come to your world. Simply for a certain flower. Congratulations, seasons have been created in your world. Floor 85 is cleared. In your world? Only for the needs of each individual flower I filled my world. Bloom, I made flowers bloom. Rest sweetly, comfortably, and earnestly amidst the things you've longed for. I planted flowers. As long as you want, for as long as you wish, perhaps forever. But when that time comes someday, when the day arrives that the withered petals heal, when the holes in the leaves fill themselves and strength returns to the once broken stems, when the moment comes that they want to bloom brightly again, entirely of their own volition, only then will you leave the pot. That's how I tended to my garden. Chapter 381, The Gardener of Withered Flowers, 3:6. A garden is different from a forest, and a flower garden is not the same as a field. Within the buds of withered flowers, no seeds grow or no bees to transfer pollen. So all the flowers that exist in this flower garden were planted by my hands, one by one. Everything is completely in place now. The Wand of Ages sat cross-legged atop a hill, sucking on his staff. If this were building a house, you'd have cleared the land, erected the building, and completely applied the wallpaper and lining. Plus, you've finished installing built-in furniture, lighting, and even air conditioning. Do wizards also use air conditioning? In a world where magic exists, why wouldn't there be air conditioning? Why do you think wizards are so eccentric? It's all because they don't have air conditioning. So there must be a constellation that governs air conditioning. Want me to introduce you? I can't tell where the joke ends and where the truth begins. That's one thing that's truly wizard-like about him. So, when are you going to have the housewarming party? Housewarming party? Yes. Or a revival meeting. Which do you prefer? Once again, the wizard made such wizard-like remarks. For someone like me, who only knows about swords and martial arts, I could only stare at the wizard with eyes asking for an explanation. The Wand of Ages sighed and removed his staff from his lips. The constellations that have reached this stage are usually divided into two groups. It must be hard to survive. First, the constellations who show their sanctuaries to their loved ones and plan a happy future. Second, those who gather their followers and spout grandiose plans about the future. Even constellations are no different in their actions. The first is like a husband who bought a house, and the second is like a company president who built a headquarters building. The Wand of Ages silently stared at me. His gaze seemed to say, "You're a constellation too, and yet you're spouting such corny jokes." The Wand of Ages spoke with that look in his eyes. "You would be the former, I guess. Do I look like that? Yes. Wouldn't you call over your spouse and brag? This is our home, Raviel, a resting place for us to live together. This sea was created by the advisor, and this high mountain range is a trace of our sun wreaking havoc in the household, something like that. Indeed. Oh, why do you say that? You should know well that I can't be like that. Oh, really? Why not? Well, then naturally it would lead to something like... Speaking of this flower, imagine, in a place that is not here, in a time that is not now, there was a group of boat people who fell into misery when the Ice Age came. Something roughly like that." The Wand of Ages shrugged his shoulders with his staff in his mouth, feigning ignorance. As expected, he brought it up knowing everything. I saw through his ploy but still flicked my wrist, shaking the head of Hishmith Kritz hanging there. I told this serpent once when I was shedding its skin. Humans are not dolls to be displayed in your glass garden. No one lives to be displayed by another, and no one has the right to display another. Surely I, who said such things, cannot do the same. Hishmith Kritz cringed, making a squeaking sound. I drew back my wrist and concluded my words. I did not plant these children to be displayed to someone. The Wand of Ages removed his staff from his lips again. Even if that person is Raviel, even if it's Raviel. No, especially because it is Raviel. Certainly I think it will be enjoyable, holding Raviel's hand and explaining this world I created, talking about what plans I had and the thoughts I pondered while making this place. I will explain to Raviel once again what kind of person I am, and that Raviel will acknowledge it once again. To be recognized deep within my heart that I am such a person would surely feel as sweet as my heart melting. Would she be amazed? Indeed, you are my wife. Would she empathize? I am truly happy to have a virtuous person as my companion. Would she join me? Yes, you wounded flowers. I, too, along with Gongjia, will take care of you. How happy would that be? That's why I won't do it. I will not invite Raviel to my sanctuary. It's something that shouldn't be done. Ever. The wizard sucked on his staff once more. Isn't that a bit too much? Screaming sky, you even broke me, a pillar. Why not have a little more faith in yourself? It might not be as scary as you think. It's because I am scared. I continued speaking both firmly and honestly. Of course I am strong. To be clear, there are only a handful of people stronger than me in the entire tower. But Raviel is my exception. No matter how much I resolve not to, how long can I last? If I invite Raviel here, if I walk this place with Raviel, I might unconsciously treat these planted flowers as rare exhibits. That is really, really scary. Isn't enduring such temptations close at hand precisely your duty? There's a saying that true faith manifests in the midst of trials. If it were something possible, it would indeed be a trial. To act that way in an impossible situation is foolish. The Wand of Ages clicked his tongue. I looked at him with a dumbfounded expression, which could be interpreted as, "It's not working." Wizard, you really are a true wizard. Oh, are you complimenting me out of the blue? Mutia said that there should be no exceptions in a god's life. The Tower Master said that if you become a constellation, you must endure eternity, so think carefully before locking your skill set. I scratched the back of my head as I continued. Then this inference becomes possible. I'm still inexperienced, but perhaps there are more constellations who fall from grace not because they are overpowered, but because they fail to keep their word. And here you are, trying to set a trap of downfall with clever temptations. Truly, you are a true wizard. Yes, that is indeed a compliment. It wasn't even a particularly clever temptation, it was too blatant. What are you trying to do? I stared straight at the Wand of Ages. You said that if I give up climbing the tower or fail along the way, I would have to return the pillar position. Is that why? Do you want a comeback match that badly? The Wand of Ages also looked straight at me. What if I do? Then, wizard, having been a pillar yourself and yet unable to escape from your desires, you would be a petty person. And knowing that such a petty person was a pillar up to now, it says a lot about the other pillars and the level of the tower they support. But you wouldn't want that, would you? Why do you think that? Because you were a pillar of the tower, I said. Because you must have that much dignity. That the Wand of Ages rubbed his staff on his sleeve and smiled slightly. In the end, it is a compliment. It's not bad to hear that from the person responsible for pushing me out of the pillar position. Why are you doing this? I wish for you to reach the 100th floor, the Wand of Ages said. I hope that the Sword Emperor's wish is fulfilled. I want you to formally become a pillar, and I want the other pillars not to stop it. Then why? Because for that to happen, you cannot be a fool who trips over a pebble. It was a statement loaded with implications. The Wand of Ages fluttered his sleeve as he continued speaking. Especially such an obvious pebble, no matter how much it shines like gold, you must avoid it. It seemed like I could almost hear the words. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to reach the 100th floor in the first place. I remained silent for a while. In this place where there were highs and lows of the land, the rippling of the waves, and the temperature difference of the air, the only things that were still were the flowers. I quietly listened to the sound of the blowing wind, caressing the red water surface and soaking the flower petals with its scent. I asked, "Why do you wish for me to reach the 100th floor?" There are 3 reasons for that. The Wand of Ages held the broken staff in his mouth on both ends, munching on it like a snapped pocky stick. The first is an easy reason. If the guy who defeated me doesn't even reach the 100th floor and loses, wouldn't that be somewhat embarrassing? Imagine how much gossip would spread among the pillars and constellations. Returning to work in such a situation, wouldn't it feel like being the outcasted branch manager of a magic tower every day? I'm wondering if I should ask if there's gossip even between the pillars, or if there's something like ostracism even in the magic tower. It was you who said that constellations are all the same. What difference does it make whether it's a pillar or a wizard? The Wand of Ages removed one of the staffs from his lips. The wet, glistening tip of the staff pointed at the flowers I had planted. The second is for these children. Having you as a pillar would be better for these children, and thus, better for everyone. There was, again, always a wizard-like air in the actions of the Wand of Ages. Deception, secrets, unsaid words. Even in the casually thrown words there was bone, or at least some fish bones embedded. However, the words just now were pure. They were like the flesh of a fish carefully deboned for a newly teething child, safe to swallow without chewing. And when I did not know what to say, I just blurted out the truth. You have made some effort, at least. Is that supposed to be a consolation? I'm getting the urge to brew a new pot of barley tea and pour it right into your nostrils. Right. And the third reason? For the Tower Master. Those words were also incredibly gentle. With a gentle face and soft voice, the wizard said, "It was impossible for me. It would probably be impossible for the current pillars, too." The same reason the princess had hinted at to me. The wizard kindly stated the reason he had been eyeing me from the beginning. Therefore, someone else has to do it, whether it's you, the Sword Emperor, or someone else entirely, someone who is not a pillar, but preferably you. The wizard's lips closed and then opened. I hope you? Make it easier for the Tower Master, he wished. The voice of the Wand of Ages landed lightly like a leaf in the garden of these withered flowers. 7. We had a housewarming party. I called my vassals. I did not call Reveal. There's nothing more to say about the latter. The conversation I had with the Wand of Ages says it all. This garden is a place where the flowers are the masters, a flower garden that does not receive visitors. In the future, we may be able to accept morning visitors, I said. Among these children, there might be those who have families or loved ones. If these children wish to reunite with them, then I must allow it. Indeed, so they are morning visitors. Estelle, who had raised the water level of the sea by crying once more, wiped her eyes with a handkerchief handed by Sylvia and continued, "It's kind of like a communal cemetery. No, a rehabilitation hospital might be more fitting. It's more correct to call them visiting guests rather than morning guests." "Ah, certainly. But for a rehabilitation hospital to accept visitors, it needs doctors, nurses, and public service workers." Estelle continued while blowing her nose into Sylvia's handkerchief. "I will naturally take on the role of the head nurse. That is, the gardener here. As I mentioned earlier, gardeners exhibit absolute strength, surpassing the head of the family in the flower garden they protect." "Sylvia, just so you know, she's blaming you for how she ended up like this." "No way." Using only her thumb and index finger, Sylvia received the handkerchief and made a truly disgusted expression. No, that's absolutely nonsense. The advisor has always been. Something was a bit strange about her." "Grand Chamberlain, do you want to get hit?" "This is exactly what I mean, resorting to violence. Advisor, as someone called an advisor, do you only know physical solutions to political problems?" "All wars are originally a continuation of political solutions, and everything that happens in this world is physical. So do you understand what I mean?" "That you're asking to get hit. Mass and velocity are consistent. It's just the direction that's been misguided." For a moment, Sylvia swung a hammer and Estelle swung a greatsword, each aiming for the other's head. Uberka's voice came through as he munched on salt vanilla popcorn as white as his own skin. "Ugor, Daddy, do I not need to stop them?" "Son, before asking me, shouldn't you be thinking about acting like an adult, without being told?" "Father, what do you think I've been doing all this time while you were away?" "Ugor, now it's time for Father to experience the hardships I've endured while our house was unattended. The housewarming hasn't even started, and my family is already falling apart." I sighed deeply. I just sighed and didn't actually stop Sylvia and Estelle. Kids are supposed to grow up fighting each other. After letting them be, I looked around at the other people present. "Director, Kim Yul-si," I said. "Would you take care of managing this flower garden?" Chapter 382, The Gardener of Withered Flowers, 4, 8. "Please take charge of managing this garden." The first to react to my words were neither the director nor Kim Yul-si. It was Estelle, who had just dodged Sylvia's hammer, who exclaimed in surprise, "Family, head Nim, that's impossible." I looked at Estelle. My family's advisor immediately offered advice. "First, there are prior tasks assigned to family's shadow. Didn't the corner librarian want family's shadow to not seek other employment? Moreover, family's shadow has been absent frequently lately, causing dissatisfaction for the corner librarian. Completely relocating family's shadow's residence might send the wrong signal to the corner librarian." Sylvia was surprised at these words. "What is this? Why are you talking like an advisor?" "Because I am an advisor. You are the Grand Chamberlain, so you handle cleaning, cooking, and tea-making. If cleaning the family is the Grand Chamberlain's job, then cleaning you up should be the first thing I should do. The first thing you should do is to purify yourself. Shall I swallow you up?" Before they could start measuring their killing intent against each other again, I quickly spoke. "The advisor's words are worth considering. Someone I know well once said that when a constellation harbors poison, all sorts of bizarre things happen." Behu crossed his arms behind me and snorted through his nose. Estelle, unable to see him, propped her chin and sighed. "Yes, strictly speaking, the corner librarian is no longer a constellation, but he's still one of those who needs caution and care. It's not just about preventing risks, but he's also someone I need to take responsibility for." "You're right," I nodded. "Let's deal with that next. What's the next issue?" "For Family Clan's shadow, maybe not, but for your elder, it might be too much of a burden." Her tone was cautious. The director agreed with this as well. "Can I do it?" With a voice laden with suppressed emotion, the director spoke. Gongja, I am weak. I can't use martial arts techniques, whether it's aura or chi, and I can't use magic either. The only knife I know how to handle is a kitchen knife. Actually, even that, you didn't handle very well, I said. The director smiled slightly, then continued with a lighter voice. Right, blades have always been difficult for me to handle. The flat side of a spoon is about the limit I can handle without burden. The rice you mixed and the apples you sliced were delicious. Thank you, but the skills needed to protect your house aren't those, are they? The director's voice sank again. It was not difficult to recognize that this pressing stone was a feeling of powerlessness. The director has witnessed how violence works. The first flower planted in this world a friend who couldn't be protected by him. Also, as the master of this world, I was once a child who needed to be protected by the director. There were many enemies targeting me, not to mention constellations or pillars. Even without counting hunters from other worlds, a significant number of media on the first floor of the tower were joining hands to strike at me down. As I once discussed with Anastasia, it is a necessary thing. If there is one thing I agree with the Tower Master about, it is that there are many people in the world who need someone to point fingers at. The Tower Master has become such a target, willingly and out of necessity. However, the pillars and the constellations would find it painful to see such a Tower Master. A similar thing must be happening to the director as well. Even if you have the mindset to live up to your responsibilities, can a parent's heart be so straightforward when they must read critical articles about you every morning? I decided to start with what needed to be said first. Director, I'm fine. The director's expression relaxed slightly. I continued, and it's okay that you can't wield a sword. What I expect from you isn't violence. Quite the opposite. I hope that the director always keeps a distance from it. I will ensure that you never need to wield a sword. I put my words into action. I looked at Kim Yul first. Kim Yul see. Kim Yul was also looking at me. Ever since he had cut himself, the world reflected in his eyes had become clearer. I spoke towards the world reflected in his eyes. Can you protect the director and this garden? I'll do my best. Kim Yul immediately responded. Looking down at the lily of the valley he had been, and towards the friend standing beyond that lily of the valley, Kim Yul declared, I will protect what needs to be protected. Yes. I accepted his words and drew the holy sword, shiny. The holy sword of the goddess, which I had held and never let go since acquiring it in the Ajam Empire, I planted right in the middle of the garden. Light burst forth. The goddess of protection manifests. The goddess of protection, shiny, revealed herself. Wings made of light unfolded. Like rusted sunsets wrapped by the wind, they tinged the entire garden a crimson hue. Shiny. The flowers were withered, but they were still flowers. Though red light dominated, the world originally full of flowers lacked no color from beginning to end. However, the brightness was poor. All the petals were faded, washed out, or thinly floating. Light filled such places. Petals coated in a white radiance became distinct one by one. The flowers existed in this world, not by sparkling, but by flickering. Yes, Heronim. I would like to entrust you with managing this garden as well. It would be good if you could help Kim Yul see. Pointing to the figure she had once summoned and wielded, I continued. Would that be all right? That the goddess of protection, Shiny, looked at her former partner who had once torn her into 5 seals. As when Lefanta Ejim was first mentioned, there was no resentment in her gaze. Yes, but there was worry and concern. That gaze, carrying both emotions, swept over Kim Yul and then turned towards me. Will you be all right? I smiled bitterly. It will be regrettable. Yes, you will need to find a new sword, or the sword you have in mind. I have one, but it's not just about the sword. I bowed my head. Thank you for being with me all this time. Shiny smiled. Her smile was bright and light. Such grand words, it's not as if we're parting forever. Well, that's true, but then it's okay. I am, after all, a protector. The goddess of protection truly fittingly spread her wings and said, I will be protecting your home. Shiny then slowly turned towards Kim Yul. The light from her gradually closing wings was no longer casting a wide spread across the world, but was now solely focused on Kim Yul. I ask anew, please take care of me, former hero. Like a rookie actor suddenly spotlighted for the first time, Kim Yul faltered. A complex expression rippled across his face before settling. It's rather I who should say that. Just as the director and Kim Yul and Shiny were bound to have a long conversation. Shiny and the director would also likely have much to discuss. However, that was something that could be done at another time, not just in this moment. I turned to Estelle. Advisor, I want to entrust you with the security of this place, too. Estelle, who had been looking at the manifested Shiny and Kim Yul with a complex expression, hesitated and then looked at me. Me? Why? Didn't you want to be a gardener? If it's in a garden you're protecting, you could be stronger than... I've thought about it again, and it seems like it was quite an embarrassing idea. Thus, the world's light novel readership decreased by 1. Like a Pomeranian shaking off water from its fur, Estelle shook her head to rid herself of any lingering traces of being a venomous snake. I am, in many ways, not quite right for these two. That's exactly why. I suppose that makes sense from your perspective, Family Head Nim, but please consider my position too. The former Devil King, who had once been an enemy of the Empire established by Lafanta Aegeum and destroyed the world protected by the Goddess of Protection, was desperate. Not even a cat refusing to get into a bathtub would squirm more than this. Please. Estelle hesitated. She sighed. She shrugged her shoulders. Eventually, she let her arms hang down. If you would order me instead, it might be easier for me to accept. Please. Understood? Yes. Gardener, upon thinking it over again, it doesn't seem so embarrassing after all. I have a village I used to look after, so I will need to take plenty of vacations. But, there needs to be an advisor at the family's main residence anyway. Well, anyway. Estelle took a deep breath. She then bowed her head towards Shiny and Kim Yul. Please take good care of me. Welcome. Shiny flapped her wings as she greeted her warmly. Truly, she is a sparkling goddess. The reason Lafanta Aegeum didn't kill Shiny when he began walking the path of Constellation Killer was surely not just because of old gratitude. Perhaps that's why Kim Yul also nodded once to welcome Estelle. Their welcome seemed to make Estelle even more awkward, writhing like a snake placed on a snowfield. She had found her prey. Come join us. Sylvia, who had been looking at Estelle with a villainous-like smile, was taken aback. Eek, me too? This place where it feels like my sand points will be chipped away in real time proportional to my stay? Sand points is short for sanity points, a gaming term. Then where else should the Grand Chamberlain be if not guarding the family's mansion? I have a significant duty to prepare tea for the Lady of the Silver Lily. Shall I ask for your opinion? Brewing tea for her, cleaning this garden. Which do you think the Lady of the Silver Lily would prefer more? To put it simply, which feels more like you're being screwed over? Damn it, Sylvia sighed. Estelle raised her greatsword to her shoulder and lifted her chin proudly. Still, you were named after a flower, weren't you? Then wouldn't it be fitting for you to be in a garden? Sylvia grunted. Then she muttered through gritted teeth. That's an old story. Even more fitting since it's withered now. Come. Damn it. Sylvia finally surrendered. Shuffling her feet, she stood beside Estelle and truly looked like one of the flowers that had sprung up in this world. Okay, only then did I turn back to the director. As you can see, others will be taking up the swords. Everyone here needs help. It wasn't just the flowers I was referring to. Apart from Shiny, Kim Yul, Estelle, Sylvia, and all the people from the Death King family who would come here, everyone needed help. Shadows deepen as much as the depth of the wounds, and only those who are hurt by the world can deeply engrave the doctrine of shadows within themselves. I hope you can help, I said as the young master of Infernal Heavens. That is something the director can do well. The director's silence was brief. His answer, too, was not lengthy, resembling his friend. I'll do my best. With that, everything was in place. Delegates are being assigned to your world. Quietly, the verdict rang out. The 89th floor is cleared. This place is where rusted sunsets drape over the Red Sea, where the petals, tired of luring bees, and the leaves, never having such talents in the first place, fall asleep drooping their leaves. The land guarded by the Goddess of Protection and the Devil King of Fall Rain. The garden cultivated by my mentor and his friend. The resting place where my family will reside. From now on, the Garden of Withered Flowers is the sanctuary of the sky that gathers screams. May luck be with you all. and thus the path to the 90th floor was laid out in my world. 9. As always, there is an epilogue to this story. No, 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 no. Isn't this too much? The corner librarian flapped his sleeves like a butterfly flapping its wings. I strongly oppose. Absolutely oppose. If Kim Yule leaves, who will look after the books? I must go too. I will definitely go. My goodness, the librarian is flapping about. Move. This time I'm going to be at the front. Beside the frantic corner librarian were the stalkers, including the assistant writer from the 50th floor, creating a ruckus. What a mess. As if trying to add another Shiba Inu to the chaos, the manager of Cafe Planetarium, the Medicine King, yelled, "Ah, if you're going to make a scene, go outside. There's a limit to disturbing the business." I'm sorry. You see, this is why young people these days just can't. Oh my, how similar they are to me when I was young. But I've said it multiple times. There's not a single person here younger than you. Maybe it's time you updated that information in your head? Thus, the stalkers of the librarian started growling at the Medicine King. This too was a daily occurrence here. The corner librarian pushed through the stalkers and looked at me with a sorrowful gaze. Look at this. Look at this miserable state. Do you see what you've done to me? Strictly speaking, it's something you brought upon yourself. Hamustra was one of the few who could hear my informal speech. It seemed unlikely that he would enjoy being treated similarly to Yusuha by me, but Hamustra seemed a bit relieved as he averted his gaze and grumbled. Well, that's true, but even so, taking Kim Yule away is going too far. Don't worry. I stirred Hamustra's frappuccino and handed it to him. Strictly speaking, you don't want to employ Kim Yule as a librarian. You just want to be with him. Well, that's true, but, aha, indeed. Even I, as one of the gardeners in that garden. No, that's not happening. I wouldn't even let Raviel in for fear the flowers would be reduced to mere exhibits. There's no way I'd let this voyeuristic patient into my sanctuary. So, I'm planning to link a path to my sanctuary in this library, too. I briefly conveyed the framework I had in mind. As a seasoned constellation who had played around with the levels in the tower, the corner librarian immediately understood. So, you mean to turn this place into a sort of staff cafeteria? More precisely, a lounge. In essence, it was similar to fitting out a building. In that construction, my sanctuary would become a garden arranged on the rooftop. Floors like the 20th, originally where I resided, and the 22nd, where Estelle's paradise and my mentor's grave were located, would become the floors leading up to that rooftop. A tower within the tower. Thus, this planetarium, where the corner librarian resides, would function as a lounge where gardeners and visitors can rest their minds and bodies. Well, if that's the case, I'll get to see his face at least once a day. Yeah, not bad, right? If I said I had no complaints, I'd be lying, but I understand. The corner librarian, glancing at the fox wrapped around my neck with a somewhat jealous eye, sighed. While silently sucking on the frappuccino through a straw, Hamustra, who had been quiet, suddenly asked with that kind of feeling, "Why exactly are you climbing the tower?" It was a sudden question. To be honest, it's something I've been wondering about since I heard you reached the 80th floor. Kim Gongja, you have proven everything you needed to prove. As a complete constellation, you have corrected nearly all the injustices in your tower to your liking. The corner librarian leaned his chin on his palms and stared at me thoughtfully. Do you know what a constellation in such a position usually does? They don't take on more challenges? Exactly. From this point, they focus solely on gathering followers safely, increasing their divine power, and collecting items. If they see another world that looks easy to conquer, they might launch a raid. The corner librarian stirred his frappuccino with a straw. Then, when they feel there's no more content to run around, or they no longer want to live in a rented room, they set out to get their own place. That happens as they move from the 81st to the 90th floor and create their sanctuaries. Indeed. That's it. The difference between a 5-star constellation and a regular one is just that. Just that. But having one's own home isn't the only way to live, right? The sounds of the corner librarian's followers and the Medicine King arguing continued. Hamustra glanced at them, then looked back at me. Even if you were to spend about 20 million years wearing a tracksuit, dipping French fries in a shake and licking your fingers clean, no one would have said anything. Yet, You choose to challenge yourself. I hear because of that, you nearly died. Or rather, faced something worse than death. Was it worth the risk? Perhaps it was a natural question. The corner librarian peered deeply into my eyes and asked, "To become a pillar? Where did you hear that from?" "There are still many left, so I hear about world's affairs roughly. It's a bothersome thing. But anyway, is that why? Or..." The implication of doing it for the Tower Master was something the corner librarian also kept to himself. I said, "From your perspective, wouldn't not climbing the tower be unlike me? From the perspective of someone selling a character, it's good for you to climb the tower, but fandom and reality are different." After speaking calmly, the corner librarian went, "Ah," and then placed both hands on his cheeks. Of course, if you here said, "I decided to climb the tower just to please you, my fan," I would be so thrilled I'd faint. I made a promise to someone. The corner librarian hesitated. I spoke towards him. "To climb the tower. Since you've read my book carefully, you should know with whom I made that promise." I got up from my seat. The corner librarian stared at me blankly, then suddenly his eyes widened. His gaze was directed towards a man who could never be seen by him, but who undoubtedly existed by my side. "Indeed," murmuring as if sighing, Hamustra repeated, "Indeed, so that's how it was." "That's right." "Well then," I turned around. The belt from which Shiny was absent felt empty with only a dagger tied to it, the one I had from the beginning, and it felt all the more unburdened. "Shall we go?" Yes. The man who had taught me how to wield a sword since the time I only had that blue-taped wrap dagger answered my words. "Let's go." The next step would be on the 90th floor, only 10 floors to the very top. And 9 floors remained to the floor where the Sword Emperor had failed. Chapter 383, The 9 Keys, 1-1, snip. As if on cue, the hairdressing scissors crossed through the air. "So, you really intend to climb straight to the 100th floor?" "Yes," I said, reflected in the large glass window. Behind me, the director holding the scissors sighed. "It would be better to rest a bit more before going up." "You're saying the same thing as Hamustra." "No. Is it that Hamustra is saying the same thing as you, director?" "Either way, it's a valid point. When you spend a lot of time together, you naturally influence each other." Hamustra, Kim Yul, and the director had spent time together in the planetarium. Time was such that it influenced both parties. Even for someone as significant as Hamustra, this was no exception. Bai Huyong and I were no different. "Yes, I'll be going up right away." While I was getting my hair cut, Bai Huyong quietly waited by my side. "All right." The director then focused more on cutting without further words. "Snip, you really have become a director now." The director frowned. "If you're going to add, since you've become the manager of the garden, that makes you the director, then please stop. I don't want to find out that the child I looked after has become a man in such a manner. I wanted to help prevent global warming. This isn't Earth." As the conversation went on, the director continued to trim my hair, while saying, 150 years ago, a journalist asked a mountaineer a question. "Why do you want to climb Mount Everest?" It's not hard to guess why the journalist asked that question. It was for a similar reason to why reporters rushed to ask when Mr. Callenberry declared he would enter the tower a few years ago. Why would someone who can live comfortably risk stability? Did you receive any promises as a reward for climbing? What makes you take on such a challenge? I'm just curious. Please explain. That mountaineer simply said this, because the mountain is there. Ah, I've heard that saying before too. Yes, it was a well-known phrase even when I was your age. There were many parodies. Playing games because they are there, ordering chicken because it is there. Many bland jokes were going around back then. I guess Earth was already quite hot back then too. It was around the time when global warming started in earnest. The director's scissors cleanly snipped off some stray hairs. The cut hair scattered in the wind. By telling me this story now, are you trying to ask me why I'm aiming for the 100th floor? No, Gongjia, I'm not particularly interested in asking that. As usual, the director spoke quietly with a somewhat furrowed face, and then he added, "Because you have the luxury to." That was somewhat unexpected. Me? You do have a fine home, don't you? Indeed, as the director said, this place was my home. Not the sanctuary, the garden of withered flowers, but the mansion where I originally lived, 20th floor. In the sense that it was connected by stairs, it was one floor below the Garden of Withered Flowers. In the sense that it was connected to the tower, it was 60 floors below that. You've also acquired such a beautiful garden. There was a reason for choosing to have my hair cut at home rather than at the sanctuary. I was determined not to leave anything unnecessary for the flowers in the garden, not even a speck of dirt or a drop of water. Therefore, the hair that was cut from my head mingled with dandelion seeds in my home's yard, not in the garden. Having a home means you have a castle to protect yourself and your family. Having a flower garden means you have the leisure to fully consider and care for not just your own family, but others as well. There must be a significant reason for someone like you to take on a challenge. You have the leisure to do so. Leisure, is it? Only those who have leisure can afford to take on challenges. The sound of the snipping scissors continued as the director spoke. A person wandering in the desert, drinking water from an oasis, can't really call that a challenge. No one would call it a challenge when a starving child hastily picks up bread thrown away on the roadside. It's just struggling against what comes your way. Indeed, only those who can afford to lose have the capacity to prepare for something new. Only those who have the leisure to accept themselves as they are can accept others as they are. Only those who have everything in place can afford to take on a challenge. When someone who is able can do more, I don't really question it. Snip. Rather, I do have questions for those who can't take on challenges. Snip. Why did that person end up wandering in the desert? Why did that child end up starving? Why? Why indeed? That's why I don't wonder why Marcus Callenberry or Sean McAllister decided to give up everything and enter here. By the same logic, I don't wonder why the Sky That Gathers Screams aims for the 100th floor either. It's just that with a heavy sigh, the director continued, I'm really curious why 20-year-old Kim Gongja entered the tower. I twisted my head this way and that, checking the shape of my hair. Because the tower is here. What about that? That mountaineer eventually failed to summit. Snip. A chill from the cold blade grazing my scalp made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. He briefly stepped outside his tent in a blizzard and then disappeared completely. His body wasn't even found, so his companions and family had to hold a funeral with an empty coffin. It was almost 100 years later when his body was discovered. I've never heard that before. It's always the person's words that spread wider and last longer than the person themselves. Snip. Gongja. The director spoke in a quiet voice. Why did you enter the tower? The director in the mirror looked straight at me. Was it really because the tower is here? 2. At the crossroads connecting my sanctuary and the 90th floor, the Wand of Ages greeted me. Welcome, Death King. You're dressed refreshingly. Yes. Your expression isn't so refreshing, though. Did something happen? Given that this mage had a gloomy default expression since his defeat, it must be fairly noticeable for him to comment like this. I wiped my forehead as I spoke. No, well, I was just reminded of old times. You sound like an old man. It's not fitting for someone who have so many days ahead to live to talk like that. The Wand of Ages, with his staff in his mouth, said, Or should I say days left to die? Which do you think is correct? I'd prefer to hear that only happy days are left for me. That's nice, but I'm not the one who should be telling you that. That was true. Let's go. The Wand of Ages snorted and began leading the way. I followed him, calmly walking up the stairs that draped like an umbilical cord. Around my neck, as always, was a scarf from Fox, and on my wrist hung a serpent bracelet, and floating lightly behind me was the Sword Emperor. Only the usual place on my hip where the holy sword hung felt empty. Sword Emperor. What? The Sword Emperor responded immediately. I asked both aloud and in my heart. What comes next? The Wand of Ages did not turn to look at me. Neither did the Sword Emperor glance at me. Only their answers came simultaneously. The Tower Master was an artist. I am a fighter. Thud. You've seen the Tower Master's life, so you roughly know. She was a warlord, a politician, and a noble, but equally a gladiator, an actress, and an architect. You've seen me so far, right? You know I don't like to measure and weigh things. Sometimes my taste conflicts with that of the usual world, but eventually my taste becomes that of the world. At the same time, she was also the most outstanding musician in the kingdom. Those who tried to impose their tastes on me all ended up with broken heads. With each step up the stairs, the sky seemed closer. In some ways, you could say she was similar to you. Honestly, didn't you climb the tower in a similar way to me? The tower master was so free-spirited that no one could leash her, but that freedom had clear boundaries. The Ghost King was quite unexpected, but when defeating the Devil King of Fall Rain, I became certain. Wow. Have I ever seen such a reckless, crazy bastard like this? But, yes, if you don't like the quest you're given, you should beat up the one giving the quest. If there's a rule you don't like, you beat up the one making the rules until they're to your liking. The changing scenery with each step had an unreal feel to it. It felt like walking on a treadmill. I was moving in place, while the surroundings seemed to step down with each move. The tower master especially liked fugues. This tower is the same, Gongja. She liked to compose music where the beginning and end connected, and she enjoyed having lines with different starting points converge to the same end. There are nasty things that play with memories, but even they would have had their heads broken if they pulled that nonsense while I was climbing the tower, just like you did. You have to admit it. Then, both spoke in unison, as if breathing together. So, what lies beyond here is an extension of what has been. There's nothing new beyond here. The world began to distort. Like mixing dozens of colors of rubber clay together and smushing them, the ground far below melted away first. The sky followed. It melted. The sky, disintegrating into droplets, eventually turned into countless grains of sand and flowed down like a waterfall. You probably could make it to the 100th floor. I hear Gray was the last to reach the 94th floor? No, it wasn't a waterfall. Anyone who has climbed from the 1st to the 90th floor should be able to make it. For her, starting from the 50th floor, it would have been difficult to climb higher. It was a giant hourglass. It was similar to the sanctuary of Mutia I had once seen, and vast wide desert. The distorted air under the blazing sun seemed like it was caused by incredibly thick glass. In the center, like blood oozing slowly from a snake's heart, a sand waterfall was flowing. In the middle of the hourglass, I stood. A familiar voice greeted me. "Welcome, Death King. Or should I say, Screaming Sky, as you should be called now." I looked at the figure with a bewildered expression. "Lady of the Mirage?" "Yes, it's me. Long time no see." The lady who walks the Mirage greeted me with bouncy jumps as usual, full of energy. "It doesn't seem like it's been that long. Did you come to guide me?" "Yes, exactly." The lively lady twirled around on the spot, her hair fluttering, and then waved at the Wand of Ages. "You've had a hard time till now. I'll take over from here." "All right, this old man whose string has snapped will now take his leave." Yep. If you find the time, go help Mia out. That kid doesn't like others helping with her work, you know. That's exactly why you should help. You little..." The Wand of Ages retreated with a disgusted yet strangely amused smile, as if he had found the perfect stress relief. The advisor has had a tough time. Originally, advisors are meant to have a hard time. Doesn't Screaming Sky's advisors also suffer? Maybe, but I think I've suffered more because of that kid. That's exactly it, just like how Liu Bei used Zhuge Liang with the intention of getting the most out of him. Liu Bei, courtesy name Xuande, was a Chinese warlord in the late Eastern Han dynasty, who later became the founding emperor of Shu Han, one of the three kingdoms of China. And Zhuge Liang, courtesy name Kongming, was a Chinese politician, military strategist, writer, engineer, and inventor. He served as the imperial chancellor, or prime minister, and regent of the state of Shu Han during the Three Kingdoms period. After making a statement that could split fans of the Shu kingdom into two, the lady who walks the Mirage casually pulled something out. It was a small stone tablet. That is... Yes. The lady who walks the Mirage grabbed the sides of the stone tablet with both hands and lifted it forcefully. "Screaming Sky, I will now tell you what you need to do." In the center of the stone tablet, there were 9 holes. "You need to collect 9 keys," the lady who walks the Mirage declared. Chapter 384. The 9 Keys. 2. 3. Gather the 9 keys. At that declaration, I tilted my head. "What keys are you talking about?" I'll explain." As the lady snapped her fingers, an image appeared as if embroidered with platinum thread over a flowing sand waterfall. The image, at a glance, resembled the cross-section of an anthill, or like a tree with countless roots spreading out. This is… Yes, Screaming Sky. It's a cross-section of your tower. Looks quite different when you see it like this, doesn't it? Indeed, it was a map of the tower, displayed laterally layer by layer. Even when I was a newbie hunter, maps of the initial layers were circulated among hunters, and recently, the Black Dragon Guild and the 10,000 Temple had collaborated on mapping, so I recognized it immediately. The lady smiled broadly, holding a baton in her hand. I'll skip the basement one where Screaming Sky was called before, and the ground floor, where Screaming Sky's hometown is, and start from there. The tip of the baton lightly poked the first floor of the tower drawn on the flowing sand. The first floor is the refuge. Refuge. Forward base, stronghold, shelter, etc. Many terms could apply, but the most fitting term is that. It's a place that allows people who have fled from something to catch their breath. At least, it's a breakwater that ensures they won't be bothered by those things anymore. Swoosh, the baton moved sideways, tideways, tearing through the first floor lengthwise. The city of Babylon in the tower. The baton lightly pressed on a simulated map of the large river flowing through Babylon. Water flows here. Rain falls. The composition of that water… Anyway, that water contains some nutrients. It's colorless and odorless, but you can survive just by drinking it. But people who feel that's not enough to feel alive. Swoosh. The tip of the baton moved against the sand, pointing to the second floor of the tower. You can choose to become a warrior. The lady's baton swept here and there across the second floor. From trees placed all over, you can obtain fruits, timber, from rocks, stone, ores, from grasses, herbs, wild vegetables. You can defeat monsters like wolves or goblins and obtain meat, leather, items, gold. Yes, I know. Yes, Screaming Sky has also walked that path. But the lady tilted her head. Was this really necessary? It was a sudden question. But in some sense, it was also a very old question. Couldn't they just give everything away? Whether fruits, timber, ores, herbs, or meat. Wouldn't it be enough to just give out whatever people asked for? What do you think, Screaming Sky? I fell into thought. It wasn't without reason. The question the lady had just raised was one that many people had repeatedly harbored in their minds in the early days of pioneering the tower. This was one of the reasons why pseudo-religions related to the tower never ceased, as Bambolina had talked about. I said, perhaps it was due to a lack of resources. To infinitely provide for everyone's food, clothing, and shelter, that would indeed require vast resources, so inevitably. As I thought that far, I realized something. While looking at the lady, I said with a sigh, indeed. Is it intentional? At that, the lady smiled slightly. Pressing my forehead hard, I said, I'm not yet a complete pillar, so I'm not sure, but if I were to answer. Thus the lady's smile deepened. It seemed she meant for me to answer as one who would eventually manage the tower. The Tower Master wishes to be seen as the root of all evil. By deliberately placing threats such as monsters and urging trials, the Tower Master can be blamed for not unconditionally saving everyone, even though they could have… No. No. This is too ideological of a reason. There must be a more tangible reason. Perhaps it's because having a visible enemy allows people who have fled to the tower to unite? This doesn't seem quite right either. Then, the lady stood with her hands clasped behind her back, looking at me. She was willing to wait as long as necessary. After a long thought, I spoke honestly. I'm not sure, lady. Why is it? If… The lady began like that. Before your world got as hot as it is now, I mean, if Behuryung had been born in your country during the time when only you were raised by the orphanage director, what would have happened? I glanced at Behuryung. Looking at Behuryung, who was snorting with his arms crossed, the answer naturally flowed out. A lunatic. And a thug? Gym owner? Maybe a martial artist? Wouldn't be about that? Right? The lady nodded. He might have gone abroad to become a mercenary, but that's probably all it would be. Nothing more. Nothing less. But Screaming Sky, what if the Sword Emperor had been born in the ancient times? I glanced at the Sword Emperor. The answer also naturally flowed out. He would have been a hero, not a king. What king? What laws would that guy make? How would he govern? People might have adored him enough to form a country, but after the Sword Emperor's death, it would have likely fractured into chaos. It might even have happened while he was still alive. Heh, exactly. The lady laughed, hands still behind her back. Gently, she scuffed the pile of sand that had accumulated on the floor with the tip of her foot. But living as a martial artist would have been a much more fulfilling life from the Sword Emperor's perspective. That's true. Such a world, such an era, the era of warriors that ended long ago. In a place where sword-wielding heroes gave way to gun-carrying legions, how would a character like the Sword Emperor be treated? An obstacle, a lone wolf, a madman, a social misfit. The Sword Emperor himself wouldn't care at all. That would be the case. If anyone pitied him, he would look at that person as if they were insane. That would have been the case. But is that really a fair world for the Sword Emperor? Still, somehow, it hurt a little, like watching the corpse of a dinosaur rotting at the same pace as a decaying mountain. One can only hold so much because a person's capacity is limited. To gain something, one must let go of other possibilities. Society, too, must continuously discard something to grow. Every civilization stands ultimately upon the corpses of countless unborn. So, Mother wanted to create a place that wouldn't be left behind by any era, at least a place where such a possibility existed. Once again, the baton swept through the second and third floors. The era of warriors and heroes, a world where one can validate their life by cutting something. Stretching like a salmon swimming upstream against the sand waterfall, the baton touched the 10th floor. The era of priests and shrine maidens, a world where those who have been cut can receive comfort. Eventually, the baton paused once at the 11th floor. So if the 1st to the 10th floors were the Golden Age, the 11th to 20th floors correspond to the Silver Age. Silver. You encountered the Ejim Empire here, right? Other towers also face a different world from the 11th to 20th floors. A different world, a complete other, a place with no points of contact with you from beginning to end. However, as it's still below the 50th floor, it's not a complete other world, but rather a world that has once perished that you encounter. The baton began to move again. The age of travelers. In the ruins of destroyed kingdoms, you can contemplate what kind of lives these people led. 12th floor, 13th floor, 14th floor. The age of generals, the age of merchants, the age of soldiers. The baton, moving against the waterfall of sand, eventually reached the 20th floor. Now from here begins the Steel Age. In our tower, it was a grand library. Yes, Hamustra was like a Zhuge Liang figure. Mother used to say that the more you delve into it, the richer the taste becomes. It seemed incredibly pitiful, but when I recalled Hamustra's face, curiously, any sympathy flew away like a wild bird. How about other towers? Many are also under Hamustra. Next most common are Mutiana and Mahos. Very occasionally, Babbitt takes charge too. Even that fox around your neck took charge once. I was tempted to object to the part about Babbitt being in charge, but I'll choose the path of reacting blandly, like, wow, the fox, you say? And I choose not to react. The lady kept her word. She moved on with the explanation. Those who realize the cost of living during the Golden Age learn how to deal with others in the Silver Age. And finally, in the Steel Age, they come to meet the king of their own world. King. Anastasia's voice, asking if I was ready to be our king, suddenly echoed in my mind. So, from there, only the high rankers can participate in the conquest. Yes. If you want to call yourself the king of a world, you first have to represent that world. In that sense, the Sword Emperor also became a king, didn't he? Hey, zombie, you just called me Sword Emperor again, but does that emperor sound like some kind of title to you? Beihuriang said, and I responded before the words even fully reached my brain and ears. Do you know the Chinese character for Mad Dog Emperor? I didn't know it either until I looked it up. You found a character that, like your skull in Unicode, would probably break and show up as... So it would be written as sword. Looks like some kind of clickbait. I really want to beat you until you become rice cake. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. The lady waited until our joking was over and then said, and then the 30th floors. Bronze Age. Here you all. We have children. The lady smiled slightly. Yes, although many towers interpret it simply as acquiring those below. I lowered my head. It was because the gray spider came to mind. But anyway, I seem to understand the structure. From the Golden Age yourself, From the Silver Age, others. From the Steel Age, those above. From Bronze Age, those below. Yes, and then the 40th floors. The Stone Age. The Stone Age. Here, you all become the one being evaluated. I don't need to explain more about this, do I? Yes. I've already gone over it once when we had the last vote. Yes. This way, floors 1 to 49 form one cycle, and then the next step is to repeat this cycle on a deeper level. Mom likes music, you see. Echoing the same words as the Wand of Ages, the lady's baton swiftly pointed to the 50th floor. From this cycle onward, a more aggressive meaning is added. The 50th floor functions not as a sanctuary but as a complete stronghold, forward base, and the 60th floors involve serious confrontations with other worlds. The 70th floors were the afterlife, indeed. That also means above in some sense. Yes, Screaming Sky, by now you should also understand what the 80th floors signify. Yes, I nodded. I understand now. I also finally realize why the cleared floors remain in place, allowing others to pass through them. It's to ensure that no era disappears. Correct. Thank you for the intriguing explanation. However, I still haven't heard the most important thing. I looked directly at the lady who walks the mirage. So what exactly are the 9 keys you're asking to be gathered? There are hints in everything I've said so far? The daughter of the Tower Master smiled broadly and spun around. Screaming Sky, look back at the worlds you've passed through. Examine. Look at what you've left behind as you've climbed the tower, the path you've lived up to now. Eyes resembling the Tower Master's, yet different, a purplish hue, looked at me. The keys to the 100th floor are right there. Indeed. And finally I realized. From the 90th to the 99th floors, it's not about ascending. Yes. The lady who walks the mirage snapped her fingers. In the midst of the 90th floor, the sand waterfall split to the sides, revealing stairs. The stairs, however, were directed downwards. It's time to start descending.